Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Brain Storage. Really, traveled through time. Bai Ye only remembered that he was hit and flew away by a dump truck just now. His eyes went black and he traveled through time and space. Just now the system told him that this was the world of Akame Kill. At first he couldn't believe it. After all, he had only seen things like time travel in novels and comics. Now he had to believe it, because the place where he landed in this world happened to be on the head of a roosting monster, and the monster was immediately awakened by him. In fact, this is a particularly dangerous species in the shape of a tiger. It is extremely huge and looks much more terrifying than an ordinary tiger. The tiger's paw alone is larger than Bai Ye's entire body, and the sharp claws that flash with cold light appear to be at least 1 meter long. Bai Ye's double Kamui immediately came in handy. Yes, it was the Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui, and it was a double Kamui. This was a cheat given to him directly by the system when he traveled through time. As the situation was extremely critical and Bai Ye was about to fall into the tiger's mouth, he decisively used the hollow power of Kamui in his right eye. The bloody mouth of the dangerous tiger-shaped species, especially the terrifying fangs, did not cause any harm to him. His body went straight through the huge head of the tiger-shaped dangerous species, and then ran in a certain direction, trying to get rid of the tiger-shaped dangerous species. But after running for a while, Bai Ye saw a woman in pure white military uniform not far ahead. With the Mangekyō Sharingan, he had extremely strong eyesight and could see the entire appearance of the woman in military uniform from a distance. Her long blue hair was very eye-catching, her beautiful face was as cold as frost, she had a delicate oval face, ice blue eyelashes and beautiful eyes, and her skin was crystal white. Ace Day, changed the picture again. But at this moment, Bai Ye had no time to pay attention to the beauty of the woman in military uniform, as the dangerous tiger-shaped creature behind him was still chasing him. Even though he had missed several attacks, he still had to chase him down. After all, dangerous people don't have any brains. It seems like an innocent person has been implicated by me, I should save her. This thought flashed through Bai Ye's mind quickly. Although he had a way to get rid of the tiger-shaped dangerous species, the woman in military uniform would most likely be targeted by the tiger-shaped dangerous species. He did not want innocent people to be implicated because of his actions, and he could not ignore it out of conscience. By now he had also realized that he had no choice but to get rid of the dangerous tiger-shaped creature, because his body was obviously much weaker and his pupils also felt a stinging sensation. If he used other eye techniques, his body might not be able to bear it. So the best option was to get rid of the dangerous tiger-shaped creature while the hollow lasted. The consumption of double Kamui is too terrifying. This is because his body has been strengthened by the system and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise, using the pupil technique casually once may cause him to die instantly. Of course, he still has other ways to continue strengthening his body, but he doesn't have the mind to think about that for the time being. Today, usse, who had just taken office as the general of the empire, was ordered to go to the southern border of the empire to fight against a particularly dangerous species, and led a group of soldiers to act together. Because that special grade dangerous species was not an ordinary special grade, its strength was close to that of a super dangerous species. In addition, usse had not yet obtained the Ice Imperial weapon Devil's Appearance Essence of Demon at that time. All the soldiers who followed her died in the battle, and she herself also paid a considerable price to successfully defeat the special grade dangerous species. Now she was on her way back to the empire, but suddenly she noticed a figure appeared not far away, and behind him was a dangerous species, which judging from its appearance and size should be an extremely dangerous species. Ace immediately frowned slightly, because she was still seriously injured and she was not sure she could defeat this extremely dangerous species. I don't know if the young man deliberately lured the extremely dangerous species towards her, but she must be prepared for a fight. She immediately took out a long sword from the scabbard at her waist. The sword was shaped like the heavy sword in fencing and was ready to fight. Especially when she saw the young man in black rushing straight towards her, the fighting spirit emanating from her became even stronger. Bai Ye rushed directly to Esteth, completely ignoring the sword pointing at his head, and grabbed Esteth's wrist. The moment he touched Esteth, he also gave Esteth the hollow ability, so that he could touch Esteth. Seeing that her sword went straight through the opponent's head, and the opponent seemed to be completely fine, Esteth was a little surprised. In her surprise, she was suddenly grabbed by the opponent's wrist and did not react immediately. While pulling Esteth and running, Bai Ye said in a deep voice, "I have no hostility towards you." Esteth's face was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the other party would just pull her and run away. It seemed that he wanted to take her away with him. However, she did not feel any hostility from the other party, and her condition was not suitable for fighting against that extremely dangerous species, so she let the other party take her away. Soon, Bai Ye and Esteth ran to a cliff, and looking down was at least 1,000 meters deep into the abyss. However, Bai Ye jumped down without hesitation. Esteth hesitated for a moment. But she never expected that the young man would jump without even thinking, and she was dragged down the cliff with him. However, she quickly adjusted her posture in mid-air, and tried to stab the cliff with the sword in her hand to stop her falling, but she found that her sword pierced the cliff without any resistance, and her falling speed did not slow down at all. Ace, who had never encountered such a thing, was a little confused and couldn't understand what was going on. In fact, this was because Bai Ye was still holding her wrist and she was still affected by hollow. Bai Ye noticed Esteth's reaction and immediately spoke to comfort him, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Are you an imperial weapon user?" Esteth reacted quickly and guessed that these strange things might be caused by the other party's ability. In this world, the Empire is an ancient country with 1,000-year-old civilization and is the most powerful country in the world. 1,000 years ago, the founding emperor, the first emperor, paid a huge price to create 48 imperial instruments in order to maintain his rule, and each of them was extremely powerful. However, 500 years ago, a large-scale war broke out in the empire, causing many imperial instruments to be scattered among the people and even abroad. If this young man is an imperial weapon user, it is not surprising that he has such miraculous abilities. Bai Ye did not respond to Esteth's inquiry. One reason is that he was observing the situation at the bottom of the valley. The second reason is that he doesn't know what an imperial weapon user is, and he doesn't even know Esteth. That's right, Bai Ye didn't know much about the world of Akame ga Kill. He had only heard of it but had never seen it. Because he heard that it was too cruel, he never dared to watch it, and naturally he didn't know Esteth. Although Bai Ye did not answer, Esteth was staring straight at Bai Ye's eyes. According to her intuition, this pair of unusual scarlet blood pupils might be the imperial weapon. After all, which normal person would have 3 sickle-shaped megatama in their eyes? Double Kamui reference picture. Chapter 2. This is of course a shape unique to the double Kamui. Esteth's intuition can be said to be very accurate. Although the Mangekyō Sharingan double Kamui is not an imperial weapon, it is indeed the source of Bai Ye's abilities. Bai Ye felt a little embarrassed after being stared at by Esteth for so long, but he still appeared calm on the surface. Esteth was slightly disappointed that he didn't get any useful information from the other person's eyes. If Bai Ye's eyes had been evasive just now, Esteth would have been more certain that his eyes were the imperial weapon. After a while, Bai Ye and Esteth fell directly to the bottom of the valley. Esteth believed in Bai Ye's ability, but did not believe what Bai Ye said. She was always on guard, not being completely sure that the other party wouldn't suddenly let go of her in mid-air, causing her to fall. After all, he is a stranger I just met. If I don't even have this little bit of vigilance, how can I be called an imperial general? It was not until Bai Ye brought Esteth to a smooth landing on the surface of a river that Esteth relaxed his guard a little. There's a river down here, but we're floating on the water now, right? Esteth's tone was cool yet pleasant. Bai Ye responded softly, still holding his death wrist and walking to the shore together. Then he released his death wrist and released the hollow state. Sorry for being so rude, it was an emergency just now. At this time he said something politely. Although it was just a touch of wrist, the other party was a girl after all, and she might mind it. However, Death didn't care about such things at all. She walked to a large rock nearby, stabbed it with the sword in her hand, and found that everything was back to normal. It is enough to show that although this long sword is not an imperial weapon, it is not an ordinary weapon. It can pierce such hard rock without any damage to the sword body. It can even be said that this long sword accompanied us death until the last moment. It seems like you are back to normal now. Sure enough, that was your ability just now. Death looked back at Bai Ye. Only then did Bai Ye see Death's full appearance more clearly. Previously, he had no mind to look at it in such detail. In addition to her beautiful face, she also has a tall and proud figure. She is estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall, and with the pair of high-heeled boots, she seems not much shorter than Bai Ye. This military uniform is not something that an ordinary soldier can wear, and she exudes a powerful aura of haki. Although Bai Ye was a little curious whether the high-heeled boots would get in the way during the battle, he did not ask. Even though he didn't know Death at all, he could feel that this woman in military uniform should be no ordinary person. First of all, the temperament she possessed was not something that ordinary people could possess. And in Death's eyes, compared to Bai Ye's slightly childish handsome face and slender figure, it is the pair of blood-red eyes with peculiar shapes that make her more concerned for the time being. I guess so. Bai Ye responded and then sat down on another stone to rest. He just used the hollow pupil technique for a short while, but it consumed a lot of his energy. After all, it is a double Kamui, there is nothing that can be done about it. Obito relies on Hashirama cells to use the power of a single Kamui at will, and the consumption of a double Kamui will only be more terrifying than a single Kamui. Without Hashirama cells, he will definitely not be able to handle it at the beginning. Sitting on the stone, he now had time to study the system. He opened the system panel with a thought. Host Bai Ye. Age, 18. Strength, 20, average for adult males is 10. Agility, 20, average for adult males is 10. Constitution, 20, average for adult males is 10. System points, 0. System Mall LV1. Bai Ye's 3 attributes have all reached 20, which is twice that of an adult male. This is of course a novice benefit given to him by the system. Thanks to these 20 points of constitution, the hollow just now did not directly hollow out his body. Because his double Kamui has been modified by the system, he has no chakra in his body and cannot use it without the modification. It is equivalent to turning the consumption of chakra into the consumption of cells in the body. The stronger the physique attribute, the stronger the activity of cells in the body, and even the all-round regenerative ability, in addition to improving endurance. The so-called comprehensive regenerative ability means that the cells in the body injuries, pupil power, etc. can all be regenerated automatically, so as long as there is no sudden death or instant blindness, there is enough time to regenerate. The strength attribute is simply physical strength, which needs no explanation. As for agility, it affects various speeds, such as movement speed, reaction speed, and awareness. But no matter what, system points are the most important. Only with points can you redeem various attributes in the system mall, and the way to obtain points seems to be to hunt dangerous species and defeat enemies. These were all told to him by the system, otherwise he wouldn't even know what the dangerous species were. Dangerous species are divided into 4 levels from weak to strong, level 4, level 3, level 2, level 1, special level and super level, with level 4 being the weakest and super level being the strongest. The stronger the dangerous species, the more points you can get. At this time, Bai Ye was sitting here to rest, waiting for his body and pupil power to regenerate automatically. As for the tiger-shaped, extremely dangerous creature just now, it certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to jump down after them. If it really jumped down, that would be exactly what he wanted. At such a height, even if it didn't die, it would be crippled, which would be just the right opportunity for him to harvest. It's getting dark, let's prepare to spend the night here. Just then, Esteth spoke. When she was fighting against extremely dangerous species previously, her horse was also killed, so she couldn't get back to the imperial capital quickly. Esteth, who has many years of experience in hunting dangerous species in the wild, knows very well that night is not suitable for action. Many dangerous species are strongest at night, and humans will be greatly restricted at night. What's more, she was still injured, so it would be nice for her to recuperate here first. Are you a soldier of the Empire? Bai Ye asked casually. He only knew that the story of Akame kill took place in an empire, and that this empire was not a good thing. That was all he knew about this world. Yes, General to be exact. My name is Esteth, what's yours? Esteth spoke in a gentle tone. Although she was always very cruel to her enemies, she was very friendly to her subordinates and the civilians of her country. Bai Ye had just saved her, so her attitude would naturally not be bad. Make up an ace day. My name is Bai Ye. While answering, Bai Ye became more alert to Esteth in front of him. Because in his impression the empire is not a good thing, and it is hard to say whether the generals of the empire are normal people, he, with his stable personality, will consider it more. Bai Ye, I remember it. On the other hand, Esteth had a good first impression of Bai Ye. Judging from the name Bai Ye, he should be from the empire rather than a foreign ethnic group. Not knowing her as a general meant that she, like her, was born in the border of the empire rather than in the imperial capital. After all, she was quite famous in the imperial capital. Encountering an extremely dangerous species in such a remote place, there was a high probability that he was here to hunt dangerous species, which showed that he was very courageous, and he had just saved her. Chapter 3. At this moment, the river suddenly surged, and the river surface was not as calm as just now. It was obvious that something was wrong. Bai Ye suspected that another dangerous species was about to appear. Oh, just in time. Esteth seemed to have confirmed the existence of the dangerous species. He immediately pulled out the sword from the rock. His long silver-blue hair fluttered and a strong fighting spirit burst out from his body. The next moment, a huge and dangerous fish-shaped species jumped out of the water. It looked to be at least 4 or 5 meters long, with a very large head and a mouth full of densely packed sharp teeth, biting towards Esteth, who was closest to it. Level 3 dangerous species. Esteth smiled coldly, with a hint of confidence and contempt in his smile. She just rushed forward, her light and agile figure leaping several meters high at will, the long sword in her hand pierced into the fish's mouth, and then went through the top of the head of the fish-shaped dangerous species. This blow was almost fatal. Esteth moved very quickly. After retracting his sword, he slashed several times with his sword, and in a flash, he cut the fish-shaped dangerous species into several large pieces. This was not a superfluous act on her part, but rather it would make it convenient to use the fish to make dinner later. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to see Esteth's movements with their naked eyes, but Bai Ye was certainly not an ordinary person. Esteth's movements seemed to be slowed down a lot in his Mangekyō Sharingan. He couldn't help but think that this Esteth was indeed not simple, and inexplicably gave him a feeling of danger. We have dinner later, but there are so many dangerous species here. Esteth sighed slightly. Because there are several dangerous species surrounding them, it seems that there are many dangerous species living here. Fortunately, none of them are extremely dangerous, so dealing with them is stress-free. Even without the imperial weapon, Esteth's own physical skills and physical fitness are very strong. But at this time, Bai Ye also started to act. He pulled out a tooth of the fish-shaped dangerous species. As expected of a dangerous species, a single tooth was about 1 meter long and looked extremely hard and sharp. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Ace beside him immediately asked. "Use its teeth as weapons." Bai Ye replied. He can't rely too much on the double Kamui eye technique yet. Although the offensive ability of his left eye Kamui could easily kill one of the dangerous species in front of him, he had just used hollow once. If he used the pupil technique again without resting for long, his body might not be able to withstand it. He was also wary of his death and thought it best not to show weakness in front of this dangerous woman. Besides, the basic abilities of Mangekyō Sharingan are already very strong. Not to mention vision, the most important thing is insight. Any movement of the enemy will be slowed down a lot in his eyes. In fact, the principle is to predict the enemy's actions. For example, as soon as the opponent raises his hand, you can deduce the opponent's next movement trajectory, so that those movements seem to be slowed down in his eyes. For example, the ability to copy and see through illusions, the principle is based on this insight. These basic abilities are already buggy enough. Bai Ye plans to rely on physical skills like his death first. He may be able to fight against dangerous species. Now he wants to test his own strength. "So your imperial weapon has no offensive power?" Esteth said with a little surprise. It seems that she has determined that the source of Bai Ye's ability is the imperial weapon. At the same time, she also admired this young man who seemed younger than herself. Even if he had no weapons, he used the teeth of the fish-shaped dangerous species as weapons to fight on the spot. Facing so many dangerous species, he was not afraid at all, but was exceptionally calm. Bai Ye, who didn't know what the imperial tool was, did not respond. He held the fish teeth in his hand and killed the dangerous species with an expressionless face. Hunting dangerous species can earn him system points, which is the most fundamental reason why he takes action. Esteth was not in a hurry to take action because she wanted to see what Bai Ye's abilities were without using the imperial weapon. Bai Ye's priority target is the relatively small and dangerous plant-like species, a scary-looking green flower that is taller than him, with a big mouth that can swallow him whole. Let's call it the manpiranha plant. At this moment, the head of the manpirate plant suddenly pounced towards him. Since the flower stalk can be extended and retracted freely, it can even extend several meters. Ordinary people who don't understand the characteristics of the piranha plant can easily be caught off guard and eventually become its food. However, with the help of Mangekyō Sharingan, Bai Ye realized what would happen next the moment the piranha plant started to move. He leaped upward and made the piranha plant miss its target. Then his toes landed right on the piranha plant's head and he used the fish teeth in his hand to cut off the stalk of the piranha plant. The pedicel seems to be most fragile when it is stretched to this extreme length, because it naturally becomes thinner as it is stretched. The pedicel, which is only as thick as an arm, is easily cut off by the fish teeth. Bang! The huge head of the piranha plant fell to the ground with a bang, and blood gushed out from the broken stalk like a fountain. Bai Ye dodged to the side and perfectly avoided the blood from splashing on himself. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. Bai Ye easily hunted down the first dangerous species, but he had no intention of resting because another dangerous species would attack him soon. He kicked the dead man-eating plant hard on its head and did a somersault backwards. He could see 2 long, sharp, sickle-like front claws of the mantis, which were cutting towards the place where he was originally standing like scissors. If an ordinary person hadn't dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. It's really a bit dangerous. Bai Ye sighed slightly in his heart. Luckily, his cheat is double Kamui, so he can handle it with ease even if he only relies on basic abilities. With the help of fish teeth, he directly decapitated the dangerous mantis-shaped creature. As the head of the dangerous mantis rolled to the ground, Bai Ye gained points again. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. However, some cracks have already appeared on the fish teeth, and it is estimated that they will break after a few more uses. After all, the skin of these dangerous species is quite thick. He then removed the front claws of the dangerous mantis species and continued to hunt the remaining dangerous species. Estheth, who was watching the battle, felt more and more that Bai Ye was a good talent, and he also had an imperial weapon on him, and had the potential to become a general-level figure. Chapter 4. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. Ding! Host hunted a level 3 dangerous species and received a reward, 3 system points. Soon, Bai Ye dealt with the remaining dangerous species. These are all level 4 and level 3 dangerous species. They are extremely dangerous and terrifying monsters for ordinary people in the Empire, which is why they are called dangerous species. However, for Bai Ye, hunting down level 4 and level 3 dangerous species is more than enough. This is just the initial panel when he didn't use the double Kamui technique. His abilities can be continuously enhanced. System points, 10. After this battle, Bai Ye gained 10 system points. He immediately opened the system mall. System mall LV1. Product, Strength *1. Price, System points *1. Product, Agility *1. Price, System points *1. Product, Physical fitness *1. Price, System points *1. Bai Ye thought for a moment and made plans for how to allocate the only 10 system points. Ding! Host exchanged physique 6, deducted system points 6. Ding! Host exchanged energy 2, deducted system points 2. Ding! Host redeemed agility 2, deducted system points 2. The constitution attribute is definitely the top priority at the moment. It is very important to Bai Ye and determines whether he can use the double Kamui's eye techniques normally. But it does not mean that strength and agility are useless. These two attributes greatly affect the strength of physical skills. Taijutsu is the lower limit of Bai Ye's strength, and double Kamui pupil technique is the upper limit of his strength. Before you can use the dual Kamui eye techniques at will, Taijutsu is still very important. However, how easy is it to use the double Kamui's eye techniques at will? For example, only Obito, who possesses Hashirama cells, can use single Kamui at will, and only Kakashi, who inherited the power of Obito's 6 paths, was able to obtain a 1-minute double Kamui experience card, which shows that his physique attribute must be at least stronger than the strength of Hashirama cells in order to be able to use double Kamui techniques at will, and it is only possible. Papa! Just then, Bai Ye heard a round of applause. It was Estheth who was applauding him. Excellent performance, you are quite capable. Thank you for the compliment. Bai Ye said modestly. Because he had seen before that Estheth's physical skills were superior to his. After all, he is a general of the Empire and is undoubtedly one of the strongest men in the Empire. If you need money, cut off the valuable parts of those dangerous species. If not, then prepare for dinner. After saying that, Estheth turned around and walked towards the fish-shaped dangerous species that had been dismembered by her. Bai Ye fell into a brief silence, because he had no idea where the valuable parts of those dangerous species were. He was penniless when he first came here, so he still needed to make some money. I'd better ask the other party for advice later. At this time, Estheth had already started working. He cut some branches into the shape of bamboo sticks, then cut a large piece of fish into suitable sizes, and then strung them together one by one with bamboo sticks. It was obvious that he was going to make grilled fish. Bai Ye originally wanted to come over to help, but he found that Estheth's movements were too agile and it seemed that there was nothing for him to do. At this time, Estheth said, "Just go sit over there. You just saved my life, so this is a small way of repaying me." However, Bai Ye shook his head slightly and said very honestly, "No, it was me who accidentally woke up that extremely dangerous creature, which is why you are in danger. In his opinion, Usse death didn't owe anyone a favor, he just solved the incident that he caused. One thing is one thing, but you did save me anyway. Usse death said. All right. Bai Ye had no choice but to say. Soon, Usse death started to make a fire and grill the fish. Her movements were very skillful, as if she had done this thousands of times. Then Bai Ye and Usse death sat by the fire, waiting for the fish to be cooked. Give. Usse death handed one of the grilled fish skewers to Bai Ye first. Thanks. Bai Ye took the fish and subconsciously used the insight of Mangekyō Sharingan to observe whether there was anything wrong with the fish before taking a bite. Although this is the meat of a dangerous species, it is actually more fresh and sweet than the ordinary fish meat that Bai Ye had eaten before he traveled through time, because in this world all kinds of dangerous species can be made into delicious dishes. How does it taste? Usse death asked. It's delicious. Bai Ye commented seriously. Usse death nodded slightly, seeming satisfied with his work. Where are you from? Are you here to hunt dangerous species? At this time, Usse death suddenly asked. Faced with this sudden question, Bai Ye reacted quickly and forged an identity for himself. I am from a small village in the southern part of the empire, but it was destroyed by a super dangerous species not long ago. As the only survivor, I had no choice but to wander around. Is that so? Usse death had a blank expression on his face, and there was no sympathy in his tone. After all, we are all weaklings, there is nothing we can do about it. Only the strong can survive. Usse death words and the coldness in his tone made Bai Ye's heart tremble slightly. Although he had fabricated the small village and the extremely dangerous species, Usse death's reaction after hearing it was truly incredible. Is this ultimate survival of the fittest mentality? As expected, this woman is very dangerous. At this time, Bai Ye had already labeled Usse death as very beautiful but also dangerous in his mind, but he did not show it. How about this, you come back to the capital with me, and I can make you my subordinate directly. Your promotion speed will be much faster than that of ordinary people who sign up to join the army. To be more precise, you will directly jump to a position below the general and above 10,000 people. And it will be better than wandering around outside. Usse death placed his right hand on his chest and invited Bai Ye directly. Bai Ye was silent for a moment, then replied, I do plan to go to the imperial capital, but I don't like being restricted by others. No, you are just a member of the army I lead. I will give you as much freedom as possible. Even I usually have to follow orders to go out and fight against foreign races or dangerous species. You should be able to accept this, right? Usse death said. Okay. Bai Ye accepted Usse death's invitation. Because he doesn't know much about this world, even if Usse death doesn't invite him, he will choose to go to the most important stage in this world, that is, the imperial capital. Then slowly understand what this world is like. Chapter 5. Of course, Bai Ye did not completely trust Usse death. Once the label of very dangerous is attached, it is not easy to remove it. But Bai Ye has his own trump card, which is the double Kamui. If nothing else, there is absolutely no problem in saving your life. So he couldn't be said to be afraid of Usse death. Very good, then we will stay here tonight and return to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. Usse death said. Since you are a general of the empire, why are you alone in a place like this? Bai Ye questioned. I originally came here with a group of soldiers to defeat the special grade dangerous species, but the intelligence was wrong. The strength of the special grade dangerous species was beyond our expectations, and the battle also attracted some first and second grade dangerous species. In the end, we succeeded in defeating the target, but I was the only one left alive. Usse death briefly recounted what happened. I see. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked this question. Bai Ye said apologetically. It's nothing. Although it's a bit regrettable, they died there because they were too weak. Esteth didn't care. It is precisely because her concept of the survival of the fittest is deeply rooted that she is so indifferent to the lives and deaths of soldiers. Bai Ye remained silent. He didn't intend to argue with Esteth on this topic. I'm almost full. Could you please teach me where the valuable parts of those dangerous species are? Bai Ye immediately changed the subject. Of course, but then again, you don't understand these things, do you? Ace was slightly surprised. She originally thought that Bai Ye was also a member of a tribe that made a living by hunting dangerous species. After all, Bai Ye had shown good skills before. Bai Ye shook his head and said, before the village was destroyed, I had little contact with dangerous species, so I don't have any common sense about them. Well, let me teach you then. As he spoke, Esteth stood up and walked towards the corpses of the dangerous species that had just been hunted by Bai Ye, and drew the long sword from the scabbard at his waist. First, let's look at this piranha plant. Its valuable part is the golden part of its pistil, which has a high medicinal value. Esteth demonstrated it himself, picking out the golden stamens of the piranha plant with his sword and handing it to Bai Ye. As a general, she had a high salary and various rewards, so she was naturally not as short of money as Bai Ye. Next, Esteth explained to Bai Ye the valuable parts of these dangerous species one by one and demonstrated them himself. Bai Ye suddenly felt that Esteth had a very deep understanding of this aspect. He couldn't help but ask, you know a lot about this. You seemed very skilled when you were grilling the fish just now. Did you often hunt dangerous species in the wild before? Because I am from the Barut's tribe. We are a tribe that specializes in hunting dangerous species. We have been doing this since we were very young. Esteth explained, but later our Barut's tribe was exterminated by the northern foreign race. Just like you, I was the only one who survived. After I hunted all the dangerous species in that area, I got bored and went to the imperial capital to join the army. Esteth's tone was very calm throughout the whole process, as if she was talking about a trivial matter, as if being exterminated was not something she should care about. Bai Ye felt more and more that Esteth was a little scary, but also a little sympathetic. Perhaps it was the experience of being exterminated that made Esteth develop a mindset that believes in the survival of the fittest. However, precisely because of this mindset, you probably don't need his sympathy. Instead, you might find his sympathy weird. I see. So Bai Ye didn't know what to say for a moment. These things can be exchanged for money when we get to the imperial capital, but you don't have to worry about the money. You will have a very high salary in the future. At this time, Esteth continued. As for the remaining corpses of those dangerous species, they are naturally useless. The sky gradually darkened. Neither Bai Ye nor Esteth planned to act at night. Although Bai Ye's Mangekyō Sharingan can see everything clearly at night, the consumption caused by his previous use of hollow was too great, so it would be best for him to rest tonight. Since Esteth had nothing on him except weapons, she and Bai Ye planned to fall asleep right there. But it was still early and they had nothing to do, so they started chatting. How old are you? You look quite young. At this time, Esteth asked about Bai Ye's age. 18 years old, aren't you very young? Bai Ye replied. He also enjoyed chatting with Esteth. Anyway, I have nothing to do late at night, so it's good to chat about various things. I should be able to extract some useful information from Esteth's words. And this is very natural, and it doesn't seem like he has any obvious purpose. Then it seems that you are 2 years younger than me. Esteth said. 20 years old. He became a general at such a young age. How amazing! Bai Ye immediately praised. Actually, there are generals who are about as young as me. She is only 4 or 5 years older than me. The female general mentioned by Esteth is actually Nichitan. At this time, Nichitan had not yet rebelled and was still Esteth's colleague, often going out to fight with Esteth. Of course, Bai Ye didn't even know Esteth, let alone Nichita. And you have the potential to become a general. I hope you can make becoming a general your future goal. Esteth continued. Me? You can give it a try. Bai Ye didn't say anything too decisive. At present, he does not have a clear position. Since he does not understand the world well enough, he can only take one step at a time. Although Esteth in front of him was a very dangerous woman, at least she had no hostility towards him and was still worth approaching. It's late at night. When it was time to go to bed, Bai Ye and Esteth would just lie down on the ground and sleep. Bai Ye's physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, not to mention Esteth, so he can easily adapt to this environment. However, their sleep quality is average. After all, they have to be alert at all times to prevent sudden attacks from dangerous species. Not only dangerous species, Bai Ye is also wary of Esteth. If there was any movement, he would wake up immediately. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. It was not until early the next morning that a dangerous species suddenly appeared and disturbed them. Esteth took the lead and solved this level 2 dangerous species with just a few sword strikes. It's time to set off at daybreak. Esteth shook off the blood on the sword and said to Bai Ye beside him. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Afterwards, the two of them set off together, heading for the imperial capital that had prospered for thousands of years. Chapter 6. Before leaving, Ace put on his military cap. Esteth's military cap is very similar to the British Royal Marine cap, which adds a touch of charm to her. Bai Ye also felt that this military cap was very suitable for Esteth. We are currently at the southern border of the empire, which is far away from the capital. It will take too much time to walk there. Let's go to the nearest city, Giza, to get 2 horses. Esteth said. Bai Ye nodded. On the way to Giza city, Bai Ye and Esteth encountered some dangerous species one after another. Except for the imperial capital and various cities, any place in the empire may encounter dangerous types. The function of the city walls is not only to defend against rebels, foreign enemies, and ethnic minorities, but also to defend against various dangerous types. Bai Ye and Esteth worked together to kill those dangerous species. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. Ding! Host hunted a level 3 dangerous species and received a reward, 3 system points. Because Esteth was too powerful, Bai Ye only managed to grab 2 dangerous species, and the rest were killed instantly by Esteth. I killed 10 dangerous species, and you killed 2, so I won. Ace's high boots crushed the head of the last dangerous species. At this time, he could see a tall city wall not far ahead. That should be the city of Giza. Yes, you are indeed very strong. Bai Ye said undeniably. But then again, he didn't say he wanted to compete with Esteth. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of Giza city. The guards at the city gates would check their identities. Esteth is a general who has just taken office. He is very popular in the imperial capital, but not so famous in remote places like Giza city. Moreover, in this world, which is similar to that of ancient feudal dynasties, information dissemination is also very inconvenient. You have to have at least seen Esteth's portrait to recognize her. Hey! Where are you two from? What are your names? The guard at the city gate immediately questioned Bai Ye and Esteth in a very impolite tone. Before Bai Ye could speak, Esteth immediately grabbed the guard's hair with one hand and pressed the guard to the ground with terrifying force. Before the guard could react to what was happening, his nose was broken by Ace's high boots. The guard screamed immediately. The other guards were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble here. Who is that woman? She looks very beautiful and cruel. She actually attacked the guards here. I want to say that it's a good job. Those guys always take advantage of others' power. Last time, someone was beaten half to death for just protesting. Some were even thrown out to be fed to dangerous species. I think it's a pity for such a beautiful woman. That scumbag governor will definitely not let her go. But we should keep our voices down. If someone hears us, we'll be doomed. When Estheth suddenly took action, the attention of many people entering and leaving the city gate was attracted, and they couldn't help but start talking. At this time, Bai Ye found that he didn't seem to need to do anything, so he stood aside and watched the show calmly. In a blink of an eye, Bai Ye and Estheth were surrounded by all the city gate guards. However, Bai Ye and Estheth looked calm, not panicking at all. Estheth because of his absolute strength. Bai Ye chose Estheth because of his strength and because he knew Estheth's true identity. Don't you have anything to prove your status as a general? At this time, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask Estheth in a low voice. Yes, but I never bring anything like that when I go out on a crusade. Estheth said casually in a cold tone. Bai Ye was a little speechless, so what should we do now? If it doesn't work, just start killing people. Estheth said coldly. A dangerous smile appeared on her beautiful face, making her look a little sick and hideous. Bai Ye was speechless. The city of Giza is located within the territory of the empire and should also be a city belonging to the empire. These guards are Estheth's own people after all, but they are so decisive in killing them. It's not that he thought such decisive killing was bad, but he was a little surprised that Estheth could immediately kill his own people. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, decisive killing is indeed necessary, but Estheth's concept of survival of the fittest is a bit too extreme. Wait. She looks like General Estheth. Just when Estheth drew the sword from his waist and prepared to kill, a guard finally recognized Estheth. He had seen the portrait of Estheth by chance. The portrait of Estheth had just been brought to Giza City in the past 2 days and was currently hanging in the governor's mansion. It had not yet spread widely. General Estheth? Is that true? The youngest general in the imperial capital. Absolutely true. Then we are doomed? You dared to draw your sword against the general. Stop talking nonsense. Let's kowtow and beg for mercy. There is still a glimmer of hope. Now all the guards were frightened and fell to their knees and kowtowed. Not only are they the beneficiaries of this corrupt empire, they are also aware of the horror of this empire. The consequences of offending a general-level figure are very tragic. However, Estheth is still relatively generous to his own people. She ignored the group of guys and didn't even look at them, but walked straight through the city gate into the city of Giza. Bai Ye went with him. Only after Estheth and Bai Ye went and did the guards dare to stop kowtowing and raise their heads. Phew, fortunately General Estheth didn't bother with us. By the way, who is that young man? Is he General Estheth's deputy? No, I think it's a male concubine. He's not wearing a regular military uniform. Don't worry about it. You almost died just now and you still have the mood to talk about this. Let's quickly send someone to notify the governor. After entering the city of Giza, Estheth immediately went to the governor's mansion and asked for 2 good horses. Of course, the governor had already learned the news of General Estheth's arrival from the guards at the city gate. General Estheth is here, do you only need 2 horses? I have a lot of other good things here, if General Estheth likes anything, feel free to take it. The governor of Giza City was a fat middle-aged man. When he saw Estheth, he acted fawningly. Unnecessary. Estheth said in a cold tone and threw a bag of coins to the governor. She never accepted bribes and didn't want to owe favors to such people. Okay. The prefect didn't dare say anything more and immediately sent someone to bring 2 top-quality horses. Bai Ye and Estheth mounted their horses and continued on their journey. However, not long after setting off, on the streets of Giselle, I saw a yellow-haired young man in elegant clothes blatantly assaulting a young woman and her young daughter, with a seriously injured and unconscious man lying next to them. Chapter 7. Dad! She's still a child. Someone come save us! The young woman cried heartbreakingly. The little girl also cried out to the seriously injured and dying man with tears in her eyes. Obviously, this man is the young woman's husband and the little girl's father. Sykes has started it again. This guy is such a BD who does all kinds of evil things. I often see him doing such cruel things. He is the son of the governor, he is used to being arrogant and domineering, no one can control him at all. Alas, this family is basically hopeless now that they have been targeted. It may be a relief for the husband to have fainted. At least he won't have to witness what happens next. Others only dared to talk in a low voice and did not even dare to stay for too long. What happened next would be so horrific that they couldn't bear to watch it any longer. At this time, the young woman's dress had been torn off by Sykes, the son of the governor. The younger daughter was caught by the guards nearby and will probably be killed soon. No matter how much the mother and daughter cried, no one came to rescue them. Because no one has the ability or courage to rescue them. The governor has the most powerful military force in the entire Josiah city. The governor's son and his guards are also very powerful and have always been domineering. In this case, whoever goes up will die. Moreover, if they offended the prefect's power, their families would be retaliated against. No matter what, they dared not joke with the safety of themselves and their families. If they are retaliated against, being hacked to death is the best they can hope for. Men will be abused, and women will be violated. However, as death turned a blind eye to this. But Bai Ye couldn't bear it anymore. He drove his horse straight over there. Who is it? Stop now! The guard over there immediately scolded Bai Ye. Not only did Bai Ye not slow down, but he became faster. Sykes, who was about to tear the young woman's clothes, had to avoid the charging horse. His brows were furrowed, and he looked at the young man with bloodshot eyes riding on horseback with an unhappy expression. At this time, Bai Ye stopped in front of the young woman, but the little girl was still held by the guards. You kid want to go against me? Sykes asked grimly. Bai Ye didn't want to waste any more time talking to this scumbag, so he got off the horse expressionlessly. Sykes's face suddenly showed a ferocious look, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he ordered his guards, kill him. The guards immediately showed their weapons, all kinds of knives, swords, axes. Is there anyone who dares to stand up and help that mother and daughter? This young man is really brave. But his end will be tragic. Not only will he not be able to change the fate of the mother and daughter, he will also be killed. The ordinary people around him all felt pity for Bai Ye. As the guards strode closer with unfriendly looks, Bai Ye took the initiative and rushed towards one of the guards holding a sword. So fast! The sword-wielding guard was immediately shocked by Bai Ye's speed. He looked panicked and slashed at Bai Ye. However, his sword-swinging speed was too slow in Bai Ye's eyes, and Bai Ye easily avoided the attack. A full-force knee strike. It hit the sword-wielding guard's abdomen. Crack! The sword-wielding guard suddenly began to dry heave in pain, his facial features twisted in agony, and his body instantly lost his ability to fight. Bai Ye took this opportunity to snatch the sword from the guard's hand and killed him with one blow. The other guards were shocked and realized that this young man was very powerful, so they did not dare to act rashly. Watching this scene, Death, who was not far away, looked a little surprised, as if he did not expect Bai Ye to take action for these civilians. A bunch of useless trash. At this time, Sykes cursed at the guards and walked towards Bai Ye. It seems that you are quite capable, let's see if you can satisfy me. His expression became extremely ferocious, and he really liked the feeling of killing others. A dark green sledgehammer appeared in his hand. The fineness of its workmanship alone was unmatched by any ordinary weapon. Bai Ye immediately realized that the sledgehammer in the other party's hand was extraordinary. The next moment, Sykes suddenly burst out with astonishing speed, attacking Bai Ye like a ghost, and swung the sledgehammer in his hand directly towards Bai Ye's forehead. Fortunately, Bai Ye had the Mangekyō Sharingan, and was able to react perfectly to the opponent's speed. He leaned back to avoid the horizontal hammer and counterattacked at the same time. Sexton immediately felt a scratch on his abdomen and felt a pain. He was surprised that the other party's reaction was so fast. However, this pain had no effect on him, instead it angered him. "Damn it! I'm going to smash you into a pulp!" Sykes roared, and the sledgehammer in his hand suddenly became more than 10 times larger. Naturally, the pressure brought to Sykes was also more than 10 times, and the blood vessels in his arms had burst. But he looked crazy and just wanted to smash Bai Ye into a pulp, not caring about the injury on his arm at all. Faced with this giant hammer with a huge killing area, Bai Ye was able to react, but his movement speed was not fast enough to perfectly dodge out of the killing range of the giant hammer. After identifying the problem, he decisively used hollow. Bang! The huge hammer smashed down, causing a huge noise, and the ground shook. The ground that was hit has caved in, which is enough to show how terrible the destructive power of this hammer is. Ha 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 ha! Sykes thought he had smashed the boy into a pulp and burst into crazy laughter. But the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Because the sharp sword in Bai Ye's hand directly pierced Sykes' throat, making it difficult for Sykes to make any sound. Sykes looked at Bai Ye, who was unharmed, with horror, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the other party was completely fine. What on earth is going on? But he never had the chance to figure it out, as Bai Ye stepped on his chest, pinning him to the ground, and mercilessly pierced his heart with a sword. Sykes struggled on the ground for a while with a look of fear on his face, and then he died. Ding! Host killed a minister envoy and received a reward, 10 system points. The so-called minister instruments were created by an emperor of the empire 500 years ago who wanted to imitate more imperial instruments. However, the imitation failed and the effect was far inferior to the original 48 imperial instruments. These failed products were nicknamed minister instruments. However, even if it is a failure, it is still a dimensionality reduction attack compared to ordinary weapons, just not as good as the imperial weapon. Just now, the sledgehammer suddenly enlarged more than 10 times, which is the unique ability of this weapon. At this moment, there was a glimmer in Esteth's eyes, as if he was thinking about something. She had just seen with her own eyes how Bai Ye took the hammer without dodging and yet was unharmed. She even saw how Bai Ye emerged from the giant hammer like a ghost and dealt Sykes a fatal blow. Bai Ye's imperial tool is really powerful. Chapter 8. Moreover, Bai Ye's imperial tool seems to be effective on other people as well. Esteth remembered what happened when he first met Bai Ye. At that time, Bai Ye and Esteth applied the hollow effect together. Sykes was killed? Who is that young man? Is he an emperor? That hammer of Sykes is a very powerful vassal weapon. That young man was able to defeat the vassal weapon users so easily. Even if he is not a true imperial weapon user, he has the strength to compete with an imperial weapon user. It's totally what he deserves. That scumbag deserves to die. He's always been a tyrant, but today he finally ran into a tough guy. The ordinary people around were all surprised that Sykes would die at the hands of that young man. They all cheered, but did not dare to shout too loudly for fear of being retaliated against later. After killing Sykes, Bai Ye looked at the guards with cold eyes. Those guards were also Sykes' accomplices. They had just wanted to kill him, so of course they couldn't be let go. He casually killed 2 guards who were still in shock, and the rest of the guards were so scared that they dropped their weapons and fled in panic. However, Bai Ye would not give them a chance to escape, and he chased down and killed the remaining guards one by one. These guards were in such a panic that they didn't know how to disperse and escape. Otherwise, with Bai Ye's speed, which was more than twice that of an ordinary person, it would not have been so easy to catch up with them. Esteth had almost no reaction to Bai Ye killing the governor's son Sykes and his accompanying guards. There was no way she could blame Bai Ye for killing these guys at random. Because in her mind, there is nothing to say when the weak are killed by the strong. This is the law of survival in this world. Then, Bai Ye walked towards the young woman and the little girl and said to them, "It's all right now. Take him to heal his wounds. He probably won't die. This bag of coins is for you." The he Bai Ye mentioned was the man who was covered in wounds and fainted there. It was obvious at first glance that he was the young woman's husband. As for the bag of coins, Bai Ye had just picked it out from one of the guards with a sword. Now that he was no longer short of this little money, he left it to use for the medical treatment of this family that was almost broken apart. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Even though she had tidied her clothes, the young woman still looked a little messy. Sykes had almost torn her clothes just now. But she didn't care about the mess on her body at the moment, but kept thanking the savior in front of her. The little girl followed her mother's example and did the same. A relieved smile immediately appeared on Bai Ye's face. This smile that showed true feelings was very natural and pure. Afterwards, the young woman and the little girl helped the seriously injured man away. At this moment, Bai Ye was about to mount his horse when he found that Esteth was suddenly walking towards him with some imposing manner. His eyes suddenly became more serious. So far, he has never let down his guard against Esteth. He suspected that he had just acted on his own and even killed so many people, which caused Esteth dissatisfaction, especially since among those he killed was the son of the prefect. After all, he is a general of the empire. It is normal that he prefers the governor of Jisaya city to a stranger he just met. The governor of a city is considered a high-ranking official in the empire. Bai Ye has prepared himself mentally for a big fight with Esteth. However, when Esteth walked in front of him, he did not feel any fighting spirit from Esteth. At this moment, Esteth suddenly raised his right hand. Bai Ye immediately understood the trajectory of Esteth's movements and realized that he was going to lift his chin with his hand. Faced with this non-hostile move, Bai Ye did not waste his cells and pupil power to use hollow, but took half a step back. But Esteth immediately approached and gently pinched Bai Ye's chin with his thumb and index finger. Bai Ye was slightly lifted up by Esteth, and he immediately asked, "What are you doing?" He originally thought that the other party was here to cause trouble for him, but it turned out that he was here to tease him. He found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Now, passers-by from all directions became even more excited. Is this flirting with a good boy in broad daylight? But he is so powerful, but he is still flirting with a girl. Who is that beautiful girl? Look at the clothes, it's clearly a military uniform, and it's not the common kind. Could it be an officer of the empire? I guess it's just a couple flirting. If that icy beauty is really an officer, it's no wonder that the young man dared to attack the governor's son. Feeling all the strange looks coming from all around, Bai Ye, who had been feeling fine, felt a little embarrassed. "Smile again." Esteth's tone sounded a bit overbearing, with a hint of unwillingness to be refused. "What?" Bai Ye still didn't react for a moment to what Esteth wanted to do. "I want to see your more sincere smile. I feel like your smile just now touched my heart a little bit," Esteth said bluntly. The very natural smile that appeared on Bai Ye's face when facing the mother and daughter just now immediately gave Esteth an indescribable subtle feeling. She didn't quite understand why. After all, at this stage, Esteth had never thought about love in his mind, so naturally he didn't know what this subtle touch meant. Now she just inexplicably wanted to see Bai Ye's more genuine smile, rather than a faint smile. Smile. Hearing this, Bai Ye became even more confused. "Did you just laugh?" It seemed as if he subconsciously revealed a smile of relief. But when Esteth asked him to smile deliberately, he couldn't do it. He is not the kind of person who likes to laugh, and he might only smile subconsciously occasionally. Moreover, it would be a bit inappropriate to put a smile on the face of a Mangekyō Sharingan holder like him. I'm afraid he would become like the 4 laughing heroes of the Uchiha clan. The 4 laughing men. Of course, he just feels that he is not suitable, who knows the actual situation. He only revealed his true feelings subconsciously occasionally, and he had never seen what he looked like when he smiled. This is a bit difficult for me. Bai Ye said slightly embarrassedly. Really? Are you embarrassed because there are so many people here? Esteth nodded slightly and muttered to himself. Before Bai Ye could explain, she had already determined the reason why Bai Ye felt embarrassed. Then Esteth said to Bai Ye, then don't worry, when we return to the imperial capital, you won't be shy in my room. No, Bai Ye opened his mouth and was about to explain clearly, but Esteth didn't give him the chance. I only heard her say, but it seems there is a little trouble now. Bai Ye turned his head and saw a large number of guards from the prefectural government appearing from all directions. It was probably because of the death of the prefect's son, Sykes. Chapter 9. When a group of guards from the prefectural government surrounded the place, Prefect Seville also rushed over as soon as possible. However, they don't know who killed Sykes yet, and now they have to look for the murderer. Sykes. When Governor Seville saw his son's body, he immediately ran to the corpse and cried out in grief. Who killed my son? At this time, Seville's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his angry look was creepy. The people around were afraid to move, for fear of being suspected, and they dared not look Seville in the eye. They were all terrified. After all, Seville was a madman who was much more terrifying than his son Sykes. Who has seen the murderer? If you dare to protect the murderer, none of you will survive. Obviously, Sewell wanted to use the most brutal means to force the murderer to reveal his identity. That is, if we arrest all the people in the nearby area and torture them severely, we will always be able to catch someone who witnessed the scene. Suddenly, many people turned pale with fright, because they had just seen with their own eyes who killed Sykes. But in their opinion, the young man did a good thing, and they did not want Bai Ye to be retaliated against, but the governor would start with them. They are just ordinary people and must be very afraid of torture, which makes them very conflicted for a while. It is estimated that soon someone will not be able to bear the psychological pressure and reveal Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye would not evade, he immediately took the initiative to stand up. It's me. What, it's you? An expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on Seville's face. He thought Bai Ye was General Esteth's accomplice and had never suspected Bai Ye until just now. However, he never expected that it was Bai Ye who killed his son. General Esteth. That guy is your subordinate, you have to give me an explanation no matter what you say today. The angry Sewell couldn't help but question Esteth, but he still had some sense to continue to address Esteth with respect. Among the many positions in the empire, the governor is one level lower than the general, so Seville doesn't have to care too much about Esteth's face. In the face of revenge for the murder of his son, even if the other party is General Esteth's subordinate, he will bring him to justice. Esteth did not respond, but walked straight towards Seville. The faint smile on the corner of his mouth contained a hint of danger. However, Bai Ye was the only one who noticed this. Everyone else, including the Governor Sewell, was unaware of it. But he certainly wouldn't stop Esteth or alert Sewell. He was a little curious about what Esteth would do to Seville. Seville thought that General Esteth came to discuss this matter with him. He had already begun to consider how to deal with the young man who killed his son. Beheading him would be too easy for that kid. At least he should be tortured to death by slow slicing, using all kinds of harsh means. Only then can he feel relieved. At this time, Esteth had already walked in front of Seville. Sewell felt more and more that General Esteth was really young and handsome. His looks, figure, and temperament were the best he had ever seen. He suddenly had a lustful thought. It would be great if he could take advantage of General Esteth. Thinking of this, Seville's eyes subconsciously revealed a lustful look. But the next moment, Seville's fantasy was shattered. Esteth saw the change in his eyes clearly, and he immediately drew the sword from his waist and pierced Seville's right eye. Esteth's attack speed was so fast that Sewell didn't even have time to react. He is the strongest man in the city of Giza, a servant who is much stronger than Sycus, but he is still not good enough in front of Asteth who has neither imperial weapon nor servant. After all, Asteth became a general by relying on his own strength. After obtaining the imperial weapon in the near future, he will undoubtedly become the strongest in the empire. Hey! Seville was stunned for a moment at first. Only after he felt the unprecedented severe pain in his right eye did his brain realize what was happening. Ah! Seville suddenly screamed in pain, covering his completely blind right eye with both hands, and blood continued to flow out of his eye socket. Did you just want to order me? Asteth's tone was icy cold, as if the air was frozen. No. No. Seville's face was covered in cold sweat and he looked terrified from the pain, and his speech became incoherent. He had just opened his mouth when his other eye was pierced by Asteth. Being blind is extremely painful for a man like Seville who spends his days in debauchery and drinking. The level of despair is second only to death. But Asteth would soon make him even more desperate. At this time, Severe was kneeling on the ground in pain, covering his eyes with his hands. Asteth directly trampled on the back of Severe's head with the heel of his high boots. Instantly, Sewell's head was like an exploding watermelon. Seville was silent in an instant. The guards surrounding Bai Ye and Asteth from all sides were stunned. Some of them couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands and fell to the ground with a clang. He is my man. If you want to touch him, you have to ask me first. Asteth said coldly. She didn't even look at the corpse at her feet, her eyes swept over the guards. Of course, Asteth just said my subordinates instead of my people. Feeling this cold gaze, all the guards were awakened and completely frightened. They dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. The heavy weapons only slowed down their escape. Asteth was too lazy to chase down so many people, so he just let them escape. At this time, Bai Ye was once again shocked by Asteth's self-willed behavior. Even a figure at the governor level could be killed at will? Obviously he was just a stranger he had just met, and Asteth could easily sell him. He felt that Asteth was not doing this for him, but that Sewell's slightly commanding tone made Asteth feel uncomfortable, especially the lustful look that really angered Asteth. Now that the governor is dead, there will be no one to manage this city of Jisai. At this time, Bai Ye walked towards Asteth. It doesn't matter. The imperial capital will naturally send someone to inherit the position of governor. Asteth said casually. But is it okay for you to kill the governor? This was originally caused by me, so it's better to let me handle it alone. Bai Ye couldn't help but say. It's okay. Anyone who troubles me will be killed without hesitation. Asteth's tone seemed as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Besides, you are mine, so this matter naturally has something to do with me. Chapter 10. Don't say something that could easily be misunderstood. Bai Ye was a little speechless. He could tell that Asteth definitely didn't mean that, so he didn't think much about it. This guy has a pretty good servant tool on him. You can use it first. At this time, Asteth used the long sword in his hand to pick up the pair of crossed scabbards on Seville's back, and then threw it to Bai Ye with his backhand. Bai Ye took the cross-fixed scabbards, and it was obvious that there were two swords. Are these two weapons both vassal weapons? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Yes, to be precise, they belong to the same type of servant tool, because the name of this servant tool is two swords. Asteth said, isn't your imperial weapon only for defense? This ministerial weapon can just make up for your lethality. Although it is called dual sword style, in this kind of Japanese comic works, swords are not branch houses, so the double swords can also be called dual sword style. I see. Bai Ye nodded slightly. He really did lack a suitable weapon, but he preferred swords to things like sledgehammers, so he had not taken a fancy to Sykes's weapon before. As for Asteth mistaking his double Kamui for an imperial weapon, he had no intention of denying it. It would definitely be best if he could get away with it like this. Anyway, he neither admitted nor denied it, it was all Death wishful thinking. At this time, Bai Ye fixed the cross scabbard on his back, and then took out the two swords with a little curiosity. These are the black and white swords, the black sword in the left hand and the white sword in the right hand. Moreover, they are the twin swords with exactly the same shape, only the color is different. The texture in the hand is completely different from the ordinary long sword that he had just snatched from a guard. The feel and texture are much stronger. The special ability of this weapon is probably reflected in its name, which is two-sword style, which means it can use two swords at the same time. From the perspective of Taigu, a person can only use one Taigu at most. This is the iron rule of Taigu. Otherwise, it will be overloaded and endanger life. At this time, Death explained to Bai Ye, although the subordinate tools are not as exaggerated as the imperial tools, generally only one subordinate tool is allowed per person. The two-sword style subordinate tool is also very special. After all, both swords are subordinate tools, but the burden on the body is the same as other single subordinate tools. Although it has no special abilities other than being able to use two swords at the same time, the basic panel of this weapon is relatively strong, and its lethality and hardness are stronger than ordinary weapons. By the way, if you use an imperial tool and a vassal tool at the same time, won't your body be overloaded? If you feel uncomfortable, just throw them away. Finally, Death still worried about Bai Ye's physical condition. Almost no one would equip an imperial weapon and a vassal weapon at the same time, because it would be difficult for the body to bear it. It's okay, at least for now. Bai Ye said. His Mangekyō Sharingan is not an imperial weapon, but it must be said that it is indeed an extraordinary weapon. He can clearly feel the burden on his body when using it. However, his current physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so this burden is no pressure for him. When his physical fitness gets stronger and stronger, he won't have to care about this burden at all. That's fine. Afterwards, Death also took away Sykes' sledgehammer-like weapon. Of course, she didn't use it for herself. With her personality, she didn't think much of such tools. Instead, she took them back to the imperial capital to hand them in. Such tools couldn't fall into the hands of ordinary people. Then Bai Ye and Death continued riding towards the imperial capital. Shortly after they left, the news of the governor's murder quickly spread throughout the city of Guise. I heard that the governor was killed on the street. Is this true? Of course it's true. His son Sykes was killed first, and then he wanted to take revenge but was also killed. And I heard that the one who killed the governor was General Death from the imperial capital. It's true that the governor was killed by General Death, but it was a young man who killed Sykes. It is rumored that the young man was General Death's lover. General Death? Why is the general of the imperial capital here? Maybe he is a good general who hates evil. With what Seville and Sykes did, they should have been killed a long time ago. General Death and that young man really avenged us. Given the distance between Giza City and the imperial capital, it is inevitable that there will be many dangerous species. However, after Bai Ye acquired the tools, his efficiency in hunting dangerous species became much higher. These two black and white swords are extremely sharp, and there is no need to worry about the loss of durability. After killing several dangerous species, there is no visible loss at all. At this time, Bai Ye used the black sword in his left hand to cut off the head of the last snake-shaped dangerous species, and immediately used the white sword in his right hand to finish the job, destroying the brain inside. In his understanding, snakes would not die easily even if they were beheaded, so he thought that the same was likely to be true for dangerous snake species. As expected, the system prompt sounded in his mind only after Bai Ye completed the finishing blow. Ding! Host hunted a level 2 dangerous species and received a reward, 5 system points. I hunted 6 this time, and you hunted 5 dangerous species. It was a close win. Ace slightly lowered his military cap which had been tilted up a little due to the battle. She felt that after returning to the imperial capital this time, it was almost time for her to choose a suitable imperial tool. Otherwise, it would still be stressful to face a truly powerful enemy. For example, a super dangerous species is still invincible to her now. And the imperial weapon can bring about a real qualitative change in her strength. In the imperial capital, many imperial instruments are in charge of the current ministers, and every newly appointed general has the opportunity to freely choose an imperial instrument. Estheth, who believes in the law of the jungle, will definitely not let go of the opportunity to choose an imperial weapon. She was not interested in ministerial equipment because she only cared about the imperial equipment, but she had just been promoted to general and had not had the chance to look for ministers to select imperial equipment. No, I never said I wanted to compete with you in this. Bai Ye couldn't help but complain. It may be because he showed a strong competitive desire in order to grab the kill. After all, hunting these dangerous species can earn him system points. As a result, Estheth's competitive desire was inadvertently aroused. Chapter 11. Finally, Bai Ye and Estheth arrived in the imperial capital. As soon as the guard at the south gate saw Estheth, he immediately let them pass. Is it possible that these guards in the imperial capital don't know General Estheth? Although they didn't know Bai Ye, they could tell that Bai Ye was traveling with General Estheth, so they didn't stop Bai Ye. Only 2 people came back? I remember General Estheth led thousands of people to attack. Could it be that the rest of them? I guess something unexpected happened. If it was just a single extremely dangerous species, it wouldn't be so tragic. But General Estheth looks fine, so it's not our turn to worry. Watching Bai Ye and Estheth walk away after entering the city gate, the guards at the city gate whispered for a while. When you step into the imperial capital, you can find that it is obviously much more prosperous than the previous Gai's city, but it is the imperial capital after all. It would be funny if it was not as good as Gai's city. There is also the magnificent palace in the distance, where the emperor resides. However, even in such a prosperous imperial capital, poor people can still be seen on the streets from time to time. Should we say that it is an empire from the feudal era after all? And it seems to be an empire that has fallen into corruption. General Estheth, we have new dishes today. General, please come and try them. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Just then, the owner of a restaurant nearby shouted to Estheth. Yes, I'll come when I'm free. Estheth did not put on any airs as a general, but nodded to the shop owner in a friendly manner. General Estheth, we have a big discount in our store, come and have a look. General Estheth. Along the way, Bai Ye discovered that many shop owners on the street seemed to have a good relationship with Estheth and would take the initiative to greet him. And Estheth doesn't put on any airs. Now Bai Ye discovered another side of Estheth. He is indeed very friendly to these civilians, but he does not have the slightest sympathy for those who are poor, abused or persecuted. In other words, Estheth is friendly to her own people, but that doesn't mean she really cares about these civilians. If there are strong people who do evil and harm these weak civilians, she won't even look at them. To put it bluntly, in her opinion, it is reasonable for the weak to be bullied by the strong. The strong can do whatever they want to the weak. She didn't harm these weak people simply because she had no interest in doing so to her own people. If it were an enemy, Estheth would be extremely cruel no matter whether the opponent was old, young, sick, or disabled. At this moment, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this woman's personality is really amazing. I have something to ask the minister first. I'll ask the minister to arrange your identity and position. You can go around and get familiar with the imperial capital. If you run into any trouble, tell me my name. But it's best to avoid it as much as possible. When they were almost at the palace, Estheth said to Bai Ye. Okay. Bai Ye nodded slightly. He could also sell the dangerous materials he harvested on the road, as there was no use keeping them on him anyway. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Estheth separated temporarily. While walking around, Bai Ye found a shop that trades dangerous materials. Young man, Do you need anything? Or if you have anything useless, you can give me an estimate. The shop owner immediately said to Bai Ye with a smile. These are dangerous materials. Bai Ye directly placed a batch of dangerous materials wrapped in cloth on the table. The boss was shocked when he saw this, because there were almost a dozen kinds of ingredients. It seems that although this young man looks very young, he is very powerful and can hunt so many dangerous species by himself. The boss suddenly had an idea. Naturally, he had to attract such a high-quality customer. He deliberately offered a recycling price that was higher than the market price. Of course, he still doesn't lose money, it's just that the recycling price is higher than other companies, so the profit is less. At this price, just consider it as making friends. Remember to come to our store again when you need anything in the future. The smile on the boss's face became even brighter than before. Okay. Bai Ye took the bag of coins, put it in the inner pocket of his clothes, and then left. It is a bit troublesome to carry so many coins with him. He suddenly missed the advanced electronic payment methods before he traveled through time. The coins here are divided into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. The corresponding values of these three types of coins are of course different. All Bai Ye got after selling those dangerous materials were gold coins. If it was silver coins or copper coins, it would be even more troublesome, because if the face value was small, the quantity would be multiplied n times. Next, Bai Ye continued to stroll along the streets of the imperial capital, getting familiar with the capital while also taking a look at the lives of ordinary people in this world. When Bai Ye was wandering aimlessly on the street, suddenly a carriage stopped beside him, accompanied by several guards. Bai Ye had been walking around the streets for so long that he had a general idea of the living conditions of ordinary people in this world. He could tell at a glance that this should be a carriage belonging to a wealthy family, because ordinary people simply did not have the means of transportation to own a carriage, not to mention having guards accompanying them. There was indeed a girl sitting in the carriage who was obviously a noble. She was wearing a blue dress and had golden curly hair. She looked very cute and had a slim figure. The accessories she wore were obviously not luxury items that ordinary people could afford. Area. However, Bai Ye didn't know what the carriage was doing when it stopped beside him. At this time, he heard the voice of the blonde girl talking to the guard. "Miss, it has started again. I can't help it. I just like it this way." The blonde girl got off the carriage and walked directly towards Bai Ye. "What do you want from me?" Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Are you from out of town? You don't look like a native of our capital." The blonde girl had a lovely smile on her face and seemed to have a cheerful personality, with a lovely light blush on her face. "Indeed, I just came to the imperial capital from another place." Bai Ye nodded slightly. He was not surprised that the other party saw that he was not a native of the imperial capital. After all, his clothes were different from others, and he looked aimless, as if he was lost. "Is there anything I can help you with? You seem lost. If you don't have a place to stay for the time being, why don't you stay at my house tonight?" The blonde girl continued. "She looks very friendly and enthusiastic, and seems to be a kind and simple lady from a wealthy family." Chapter 12. "No, I'm just wandering around. I'm not likely to get lost, but I don't have a place to live yet." Bai Ye replied. "Then come to my house. My house is quite big and I can provide you with delicious food." The blonde girl said with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, I will be very grateful if you do not agree." Bai Ye did not reject the blonde girl. Of course, this does not mean that he believed that the other party was really a kind, simple and lovely girl, but he just wanted to see what the life of the nobles in this world is like. With this kind of unnecessary courtesy from the other party, especially when the other party is a complete stranger, there is no telling what the other party might be up to. Even if the other party had bad intentions towards him, he would not be afraid as he has the double Kamui. He didn't know when his death would finish dealing with the matter. He couldn't always wait for his death, and he also had to learn about this empire through various channels. That's settled then. The blonde girl giggled and seemed happy for helping others. But I have to go shopping for various things later, so I won't be home until a little later. The blonde girl suddenly remembered this incident and told Bai Ye about it. It's okay. It's good to walk around. I also want to get more familiar with the imperial capital. Bai Ye said indifferently. That's good. Then you can sit in the car too. With that, the blonde girl returned to the carriage. This carriage can normally seat 4 people, Bai Ye and the blonde girl sat face to face. Miss, is this appropriate? The guard standing next to the carriage couldn't help but say. After all, Bai Ye looked like just an ordinary person. It would not only be inappropriate for him to sit in the same carriage with the young lady, but they would also worry about her safety. It's okay, don't worry about it. The blonde girl said. All right. The guards couldn't say anything else. They continued to escort the carriage and kept an eye on the situation inside. By the way, what's your name? My name is Arya. At this time, the blonde girl who called herself Arya spoke to Bai Ye. My name is Bai Ye. Bai Ye responded. Bai Ye, what a nice name. Arya praised. At this moment, Arya suddenly came in front of Bai Ye, very close to Bai Ye, staring into Bai Ye's eyes. Bai Ye could almost feel Arya's breath, and he subconsciously leaned back a little. By the way, your eyes are very special. They look very beautiful. Arya looked into the blood-red eyes with strange patterns in them. Really? Thank you. Bai Ye was a little surprised by this. Yet what Arya was thinking at this moment was how dare this country animal have such beautiful eyes. She wanted to use sweet words to lure Bai Ye back home, dig out his eyes and keep them, and then torture him to death. Arya's outward appearance is completely opposite to her inner viciousness. Her cute smile easily makes people like her. Really, I wish I had such beautiful eyes. Arya said firmly. Are you dissatisfied with your eyes? Bai Ye asked immediately. In fact, he found it a little strange that a girl like Arya would find his Mangekyō Sharingan beautiful. To him, these eyes are of course beautiful, but more because they are handsome and have powerful abilities. Girls who have the same idea should be a minority, right? Well, I don't think my eyes look very good. They've always been a bit bothering me. Arya nodded. I don't think it looks bad. In fact, it's as beautiful as a sapphire. Bai Ye said bluntly. He was speaking the truth. In his opinion, Arya's big watery eyes were beautiful. Her golden curly hair and blue eyes matched well. He really couldn't see what was wrong with her. Eh? You really think so? Arya was a little surprised. Of course it's true. I think Miss Arya could be more confident about her beauty. Bai Ye nodded. Arya was silent for a while, her stunned expression somewhat frozen. Because just now she was thinking about killing the other person cruelly, at this moment her heart suddenly wavered. But she was only slightly shaken, and it soon disappeared. Then Arya showed a lovely smile on her face again. That's right, I should be more confident. Thank you Bai Ye. The carriage stopped at a commercial street. After Arya got off the carriage, she immediately walked quickly towards a clothing store with great interest. 2 of the guards quickly followed. Only Bai Ye and another guard were left on the carriage. Bai Ye didn't have any consumption needs at the moment, so he didn't go with them. As for the other guard, of course he stayed here to watch over the carriage. The guard seemed to be bored, so he took the initiative to communicate with Bai Ye. Have you seen that palace? As a foreigner, you probably don't know what our emperor is like. The guard raised his head and looked at the palace not far away. This is already in the imperial capital. The imperial palace located in the center is tightly surrounded by a tall city wall. It is estimated that ordinary people are not qualified to pass through that city wall. I'd like to hear more about it. Bai Ye really didn't know what the emperor was like, and he just wanted to know these things. In fact, the emperor is still a child. It is not the emperor who controls the entire empire, but the ministers who manipulate the emperor behind the scenes. The guard said solemnly, he is the culprit who made this empire so dark and corrupt. The imperial capital is even darker. But you'd better not tell these things to others casually. Even if this is common knowledge in the imperial capital, if someone hears it, it will make you lose your head. After saying these things, the guard also reminded Bai Ye. Yeah, I see. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Now I have learned some very useful information. And the minister mentioned by the guard should be the minister mentioned by his death before. At the same time, Bai Ye felt that the guard seemed to be reminding him of something indirectly. If the imperial capital is very dark, then is the kind side of a noble lady like Arya real? Although he hoped that he was just overthinking, he became more careful about Arya and was always alert for unexpected situations. Just then, Arya came out of the clothing store with nothing in her hands. But the two guards following behind her were in trouble. They had several bags hanging on their hands and even on their heads. They were obviously all clothes bought by Arya. At this time, Arya waved to Bai Ye with a cute and innocent smile. Bai Ye, come over here too, and go shopping with me. Chapter 13. Okay. Bai Ye accepted Arya's invitation. Then let's go to that store next. Arya looked adorable in her excitement, her eyes sparkling. Miss, wait for us. The two guards placed all the clothes that Miss Arya bought on the side of the carriage and hurried after them. Bai Ye, do you want to buy anything? I can buy it for you. At this time, Arya asked Bai Ye. Not yet, let me take a look first. Bai Ye replied. Afterwards, every time Arya went to a store, she would buy an outrageous amount of things. It seems that he can buy whatever he wants, as if he is here to purchase goods. After all, his family is very rich. But the two guards who were responsible for moving things suffered, as they were exhausted from moving things back and forth. As a bystander, Bai Ye didn't say anything, but he must have been shocked by Arya's exaggerated behavior. It seems there is nothing I want to buy. Let me see if there is anything else I want to do. Arya thought about it for a moment, then quickly figured it out. Oh yeah. Just get your hair done last. Hair? Bai Ye asked immediately. Yeah, I go get my curly hair straightened every once in a while, but it's a pity that naturally curly hair can't be straightened forever, which has always been a headache for me. Arya sighed. You don't like natural curls? Bai Ye questioned. Of course I don't like it. After all, it's so ugly. Can't you see that? Arya looked worried. Whether she was dissatisfied with her eyes before or dissatisfied with her naturally curly hair now, it is her true side. It's even so real that they can easily kill others out of jealousy. In the original work, Tatsumai's childhood sweethearts Ieyasu, also translated as Ieyasu, and Saya, also translated as Seo, were deceived by Arya and her parents. Ieyasu was infected with the Elbera virus in his food by Arya's mother. Arya's mother had a habit of observing the conditions of Elbera patients and writing diaries. Eventually Ieyasu died of the disease. And Seo was tortured to death by Arya just because she had long, straight black hair. However, Bai Ye didn't know this, otherwise he wouldn't have been with Arya until now. No, I really can't tell. I think Miss Arya's current hairstyle is already very good. Bai Ye said sincerely. You're just comforting me, but I do feel better now. Arya didn't think Bai Ye was speaking the truth. Moreover, in her eyes, outsiders from the countryside were no different from livestock, and she would not take what a livestock said too seriously. I'm telling the truth. How can blonde hair with natural curls be ugly? Bai Ye said bluntly. Ms. Arya is still not confident enough about her beauty, even though she is so cute. Even though Arya treated Bai Ye like a farm animal, or in other words, a stinky outsider, she was still somewhat happy to be praised for being cute. Arya suddenly had no desire to torture and kill Bai Ye. She thought to herself that it would be better to let this guy go. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly felt a chilling cold gaze behind him. He subconsciously looked back and found that it was indeed Esteth. Esteth's beautiful face was not only cold but also slightly gloomy. He seemed a little unhappy, and no one knew who had made him angry. Bai Ye, what's wrong? Noticing that Bai Ye suddenly turned around and looked behind him, Arya couldn't help but ask. Then she also saw Esteth, and happened to meet Esteth's icy eyes. Arya suddenly felt suffocated. She was frightened and turned pale. She quickly looked away. Of course she recognized that the icy beauty with a proud figure was General Esteth, but she couldn't understand why General Esteth suddenly appeared here and even looked at her with such a scary look. You seem quite relaxed, being affectionate with other girls. At this time Esteth came over and said to Bai Ye meaningfully. She has already obtained the taigu that suits her from the minister, which is the ice taigu devil's appearance, devil's essence. Naturally, not everyone can use an extremely powerful special weapon like an imperial weapon. It depends a lot on the compatibility between the user and the imperial weapon. If the compatibility is not good, it cannot be used normally. For example, Esteth's ice imperial tool is made from the blood of a super dangerous species from the legendary far north, and is a blood-type imperial tool. Before Esteth, there were also people who tried to use this imperial weapon, but they were driven mad by the desire to kill after drinking just a little bit of blood. And Esteth not only suppressed this crazy imperial weapon, but also drank the entire pot of blood and gained the complete power of this imperial weapon. It seems that it is because her nature is very compatible with this imperial weapon, that is, the desire to kill. The demon god appears. The essence of demon was once called the strongest imperial weapon, but in fact it was mainly because Esteth's own strength and his control over this imperial weapon were too strong. The mark on Esteth's chest at this moment symbolizes this ice imperial weapon. After mastering the ice imperial tool and dealing with some matters, Esteth came to find Bai Ye. She asked the soldiers patrolling the streets of the imperial capital and soon found Bai Ye, and saw the scene just now. The sight of Bai Ye shopping with the blonde girl and walking so close to her made Esteth feel inexplicably uncomfortable. No, I just went shopping with her and got familiar with the imperial capital. Bai Ye explained calmly. Only then did Arya realize that Bai Ye knew General Esteth, and that they seemed to have a special relationship, otherwise General Esteth would not have looked at her with such a terrifying look. In this case, Bai Ye shouldn't be an outsider. How could a stinky outsider have the chance to meet General Esteth? But now she didn't care whether Bai Ye was from another place or not. General Esteth had already walked up to her. Although he came for Bai Ye, she was also very scared. After all, she couldn't get away from it. Because Esteth's oppression was too strong, Arya's body froze there and she dared not move, and even breathing became difficult. No matter how rich her family is, they are just a wealthy merchant family after all and cannot face the pressure from General Esteth. Chapter 14. Let's go, I've finished my business. After saying that, Esteth was about to take Bai Ye away. Well, where to go next? Bai Ye asked immediately. Let me take you to familiarize you with your future position. When leaving, Esteth didn't even look at Arya next to him. Although Esteth wasn't quite sure why he felt unhappy. In fact, it was because Esteth had not yet come to his senses at that time, and the concept of love was completely absent from his mind. Later on, I suddenly came to my senses and wanted to have a relationship. Her future relationship requirements include 5 items. Pay attention to the future and it is best to aim to become a general. Brave, dare to go hunting dangerous species with her even with bare hands. Like her, he was born in the border area rather than the imperial capital. Be younger than her, because this makes it easier to control her. It is best to have a pure smile. From Esteth's perspective, Bai Ye almost meets all these requirements. The only flaw was the pure smile. From beginning to end, Bai Ye only smiled from the heart once, in Giselle City. That smile alone touched Esteth, but it was not to the extent of love at first sight. But Esteth has no concept of love at the moment. It's just that in her perspective, Bai Ye coincidentally meets her standards for future mate. So even if she has a crush on Bai Ye now, she doesn't realize what this feeling is. I just knew that I simply disliked that blonde girl. However, for Arya, being ignored by General Esteth was a relief. She was really scared just now, and her little face is still pale. Seeing that General Esteth didn't do anything to her but left directly, Arya breathed a sigh of relief. Miss. Let's go quickly. At this time, the guard next to her reminded Arya in a low voice. The guard's voice was also trembling. Who among them would not panic when seeing General Esteth? Arya nodded and quietly returned to the carriage. At the same time, the appearance of Esteth also attracted the attention of almost everyone around. Esteth is very popular in the imperial capital. Not only is he very handsome, his strength is also at the level of a general. He is also the most people-friendly general in the entire empire and has a very good attitude towards civilians. That seems to be Miss Arya. I heard that her family is not normal. They like to deceive outsiders who have just arrived in the empire, gain their trust, and then lock them up and torture them. I've heard this rumor too. It looks like Miss Arya is trying to trick a young man again this time. Turns out that young man is someone General Esteth knows. That's probably the case. That young man is definitely not an ordinary person. Judging from his calm attitude during the conversation, he doesn't seem to be a subordinate of General Esteth. That crazy nobleman is almost in big trouble this time. While everyone around was talking excitedly, the carriage that Arya was riding in had already hurried back home, dragging a pile of newly purchased goods. Miss, we almost offended a very important person this time. The guards were still deeply frightened by the appearance of General Esteth just now. As guards, they are of course aware of the perverted tastes of the young lady, master, and lady. But they never dared to have any opinions about this. They just worked for pay and didn't want to lose their jobs or even their lives because of the so-called sense of justice. The only one who had a conscience was the guard who had talked with Bai Ye before. He reminded Bai Ye indirectly but did not dare to make it too obvious. It was also this person in the original work who took the opportunity to give Tatsumai a very subtle reminder during the conversation, but Tatsumai was completely unaware. It was precisely because they knew that the eldest lady had the evil taste of pervert that they were so scared. If something really happened to the young man just now, their lives would definitely be in danger. General Esteth was notoriously cruel. He looked like he was from out of town before, but I didn't expect he actually knew that crazy woman. At this moment, Arya's face was gloomy, and she suddenly looked less cute. Anyway, Esteth is not around, so it's okay for her to call her crazy woman in private. Arya couldn't help but feel fortunate that she hadn't started to attack Bai Ye yet, but she had just lost interest in torturing Bai Ye. Even if Esteth didn't show up, she didn't intend to do anything to Bai Ye. All in all, this time it was a safe bet. While walking on the road, Esteth told Bai Ye about his next work. I have already asked the ministers about this. There is no way for you to jump from an ordinary person to my deputy general. To put it bluntly, you lack merit. Esteth said, but I guess you wouldn't be happy if I asked you to be an ordinary soldier first, so after discussing with the minister finally decided to assign you to the Imperial Capital Guard. They happen to be short of a deputy captain, so you can start as the deputy captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. It's already great to have this position at the beginning. Even when she first came to the Imperial Capital, she had to compete in various martial arts competitions before being selected to become a formal soldier. Because the soldiers' salaries were not low and the empire was in a period of corruption and could not support too many soldiers, the threshold for joining the army has become increasingly strict in recent years. In other words, it was already considered a backdoor for Esdeath to allow Bai Ye to become a formal soldier directly, not to mention that he was the deputy captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, whose status was much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. This job is both safe and rewarding. It only requires patrolling in the Imperial capital and does not require going out to fight. That's really good, thank you. Bai Ye could realize how hard it was for Esdeath to get this job for him. After all, this is your first position. With your ability and potential, I believe you will soon gain enough merits to be promoted to general. Esdeath encouraged Bai Ye. She hoped that Bai Ye could strive to be promoted to general. Well, I'll try my best. Bai Ye also wanted to see a more comprehensive view of the imperial capital and even the entire empire. If you can become a general, you will definitely see things more comprehensively than if you were a civilian. Then he will know what he really wants to do in this world. But there is one thing I want to say first. Although you don't have to go with me now, you are already mine. You can come to me if you have any problems. Also, I don't want to see anything like what happened today again. At this moment, Esdeath suddenly changed the subject. She then pinched Bai Ye's chin and gently raised it. Do you understand? Chapter 15. Hearing the irresistible tone in Esdeath's words, Bai Ye suddenly felt helpless. He finally realized that Esdeath was truly a queen. And the desire to dominate is still strong. Didn't you say you would give me freedom? Why are you still controlling me so much? As he spoke, Bai Ye took a step back and broke free from Esdeath's hand that was pinching his chin. He is not a masochist and is not interested in the feeling of being dominated by others. I'm talking about relative freedom, not absolute freedom. Esdeath said in a cold tone, and do you know what the true face of that woman just now looks like? That woman? Are you talking about Arya? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. It seemed that Esdeath knew something, so he became a little curious. Yes, her name is indeed Arya. She is a habitual criminal. She often tricks people who have just come to the capital from the countryside into her home, fulfills their wishes, and then tortures and kills them. Esdeath said calmly, although with your strength you shouldn't be slaughtered by such a shameful guy, you just need to know that she has no good intentions towards you. What Arya's family did was not an unknown secret, but ordinary outsiders didn't know about it, so the victims were basically outsiders who had just arrived in the imperial capital. Of course Esdeath knew about those things, but she was never interested in caring about them. I see. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Although he was wary of Arya, he still didn't expect that Arya had such a vicious heart under her cute appearance. Looking back now, he found it difficult to judge what the guy said to him was true. However, it just so happens that he will be the deputy captain of the Imperial Capital Guard next, and he will have the opportunity to deal with this devilish noble. But there should be many people who know about this besides you. Has no one ever taken care of them? Bai Ye suddenly thought of this. From his point of view, this kind of thing was undoubtedly a very serious act, but not only was the nobleman not punished, it seemed that no one even cared about it. If it was something like the so-called power of capital, he could understand it, but this was just a wealthy nobleman, not a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. It was too serious for him to be so unscrupulous. It can only mean that, from high-ranking officials to the security forces, no one in the empire cares about the lives of outsiders at all? Not to mention outsiders, even the locals in the imperial capital may not be treated as human beings. The darkness of this empire seems to be more serious than I imagined. I don't know, and I don't have the interest or time to care about this kind of thing. Esdeath said bluntly. That's right. With your personality, you wouldn't care about such things at all. Bai Ye sighed. Although he felt that his values were not in line with Esdeath's values, he would not force others to change their values. The three views that Esdeath had formed over the past 20 years had already been fixed. There was no way they could be changed at will. Oh? You sound like you know me well. Ace was immediately interested in this. So what do you think my personality is? Tell me about it. Probably, the attributes of a queen? And the concept of the survival of the fittest is very deep. Bai Ye said truthfully. You've pretty much said it. Esteth did not deny it either. Is your belief in the survival of the fittest so strong because of your childhood experiences? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Maybe. If my father and his people were strong enough, they wouldn't have been killed by the northern foreigners. Isn't this a simple truth? Esteth said in a matter-of-fact tone. But Bai Ye wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. But that's true. Although those northern ethnic groups are invaders, this is indeed a world where the strong prey on the weak. No matter how right the weak are, they will only be trampled in front of the strong. Just like the saying goes, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. If the entire country is destroyed, and even the people are gone, then it doesn't matter who is on the righteous side and who is on the evil side. What is more important is to make yourself stronger and transform yourself from a weak person to a strong person. No matter the world before he traveled through or the world now, it is actually a world where the strong prey on the weak. There is nothing wrong with this principle, but Esteth's understanding of this principle is too extreme, so problems still arise. I really get along well with you. Esteth thought Bai Ye obeyed her ideas. Bai Ye did not respond, but continued to ask, so you don't hate those foreign ethnic groups in the north? Of course I don't hate them. It's normal for the weak to be killed. But no matter whether they have done anything to my people, it will not affect my use of various means to kill them when I go out to fight. Esteth said casually. Perhaps your people are indeed weak, but they do not deserve to die. They are all innocent people, and it is not normal for them to be killed. Bai Ye said in a slightly deep voice. After these words came out, Esteth's face turned slightly colder. Bai Ye didn't want to argue with Esteth over this matter, so he continued, I'm just expressing my thoughts, nothing else. But I'm a little curious, if I'm stronger than you, what would you think as a weaker person? If this is the case, you can kill me or chop me up, or make me do whatever you say, I will have no complaints. Ace immediately smiled coldly, it's a pity that this is impossible. I will be the strongest in this empire. Esteth's words were not really conceited, but rather she was the most qualified to say them. Having just obtained the Ice Imperial gear, she could already foresee that she would have absolute strength. However, what he miscalculated was that Bai Ye in front of him was the most buggy time traveler and could not be judged by common sense at all. That's hard to say. Bai Ye smiled faintly. He didn't have any weird ideas. Instead, he felt that it would be quite troublesome to get along with Esteth in the future, and the best way to solve the trouble was to have stronger strength than Esteth. However, at this moment, Esteth suddenly changed the subject and raised his hand to touch Bai Ye's face. You can smile, right? Why don't you smile more brightly? Not only did the topic change, the atmosphere, which had been increasingly tense because of what the two had just said and done, suddenly changed and not a trace of tension was left. Chapter 16. I was teased again. Feeling the cool and soft touch on his face, Bai Ye realized that Esteth's hands were also so cold. He moved Esteth's hand that was caressing his face away with a little bit of speechlessness. If you want me to smile deliberately, I won't be able to smile. But soon after, Bai Ye became more concerned about the changes in Esteth. Not only his hands, he felt that Esteth was faintly emitting a chill. Although it was not easy to detect, he still felt it keenly. Before, Esteth didn't have this feeling. Bai Ye had also discovered the mark on Esteth's chest a long time ago, but he hadn't said anything about it yet. Speaking of which, the mark on your chest didn't seem to be there before, right? At this time, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Because he suspected that the changes in Esteth's body were related to this mark, or maybe this was the imperial weapon that Esteth had just obtained. That's right, because this is the Ice Imperial tool I got today. After I drank that pot of blood, this mark appeared. Esteth explained. Blood? So there are blood-type imperial weapons. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. He thought that imperial equipment were all kinds of weapons, such as knives, swords, guns, hammers, etc., but now blood-type imperial equipment have appeared. This is also the first time I've seen this type of blood taigu. However, the 48 taigu are so varied. You don't seem to know much about them. You can look for ancient books to check when you have time. If you encounter another taigu user, you won't be caught off guard by unknown abilities. Esteth suggested. Well, I'll check it out then. Bai Ye nodded. His biggest problem now is that he has too little information about this world, and he knows nothing about the various imperial instruments. Esteth was right, it was necessary to understand those imperial tools. Even with the double Kamui, Bai Ye would not be careless. He could not yet confirm whether there was any imperial weapon that could restrain the double Kamui. At this time, Bai Ye had already separated from Esteth and was about to report to the Imperial Capital Guard. While walking on the road, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Are you Bai Ye? Hearing this, Bai Ye immediately turned his head and looked. I saw a cute girl with orange hair and orange eyes and a ponytail. She was wearing a grey breastplate and shoulder armor, which was actually the uniform protective gear of the Imperial Capital Guard. Selu. Although the other person had a cute and friendly smile on his face, after experiencing what happened with Arya, Bai Ye would not easily believe other people's appearance in a place like the Imperial Capital. Exactly. Bai Ye nodded. Our Imperial Capital Guard has received an order from General Esteth to send me here to pick you up. The orange-haired girl immediately saluted Bai Ye and introduced herself. I'm a new member of the Imperial Capital Guard. My name is Sele Ubiquitous. However, at this time, Seleucia seemed to have not yet obtained the biological imperial weapon Magic Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant, otherwise he would definitely carry Ziobi with him at all times. I'm a newbie too, no need to be so polite. Bai Ye said. That's different. You're the vice captain. You're not on the same level as a newcomer like me. Selu corrected. All right. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Selu went to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Guard. During the trip, Selu took the initiative to communicate with Bai Ye and seemed quite lively and cheerful. Why did Vice Captain Bai Ye join the Imperial Capital Guard? He must have some lofty ideals, right? Selu was curious about this. Since the Imperial Capital Guard was not clear about Bai Ye's specific background, they only knew that he was airdropped by the minister to serve as deputy captain. They all thought that Bai Ye was a talent that the minister and General Esteth valued very much. I don't have any lofty ideals. Bai Ye felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for a moment. He simply saw this as a job that would help him understand the world. Really? Vice Captain Bai Ye is just being modest, right? However, Selu didn't believe it. I joined the Imperial Capital Guard in order to enforce justice and eliminate all evil. At this time, Selu talked about his ambitions. Her expression clearly looked serious, with that firm look in her eyes, and she wasn't joking. That's a lofty ideal indeed. Bai Ye praised. But the premise is that the so-called justice in Seletu's mind is true justice, not distorted justice. However, Bai Ye didn't know this. After all, he had just met Selu. In his opinion, if she really is a girl with a strong sense of justice, then she can slightly change the darkness of the imperial capital, which is a good thing. He doesn't know anything else. Is it? Selu chuckled, seeming to be happy that Vice Captain Bai Ye recognized her justice. Soon, Bai Ye and Selu arrived at the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Guard. Deputy Captain Bai Ye, we're here. Selu said immediately. At this time, Bai Ye could see that all the members of the guard team were wearing the same breastplate and shoulder armor. This set of protective gear was obviously the symbol of the Imperial Capital Guard. There was no complicated procedure afterwards. Bai Ye took up the position of deputy captain as soon as he arrived. If there was anything to say, he probably needed to get to know the captain and other members of the security team. And this matter was also done by Sai Lu, who assisted Bai Ye. Bai Ye suddenly felt that Sai Lu seemed to be just a newcomer who did odd jobs. Deputy Captain Bai Ye, let me take you to see Captain Akame first. At this time, Sai Lu introduced the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard to Bai Ye. Captain Akame is very powerful, and his nickname is Demon Akame. He is feared by many criminals. If I had the same strength as Captain Akame, I would be able to enforce justice better, so I am trying to get Captain Akame to accept me as his apprentice. Really? Then you better do your best. Bai Ye responded casually. After a while, Sai Lu had brought Bai Ye to the door of a room. Captain Akame is inside. Okay, thank you for your help. Bai Ye said. Then he pushed the door open and saw a tall, middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his left eye sitting inside. However, he immediately noticed that the decoration of this room was a bit too luxurious. Could the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard be so extravagant? Captain Akame, this is Vice Captain Bai Ye. I have brought him here. Sai Lu saluted again, speaking respectfully. Very good. Akame nodded and signaled with his eyes that Sai Lu could go down. Deputy Captain Bai Ye, although we don't know much about your situation, we know that you are not an ordinary person. Anyway, please take good care of you in the future. Akame's tone towards Bai Ye was quite polite. After all, this young man was the one who had spoken to him personally by General's death, so he would never dare to act like a superior. Chapter 17. Bai Ye had a friendly exchange with Akame for a while, and nothing unpleasant happened. But they didn't have much to talk about, so they ended the conversation after some polite words. After leaving Akame's room, Sai Lu took Bai Ye to continue meeting with other team members. When Bai Ye and Sai Lu walked to a corner, some sounds came from the invisible other side of the corner. Is that fool Sai Lu still yelling about justice all the time? Yes, she has been like this since the first day she came here. I remember she is almost 20 years old, but she is still so childish. She really doesn't know what we, the Imperial Capital Guard, usually do. But it's true. She seems to be a recruit from out of town, and you guys throw all kinds of chores to her. She's not qualified to do those fun things with us. Hey, let's not talk about such a sensitive topic. Be careful, the walls may have ears. As these voices came, Sai Lu's footsteps obviously paused. Siletu. Bai Ye's tone was a little worried. I'm fine. Sai Lu raised his head firmly, the smile on his face seemed a little forced. Bai Ye remained silent. Sai Lu has average ability and is a newcomer, so it is easy for him to be bullied by his colleagues in a place like this. It is estimated that these tasks that he had to take over were also forced upon Sai Lu by others. However, Bai Ye was also a little curious about what interesting things those guys were talking about, so he went over and asked, "What interesting things were you just talking about?" Who? When the team members heard the strange voice, they turned around immediately. As a result, they saw Susanoo and a strange young man, but this strange young man looked familiar to them, as if they had just seen him somewhere. One of the team members with a hedgehog head was the first to react. He remembered that the portrait was a bit like the young man in front of him, especially the eyes, which were very recognizable. And he was walking with Sai Lu. Besides, if he was really an outsider, he would not be able to easily enter the headquarters of their Imperial Capital Guard. Then it should be the new Deputy Captain Bai Ye. Deputy Captain Bai Ye. The man immediately said respectfully to Bai Ye. The others finally reacted after hearing what he said and saluted Bai Ye one after another. As for Bai Ye's questioning of them just now, none of them dared to answer. However, Bai Ye did not intend to continue questioning them. As for what the Imperial Capital Guard usually does, he would naturally find out after staying for a while. Also, you guys seem to like bullying Sailoo. Bai Ye continued to ask. Cold sweat immediately broke out on those people's faces. No. I have never done such a thing. Some people shook their heads. Some people looked guilty and dared not admit it, nor did they dare to look Bai Ye in the eye. It's better if there really isn't one. Bai Ye said lightly. Although Bai Ye did not actually do anything to them, the deterrence was already in place. They would definitely not dare to bully Sailoo again, and they would think twice before even saying bad things about him in private. Realizing that Vice Captain Bai Ye was helping him, Sailoo was immediately surprised and looked at Bai Ye with some astonishment on his face. After being surprised, she felt very grateful. After all, this was the first person she met who was so kind to her since she came to the imperial capital. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Sailoo left. According to the plan, Sailoo prepared to take Bai Ye to familiarize himself with the entire headquarters. At this moment, Sailoo suddenly said, Vice Captain Bai Ye is a very gentle and kind person. That's not the case. I just think they went a little too far, so I want to remind them. Bai Ye felt that his behavior just now could not be described as that of a gentle and kind person. He could only be said to have done what a normal person would do. No, my intuition is very accurate. Vice Captain Bai Ye must be a very righteous good man. I should also learn from Vice Captain Bai Ye. Sailoo said firmly. Bai Ye found that Sailoo seemed to be quite stubborn, so he immediately changed the subject. By the way, how did you and they recognize me? Did you already have a portrait of me so quickly? He was a little curious about this matter. It was the first time that he met the people from the Imperial Capital Guard, and the technology in this world had not yet developed to the point where cameras were invented. But not only did Sailoo recognize him at the beginning, but the team members just now could also recognize him. Yes, it's the portrait that General Usse gave us, and it happens to be here with me now. Sailoo replied. Really? Let me see it. Bai Ye was slightly curious. Good. Sailoo immediately took out a portrait from his arms and handed it to Bai Ye. Bai Ye was shocked after seeing it, because the style of painting was too abstract. It could only be said to be slightly better than a child's graffiti. The eyes were quite recognizable, with blood-red pupils and a rough pattern of double Kamui. Although this portrait is rather abstract, the facial features are somewhat similar, and coupled with the highly recognizable Mangekyō Sharingan, it is indeed not difficult to recognize him through this portrait. Who painted this portrait? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. He suspected that it was most likely painted by Usse. I don't know about that. I only know that General Usse had someone bring it here. Sailoo said. Okay. Bai Ye had an idea in his mind, it must be Usse's masterpiece. I didn't expect that such a strong woman at the queen level would be so bad at something, and her drawing skills are surprisingly bad. But for things like this, it's better to just keep it to yourself. After the Imperial Capital Guard settled down, Bai Ye found Akame again in order to deal with the affairs of area's noble family. There is a noble who specifically tricks and kills outsiders. Does Captain Akame know about this? At this time Bai Ye asked directly. I know. Now that you mention it, it reminds me that they haven't paid the protection fee this month. It's time to ask someone to urge them to pay. Akame said this in a very calm tone. Bai Ye frowned. Protection money? You know they do such vicious things to innocent people, but you still protect them. What else? Who cares about the lives of those country bumpkins? As long as we can make some profit from it, that's enough. Akame smiled and said, in order to satisfy his own evil taste, the noble pays us a lot of protection fees every month. Isn't that great? Bai Ye was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said in a cold tone, it's a pity, I will deal with them immediately. Akame was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He didn't react at first, and then he exclaimed, what? Are you kidding? I never joke about that. Leaving this sentence, Bai Ye left. After Bai Ye left, Aka's face became even gloomier. This guy doesn't even take his Aka the devil seriously. Chapter 18. Although this kid might be a talent valued by the minister and general as death, it is just a possibility. After meeting him, he just felt that he was a young man who had just come out of nowhere. Wasn't he just a hot-blooded fool to get rid of the noble who could bring great benefits for the sake of those useless outsiders? At this moment, Oyuka had already developed murderous intentions towards Bai Ye. He is a local boss after all, and he is polite to Bai Ye only for the sake of General Estetha's face. As a result, the other party doesn't take him seriously, which is simply shameless. So don't blame him for being rude. Oka has many ways to make a person mysteriously disappear. As the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, he has done this many times. General Esteth often led his troops to fight outside and had little time to take care of things in the Imperial capital. In the end, the matter was left unresolved and no one did anything to him. In his opinion, no matter what, General Esteth would not take this kid too seriously, so there would basically be no problem. Shortly after leaving Aka, Bai Ye happened to meet Selu. Deputy Captain Bai Ye, you just went to Captain Aka's place, right? Is there any evil that needs to be judged? Selu's expression was somewhat excited. I guess so. There is a noble who specializes in killing people who come to the imperial capital from other places. Bai Ye briefly told Selu about the noble's evil deeds. What a sin this is! Selu exclaimed immediately. She couldn't believe that such a thing could happen in a place like the imperial capital. Selu then asked, what did Captain Aka say? Do you want us to put that evil noble on trial now? His words are actually a cover-up, because that noble regularly pays protection fees to the Imperial Capital Guard. Bai Ye said. How is this possible? Selu's reaction was incredible. In her mind, Captain Aka is the devil Aka who is ruthless to evil criminals and makes all evil people tremble in fear. She couldn't believe that Captain Aka would do something like that. In fact, Aka has always been like this, no matter in the current timeline or the timeline of the original work, blackmailing ordinary vendors, sheltering nobles to collect protection fees, making illegal profits, and even framing an innocent ordinary person after the matter is exposed. These things are commonplace. However, Selu has no exposure to these things and has no idea that Aka has such a side. In her eyes, Aka is the captain of justice. So much so that after Aka was assassinated by Night Raid, Selu completely regarded Night Raid as the absolutely evil party and launched a crazy revenge on Night Raid. Anyway, that's roughly what happened. Next, I will deal with the noble myself. Bai Ye said lightly. Wait a moment. I'm going to talk to Captain Aka. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you two. Selu said in an urgent tone. After saying that, she immediately ran to find Captain Aka. Just when Oyuka was thinking about the best way to kill Bai Ye, he suddenly heard an urgent knock on the door. He immediately retracted his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Selu immediately opened the door and walked in quickly, saying in a hurried tone, "Captain Aka, I have heard what Vice Captain Bai Ye said about that noble. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you. Captain Aka must also want to get rid of those evil guys." Hearing about this incident again, Aka was already a little impatient and scolded Selu, "Are you kidding? Those people are here to give us money. You have to be stupid to get rid of them." Selu was stunned, he couldn't believe that Captain Aka would have such an attitude. It is also because the current Celia has not yet shown extraordinary talent, so Aka doesn't care about Celia at all. The so-called extraordinary talent is that she can make the biological imperial weapon Magic Beast Transformation 100-armed giant recognize its master, and later she named it Zyobi. Its normal form is similar to that of a puppy. Only after that did Celucia become valued by the Imperial Capital Guard. Originally, she was tricked into being a test subject, or to put it bluntly, she was not treated as a human being, because except for her, all the subjects of the Imperial Weapon Magic Beast Transformation, 100-Armed Titan experiment died. Later, Akame accepted Cell as his apprentice, and did not let Cell know the dirty things he had done, becoming the so-called righteous master in Cell's eyes. At the moment, Cell is just an ordinary recruit, and is even regarded as a fool by many of his colleagues. Of course, Akame doesn't care. He was not afraid that Lu would inform on the secret, because most of the civil and military officials in the imperial capital had long been corrupt and were in cahoots with each other. Besides, who would easily believe the words of such a little girl? At worst, he could just kill Lu. Let Bai Ye and Lu disappear from the face of the earth together. Go away before I get angry. At this time, Akame spoke to Lu in a cold tone. The tone is like chasing a dog. At this time, Lu lowered his head, opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself, turned around and left the room with a dead heart. Her steps were obviously stiff, and it was obvious that what had just happened had been a huge blow to her. However, Bai Ye had been leaning against the wall outside the door since the beginning, listening quietly to what was happening in the room. When he saw Lu coming out, it was exactly as he expected. Bai Ye sighed slightly and prepared to turn around and leave to do his business. He didn't say anything to Lu, thinking of letting Lu calm down first. But at this moment, Lu suddenly rushed over, grabbed Bai Ye's shirt at his chest, lowered his head and couldn't help sobbing, tears falling uncontrollably. Why on earth? I always thought Captain Akame was the enforcer of justice. Who knows, maybe that's just human nature. Bai Ye was silent for a while and sighed slightly. Hearing Lu crying, Bai Ye's eyes softened a little and he couldn't help but gently touch Lu's head. Although he and Lu were not very familiar with each other, at least in the Imperial Capital Guard, Lu was the only one whose attitude towards that noble was almost the same as his. However, Lu quickly cheered up and wiped away the tears on his face. I'm very sorry for making Vice Captain Bai Ye laugh. It's okay, as long as you can recover. Bai Ye said with a faint smile. Please wait for me, Vice Captain Bai Ye. I will go back to the dormitory to get some equipment, and then I will go with you to drive out the evil. Liu immediately ran back to her dormitory and took a heavy sword that was inconsistent with her slender and delicate figure. Chapter 19. You use such a heavy sword as a weapon. It seems you have a lot of strength. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but say. It's not bad. After all, I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. But I am still far behind Vice Captain Bai Ye. Lu chuckled. She simply fixed the great sword on her back and didn't seem to have any difficulty in moving. Before officially starting the action, Bai Ye did not forget to add a point for himself. System points, 24. The current system points are 24 points, all of which were obtained when hunting dangerous species before. Ding! Host exchanged physique 14, deducted system points 14. Ding! Host exchanged energy 5, deducted system points 5. Ding! Host redeemed agility 5, deducted system points 5. Bai Ye's distribution is still based on physique. The final 3 attributes are fixed here. Constitution, 40. Strength, 27. Agility, 27. If we only talk about physical skills without considering the double Kamui technique, Bai Ye's current physical fitness is still not good enough. Because he discovered that the people in this world had a very high upper limit on their physical fitness. Not to mention the previous death, even Celia's physical fitness exceeded the human limits of the world before he crossed over. Ordinary people may be weak, but strong people are really strong. Bai Ye asked someone at random and found out where Arya's family was. He was already equipped with the breastplate and shoulder armor that symbolized the Imperial Capital Guard. Passers-by could tell at a glance that he and Lu were members of the Imperial Capital Guard. Some people take the initiative to show their courtesy, probably because they are often blackmailed, and being more proactive can make the leaders of the Imperial Capital Guard happier. Bai Ye naturally refused. When we arrived, we looked at the magnificent and luxurious palace in front of us. The picture of the original comic is so big that it can't fit in the picture. It doesn't fit in with the ordinary buildings that can be seen everywhere on the street. It seems that the financial resources of this nobleman are even more exaggerated than Bai Ye imagined. So big! Susanoo, who was following beside him, exclaimed. This is a noble, it's incredible, no wonder Akame wants to protect him so much. Bai Ye said lightly. However, at this time, Susanoo could no longer wait to execute justice. She took a step forward and split the door open with a sword. The Imperial Capital Guard Susanoo ubiquista. At the destroyed gate, Susanoo said fiercely, now in the name of justice, I will punish your evil. For reference. The noise made by Susanoo immediately alarmed the entire palace, and all the guards hired by the nobleman came out in full force. At this time, Bai Ye noticed that Susanoo's facial features became a little distorted, which was in stark contrast to her previous cute girlish appearance, as if she had suddenly become a different person. He could even feel the murderous intent emerging from Susanoo, which was a bit creepy. Bai Ye immediately felt that it was not unexpected. As expected, Celia was not as simple as it seemed. This world was really incredible. Imperial Capital Guard. When the guards gathered towards the gate, they also recognized that Susanoo and Bai Ye beside him were both members of the Imperial Capital Guard. Go and inform the master. They immediately realized that it might be because of the issue of protection money. But Susanoo couldn't wait any longer. She rushed forward with the sword in both hands, and her movements were very agile. Even though Susanoo is usually bullied by her colleagues in the Imperial Capital Guard, that's because she only shows such a cruel side when she thinks she is executing justice. In fact, even at her current state, apart from Bai Ye, only Captain Akame can surpass her in strength in the Imperial Capital Guard. But Susanoo was immediately stopped by Bai Ye. Wait. Susanoo stopped immediately. Facing Vice Captain Bai Ye, she was still very obedient even in this state. She turned around and looked at Bai Ye in confusion. Bai Ye walked to Susanoo's side and gently placed a hand on Susanoo's shoulder. Don't rush into anything before you have investigated the matter thoroughly. But Susanoo subconsciously felt that evil should be immediately punished with death, but what Vice Captain Bai Ye said made sense, so she quickly lowered her head. Yes. The guards immediately felt that it was a false alarm. They almost thought that the girl from the Imperial Capital Guard was going to attack without any explanation. Whether they can win or not is another matter. The key is that they dare not offend the Imperial Capital Guard, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Soon, the master appeared, Arya's father. Arya and her mother also showed up, of course. Arya's father looked kind, and her mother was a beautiful woman with some charm. Just by looking at her appearance, she gave the impression of being gentle and virtuous. If you just look at their appearance, it's hard to associate this family with pervert murderers. But based on the information Bai Ye has learned so far, it is very likely that this family did do those things. Bai Ye? Why are you here? Arya recognized Bai Ye immediately. Arya, do you know that adult? Arya's mother was a little surprised. Yes, I met him not long ago. Arya nodded. Excuse me, what are you two doing here? If it's about protection money, we will give it to you right now. Arya's father said to Bai Ye and Susanoo. Protection money? It seems like you guys are admitting your guilt directly. Susanoo's expression suddenly became ferocious again. Deputy Captain Bai Ye, can I convict them now? Not yet. Bai Ye tapped Susanoo's forehead lightly with his hand knife. Ciro was immediately knocked back to his original form, and his expression returned to normal. Bai Ye didn't let Susanoo take action directly because he felt that Susanoo would most likely kill these people on the spot. In comparison, the more important thing at the moment is to find out if there are any surviving victims. He wants these people to take him to where the victims are. According to the information he had learned, there were quite a few victims, and they were all locked up. Arya and her mother immediately showed worried and frightened expressions, because the orange-haired girl next to Bai Ye just now looked murderous. At this time, Bai Ye didn't want to say any more nonsense, and said to Arya's family bluntly, "Based on what you have done, you will be arrested. Now take me to see the victims first." "What victims? I don't understand what you are talking about." Cold sweat broke out on Arya's father's face, and his eyes were obviously a little erratic. His guilty look betrayed him. Seeing these villains still quibbling, Salo's hands suddenly itched, and she couldn't help but hold the sword in her hand tighter. She wished she could sentence these villains to death immediately, but she had to obey the orders of Deputy Captain Bai Ye. Chapter 20. If you insist on making excuses, then we will have no choice but to use coercive measures. Bai Ye said in a cold tone. After Arya's father struggled, his eyes suddenly became fierce, as if he had made up his mind to be cruel. He raised his hand to signal to all the guards around him, and his expression suddenly became ferocious and cruel, as if this was his true face and the kind eyes were just an illusion. "Everyone, kill them!" Following the master's order, all the guards surrounded Bai Ye and Sai Lu. Seeing this, Bai Ye's eyes gradually turned cold and he shook his head slightly in disappointment. He no longer stopped Sailu, but instead reminded him, "Protect yourself, it's best not to get hurt." "Yes." In response to this, Sailu began to execute justice unscrupulously. Although those guards were much stronger than ordinary people, they were still no match for Sailu, who was selected by the Imperial Capital Guard. With a big sword in hand, Sailu was like a fish in water, and heads fell to the ground one after another. Wait! We were just hired by them, they were the ones who did all those things." Some of the guards collapsed directly, their weapons slipped from their hands, their legs became so weak that they could not help but kneel on the ground, begging for mercy to Sailu with terrified faces. "You are all accomplices. Once you are tainted with evil, you must atone for it with your death." However, Sailu's face was cold and ruthless, and she would not show any mercy to those she considered evil. Since the day her parents were killed by bandits, she has hated evil extremely. Justice, execution. No matter how the guard cried and begged for mercy, Sailu swung the sword in his hand without mercy. Now there was no need for Bai Ye to take action. In just a short while, the group of guards were killed by Sai Lu and lost their will to fight. Arya and her parents were immediately horrified. The orange-haired girl was so powerful that she could kill all the guards they hired by herself. "You have been charged with another crime for attacking the security team. If you don't confess the truth, I may not stop her," Bai Ye said lightly. The she he was referring to was naturally Sailu. At this time, most of the guards had been killed by Sailu, and it was only a matter of time to kill the remaining guards. It was estimated that they would be dealt with in a short while. So in the end, Sailu's target must be Arya and her parents. After all, in her eyes, these three people are the greatest evil. Arya and her parents can also realize what will happen next. I admit it. I'll take you to that place right now." Arya's father was so scared that he confessed. "Then let's go. Lead the way now," Bai Ye said to them. At this time, the runaway Sailu had already dealt with the rest of the guards. In her bloodthirsty state, she didn't seem to notice that Arya's family had already compromised with Bai Ye, and she just rushed over with her sword in hand. Why doesn't she stop? Seeing Sailu approaching at an alarming speed, Arya's father suddenly panicked. Arya and her mother were also frightened and hugged each other. At this time, Bai Ye directly stopped Sailu and grabbed Sailu's wrist. Sailu suddenly became more sober, "Vice Captain Bai Ye. They are still useful to us," Bai Ye explained. "All right." Sailu felt regretful and had to stop. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Susanoo followed Arya's family to a jungle outside the palace. There was a large house in the jungle, which looked like a warehouse. But after opening the door, they found that it was not just a warehouse, but a place dedicated to torture and killing people. The warehouse was filled with all kinds of torture instruments, including all kinds of horrific ones. Some of them even had victims being tortured on them. There were also many people hanging upside down on the ceiling by hooks. Some were already dead, some were dying, some were missing eyeballs, some were missing heads, and some were missing all their hands and feet. In addition, there were many people on both sides locked in iron cages. These people had large areas of rot and redness on their bodies, and seemed to have suffered from some special disease, which was Arya's mother's favorite Alberta virus. The prototype was probably the Ebola virus. Seeing such a horrifying scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel that Arya's family was really too cruel. On the other hand, Susanoo, a girl, showed no reaction on her face, as if she was not afraid of such a terrifying scene at all. The only impact this scene had on her was probably that it made her more determined to destroy all evil. Why did you do this to them? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask Arya's family. Arya's father was the first to speak. What's the big deal? These country bumpkins are a waste of food. They are just like livestock. We can kill or chop them as we please. That's right. Do we have to treat livestock as humans? I like to infect them with the Alberta virus, observe their conditions every day and write them down in my diary. It's really an addictive hobby. Arya's mother even talked about her pervert hobby with relish. Arya felt a little complicated. After all, she never thought that the young man she accidentally targeted that day would destroy their family. And she still finds it hard to forget some of the things the other person said to her that day. Arya's ideas are actually similar to her father's. After all, she grew up in such an environment and has been influenced by her parents. Deputy Captain Bai Ye, can we convict them now? Susanoo asked with a stern expression. In her opinion, the crimes of these three people were so serious that they were beyond redemption. Let's hand them over to the court, and we can also settle accounts with Uka at the same time. Of course it would be useful for Bai Ye to keep them. They could directly serve as witnesses and expose Uka in court. If they died now, it would take more time to settle accounts with Uka. Moreover, the lynching that Susanoo used against them is not supported by the law, so this can also avoid some unnecessary trouble. After the court's verdict, Arya's father and mother were sentenced to death and beheaded in public. Because they killed the most victims. Next is Arya, who abused fewer victims, but all of them were people she envied in some way. In the end, she was sentenced to life imprisonment. Bai Ye and Susanoo were of course also present in court, and they listened in from the side. When Arya and her family were taken away by the soldiers, they happened to pass by Bai Ye. At this moment, Arya suddenly asked him, "Were the words you said to me that day sincere? Or were you just fooling me?" Bai Ye was stunned for a moment before realizing what Arya was referring to. He immediately nodded and said, "It's the truth. Your eyes and hair are very pretty. You're already very cute. There's no need to be jealous of others." "Really? Thank you." When she was taken away, Arya still had a complicated smile on her lips. Chapter 21. After this case, Uka, the current captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, was also caught up in the storm. Because Arya's family gave up Omkar in court, Omkar faced the charge of shielding Arya's family. That kid was so quick to act. And that damn brat Susanoo was with him. Since there were officials in the court who were in cahoots with Uka, Uka learned about these things at the first time and knew that it was Bai Ye and Susanoo who did it. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Although he had a way to quell this somewhat serious trouble, that method was also very troublesome to implement. At least, he could delay the matter for a while. And during this period of time, he must make that kid and Susanoo disappear from the face of the earth. Otherwise he would not have peace, and keeping those two people around would cause endless trouble. In fact, Taka had already thought of the plan, and now all he had to do was implement it. Doesn't that damn brat Salo want to become stronger? Then induce her to participate in the experiment of the Imperial tool. So far, all the test subjects have died without exception. All the test subjects have been killed by the Imperial tool's backlash. Getting rid of Siliu is undoubtedly the easiest. As for Bai Ye, that kid is a bit troublesome. After all, he has some relationship with General Usse death. If he is not careful, he may be doomed. But no matter what, he must get rid of Bai Ye. At this moment, Bai Ye and Sai Lu had already left the court and were on their way back to the Imperial Capital Guard headquarters. Saiu, when you killed someone, didn't you feel any discomfort at all? At this time, Bai Ye suddenly asked. No? It would be refreshing to get rid of those evil guys. Salo had a look of morbid excitement, with a blush on his cheeks, as if he was enjoying the moment of slaughter very much. Bai Ye suddenly felt that Sai Liu's problem was really serious. He is too obsessed with the concepts of justice and evil, almost to the point of being insane. Similar to Asthetha's extreme law of the jungle, Cell also has an extremely twisted sense of justice. Regardless of the severity of someone's crime, Seletu treats everyone equally and lynches anyone who is guilty of a crime. This extremely murderous and decisive behavior, although it cannot be said to be right or wrong, is not just either. Bai Ye believes that as long as it is an act of killing, no matter what the reason is, there is no justice. He can be ruthless to his enemies, but he will definitely not consider himself righteous. Bai Ye feels that the most serious problem of Salo is that Salo judges evil subjectively. Once Salo can no longer distinguish right from wrong, he will go further and further in an extremely distorted direction. There is almost no absolute justice and evil in this world, so Cell's problem is extremely serious. Bai Ye thought that if he had the chance, he should guide Sai Lu, so as to prevent Sai Lu from going further and further down the extremely twisted path. As for now, he didn't plan to talk about any big principles with Salo. For Salo's situation, it would probably be useless to talk about those principles. By the way, Deputy Captain Bai Ye, the conversation you had with that guy in the court just now. Saiu seemed to be a little concerned about the conversation between Bai Ye and Arya at that time. What's so cute about that kind of evil person? She didn't say it too directly, she even felt sick at the guy's sinful face. Let's put it this way. She does look cute, but her heart is twisted and dark. Bai Ye confessed, what I said at the time was also in the hope that she would recognize her crime in the dungeon. If possible, he certainly hoped that Arya would at least know where she was wrong, instead of being like Arya's parents who remained unconvinced until they were sentenced to death, thinking that those animals deserved to die. The death penalty is much more painful than life imprisonment in a dungeon. On the other hand, Arya, who was sentenced to life imprisonment, still has a chance to redeem herself. So, am I not cuter than her? At this moment, Salo said in a low voice. She seemed a little embarrassed, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Bai Ye was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Saiu is of course cute, but when she tortured those people and made their limbs fly everywhere, she was a little less cute. That can't be helped. Those guys are tainted with evil. Salo grumbled a little aggrievedly. Bai Ye didn't say anything more. He didn't expect to change Sai Lu in a short time. Of course, Bai Ye and Sai Lu don't always act together. A vice-captain and a new member of the team, they each have their own duties. Bai Ye's job is easy, but Sai Lu has to go out often. Taka took advantage of this opportunity and sent people to lure Salo. As for Bai Ye, Oyuka was waiting to see when Bai Ye would go out. You are Miss Salo from the Imperial Capital Guard, right? At this time, a man in formal attire found Salo who was patrolling the street. Yes, I'm Salo from the Imperial Capital Guard. What do you want from me? Or is there anything I can help you with? Saiu said with a friendly smile. It's like this. I'm a staff member of a testing institute directly under the royal family. We selected you to participate in the Imperial Weapon Test, so I came to find you on purpose. The man explained his purpose. Taigu test. Salo was immediately very interested. Is it the legendary powerful Imperial weapon? Yes, that Taigu is called Magic Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant, but it has not yet found a suitable owner. We think you have great hope. The man had a smile on his face, although the smile seemed a little fake, but Salo didn't notice it. Really? Saleto was immediately excited. Because she wanted a stronger power that would allow her to enforce justice, and the Taigu was the most powerful weapon known to everyone. She naturally didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to participate. Okay, thank you very much for your support, Miss Sailu. You can come with me now. Then, Salo followed the other party. On the other side, Bai Ye finally went out for something. He received a letter of complaint from a civilian, so he prepared to investigate the relevant matters. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly realized that someone was following him secretly, and there was more than one person. He seems to be quite skilled and hides well, which is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Could he be an assassin who came to kill him? Afterwards, Bai Ye deliberately went to a remote alley with few people. At this moment, he suddenly stopped and said in a calm tone, "Come out, you sneaky rats." Chapter 22. After Bai Ye finished speaking, a while later, 3 figures appeared from the darkness in 3 directions. The 3 figures slowly walked out from the dark corner. "You're really good at being aware of us. I see, did you lead us here on purpose?" Sure enough, the target of this assassination is not simple. It's a pity that your opponent is us. The voices of these 3 people were a little frivolous, and it was obvious that they didn't take Bai Ye seriously. Really? It seems like you are assassins sent by Akame. Bai Ye said lightly. The one who has the biggest conflict with him at the moment is Akame, and it can even be said that he is the only one who has a conflict with him. The other party did not deny it. One of the bald strong men with stubble on his face said sternly, "Since you know all this, then just accept your death obediently. We may be able to give you a quick death." Another woman in revealing clothes and heavy makeup was holding a whip in her hand, lashing the ground with it, making a crackling sound. "Don't waste your time talking to him, and get this over with as soon as possible." However, the tall and thin man holding a blood-red sword had already taken action and was the first to kill Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked calm and indifferent, but he was not careless at all. He immediately took out the black and white swords on his back and faced the enemy with only the insight of the 2 Kamui. He had seen through the tall and thin man's actions. Bai Ye immediately took a step forward to meet the opponent, blocked and deflected the opponent's blood-red sword with both swords, and then seized the opportunity to counterattack. Bai Ye's left-handed black sword should have been able to sever the tall and thin man's throat, but the opponent's neck suddenly shrank back, like a rubber man, and his control over his body reached a weird level. So much so that Bai Ye's black sword failed to touch the tall and thin man's neck. Although he followed closely with a horizontal slash of the white sword in his left hand, it only cut a cut on the opponent's neck and did not cause fatal injuries. The tall and thin man realized that the situation was not good and quickly retreated. Bai Ye did not pursue because the other 2 killers also came over. "It's so embarrassing I was beaten to death by this kid." The heavily made-up woman laughed at the tall and thin man as she launched the attack. The tall and thin man was immediately ridiculed and became a little angry. "Just take care of yourself. Don't underestimate the enemy." Only the bald strong man had the most serious expression and reminded in a deep voice. From the first fight between Bai Ye and his companion just now, it can be seen that this young man's strength is indeed extraordinary. Although he didn't think that the young man could defeat the 3 of them combined, if they let the young man escape, not only would they not get the bounty, but their reputation would also be ruined. In a blink of an eye, Bai Ye was facing a situation where he was attacked by 3 people. In this situation, the insight of his Mangekyō Sharingan was not very useful. Because his physical skills were not stronger than those three, and the opponents were not weak minions, and they would even cooperate with him. Bai Ye's speed was still not fast enough. Even if he could see through the movements of these three people at the same time, he couldn't dodge their attacks at the same time. The opponent's tacit cooperation has blocked his retreat. Faced with this situation, Bai Ye had no choice but to use the double Kamui pupil technique. At this time he deliberately did not dodge, and let the heavily made-up woman whip him. I succeeded. Finding that Bai Ye couldn't escape, the heavily made-up woman was overjoyed. Because she likes to use a whip to ravage this kind of handsome boy. However, a strange scene happened. The whip went straight through Bai Ye's body and landed on the tall and thin man who was trying to attack Bai Ye from behind. With a pop sound, the tall and thin man screamed, "Ah! What are you doing, you crazy woman?" I don't know." The heavily made-up woman was stunned. Why didn't the whip just now hit Bai Ye, but hit the person behind Bai Ye? Bai Ye would not miss this opportunity and pierced the heavily made-up woman's heart with the white sword in his left hand. This is the power of Hollow. While being in an invincible position, you can also find opportunities to counterattack at any time. Of course, if he wants to touch the opponent when attacking, he must turn off Hollow, otherwise not only will the opponent not be able to touch him, he will also not be able to touch the opponent. The heavily made-up woman looked at Bai Ye in disbelief, her eyes wide open with fear and confusion. But the only response she got was Bai Ye's cold and ruthless bloodshot eyes. Then the heavily made-up woman fell to the ground with her eyes open. Ding! Host killed the Royal Fist Temple Master and received a reward, 9 system points. It can be seen that although the whip in the heavily made-up woman's hand is not a servant's tool, its strength is similar to that of an ordinary servant's tool user. It is estimated that the remaining two killers also have strength comparable to that of Chen Jushi. As for the so-called Imperial Fist Temple, Bai Ye was not sure what it was and would investigate it slowly after returning. In fact, the Royal Fist Temple is an institution dedicated to cultivating physical talents for the Empire, and it attaches great importance to physical training. The strongest among them, the 4 Rakshasas, have trained themselves to the point where they can control their bodies at will, and can even fight against ordinary imperial weapon users with their bare hands. However, these 3 guys are obviously not the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, because the 4 Rakshasa ghosts are the minister's personal executioners, and they are not someone that someone like Akame can hire. Lime, she's dead. Seeing the heavily made-up woman fall to the ground and die, the tall and thin man was filled with disbelief. This time they came with full confidence to assassinate Bai Ye, but after a short while of fighting they lost one of their own. The bald man frowned and shouted angrily, "We must kill him to avenge Li Mei." It just so happened that Bai Ye wanted to get rid of the remaining 2 guys at once. The bald strong man has no weapons, but he has extraordinary strength. Once you are caught by him, you will pay a terrible price. Tearing off other people's hands and feet is a basic operation for him. This guy is the most troublesome person among the trio. However, Bai Ye was also very decisive. He focused his left eye Kamui directly on the bald man's neck, causing spatial distortion in his neck. Left eye Kamui, also known as offensive Kamui, can attack by distorting space. As for where to distort the space, you just need to focus your left eye there. The biggest bug of this eye technique is that it can ignore all physical defenses. No matter how high the physical defense is, it is meaningless in the face of space distortion. With only the left eye, the speed of distorting space is already very fast. With both eyes Kamui even faster, ordinary people cannot dodge in time. What? The bald strong man suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. The space in his neck, a weak spot, was being torn for some reason, which made him feel very uneasy. His strength was stronger than that of an ordinary servant, but before he could even react to what was happening, his neck was broken in an instant. Chapter 23. As the bald man's neck was twisted off, his head rolled to the ground, his expression frozen at the moment before his death. He probably didn't even know how he died. Bai Ye also gained system points. Ding! Host killed the Royal Fist Temple Master and received a reward, 12 system points. However, the eye technique that he just used to attack Kamui also caused huge consumption to Bai Ye. Once to defend against Kamui's hollow, and once to attack Kamui's space distortion. He used the eye technique twice in total, and his body was almost at its limit. Of course, this limit refers to the limit that does not affect his normal combat. If Bai Ye used the pupil technique for the third time in a short period of time, his body would be so weak that he would not be able to fight normally. From this we can see that his current 40 points of constitution attribute are still far from enough, but at least it is much better than the situation where he became weak after using the pupil technique once at the very beginning. Although he could kill the remaining tall and thin man instantly with one more attack on Kamui, it was no longer necessary. He could win with just the basic abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan, so there was no need to overload his body. After all, he couldn't be completely sure if another killer would show up next, so this was a safe bet. System points, 21. Ding! Host redeemed physique 15, deducted system points 15. Ding! Host exchanged energy 3, deducted system points 3. Ding! Host redeemed agility 3, deducted system points 3. In order to be more stable, Bai Ye also converted the system points he had just obtained into corresponding attributes. Constitution, 5. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. With the substantial increase in the physique attribute, Bai Ye's body recovered a lot. At the same time, with the successive deaths of Lime and the bald strong man, and both of them died in very strange ways, the tall and thin man was stunned. While the tall and thin man was stunned, Bai Ye had already killed him. Within 3 moves, he would behead his opponent. At first, Bai Ye just didn't understand this guy's ability to control his body. After he had enough information, it became much easier to deal with him. Ding! Host killed the Royal Fist Temple Master and received a reward, 9 system points. Ding! Host exchanged physique 9, deducted system points 9. Constitution, 6-4. Bai Ye immediately exchanged the system points for physique. Then he turned around and left the alley with a calm look on his face as if nothing had happened. He was not in a hurry to go back and settle the score with Ouka. He had not forgotten his work, and it would not be too late to go back after finishing the work. And on the other side, in a drab white room. After the staff completed the compatibility check on Selu, the biological imperial weapon magic beast transformation, 100-armed titan in the nutrient solution container next to it miraculously responded to Selu. This had never happened before, because the 100-armed giant would not move at all when facing unsuitable subjects. Selu noticed that there were many corpses in the room wrapped in body bags, but the naive girl was just puzzled by it and didn't think too much about it. Just like that, this imperial weapon experiment was easily successful on Cell. She became the only one who did not die in the experiment, and the only one who successfully experimented with the imperial weapon magic beast transformation, 100-armed titan. At this time, Selu was holding a little puppy with a mostly white body and 2 small black dots for eyes, which looked very cute. Sayu and Ziobi. It kept rubbing its head against Selu, looking very intimate, and it was obvious that it had recognized Selu as its master. Only then did the staff dare to open the very sturdy and heavy steel door and walk in. They all looked at Selu with eyes as if they had seen a miracle. Especially the staff member who colluded with Uka. He was the most shocked. Originally, he was commissioned by Uka to let the girl die in this accident, but he didn't expect that this girl was the only successful test subject. It turned out to be an unexpected success. This guy changes his expression very quickly. The importance of having a successful test product is much higher than that of that guy Uka. Now that Seleucus has successfully become the master of this 100-armed giant, he will definitely not have the idea of harming Seleucus again. The user of imperial weapons is a very important combat force for the Empire. He didn't intend to tell Akame the test results. To be more precise, he intended to cut off ties with Akame and pretend that nothing had happened. Congratulations Miss Selu, your experiment was very successful. It is now a taiga bound to you. At this time, he smiled and congratulated Zero. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Selu was immediately grateful. She had no idea that she was supposed to be the victim, but ended up obtaining the imperial weapon by accident. The staff was too embarrassed to accept Sayu's thanks, so they avoided the topic directly. Then Miss Sayu, when you go back, you should get used to the power of the imperial weapon and practice coordinating with it more. Okay. Afterwards, Seleucus happily returned with the 100-armed giant. On the way back to the imperial capital guard, Sayu lifted up the puppy and said, I think we should give you a name. It's too troublesome to call you by your full name. Hill. The 100-armed giant made a sound, as if it could understand what Seletu said. Selu thought for a while and decided on a name. I'll call you Zyobi, also translated as Zyok. How do you feel about that? Hill. Zyobi's hands and feet started moving immediately, and it seemed that it also liked the name given to it by Siryu. Then I'll be your partner from now on, Zyobi. Selu held Zyobi in her arms. She did not regard Zyobi as a pure weapon, but as a partner. I will take you to meet Vice Captain Bai Ye first. He is also our partner of justice. Sayu said this because she believed that it was her sense of justice that made Zyobi respond to her, so she felt that Zyobi would definitely like Vice Captain Bai Ye. Selu took Zyobi and ran quickly back to the Imperial Capital Guard. However, she couldn't find Deputy Captain Bai Ye after searching around, so she had to go to Oyuka to ask. Akame was deeply surprised to find that Selu came back alive. Could it be that the guy hasn't started yet? Why is his efficiency so slow? Although Akame knew about the 100-armed titan, he had never seen what it looked like, so he did not recognize that the little bit behind Cell was the 100-armed titan. After all, no one had ever successfully tried it, so he simply assumed that the staff member had not yet started the action. Moreover, Zyobi hid behind the heels of Celia with a timid look, and poked his head out to steal a glance at Akame, but he did not have the momentum that an imperial weapon should have at all. You want to know where Bai Ye is? After hearing what Selu came for, Akame burst into laughter and said sarcastically, he must have been dismembered. I can show you his body. What? Selu's face was blank for a moment. When she reacted, her facial expression instantly became ferocious, and she said in a cold voice. Zyobi, prepare to judge the sin. Chapter 24. Under Celia's command, Zyobi's body suddenly began to grow in size. The ability of the imperial weapon 100-armed giant is to become gigantic, and its strength and defense will be enhanced accordingly. Moreover, as long as the core is not broken, it will continue to regenerate even if it is injured. Zyobi also has a secret skill called Berserk, which can make his body bigger and even full of muscles, greatly strengthening all aspects. However, there is a side effect that he will be unable to move for the next few months. In Selu's eyes, Vice Captain Bai Ye is the person closest to her and the justice she admires the most. Oyuka was already tainted with evil, and now he has killed her most important deputy Captain Bai Ye. She absolutely cannot allow such evil to continue to exist in the world. Looking at Zyobi, who had grown dozens of times bigger behind Celiu, the smile on Akame's face suddenly stopped. What is this? Akame has not yet realized that this is the imperial weapon 100-armed giant. Selu would not waste time talking to Akame and directly let Zyobi attack Akame. After Akame recovered from the shock, he realized that this should be some kind of biological imperial weapon, and it might even be the monster transformation, 100-armed giant. This damn brat actually succeeded in his experiment with the imperial tool. However, Zyobi had already pounced over, and Akame no longer had the energy to think about these things. He immediately drew his sword to resist. But he had no confidence because the imperial weapon was too powerful. Even though his sword was not an ordinary weapon, it was still no match for the imperial weapon, or even the ministerial weapon. His physical skills are very strong, but they are still far from enough compared to the imperial weapons. And Akame's opponent is not only Zyobei, but also Susanoo. Akame's attention was completely attracted by Zyobei, and he ignored Saylo for a brief moment. Zyobei's power was so strong that Akame was unable to resist and retreated again and again. At this time, Saylo stepped directly on Zyobei's back, climbed over Zyobei's head, and slashed down with the big sword in his hand, slashing towards Akame's head. Akame then realized that Susanoo was also able to fight, but it was too late for him to react. He was pushed to the limit by Zyobei and was unable to resist. The next moment, Akame's head exploded. "Zyobei, eat away the sin," Susanoo said coldly. Zyobei immediately opened his mouth wide and swallowed Akame's body whole. After the battle, Susanoo's ferocious expression returned to normal, and his legs went limp as he sat on the ground in a duck-like position. Her eyes were red, but she also smiled. "Deputy Captain Bai Ye, I have avenged you. I will inherit your long-cherished wish and carry out justice until the last moment of my life." However, at this moment, Bai Ye came back. The battle just now caused a huge commotion, which triggered a riot at the Imperial Capital Guard headquarters. Bai Ye also heard the noise and rushed over immediately. As a result, he saw blood and minced meat all over the ground. Although he didn't see Akame's body, Zyobei's bloody mouth almost explained the situation. At the same time, he also heard what Susanoo said, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but complain, "Susanoo, I'm not dead yet." Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him, and at first, Saylo thought he was hallucinating. She looked back in shock and actually saw Bai Ye alive. Saylo immediately stood up and threw himself into Bai Ye's arms. Bai Ye almost subconsciously used hollow to avoid this attack, but he still restrained himself. After all, there was no murderous intent in Saylo. "Deputy Captain Bai Ye, I thought you had already. As he spoke, Saylo couldn't help crying. She was really surprised and excited to see that Deputy Captain Bai Ye was still alive. "It seems that Akame told you something." Bai Ye had already realized the general situation and explained to Susanoo, "There were indeed 3 assassins from the Royal Fist Temple who wanted to assassinate me, but I killed them all." "Then Vice Captain Bai Ye is not injured, right?" Saylo immediately wanted to lift up Bai Ye's shirt to check his injuries. Bai Ye stopped him at this point, and said calmly, "Of course I'm not injured, those guys can't hurt me." "That's amazing," Saylo praised. "I have also eliminated Oka, these evil guys should be expelled." After saying this, Saylo's eyes showed anticipation and his head moved forward slightly. He seemed to be looking forward to being praised by Vice Captain Bai Ye and also looking forward to being patted on the head. Seeing this, Bai Ye suddenly became hesitant. Because if the praise is not appropriate, it may make Celia even more extremely twisted. The current Sayu is already amazing, if it continues to develop like this. "Well done, Siryu." Bai Ye touched Silu's head, "But I hope you won't be obsessed with absolute justice and absolute evil." While Saylo had a happy smile on his face, he was also confused. Why? Because there is no such thing as absolute justice or absolute evil, and being tainted with sin does not necessarily mean death. Bai Ye took this opportunity to try to enlighten Saylo. For example, someone once stole a bun to survive, which is considered a sin, but he later saved countless people, so is this justice or evil? Faced with this question, Saylo's brain suddenly crashed. "This. I don't know. So, no one can talk about absolute justice, and no one can talk about absolute evil." Bai Ye said, "Akame has done many evil things, so his death is not a pity. But if some people just stole some things, they can be punished accordingly, but the crime does not deserve death. His worries were not unnecessary. In the original novel, even thieves were lynched by Seilu, either being eaten alive by Zyobei or beheaded by Seilu. Regardless of whether the thief deserves to die, Bai Ye is more worried that Seilu will gradually become distorted to the point where he cannot distinguish right from wrong, which will easily lead to many tragedies. This is what Bai Ye is really worried about. I understand. Seilu lowered his head slightly. Although I don't know whether Seilu listened to it or not, at least he didn't have a conflict with Bai Ye. Only Bai Ye could say such words to Seilu. If it were someone else, Seilu would not listen to a single word he said and might even start killing if they disagreed with him. Bai Ye then said, "It may be a little hard for you to accept, but I definitely want to help you sincerely, and you can talk to me anytime." Yes. Seilu and Bai Ye still maintained the hugging posture, and Seilu even hugged a little tighter at this moment. Can Vice Captain Bai Ye be my master? I feel like I need more experience. Suddenly at this moment, she directly became Bai Ye's apprentice. Chapter 25. Please accept me as your master. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. Some people didn't expect that Seilu would want to be his apprentice. No. Seilu asked softly. It's not impossible, but I can't actually teach you anything. If you don't mind, then it's fine. Bai Ye said frankly. His strength is obtained through double Kamui and system points, so he feels that he can't teach Seilu anything. Can he teach Seilu how to add points? However, Seilu didn't mind at all and said directly, "Then I will call you master from now on." Bai Ye nodded slightly. At this time, he started to pay attention to the puppy burping next to Seilu. Aka was probably eaten by this puppy. "Searu, what is this?" Bai Ye asked immediately. "Oh yeah, I should introduce myself to master first. This is Zyobei, the partner I just met today." Seiyu immediately picked up Zyobei. "It's really cute, but it looks different from ordinary puppies." Bai Ye intuitively felt that Zyobei was not simple. Yes, since it's an imperial weapon, it's called Magic Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant, but it seems to be too complicated, so I just call it Zyobei. Seilu explained. So it's an imperial tool. Bai Ye was suddenly a little surprised. This time he saw a new imperial weapon, which should be considered a biological imperial weapon. Weapon type Taigu, blood type Taigu, and biological type Taigu, these are the types of Taigu that Bai Ye is currently aware of, and there are probably more types. He almost forgot that when he had time, he should read the ancient books that recorded various imperial gadgets and learn about their abilities. That way, if you encounter an enemy who is an imperial weapon user, at least you won't be caught off guard by his special abilities. Shoo! Zyobei said cheerfully. It seems that Zyobei has also felt the master's sense of justice and likes the master very much. Seilu said immediately. Bai Ye felt that Zyobei was probably influenced by Seilu, rather than having any sense of justice. With the death of Aka, the former captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, Bai Ye took over Aka's original position. Of course, Siro and Zyobei, who killed Aka, were not punished. Because Celia is a very important imperial tool user. Aka had been surrounded by many controversies, and after his death, no one even spoke up for him. The people cheered, after all, they had suffered for a long time. Aka has done many dirty things to civilians before. Bai Ye and Seilu continued to work normally in the Imperial Capital Guard. In addition to handling various affairs every day, Bai Ye practices with Seilu and goes to the study to read books about imperial tools. In a spacious martial arts training ground, Bai Ye and Seilu were sparring again, fighting with their bare hands. Seilu was using this method to improve his physical skills. Seilu's physical skills are getting stronger and stronger, but he is always suppressed by Bai Ye because Bai Ye's Mangekyō Sharingan is too buggy. Even if he doesn't use the hollow eye technique, the insight that comes with Mangekyō Sharingan is also very unfair. After today's sparring session, Salo sat on the ground to rest, drinking water in big gulps. Thank you for troubling me today, master. I will work harder. There's no need to be too aggressive, just be moderate. Bai Ye said. I know, but I still want to become stronger as soon as possible, otherwise I won't be able to eradicate evil. Salo said in a deep voice. It starts again. Didn't I tell you that before? Bai Ye said, but speaking of which, what evil do you want to eradicate next? I have taken Master's words to heart. I have thought it through these days. Different degrees of sin should indeed be punished in different degrees. But I still don't understand the specific situation, so I may need to consult Master at any time in the future. Ever since Bai Ye said those words to Sai Lu that day, she has been thinking about this problem every day. After thinking about it, she feels that what her master said is indeed right. Well, you can always ask me any questions you have. Bai Ye nodded slightly. It seems that Salo did listen to him, so what he said before was not in vain. As for the evils that we want to eradicate, of course they are the rebels of the Revolutionary Army and the foreign races, especially the assassination organization Night Raid that has suddenly become active in the imperial capital recently. I think they are the greatest evils. Salo continued. It's hard to say whether those revolutionary armies are just or evil. I think you should think about this carefully. Bai Ye pondered. Anyone who knows history knows that the rise and fall of feudal dynasties is almost an inevitable law. Judging from the fact that the imperial weapon has existed for 1,000 years, this empire has also existed for thousands of years, which is already amazing. Given the situation in this world, the empire has entered a classic late stage of darkness and corruption. The emergence of a revolutionary army is very normal. There is no such thing as justice or evil. Then the revolutionary army overthrew the old empire and established the next feudal dynasty, and the cycle of history began again. But those revolutionary armies destroyed the peace of the empire and caused the people to suffer. Isn't this evil? Salo couldn't help but say. But in Bai Ye's impression, this is not the case. In fact, as far as I know, most of the members of the revolutionary army are precisely those impoverished and suffering civilians, and the official who was assassinated by the Night Raid 2 days ago appeared to be honest and upright on the surface, but in fact he had dealings with Uka behind the scenes, and his true face was a corrupt official. Bai Ye said, of course, we can't just look at the surface of things. Whether it's your point of view or mine, wait and see it with your own eyes, and then make a judgment. Sai Lu nodded obediently. Okay, I should ask Master more questions. I still seem to know too little. As for those foreign races, it depends on the situation. Most of them seem to be invading territories and burning, killing and looting. This situation is definitely not justice. No matter how much internal turmoil there is in our empire, it is not the turn of foreign races to interfere. Bai Ye continued. He remembered that Asthetha's people were killed by the invading northern barbarians, so there was no need to say more. In his opinion, it does not matter whether it is justice or evil, as long as his country is invaded by outsiders, they must be punished no matter how far away they are. I understand. I heard that General Asthetha went to fight against foreign tribes a while ago. After that, General Nishida defected. It is said that she led a group of rebels to join the revolutionary army. However, those rebels were hunted down by General Asthetha, and only Nishida was taken away by the revolutionary army. Salo suddenly remembered this incident. I guess General Nishida saw something when he was fighting against the foreign races. Bai Ye guessed casually. After all, Asthetha is brutal and merciless to his enemies. General Nishida probably can't stand the scene of burning, killing and looting. Chapter 26. There is actually no right or wrong in this kind of thing. Asthetha is not cruel to foreigners, but foreigners will also kill innocent civilians on the border of the empire. Unless the multi-ethnic unification is achieved, this endless feud will almost never end. After all, this world has not developed to the level of civilization before Bai Ye traveled through time, just as it is unreasonable to use modern moral values to criticize and attack the ancient feudal dynasty. In the feudal era, it was almost impossible to treat enemy prisoners and civilians of enemy countries well, and the quality of the army could not be very high. I can only say that General Nichiren is probably too kind. Of course, the atrocities committed by the army led by his death were just an opportunity. The most fundamental reason should still be the darkness of the empire. As a general, Nichiren should be aware of those dark and corrupt phenomena. General Nichiren has now become a member of the Revolutionary Army. No, she shouldn't be called a general, she should be called a rebel army. Sayu said, but the most dangerous enemy right now is the night raid, which is rampant in the imperial capital. It seems that all the members of the night raid are imperial tool users. Let's just sit back and wait and see. Unless they kill innocent people or come to cause trouble for us, there's no need to consider them enemies. Bai Ye said lightly. As long as night raid is really dedicated to assassinating corrupt officials and evil people, he has no intention of being hostile to night raid. The darkness and corruption of the empire were caused by those assassinated targets, and Bai Ye even hoped that they would be killed completely. Today, someone came to the palace to ask to see the minister. In the palace, the current minister is eating and drinking lavishly. His name is Ernest, and he is the real culprit who made the entire empire so dark and corrupt. Although he looks fat, he is actually a strong man who received rigorous training when he was young. This is why he can maintain a healthy body despite overeating all day long. Lord Ernest, the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, Oka, was killed. It was the deputy captain Bai Ye and a royal tool called Salo who did it. It seems that Bai Ye is not in the same group with us based on his behavior. The man who asked to see the minister was also an official of high status, and it was obvious that he had a relationship with Uka. At this time, he knelt on one knee in front of the minister and said. At the same time, he was also one of the corrupt officials who colluded with Minister Ernest. I've heard about it. The news of Oka's death is so sad. It made me hungry and I ate 2 more sausages. Minister Ernest's eyes were filled with tears as he spoke some nonsensical words, and he hardly stopped eating for a moment. The man seemed to have long been accustomed to Minister Ernest's behavior and did not react much. But you don't have to worry about Bai Ye. He is a talent recommended by General Death himself. Minister Ernest's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, and he immediately became calm. I also heard that Uka hired 3 masters from the Royal Fist Temple to assassinate Bai Ye, but they were all killed by Bai Ye. No wonder General Death thinks so highly of him. I suddenly feel that he is probably a very qualified killer. There is a cooperative relationship between Esteth and Minister Ernest, and Minister Ernest knows very well that Esteth is only interested in war and doesn't care about politics at all, so he trusts Esteth very much. He needed Esteth to resist foreign enemies and consolidate the rule of the empire, but he also regarded Esteth as a trump card to deal with the Admiral Army of Bud. Admiral Bud is the supreme commander of the Imperial Army. Before Esteth grew up, Admiral Bud was the strongest in the empire. Even after Esteth grew up, the 2 of them were equally the strongest in the empire. So Minister Ernest was very afraid of the threat posed by Admiral Bud's army. As for Esteth, Minister Ernest gave her the military power and even imperial weapons she wanted, satisfying her desire for fighting and killing. And Esteth has always been interested in fighting the Bud Admiral army, so she is happy to cooperate with Minister Ernest. Bai Ye was a talent promoted by Esteth himself. Naturally, Minister Ernest was more inclined towards Bai Ye than that Uka. He hoped that the people under Esteth would be as strong as possible, so that he wouldn't have to worry about the Bud Admiral army. Is that so? The man panicked when he heard that. I was ignorant. I didn't know that he was a talent that General Esteth valued. Because he knew that Minister Ernest had a fickle mood and if he wasn't careful he might lose his life. However, Minister Ernest ignored him and thought about Bai Ye. How about this, let him transfer to the assassination unit and expand the assassination unit to deal with the night raid and the Revolutionary Army. Yes. The man didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of saying something wrong and angering the minister. As he was leaving the palace in disgrace, Asteth just walked in from outside. Asteth didn't even look at the man. Asteth, it's a good thing that you're back. The Bai Ye you introduced before has done some interesting things recently. Minister Ernest looked very welcoming of Asteth's return. Oh? Tell me about it. Asteth said with interest. Unlike others who had to kneel before Minister Ernest, Asteth took a completely equal attitude. Akame, the original captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, died a few days ago. That guy hired 3 masters from the Imperial Fist Temple to assassinate Bai Ye, but they were killed by Bai Ye instead. He is indeed a talent you recommended. Minister Ernest said. Of course, 3 masters from the Royal Fist Temple alone can't kill him. There was no surprise on Asteth's face, she knew that Bai Ye was very strong. And he also accepted a disciple, I think his name is Saliu. His disciple is quite interesting, and he has successfully matched the Imperial Weapon 100-armed giant. Minister Ernest seemed to be talking to Asteth, but also seemed to be talking to himself. I suddenly feel that it would be a good idea for this Imperial weapon user to switch to the assassination unit. Siriu. Asteth didn't know Siriu at all, but the name sounded like a girl's name. Her eyes were slightly cold. Is it a woman? I think so. I'm not too sure. I just remember that she seemed to be a little sister who always talked about justice. Minister Ernest had hardly ever left the palace, and of course his subordinates had told him about Bai Ye and Saliu. I understand. I'll go to the Imperial Capital Guard. After saying that, Asteth turned and left. Minister Ernest immediately began to talk to himself in confusion. Hey? Why do I feel that General Asteth seems a little unhappy today? Maybe it's an illusion. Chapter 27. Not long ago, General Asteth led his army to attack the foreign tribes in the southwest and returned with a great victory in just a few days. This was a feat that no general had ever achieved before. Of course, this does not include the Bud Admiral Army. The Bud Admiral Army basically guards the imperial capital, especially the imperial palace, and does not go out to fight. As a result, General Asteth's reputation soared again. Wherever Ace walks on the street, she is surrounded by her fans. All the way to the Imperial Capital Guard headquarters. That seems to be General Asteth? Why did General Asteth suddenly come to us? Is it because of what happened with Captain Akame before? But that doesn't make sense. Isn't the current Captain Bai Ye General Asteth's man? SHH, don't talk about Captain Akame anymore. It will be difficult if the current Captain Bai Ye hears it. The appearance of Asteth at this time attracted the attention of the surrounding security team members. Asteth picked a random person and asked directly, "Do you know where Bai Ye is?" The man was in awe of General Asteth. Captain Bai Ye should be at the training ground. I'll go inform Captain Bai Ye right away. No, I'll go find him myself. Asteth said lightly. At the same time, Bai Ye was doing his daily training with Saliu. During the break, he opened the album on imperial tools that he had just found in the study. There are very few books that record imperial tools, and this is the only atlas with sketches attached. Although the above record of imperial instruments is not complete, only a dozen or so imperial instruments are included, but even knowing only a dozen or so imperial instruments is still quite useful. The first imperial weapon in the album is the National Guardian Mecha God, the Supreme Throne. It is both the first and the strongest imperial weapon, so it is called the Supreme Imperial Weapon. Only the Emperor with royal blood can use it. It is said to have power comparable to that of gods. Almost no one has ever seen this imperial weapon, and its exclusive secret technique is not yet known. As soon as I came up, I saw the Supreme Imperial Weapon possessed by the Emperor, but it seemed like I saw nothing at all, and its ability was completely unknown. Next, Bai Ye saw various imperial tools such as knives, swords, rings, gloves, and armor, as well as the 100-armed giant or Zyobi, and roughly understood the abilities of these imperial tools. The ones that concerned him the most were one-cut kill Murasame and dimensional array Shangri-La. Murasame is also known as the demon sword Murasame. Anyone who is cut by this sword, even if it is just a scratch, will quickly die from the cursed poison, and there is no way to detoxify. Without sufficient information, facing the imperial weapon user who possesses Murasame, one would be finished if one is not careful. The reason why he was concerned about the other imperial tool Shangri-La was because it was a space-type imperial tool that could instantly transfer the target to a previously marked location. If it was directly transferred to a place like a volcano. But Bai Ye was just concerned about it. As a space-time type, double Kamui was many times stronger than the Shangri-La imperial weapon. Of course, the corresponding consumption was also much higher. Unfortunately, there is no description of Asteth's Taigu. He didn't see any blood-type Taigu in the atlas, so it is certain that there is no Taigu for Asteth. After learning about these dozen kinds of imperial tools, Bai Ye suddenly felt that the imperial tools were indeed very powerful. It would be better to be cautious when facing an imperial weapon user in the future. Master, are those things you are looking at all imperial weapons? At this time, Sai Lu was leaning on Bai Ye's shoulder to rest. The high-intensity training just now made her very tired. Zyobi was lying on Bai Ye's lap, motionless like a puppy doll. At this moment, the door of the training ground was suddenly kicked open. Bai Ye looked up immediately and found that it was Asteth who kicked open the door. "Why are you here?" Bai Ye couldn't help but ask with a little surprise. He hadn't seen Asteth for some time, but he suddenly appeared today. Asteth did not answer, but looked at the orange-haired girl leaning on Bai Ye's shoulder, a glimmer in her cold ice-blue eyes. The temperature around seemed to have dropped a bit. Seeing that it was General Asteth, Susanoo immediately stood up and saluted, "General Asteth." Zyobi also rolled off Bai Ye's thighs and fell to the ground. Asteth did not respond to Susanoo, but walked directly to Bai Ye. "Didn't I say it before? I don't want to see this kind of thing again." Bai Ye was slightly stunned, and didn't react to what Asteth was saying at first, but he immediately remembered, "No. You were actually serious about what you said at that time." If Asteth hadn't suddenly brought it up, he would have almost forgotten about it. Susanoo had no idea what his master and General Asteth were talking about. He looked at them in confusion, not understanding what was going on. "Of course I'm serious." Asteth said it bluntly without any shyness. "Well, we were just taking a break. This is different from last time." Bai Ye explained. "Yes, because my master and I were so passionate that I was almost exhausted," Susanoo said with a smile. Bai Ye's mouth twitched slightly. "Don't say it so easily that people will misunderstand it." However, Asteth didn't understand that kind of thing at all, so she didn't react at all. She realistically thought that Bai Ye and Susanoo were practicing martial arts before. "By the way, why do you dislike my contact with other girls so much?" At this time, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask Asteth. "Yeah, why? Actually, I don't know." Asteth's face looked slightly confused. She still knew nothing about love, so naturally she didn't understand what was going on with her feelings. "You don't know either?" Well. Now Bai Ye was at a loss. Although he had imagined a possibility, that was that Asteth liked him, so this happened. But he felt that the possibility was extremely low, because with Asteth's personality, he was a complete war maniac and was unlikely to be interested in something like love. Now it seems that it is true. Fortunately, he did not take it for granted, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Bai Ye didn't want to think about so many things anymore. Maybe Asteth was just a queen with such a strong desire to dominate. "So do you know why?" At this time, Asteth asked Bai Ye back. "How could I possibly know this? Even you don't know this?" Bai Ye said helplessly. Esteth fell into a brief silence. She just thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that she felt a little strange and was no longer the same as before. She shouldn't have been affected by such things. Why is this? Ace was puzzled. The more this happened, the more she wanted to know the reason. Then she can only look for the answer in Bai Ye, because it was Bai Ye who made her become like this. Chapter 28. Ace put his messy thoughts aside. That minister seems to want to transfer you to the assassination team. At this time Esteth said to Bai Ye. What kind of place is that? Responsible for assassination work. Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. That's about right. We mainly deal with the rebels, such as the night raid that's been very popular recently. I don't know the details. The spy agency is responsible for the assassination of the troops. Esteth roughly explained. Anyway, it can be considered a promotion. Your promotion speed is quite fast. It won't be long before you can take over Nichidan's position as general. So we're going there in the next 2 days. Bai Ye question. He was still interested in this new job, as it gave him the opportunity to come into contact with the rebels, in other words, the Revolutionary Army. Bai Ye wanted to find out his position as soon as possible. In this way, he was promoted all the way to the pinnacle of military officer rank, general. Or assist the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the empire and establish a new empire. Or they could be royalists, trying to protect the current young emperor and eliminate the minister who is the culprit. As for becoming a minister at the top of the civil service, or proclaiming himself emperor, he had no interest in that. He was neither good at politics nor interested in it, and he would not be so arrogant as to think of managing such a large empire. Since I have traveled to this world, I must do something. I can't just go out and hunt dangerous species every day. That would be too boring. However, Bai Ye is still unable to determine his position. He is not clear about the specific military strength of the empire, the Revolutionary Army, and the foreign ethnic groups. It is certainly impossible for him to assist the Revolutionary Army in overthrowing the empire all at once. What if the empire and the Revolutionary Army were both defeated, and foreign ethnic groups took advantage of the chaos to invade? Wouldn't that be the situation at the end of the Ming dynasty? It's probably these few days. Something happened to the assassination unit, and they are in a state of chaos now. Esteth said. What is it? Bai Ye asked with a little curiosity. Some of the 7 elite assassination squad members died or fled. Even the manager of the 7 elite assassination squad members was killed and their imperial weapon, Murasame, was taken away. The one who killed the manager seemed to be a girl named Akame. It is said that she has defected to Night Raid. Esteth said lightly. She had no regrets about the deaths of those people. However, she was somewhat interested in the Night Raid. She heard that all the members in it were imperial weapon users. She liked fighting against powerful opponents and enjoyed the feeling of killing. Even Nichidan was let go by her on purpose, otherwise she could have killed Nichidan before the Revolutionary Army arrived. The purpose is to wait for Nichidan to come back so that she can enjoy the battle more. This is Esteth's bad taste. Murasame. Bai Ye had just seen this imperial tool in an atlas. So, almost all the elite members of the assassination team are gone? No wonder they wanted me and Saliu to go there. Bai Ye said in a deep voice. Probably. I heard that there is a Kuroniko in the assassination team who is also an imperial weapon user. She didn't defect, but the strength of the rest is not that good. Esteth said bluntly, and this is also a good opportunity. The current assassination force is so empty that it is shaky. If you can do something, it will be easier to get promoted. 2. Bai Ye then looked at Saliu. So what is your wish, Saliu? My will. Saliu was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect her master to ask about her wishes. In her understanding, she must absolutely obey the orders of the empire, so she has never considered the issue of willingness. Of course I am willing. And I also want to enforce justice with my master, don't you think so, Zyobi? Salo said immediately. Shoo! Zyobi jumped up and responded. That's all, it's about time for me to return to the front line. After saying that, Esteth left. She definitely puts enjoying the war as her top priority, after all, she doesn't know what her feelings are for Bai Ye. As for the fact that Celsius will also act with Bai Ye in the assassination team, Esteth didn't care too much. As long as she didn't see Bai Ye getting intimate with other women, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She wasn't so overbearing as to completely prevent Bai Ye from having any contact with women. When Esteth left, Susanoo looked at him with admiration, as expected of General Esteth, he is rushing to exorcise evil so soon. By the way, Master and General Esteth seem to be very familiar with each other. Did they know each other a long time ago? Salo asked with some curiosity. No, actually we just met not long ago. Bai Ye replied. Really? Salo was immediately surprised and said, it seems that the relationship between Master and General Esteth is very special. In fact, she knew nothing about that kind of thing, so she couldn't tell what was so special about it. The next day, Bai Ye was summoned. Someone will be sent from above to replace him and Salo, and they can go directly to the assassination unit to serve. Since the two original managers of the Imperial Assassination Corps died at the hands of Akame, Bai Ye's next position in the Assassination Corps was the new manager, and Salo served as his assistant. Their duty is to train the remaining members of the assassination team, who are said to be under 20 years old, about the same age as Bai Ye and Silo. At this time, Bai Ye had already obtained the personnel list of the Imperial Assassination Force and was on his way to the Assassination Force base. The list includes not only names, but also weapons, strengths and weaknesses, and origins. Bai Ye took a quick look and found that all these people had one thing in common, they were orphans. Are you specifically selecting orphans to train as assassins? Bai Ye thought to himself, and suddenly felt that this behavior was quite classic. In the list, he saw an imperial weapon user and several ministerial weapon users, while the rest were using ordinary weapons. The Taigu user among them is Kurome, Akame's sister. The Taigu she possesses is the March of the Dead, 8 chambers. The ability of the Taigu is that she can control the creatures killed by this Taigu through a curse. She can control up to 8 corpses, and all of them have the strength they had when they were alive. The disadvantage is that the more corpses you control with this imperial weapon at the same time, the more the imperial weapon's own strength will be weakened. Overall, this is a very powerful imperial weapon. Red eyes and black eyes. Bai Ye murmured to himself suddenly, thinking about something. Chapter 29. Imperial Assassination Troop Base. Because so many things have happened recently, the atmosphere inside the base is rather heavy. The Elite 7 were originally the most promising group because they were the 7 best performing children who had undergone rigorous assassination training. As a result, there is not a single one left now, either they are dead or they have run away. Especially Akame, who defected directly and took away the imperial weapon Murasame. The remaining members of the assassination team are all those who were originally ranked outside the 7th place. They are facing the crisis of being abandoned by the Empire, because the remaining strength of the assassination troops is now much weaker than before. If their performance is too poor in the future, the Empire is likely to abandon them and train the next batch of children. The result of being abandoned is naturally punishment. According to the rules of the assassination unit, even if the body is weak to a certain extent, it will be directly punished. To put it bluntly, if it is no longer of use, it will be directly eliminated. What's more, the entire unit was abandoned, and the outcome would definitely be worse than punishment. What should we do now? Our best hope is Kuroniko, right? She can use that imperial weapon and is much stronger than us. But the enemy we are facing is far more than just one imperial weapon user, especially since there is Akame who holds Murasame among the enemies. There is no other way. We can only move forward step by step. However, I heard that 2 people will be sent from the Imperial Capital Guard today to support our assassination team. I don't know how strong they are. The Imperial Capital Guard? Not to mention the Imperial Instrument Masters, there doesn't seem to be even a Minister Instrument Master among them. We should not count on them. We have to rely on ourselves. There were only a few dozen people left in the assassination team in the base, and they gathered together to discuss these matters. Their biggest hope is Kuronet, who possesses the Imperial Weapon 8 Chambers. Kuronet himself is ranked 8th and is the strongest among the Elite 7. In fact, to be more precise, Kuroyori was ranked 7th together with Akoyori, because it was Akoyori who carried Kuroyori on his back to pass the test together, but the elite team of the assassination force did not allow relatives to be present, so Kuroyori was removed from the elite team and became ranked 8th. However, no one in the assassination team knew about this matter, not even Hei Tong himself. At this time, Hei Tong was sitting in the corner in a daze. She seemed to be in a bad mood, and no one dared to approach her for the time being. This was undoubtedly because her sister Akame betrayed the Empire. She felt puzzled and resentful of her sister's betrayal of the Empire, and from now on she had to regard her sister as an enemy. At this time, Bai Ye and Sai Lu had already arrived at the base of the Imperial Assassination Force by carriage. It's the building in front of you. Are you Bai Ye and Sai Lu? A staff member of the assassination team came to pick up Bai Ye and Sai Lu. This person was wearing a white lab coat and seemed to be an experimenter as well. Bai Ye nodded slightly. In comparison, Salo is more lively, yes. I am Salo from the Imperial Capital Guard. Okay, then the reinforcement team will be handed over to you for management. Sometimes we will need you to cooperate with our work. The staff spoke directly to Bai Ye and Sai Lu. Bai Ye just nodded without saying anything more. He already knew the general situation of the assassination unit, such as the fact that the assassination unit was divided into an elite group and a reinforced group, not to mention the elite group which no longer existed. The so-called enhanced group was not as capable as the Elite 7, so they were forcibly injected with special drugs to improve their abilities. That's all Bai Ye knows for now. You have direct management authority over them, so you don't need to ask us. I'll take you to meet them first. Afterwards, the staff took Bai Ye and Sai Lu to the place where the assassination team usually rested. The space here is quite large, and you can see dozens of boys and girls chatting and resting here. When the staff came in, they all stopped chatting. This is your new manager from now on, and this is also your superior. The staff briefly introduced Bai Ye and Sai Lu to the boys and girls. There was nothing else for him to do next, so he left after saying this. At this time, the boys and girls began to discuss in a low voice. He was transferred from the Imperial Capital Guard, and ended up being our manager and commander. He looks like he's about our age, right? He seems much worse than the previous manager. It seems like we are really going to be abandoned. The manager transferred here is so unreliable. Bai Ye's handsome and slightly immature appearance aroused the children's suspicion. In contrast, their previous manager, the manager of the elite group, was one of the 4 Rakshasas of the previous generation of the Imperial Fist Temple and the original owner of the Imperial Weapon Murasame. The managers of the reinforcement team are also experienced Imperial officers. As a result, the 2 young men who came to take over them were similar to them, which inevitably made them doubt. Although he couldn't hear clearly, seeing the reactions of these people, Bai Ye realized something and chuckled awkwardly. It seems like I'm being looked down upon. It seems like they don't know anything about Master, but with Master's ability, there will be no problem at all. Salo has great confidence in Bai Ye's abilities. Ahem. At this time, Bai Ye coughed lightly, shifting everyone's attention to him, and then he said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Ye, and I was originally the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. I have already roughly understood your situation before I came here, so let's get along well from now on. Everyone nodded. Although they have doubts and dissatisfaction with Bai Ye is their manager after all. They certainly dare not be rude to Bai Ye, let alone offend him, because the manager can directly decide their life and death. My name is Seilu, this is Xiaobi, let's all cheer together. At this time, Seilu also spoke. There was an innocent smile on Seilu's face, and Xiaobi looked harmless, which made the assassination team feel even more unreliable. However, Shiryu and Kobe are not as simple as they seem. Let me get to know you one by one first. Bai Ye planned to get to know these people based on their names, after all, there were no portraits of them on the list. Well. However, everyone looked surprised and strange. What's wrong? Bai Ye was immediately puzzled. Well, the previous managers all called us by numbers, for example, I'm number 24, which corresponds to the ranking. At this time, a girl stood up and explained. In short, the previous managers were too lazy to remember their names. After all, they had always been treated as objects and were thrown away when they were about to break, which was a disciplinary measure. Bai Ye nodded slowly, I see. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. From now on, I will call you by your name instead of your number. Chapter 30. Your name is Sina, right? You are the vassal who replaced Tsukushi's Prometheus. And you are Guy Li, the original captain of Class B. Zhang, I remember you were the captain of Class C. Bai Ye asked everyone to tell him their names, and then he memorized their appearances one by one. Thanks to the Mangekyō Sharingan, he has an almost photographic memory. For example, he had seen the list in the carriage before, and he still remembered the information of everyone on the list. Seilu also followed Bai Ye, memorizing the appearances and names of his future companions. Everyone was becoming more and more surprised. This new manager actually cared so much about them? The other party didn't have any list or anything like that in his hand, but just by hearing their names, he could tell them some information one by one. This means that you have already memorized their information before. Many people immediately changed their opinion of Bai Ye. Regardless of whether he was reliable or not, at least he seemed easy to get along with. However, they were not sure if he was deliberately testing them. Considering the possibility that they were being deliberately tested, they dared not let down their guard. Finally, it was Haitong's turn, who was sitting in the corner. Although Bai Ye had never seen Haitong before, he had a very good memory. He did not hear Haitong's name in the last round, which meant that the girl with black hair and black eyes at the end should be Haitong. Compared to other members of the assassination team, Haitong's outfit is a bit special, a black belly-bearing top, a black miniskirt and black stockings. She has a delicate figure, slightly long black hair, delicate and cute facial features, and a silly expression. He is holding a katana in his hand, with mysterious characters like spells engraved on the handle. This should be the imperial weapon Hakafusa. Black pupil. In addition, there was a snack bag on the table with Haitong's snacks written on it. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Haitong, right? At this time, Bai Ye spoke directly to Haitong. Yes. Haitong suddenly came back to his senses and looked up at Bai Ye. She was instantly attracted by Bai Ye's blood-red eyes, because they were the same color as her sister Chi Tong's eyes, but the difference was that there were strange patterns in Bai Ye's blood-red eyes. Elder sister. Seeing the pair of blood-red eyes, Haitong shouted subconsciously. No, I'm not your sister Chi Tong, I'm the new manager Bai Ye. Bai Ye denied it in a flat tone. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Haitong lowered his head slightly. She naturally knew that her sister couldn't be here. Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye turned around and prepared to return to the front of everyone. He noticed that Sai Lu was about to say something to Haitong, so he simply grabbed the back of Sai Lu's collar and dragged her away. He could guess what Sai Lu wanted to say to Kuroniko, Probably something like Kuroniko is righteous and Akoniko is evil. He didn't want Salo to instill this idea in others. You were originally divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D, but now there are only about 20 people left. At most, you can be divided into 2 classes, A and B. Bai Ye said to everyone, tentatively, I will be in charge of Class A, and Salo will be in charge of Class B. Let's see how it works out. The original 4 classes were not divided according to strength, and the strength of the 4 classes was very equal. For the 2 classes now, he will also make balanced allocations based on each person's strength. As for the captain, Kurohiro will be the captain of Class A, and Guy Li will continue to be the captain of Class B. Bai Ye continued, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can also raise it directly. Hearing this, most people shook their heads, while a few remained silent. They are basically used to passively obeying orders, so how could they be dissatisfied? Bai Ye waited for a while, but no one spoke. Then let's decide this first. From tomorrow, we will have the first training since I took over. After hearing this, almost everyone's expressions became solemn. Because in every training session in the past, people would get injured or even die. Furthermore, the previous administrators were very strict. If anyone was injured, the entire class would be punished with imprisonment. If the injured person cannot recover to a healthy state, he will be quickly punished and end up in a miserable situation. Everyone nodded solemnly to show that they understood and were mentally prepared to undergo the devilish training. That night, Bai Ye and Sai Lu naturally spent the night at the assassination force base. Bai Ye made a training plan for tomorrow. Early the next morning, Bai Ye and Sai Lu set off with all the members of the assassination team. They left the imperial capital and headed in a certain direction. Commander Bai Ye, what is the content of our training this time? Halfway through the journey, Team B Captain Guy Li asked Bai Ye. Hunting dangerous species. Bai Ye responded casually. Hunting dangerous species. Guy Li immediately looked very surprised. The faces of the others also showed varying degrees of surprise. Because their previous training content was almost all about killing people, and there were many who were stronger than Chen Jushi. In comparison, hunting dangerous species seems much easier. However, they immediately felt that they shouldn't be too happy too soon. If the commander wanted them to hunt extremely dangerous species or even super dangerous species, it would not be easy at all. That's right. The training content is hunting dangerous species. The 2 classes will not act separately during this training. Bai Ye elaborated, 20 level 2 dangerous species, 10 level 1 dangerous species, and 2 level 1 dangerous species. This is the hunting goal you need to achieve. He also carried a map that showed areas within the empire where dangerous species often appeared. Areas outside of human cities are basically areas where dangerous species are active. The focus is on certain areas where dangerous species frequently appear, as well as individual areas where extremely dangerous species or even super dangerous species have a chance of appearing. Everyone's eyes narrowed after hearing this. Fortunately, they didn't get too happy too soon. This training was indeed extremely difficult. Fortunately, Class A and Class B do not need to act separately, and the strongest black eye among them can share a lot of pressure. At this time, Bai Ye glanced at He Tong. Even when He Tong was training, he would always carry that bag of He Tong's snacks with him. He couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Is this really something as simple as a dim sum? At the same time, He Tong also noticed Bai Ye's eyes. He looked at Bai Ye with a silly look on his face for a while, and suddenly seemed to understand something. He Tong immediately put the bag of snacks back with a cautious look on his face, and looked at Bai Ye with a dull look. I won't share any with you. Chapter 31. I won't steal your snacks. Bai Ye said slightly embarrassedly. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Sai Lu brought everyone to a forest. This kind of place is easy to encounter dangerous species, and it is a very suitable place for them to train. Having arrived at the place, Bai Ye stopped. He immediately said to everyone, "Next, Class A and Class B should not be too far apart, so that they can support the other team in time. Salo and I will only intervene when you are on the verge of life and death. The rest of the time is up to you." "Yes. We understand." Everyone nodded. But they actually don't have much hope for this because previous managers never cared about their lives. Even though the current manager might be different from the previous one, they dare not take it too seriously and still have to be mentally prepared for the worst case scenario. Then Class A and Class B acted separately, but they were not far apart from each other. Both classes had to complete the training goals that Bai Ye set for them independently. That is, Class A needs to hunt 10 level 2 dangerous species, 5 level 1 dangerous species and 1 level 1 dangerous species, and the same goes for Class B. Bai Ye and Lu naturally accompanied them. Soon, Class A, led by Haitong, encountered a level 3 dangerous species first, but level 3 dangerous species were not within the scope of their training targets. "Don't worry about it, just let me clean it up," Bai Ye said immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the level 3 dangerous species at high speed, slashing at the huge head with the black and white swords in his hands. Ding! Host hunted a level 3 dangerous species and received a reward, 3 system points. Bai Ye can help them clear this obstacle and gain system points at the same time. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Class A widened slightly. Although they were only weaker level 3 dangerous species, they could see that their commander's skills were extraordinary. It seems that although the commander is very young, he still has certain abilities. However, he should not be able to compare with Gozuki, the manager of the previous elite group. After all, Gozuki was both one of the previous 4 Rakshasa demons and a user of imperial tools. At the same time, Bai Ye's behavior made them wonder if this superior was too kind. If it were the previous manager, he would definitely not care about such things and would just let them kill their way through, making things more difficult for them. However, Bai Ye just felt that the 4th and 3rd level dangerous species would affect the training efficiency, and by the way he could also gain a lot of system points. On the other side, Lu did the same thing as Bai Ye. She is responsible for expelling all level 4 and level 3 dangerous species outside the training target range. Justice, execution. The expression on Salo's face was still as morbid and distorted as ever. With one sword, he chopped off the dangerous species' head and sent it flying into the air. He looked even more ferocious than the dangerous species itself. After this period of physical training, her physical skills have become stronger, and her strength and speed are obviously much stronger than before. Xiaobi hung on Saletu's neck like a pendant, as if Saletu felt that there was no need to let Xiaobi make any effort in the face of such weak evil. Although Bai Ye had advised Salo to look at others objectively before, he never told her to look at dangerous species objectively, so all dangerous species were regarded as evil by Salo. There is no need to look at dangerous things objectively. If they threaten human survival, then they should be killed. Why do I feel like? Commander Salo looks a little scary. No wonder he became our leader. He is not as simple as he seems. How terrible. I definitely don't want to be punished by Chief Sayu. Even these children of the assassination troupe, who were used to killing, felt frightened by the look on Siro's face. Soon after, Class A and Class B began to encounter level 2 and above dangers. At this time, Bai Ye noticed that everyone following him took out a small white pill from their pockets at the same time and put it into their mouths. For the enhanced group that relies on injecting drugs to become stronger, do they have to continue taking drugs to maintain their abilities? Bai Ye guessed in his heart. He didn't have enough information, so he didn't know the specific situation. At the beginning, Haitong did not use the ability of Bei Fang easily, but simply used the Bei Fang knife to deal with dangerous species. Because Bei Fang's ability to control corpse puppets consumes a lot of physical strength, it will definitely be used when necessary, such as when encountering a strong enemy. As an imperial weapon, the sharpness and durability of the Hakifu are definitely far superior to ordinary weapons. It is also very powerful when used simply as a weapon. As the members of Class A hunted 3 level 2 dangerous species and 1 level 1 dangerous species, Bai Ye had a clearer understanding of everyone's strength. Simply put, the overall strength of Class A is very good, and no one is particularly lagging behind. Perhaps those who were lagging behind have already been punished. There is one person who stands out the most, and that is He Tong. Not only is he extremely capable, but he is also very calm during battles. And this is without using the ability of 8 rooms to control corpses. Of course, the overall strength of Class B is not bad either. In order to balance the combat power of Class A and Class B, Bai Ye assigned more Imperial Tool users to Class B, because Class A had an Imperial Tool user named Kuroniko who was too strong. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. Ding! Host hunted a level 3 dangerous species and received a reward, 3 system points. As time passed, Bai Ye had already gained a lot of points. Class A completed its training goals slightly faster than Class B, and hunted 1 more level 1 dangerous species than Class B. Now that it was getting dark, Bai Ye planned to have everyone set up camp on the spot. Everyone's performance today was remarkable. Class A hunted 7 level 2 dangerous species and 3 level 1 dangerous species. Although Class B hunted 1 level 1 dangerous species less, it also deserves praise. At this time, everyone was gathered around the campfire, and Bai Ye was summarizing the results of today's training. The first and second level dangerous types are not difficult to deal with for the killers trained by the assassination team. At most, some people suffered minor injuries. However, the extremely dangerous species are the real test. Commander Bai Ye, aren't you the strict type? At this time, Guy Li, the captain of Class B, couldn't help but ask. Because they had been in a state of high tension before, fearing that they would be punished if they were not careful, they were a little uncomfortable to suddenly meet such a friendly superior. There has to be a limit to whether you are strict or not. You didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be so strict with you? Bai Ye replied. This. Guy didn't know what to say for a moment. This officer was indeed completely different from the previous one. If it were the previous officer, even if the progress of Class B was only slightly slower than that of Class A, they would be severely reprimanded or even punished. However, at this moment, Bai Ye suddenly stood up because he vaguely sensed something strange. He Tong also clenched the 8 chambers in his hand and warned everyone, a dangerous species is coming, it may be a super dangerous species. Chapter 32. At this moment, Bai Ye immediately looked in the direction where the noise came from. Although his vision was blocked by the dense woods, he could still vaguely see the figure of the dangerous species. Bai Ye took a closer look and found that it seemed to be a dangerous plant species, and its size was abnormally huge. It is much larger than the first and second level dangerous species seen before, and it is very likely to be a special level dangerous species. Prepare for battle, be careful. Bai Ye immediately said in a deep voice to everyone. Everyone nodded solemnly. Facing a being that might be extremely dangerous, their expressions were extremely solemn. It is necessary to hunt the target successfully while ensuring that you are not seriously injured, otherwise you will be executed. This kind of thinking is almost deeply rooted in their minds. Soon, the extremely dangerous species appeared in front of them. It is a dangerous species with a dark green body and a strange shape. It is hard to tell what kind of plant it is from its strange appearance. It is more than 10 meters tall and has no obvious lethal parts on its body. It can move quickly by relying on its special roots. This is green cheese. It is indeed a super dangerous species. Salo was the first to recognize this dangerous creature. Be careful of the venom it sprays, it's very poisonous. But it was still a little slow. When Seleucus was halfway through his words, green venom had already been sprayed out of Greenchee's mouth, and like a shower head, it could spray multiple streams of venom towards multiple points at the same time. Almost everyone managed to avoid it safely, but a girl with twin ponytails was accidentally touched by the venom. The arm was stained with venom, which quickly penetrated the skin and spread throughout the body along the blood vessels. Ah! No, don't! I don't want to die yet! Dark green streaks began to appear on her skin, a sign of poisoning. Immediately she could feel her whole body starting to become sore and weak. In fact, the venom sprayed by green cheese is much more toxic than this reaction. The normal reaction is much more terrible than this. If the antidote is not taken within a few minutes, heart failure will occur and death will occur. Even if the antidote is taken in time, there will be certain sequelae. The longer the poisoning time, the more serious the sequelae. But because of the drugs, this girl with twin ponytails has a higher resistance to poison than most people. She will not be easily poisoned to death, and the speed at which her body weakens has also been reduced a lot. But what she was afraid of was not being poisoned to death, but a series of sequelae after taking the antidote, which were almost irreversible. It will affect her physical abilities, and if it falls below the prescribed standards she will be punished. Quick! Give Yasha the antidote! Guy Li said hurriedly. Fortunately, they carried a lot of antidotes with them, including one that could deal with green cheese. I'll be right there. One of the boys rummaged through his backpack and finally found the antidote. He immediately fed the antidote to Yasha, and Yasha fell asleep. I don't know how serious Yasha's sequelae are, and whether her body is still above the standard to avoid punishment. The young man said worriedly. There's no time to think about this now, let's get rid of that dangerous BD first. Guy said with a gloomy face. He felt that this time, they were likely to lose another companion. Yes. The young man gently placed Yasha on the ground to let her have a good rest, and he held up his sword, ready to work together with everyone to deal with the extremely dangerous species. When Haitong saw Yasha's situation, his brows frowned and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Room 8. When she saw her companions being hurt, she decisively used the power of the imperial weapon Hakifu to avenge Yasa. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and Salo watched the battle from the sidelines. They only intervene when someone's life is in danger. Master, are we okay like this? Salo was a little worried about everyone. No problem. They are specially trained by the Imperial Assassination Force. If they can't even deal with the special dangerous species, how can they deal with the night raid? Bai Ye said calmly. The strength of a super dangerous species is roughly the same as that of an ordinary Imperial tool user, and far stronger than an ordinary Ministerial tool user. As for the abilities of these people in the assassination unit, even without the Imperial tools, they are very close to those of ordinary Imperial tool users. Those who have Imperial tools are even stronger, especially the Imperial tool user Haitong. If this can't even kill the extremely dangerous species, then it doesn't make sense. At this moment, you can see Haitong using the ability of the Imperial weapon 8 rooms and instantly summoning 5 corpse dolls. The names of these 5 corpse dolls when they were alive were Nadara, Doya, Wall, Hunter and Locke, and they do not look like corpses on the surface. The current corpse dolls of 8 houses, no picture of Nadara. But these are indeed dead people, with only extremely weak self-awareness coming from their obsessions in life, and they absolutely obey Haitong's orders. However, these corpse dolls can still exert their full strength before they were born. Doya, wearing northern ethnic costumes and holding dual guns, cooperated with Sina who used the gun-type weapon Prometheus to pierce the mouth of green cheese. Nadara is a light blonde young man wearing a white mask and white clothes. He is responsible for protecting Kurohiro's safety because Kurohiro's own strength will be greatly reduced when controlling the corpse puppet. Under the siege of the others, the extremely dangerous green cheese was soon dying. Let me end it myself. At this time, Haitong walked towards Lu Cheese. The corpse puppets controlled by her are naturally very obedient. The rest of the companions also stopped attacking Green Kiss because they knew the power of the Imperial Weapon 8 Chambers and knew that Kurowato wanted to turn Green Kiss into a corpse puppet as well. Then, Hei Tong ended Green Chi's life with one knife. The blade of Bei Fang's sword suddenly changed, and the black mysterious spell poured into Green Chi's body. Green Kai's was immediately transformed into a corpse puppet by Bei Fang. After the battle, Hei Tong immediately took back all the corpse dolls, including Green Chi's, back to the 8th room, because continuously controlling so many corpse dolls would cause her a lot of physical exhaustion. But before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, another extremely dangerous species suddenly appeared. An extremely huge black scorpion broke out from the ground. It was several meters long and had a huge mouth that could swallow a person in one bite. The target to be attacked was a girl who was closest to it. Because it happened too suddenly, even Hei Tong didn't have time to summon the corpse doll to save the girl. Run! Hei Tong, who reacted the fastest, immediately shouted at the girl, but it was too late. The speed of the super dangerous species was much faster than that girl. The girl looked at the giant black scorpion with horror and despair as it was about to swallow her. She did not notice the sudden spatial fluctuations that formed in front of her and were imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 33. The moment the giant black scorpion broke out of the ground, Bai Ye reacted. This must be an extremely dangerous species, otherwise it wouldn't have such a strong ability to conceal its aura. Just now, Bai Ye had no idea that there was such a dangerous species underground. There was no doubt that the children's lives were in danger, and he had to intervene. It would be too late if he ran, so Bai Ye decisively used the double Kamui eye technique. The ability to open the space portal is possessed by both eyes. It is not an ability unique to the left or right eye. It's just that one can open the space portal at a long distance, and the other can only open it at a close distance. Then Bai Ye, who has two Kamui, can use both eyes at the same time. The right eye Kamui will transfer himself to the Kamui space, while the left eye Kamui will open the space door in the distance. Coupled with the fact that the double Kamui can greatly increase the speed at which he teleports, Bai Ye can almost achieve the same effect as teleportation. As for why the left eye Kamui's offensive eye technique was not used, the left eye's long-range attack was indeed very powerful, but it could usually only tear off limbs. It was difficult to kill this large and highly resilient special dangerous species with one blow. If he failed to kill the giant black scorpion instantly, not only would he have wasted his pupil power, but he would also not have had enough time to save the girl. So to be on the safe side, Bai Ye chose to teleport himself over to ensure the girl's safety. In an instant, Bai Ye was teleported out from the space gate in the distance, and seemed to appear out of thin air between the girl and the black giant scorpion. The black and white swords slashed towards the black giant scorpion's head. The black giant scorpion had no way of reacting to the sudden appearance of the human in front of it, and it was caught off guard and immediately suffered a severe blow to the head. I have to say that the defense of super dangerous species is really strong, especially the black giant scorpion, which has a shell all over its body. Bai Ye failed to cut off the black giant scorpion's head directly this time. Commander Bai Ye. The girl behind Bai Ye finally reacted. Hide first. Bai Ye immediately reminded. The girl immediately stepped back to her companions. The black giant scorpion's head suffered severe damage, causing it to stiffen for a moment, but its head immediately regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can be seen that although this black giant scorpion does not have any particularly tricky killing methods, its defense and regeneration abilities are extremely troublesome. While the black giant scorpion's head had not yet completely regenerated, Bai Ye attacked again. It was a rare opportunity for him to use his dual sword style ability, using the black and white swords to slash quickly. His movements were very smooth and skillful, just like a true dual sword style master. Bai Ye's outburst not only successfully cut off the black giant scorpion's head, but also dismantled its two large pincers. Dead, dead? This damn dangerous creature suddenly emerged from the ground, and we almost succeeded. But how did Commander Bai Ye get here just now? Wasn't he originally with Commander Sai Lu? Commander Sai Lu just came here. I don't know. It happened suddenly just now and I didn't notice Officer Bai Ye's movements. It felt like he moved instantly. The speed was too exaggerated. While everyone was still in shock, Sai Lu brought Xiao Bai to Bai Ye's side. In fact, only 3 to 5 seconds had passed. Bai Ye's reaction and movements were so fast. Do you want my help, Master? Evil doesn't look like he's dead yet. Sai Lu said to Bai Ye. Just as Sai Lu said, even at this point, the black giant scorpion is still alive. Fortunately, Bai Ye did not choose to use left eye Kamui's long-range attack, because at most he could only break the black giant scorpion's head, and then the girl would have been dead. No, I want to see if this guy can regenerate after being turned into a pile of minced meat. Bai Ye responded in a flat tone. The main reason was that he needed to kill the giant black scorpion himself to obtain system points, and he didn't want Sai Lu to take the head, otherwise his efforts would be in vain. His eyes suddenly became fierce, and the slashing speed of the black and white swords in his hands not only did not slow down at all, but became even faster. Soon, the giant black scorpion turned into pieces of minced meat. Basically, when Bai Ye chopped half of his body into pieces, he was already completely dead. Ding! Host hunted down a super dangerous species and received a reward, 20 system points. Although it was quite hard to kill the giant black scorpion, the rewards were quite good. System points, 46. Bai Ye opened the system panel and saw that he had accumulated another 46 system points. Ding! Host exchanged physique 26, deducted system points 26. Ding! Host exchanged energy 10, deducted system points 10. Ding! Host redeemed agility 10, deducted system points 10. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Constitution, 90. Bai Ye finished distributing the system points in a flash, and then turned to everyone and said, we can just switch dinner to scorpion meat. The meat of the extremely dangerous species should be more delicious. Everyone thought that Officer Bai Ye was going to scold them, but unexpectedly, he didn't mention that at all, but instead talked about dinner. At this moment, Yasha, who had been previously injured by the green cheese venom, has gradually woken up. Yasha! How do you feel? Guy Li immediately showed concern. The others also gathered around, they were all very concerned about Yasha's health. Yasha felt her body and found that it was obviously much weaker than before. She immediately covered her eyes with the back of her right hand and couldn't help shedding tears. Because of her current physical condition, she definitely cannot meet the standards set by the assassination team, and she will be punished after returning from this training. She didn't want to die yet, but this was the cruel reality. No one had ever survived before her, and anyone who fell below the standard would be punished without exception. Seeing Yasha like this, everyone suddenly understood something. They all fell silent, with sad expressions on their faces, and some of them turned around and cried secretly. Hei Tong also looked at Yasha with a sad face. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she drew the 8 fang from the scabbard. Before you are punished, I will help you get rid of it, just like Nadara, and we can stay together forever. His tone was so cold that he seemed to have turned darker, and his expression was so indifferent that it was a little scary. She didn't want to part with her companions, so she used this method to keep them by her side. In other words, Hei Tong has to use the 8 rooms to kill Yasha with his own hands, and then he can turn Yasha into a corpse doll. Seeing this, Guy Li opened his mouth slightly and seemed to be hesitant to speak. The others also looked conflicted, but in the end no one stood up to stop Hei Tong. Because the way of death by punishment is very miserable and shameful, instead of being punished, it might be better to let Hei Tong die quickly, and be turned into a corpse doll so that he can stay with everyone and continue to help everyone. Even Yasha herself accepted it. She moved her right hand away and nodded with tearful eyes to signal Hai Tong to take action. However, just as Hai Tong was about to use the 8 chambers to pierce Yasha's heart, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Bai Ye, accompanied by a confused and speechless voice. "What are you thinking about, you idiot?" Chapter 34. Why, he called me stupid. Hai Tong's expression suddenly turned into shock, and he looked at Bai Ye with a dull look. "She's not dead, but you want to use the 8 rooms to turn her into a corpse doll." Bai Ye immediately looked confused and said, "You don't think I want to punish her, do you?" He did know about the disciplinary system, but this was not a system set by the bigwigs above, but was stipulated by the previous manager of the reinforcement group. In contrast, the managers of the previous elite group did not have this rule, and none of the elite 7 were punished, either they died at the hands of powerful enemies or left the empire. In addition to the traitor Akame, the whereabouts of 2 other members of the elite group are unknown, namely Nahashu and Bonnie, who also took away the servant weapons Water Dragon Sword and Use Pants. If Bai Ye had not taken over the assassination unit, the disciplinary system would probably still be used until now. No wonder people like Hai Tong reacted so strangely. "Sir, I'm probably no longer healthy. Please, I don't want to be punished. Let Hai Tong kill me." At this time, Yasha, who was lying on the ground, pleaded with Bai Ye. "This way, at least I can accompany you in another way." Hai Tong also wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. She has always blindly followed orders and never rebelled against the empire, including obeying the orders of her superiors. So she would not disobey Commander Bai Ye. If Commander Bai Ye insisted on ending Yasha's life by punishment, she would not say a word of no. "So when did I ever say I was going to punish you?" Bai Ye was speechless. When these words came out, almost everyone was stunned. Hai Tong was shocked, he had never expected such a situation. "What?" Yasha also felt incredible and looked at Bai Ye in astonishment. "Didn't you hear me clearly? The disciplinary system was set by your previous superior, but I won't follow his way. I have my own management system." Bai Ye said lightly. Then I..." Yasha asked stupidly. "You will be fine. Just take good care of your injuries when you get back, or have someone escort you back now." Bai Ye said. "Really?" Yasha couldn't believe it. She still had a chance to survive? "Of course it's true. I don't have a punishment system here. You just need to train normally. If you are injured and can't continue to fight, just go back and recover. Don't worry about anything else." Bai Ye made it clear to them all at once. Not only Yasha, but everyone was shocked to hear Bai Ye's words. This officer, should I say he is too nice? They actually felt warmth and kindness from this officer, which was a feeling they had never experienced before. There was another commander, Siryu, who looked scary when fighting, but was very friendly when interacting with them, and could chat and laugh with them. Of course, from the perspective of training a cold-blooded killer, Bai Ye's generosity may not be competent enough. But he doesn't care about that. He just does the job for money, not for the empire. Doing his own thing is in line with his personality. Anyway, he wouldn't do such a cruel thing. From a normal people's perspective, no one would dispose of a living person like waste, right? So, Yasha doesn't have to die. Hai Tong asked Bai Ye with a slightly dull look. "Kurat, you are indeed an idiot. I have emphasized the same topic at least twice." Bai Ye felt increasingly speechless. He has explained it clearly enough. At the same time, Bai Ye discovered that black pupils are sometimes naturally dull and sometimes naturally black. The cold and ruthless expression on his face just now, as if he wanted to kill his companion, is not something that an ordinary person would have. It feels like these people in the assassination unit have been trained by the Empire to be a little twisted. "I'm not stupid," Hai Tong muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Everyone then realized that not only would Yasha not be punished, but she could also go back and recuperate. Guy Li then reached out and pulled Yasha up. Yasha, how about I go back with you to receive treatment? Knowing that she would not die, Yasha suddenly became much more energetic. Actually, I am fine. I am just weak, but I can still fight. If you can move normally, you can continue training with us. Since Yasha was a member of Class B, Bai Ye immediately said to Silu, please take care of her from now on. Yes. Master. Silu nodded immediately. I've been wondering about this for a while now. Commander Bai Ye is Commander Silu's master, right? At this time, someone asked. Yes, Master is very good, so I have been learning from him all the time. Silu responded. Commander Bai Ye is indeed very powerful. After Bai Ye's battle with the super dangerous species just now, everyone has been impressed by Bai Ye's strength. It was so fast that none of them could react. The most important thing was Bai Ye's kindness, which completely convinced them. Let's prepare dinner now, and continue training tomorrow morning. However, we may be attacked by dangerous species tonight, so Class A and Class B will take turns standing guard when we go to sleep. Bai Ye said to everyone. Oh. Leave the food processing to me. I know what kind of seasoning can make scorpion meat more delicious. Now everyone is in a relaxed and happy mood, and they work together to prepare dinner. At this time, Bai Ye was using the chopped firewood to make a fire. The method he used to make the fire was naturally the method of drilling wood to make fire. With his current strength, drilling wood to make fire was not a difficult task. At this moment, Hei Tong suddenly came over and sat down next to him. It seemed that she wanted to talk to him about something, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. What's the matter? Bai Ye had no choice but to ask. Nothing, I just find it a little unbelievable. Commander Bai Ye is completely different from the previous commander. Hei Tong raised his head slightly and looked at the night sky, and said softly. I am obviously a normal person. How insane was your previous superior? It makes me look weird. Bai Ye sighed slightly with a hint of helplessness. In this empire, there are so many abnormal people that even normal people seem strange. Hei Tong was silent for a while. If the previous commander was you, maybe my sister would not betray us. When she thought of her sister, she couldn't help but hug her knees with both hands, looking a little pitiful and helpless. Chapter 35. That's hard to say. Bai Ye said, your sister is Chi Tong, right? Didn't she tell you when she left? Come to think of it, he started to feel concerned the moment he heard the name Akame. Because this world is Akame Ga Kill, it seems that Akame should be the protagonist of this world. Bai Ye would be especially careful and never be careless once he met Chi Tong. After all, Lord Kakuzu has the protagonist halo. Yes, my sister tried to persuade me for a long time, but I refused. I will not betray the empire, nor do I want to betray my dead and living companions. Hei Tong said in a firm tone. Is that so? Then you will have no choice but to be the enemy of Akame. Bai Ye couldn't help but say. Right, so I will kill my sister myself so that she can stay with me forever. Hei Tong turned darker again like Yasha did before, and even looked more Yandere. If 8 rooms were to kill Akado with his own hands, he could indeed keep Akado by his side forever, but Akado would be in a dead state in that case, so what would be the point? Bai Ye found this difficult to understand. Is this really okay? A corpse puppet made after being killed by Hakifu should not have any consciousness before death, right? Well, only some obsessions from before death remain, but that's just the instinctive reaction of the corpse puppet. It doesn't have any consciousness anymore. Hei Tong said, I love my sister the most, but she betrayed the empire and betrayed us. I want her to become a member of the 8 houses and never leave me again. Bai Ye was hesitant to speak. After all, this was the private matter of the two sisters, red-eyed and black-eyed. He was just an outsider and it was not appropriate for him to interfere too much in other people's private affairs. The ingredients were soon prepared. Part of the scorpion meat was used to make soup, and part of it was used to roast. Such a big and extremely dangerous species is more than enough to provide a full meal for more than 20 people. Everyone enjoyed dinner while chatting and laughing. "Master, try this. I baked it myself." At this time, Salo handed Bai Ye a string of scorpion meat. But looking at her actions, it seemed that she wanted to feed Bai Ye with her own hands instead of letting Bai Ye take it. Bai Ye didn't mind and ate a small piece of scorpion meat. "Is it tasty?" Salo asked Bai Ye expectantly. Delicious." Bai Ye nodded. "Hee hee." Salo smiled with joy. Captain Salo and Commander Bai Ye have such a good relationship. Yasha couldn't help but sigh. Her sequelae are neither mild nor severe. The body's functions are damaged by toxins, and there is also a sequelae that will accompany you for a lifetime, which is that the recovery and improvement speed of the body's functions will become extremely slow. But it does not affect normal actions, it's just that the strength is not as good as before. Not only Yasha, others also feel this way. Of course, after all, I like Master the most. Salo said directly. There wasn't even a hint of shyness on her face. Bai Ye didn't expect that Salo would suddenly say such words, it was like a confession. But when he saw the innocent expression on Siryu's face, he felt that it was not what he thought. Wow! This is a confession, right? This is definitely a confession, right? Captain Salo is amazing. He is so bold in expressing his love. To be honest, I'm a little envious. It makes me want to have a relationship. Unfortunately, I probably don't have the chance. Everyone exclaimed. On the other hand, as members of the Imperial Assassination Force, they were basically forced to give up these feelings. Even sisters like Akame and Kurome can't be in the same team, let alone love between a man and a woman. This is even more forbidden. But I don't know whether the new commander will allow them. Realizing that they might have misunderstood, Bai Ye immediately said, actually, what she wanted to express was not what you imagined. Just as Bai Ye said, Salo didn't understand what they were saying at this time. She is too naive, but at the same time she also has an extremely scary side. In her eyes, the world is either justice or evil. It can be said that she sees the world in black and white. She would just listen to Bai Ye's advice. At this time, there was a girl with long blue hair in the team. She was curious and wanted to confirm it, so she asked Salo, Captain Salo, I would like to ask if you want to date Captain Bai Ye. Dating? What does that mean? Salo immediately asked back with a puzzled look on his face. The blue-haired girl shook her head awkwardly, nothing. I was suddenly amazed at how simple-minded Commander Salo was. The others were also shocked by Salo's innocence. Bai Ye thought that it was just as he guessed, Salo knew almost nothing about this. At the same time, only Hei Tong did not participate in this matter, because she was quietly eating barbecue, as if everything except barbecue had nothing to do with her. The night deepens. We have been searching and hunting dangerous species almost all day today, and everyone is ready to rest early. In the first half of the night, Team A rests while Team B stands guard. Of course, the same order is reversed in the second half of the night. Bai Ye found a suitable position to lie down and closed his eyes. He slept very lightly to be prepared for any emergency that might occur at any time. But with Salo around, he felt relieved. With Salo's personality, it's reassuring to have him as a teammate, but it's a headache to have him as an enemy. It was almost midnight when Salo planned to come and wake up Bai Ye. She whispered in Bai Ye's ear, Master, it's time to change people. In fact, Bai Ye had already woken up when Salo approached him. Good. Bai Ye stood up immediately, not looking sleepy at all, and was already very awake. Class A and Class B quickly completed their rotation. They were divided into groups of 2 and stood guard in various locations. Bai Ye was in the same group with He Tong, so he greeted He Tong and asked, "How was your sleep? Did you get enough sleep?" He Tong yawned with a silly look on his face, "Not bad, I should have enough energy, and the energy consumed by using the 8 chambers has also been restored." "Okay." Bai Ye nodded slightly and then said nothing more. After a long time, He Tong suddenly said, "After the training is over, I want to apply to go out and visit the Saiga Cave." Saiga Cave. It seems to be a dangerous area where super dangerous species roam, right? Bai Ye had an impression of this place, having seen it on a map. Yes, if you are lucky, there might be a super dangerous species called Destiguru hibernating there. You can kill it with 8 rooms while it is hibernating. He Tong made his intention clear. But that place is too dangerous. Do you plan to take the risk alone? Bai Ye suddenly became worried. Well, I don't want other companions to take such a big risk with me. He Tong nodded slightly. Then I'll go with you. At least I'll have someone to look after you. Bai Ye thought about it and suggested. But He Tong also didn't want to implicate Chief Bai Ye. But Bai Ye immediately said, "I am your superior, how can I let you do such a dangerous thing alone?" He Tong was stunned for a moment, and then a rare smile appeared on her pretty face. Yet. Chapter 36. Early morning. As the sky turned white, although the sun had not yet risen, visibility was already very high. The members of Class B have also woken up. Get up early and continue the unfinished training. The extremely dangerous green chiss yesterday was hunted by Black Eye. Class A is making much faster progress than us, so we can't fall behind them too much. Guy Li, the captain of Class B, encouraged everyone at this time. The current leaders are so good to us, we must not let them down. All the members of Class B nodded solemnly. Next, just like yesterday, Class A and Class B will act separately, but not too far apart so that they can take care of each other. Salo took special care of Yasa, who was in a weaker state. In half a day, they encountered many dangerous types, but there were not many level 1 and level 2 dangerous types, and they had not yet completed their training goals. Especially since we haven't encountered any extremely dangerous species yet, this is the most difficult training goal. Finally, after they completed the hunting targets of the first and second level dangerous species, they found a special level dangerous species in a swamp. This is a huge, dangerous spider species with a black body, 2 front claws, 6 legs and 6 eyes that are all red, and there are also a large number of spider eggs everywhere. Once the war starts, countless little spiders will come out of those spider eggs and attack them. This should be the extra dangerous mother of bloodbath. Its main body isn't too strong, but be careful of those spider eggs. There are at least thousands of small spiders with strengths comparable to those of the 4th level dangerous species. Those small spiders are the most troublesome. Captain Guy immediately whispered to everyone, "It's best to kill it with one strike. As long as the bloodbath mother, as the mother, dies, the little spiders will give up resistance or flee. In short, the sooner you kill it, the better." A level 4 dangerous species is very weak, but 1,000 level 4 dangerous species is a completely different concept. All members of Class B immediately began to move, and those who had close combat weapons rushed to the front. Sina, the only member of the team equipped with the long-range gun-type weapon Prometheus, cooperates with the teammates to output damage from a distance. This weapon is actually a copy of the Imperial weapon Romantic Turret Pumpkin. Although its power is far less than that of the Pumpkin Cannon, it does not have the Pumpkin Cannon's unique ability of the greater the crisis, the stronger its power. However, the ability of this weapon is still very good. It can perform various special shooting methods such as indirect shooting and ricocheting. The disadvantage is that continuous firing will reduce accuracy. It was still unlikely for them to kill this extremely dangerous species instantly, and the alarmed mother of Bloodbath immediately released the little spiders in the spider eggs. I saw a large number of small spiders appearing from all directions. They are called little spiders, but in fact they are only relative to the size of the mother of Bloodbath. Each of these little spiders is half the size of an adult. Kill it quickly, before you are surrounded by those little spiders. Gai Li shouted immediately. With everyone's cooperation, they successfully hunted down the mother of Bloodbath before being surrounded and killed by a large group of small spiders. With the death of the mother spider, the group of little spiders either stayed where they were or fled in all directions. They had no intention of hunting down these little spiders, their only target were the extremely dangerous species. Gai Li breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We are lucky. A highly dangerous species like the bloodbath mother is relatively easy to hunt as long as you know its characteristics well." The others followed suit and said, "We have only just completed our training goal, and Class A is still a lot faster than us. Anyway, let's go back quickly so that Yasha can recover as soon as possible." However, just as they were about to leave, they felt the ground shaking strangely. Another dangerous species has appeared. And judging from the noise, there's more than one. If they're all level 1 dangerous species, we'll be in trouble. Oh no! Is it because of the smell of blood here that attracted them? Should we go ask Class A for help? Everyone's faces didn't look good. They were already tired after hunting all the way, and they had consumed a lot of their physical strength in order to quickly kill that special dangerous species. Now their conditions were not very good and it was difficult for them to deal with multiple first-level dangerous species. The main reason is that they don't want their companions to be injured or killed. If they want to win, they can definitely win, but it is hard to say what the casualties will be. In the blink of an eye, those dangerous species appeared in the field of vision. They were indeed all level 1 dangerous species, and there were 5 of them in total. Seeing this, Gai Li said decisively, "Let's ask for help, or if Commander Sai Lu." He was just about to ask Commander Salo if he could help, but at this time Salo had already drawn the great sword on his back. "Your training goal has been achieved. You don't need to worry about these level 1 dangerous species. Just leave them to Xiaobi and me." As he spoke, Salo's face turned ferocious, and the murderous intent rising from him made Gai Li feel a little chilly. "The evil that dares to harm our companions will not be forgiven." Sayu shouted angrily, "Xiaobi, go hunt those evil." She stomped her back foot hard, the ground cracked instantly, and she rushed forward like an arrow shot from a string. He held the big sword in one hand and threw Xiaobi out with the other. Since everyone thought that Xiaobit was just a cute pet of celestial being and that Xiaobit's fighting ability was very low, when they were all worried about Xiaobit, Xiaobit suddenly turned into a monster even bigger than a level 1 dangerous species. It no longer looked like a cute pet, and its eyes were wide open and looked as ferocious as the expression on Salo's face. With his physical skills, Salo can fight against a level 1 dangerous species, and Xiaobi can even tear a level 1 dangerous species apart with his bare hands. Xiao Bai directly tore off the head of a 5-meter-tall dangerous bear-shaped species with his bare hands, then threw the bear head into his mouth and chewed it for a few times like eating candy. It seemed that he had very good teeth and chewed the bones into pieces and swallowed them in a few bites. In just a short while, Salo killed a level 1 dangerous species, and the other 4 were torn to pieces by Xiaobi. On the other hand, Xiaobi's injuries healed quickly, and as long as its core was not destroyed, it would not die. Biological imperial tools like Xiaobi's can almost be compared to super dangerous species, because the raw materials of many imperial tools are super dangerous species. Even without using the secret skill Berserk, Xiaobi can still use dimensionality reduction attacks against these level 1 dangerous species. All the people at the back were stunned. They were shocked by Xiaobi's brutality. Just at this time, Bai Ye brought Class A over to check the situation. He heard the noise just now, but with Zero there, he was not worried about Class B and did not use the double Kamui eye technique to rush over quickly. Master! Xiaobi and I defeated the evil. Sai Lu immediately brought Xiao Bai to Bai Ye, looking like he wanted to be praised. Xiaobi has also turned back into its normal puppy form, and is also acting coquettishly in front of Bai Ye, rubbing his head against Bai Ye's chin with a happy look on his face. The contrast between Sailu and Xiaobi at this moment was so strong that everyone in Class B was stunned for a long time and they couldn't recover. Chapter 37. Captain Sailu is so strong, but he is still the apprentice of Captain Bai Ye. In this case, how strong is Captain Bai Ye? I always feel that Commander Bai Ye has not yet revealed his true strength. We actually underestimated him before. It seems that the Empire has not given up on us. The current commander is not only stronger than the previous one, but also treats us very well. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Well done! I knew you and Xiaobi could protect everyone. Bai Ye praised Sai Lu and Xiao Bai. By the way, how's it going? Class B's training should be completed, right? Bai Ye asked Sai Lu. Yet. Although the efficiency is not as good as Class A, everyone worked hard to achieve the goal. Sailu nodded. Then let's go back. Yasha also needs to go back and recuperate. Bai Ye said. Next, everyone returned the same way. On the way back, Sailu discovered that everyone in Class B seemed to care about Xiaobi who was following her. What's wrong? Do you want to play with Xiaobi? Sailu immediately asked them. No. No, we're just a little surprised that Hibiki, who usually looks so cute, could fight like he did just now. Guy explained somewhat awkwardly. They are a little afraid of Xiaobi now. Seeing the hint of fear on everyone's faces, Sailu picked up Xiaobi and said with a smile, Don't worry, Xiaobi is harmless except to bad people. Oh. They immediately felt relieved. But on second thought, I felt something was wrong. We are not really good people, are we? Return to base. Didn't you go hunting dangerous species? You should have brought back a lot of materials from them. You can hand them over now. As soon as they returned to the base, staff came to see them. From the looks of it, this seems to be an old rule of the assassination team. Hei Tong, Guy Li and the others did not show any dissatisfaction and decided to hand it over honestly. Only Bai Ye felt it was a bit strange. It was clearly the result of his hunting of dangerous species, so why should he hand it over to others? Although these children can only rely on the Imperial Assassination Force now, it is a bit too much to hand over all the results without leaving a single one. At this time, Bai Ye asked these staff members directly, after handing in the dangerous materials, will they receive bonuses or other benefits? No. The staff member answered very directly. That's a little hard to explain, isn't it? After all, these materials were obtained through their hard work in hunting dangerous species. Bai Ye frowned slightly, but his tone remained calm. Hei Tong, Guy Li and others were very surprised. Chief Bai Ye was actually standing up for them? In fact, they thought this matter was nothing. They had long since passively accepted all aspects of the rules of the Imperial Assassination Force. And, for some reason, they will never rebel no matter what. So far, there have been no betrayers or deserters in the enhanced group. On the other hand, the elite group had different experiences from them, which may be why there were traitors and deserters in the elite group. Among only 7 people, there was 1 traitor and 2 deserters. What are you talking about? They just need to obey orders. As a manager, you should know this better than us. The staff just thought Bai Ye was weird. The previous managers were much more cruel than them. It would be more accurate to say that many of the rules were set by the previous managers. However, their decision to hand over dangerous materials was based on their own interests. I don't think so. Either give them a corresponding reward, or let them deal with the dangerous materials themselves. Bai Ye said lightly. Upon hearing this, the faces of those staff members suddenly changed. Although they were dissatisfied with Bai Ye's actions, they really couldn't do anything about Bai Ye. Because Bai Ye's status in the Imperial Assassination Force is higher than theirs. There are only two choices before them, either make concessions or gain nothing. What puzzled them the most was that the guy in front of them was obviously also a beneficiary. For example, they would give the bulk of the profits to the previous managers, and they would also cooperate with the current managers in the same way. Why should we give part of the profits to those cattle and horses? To put it bluntly, these children are just slaves working for their Imperial Assassination Forces. Why should they care about such slaves? From the very beginning of the killer training program, the entire Imperial Assassination Force did not treat these children as human beings. I see. We will give them half of the profits from recycling materials. Is that okay? The staff had no choice but to make concessions, which was better than getting nothing. That's about right. Bai Ye didn't push the staff too far. Afterwards, the dangerous materials were taken away and the staff left. Commander Bai Ye, we don't actually need the bounty. It's our honor to serve the Empire. At this time, Guy spoke frankly to Bai Ye. The main reason was that he didn't want his superiors to have unpleasantness with the staff because of them. The rest of the team members had similar ideas. What nonsense are you talking about? These are all the benefits you deserve. Although the base will provide basic food and accommodation, don't you have to spend money when you travel in the imperial capital? Bai Ye said. Ah, no. Guy was stunned when he heard this, and immediately scratched his head. We have never actually been to the imperial capital, so we have never had the opportunity to spend money. I see. Bai Ye was a little surprised. Does this mean we stay in the base all the time except for going out for training? Bai Ye said, that's it. Your training performance this time is very good. In order to commend you, I can give you 3 days of vacation. During these 3 days, you can travel freely in the imperial capital, but you must ensure your own safety and try not to go out at night. Night raids have been very active in the imperial capital lately, and they are all carried out at night. After all, the Imperial Assassination Force is hostile to the night raid and is likely to be targeted by the night raid. Really? Great. I actually have 3 days off. There's a place in the capital that I've wanted to visit for a long time. I don't need to undergo regular ability enhancement until 5 days later, so it won't conflict with my vacation. Everyone was very surprised and excitedly discussed where to go. Before this, they had never experienced the feeling of taking a vacation, but this time they can finally experience it. Seeing how happy they were, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Hei Tong, who was standing behind him, gently tugged at his sleeve. Sir, don't forget that thing. You said you would go with me. Chapter 38. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately realized that Hei Tong was probably talking about going to the Saiga cave to look for the hibernating super dangerous species. Of course I won't forget. Bai Ye said. Then we can leave today, or tomorrow. Hei Tong said immediately. Then let's go today. Go early and come back early. It would be best if it's still during vacation time when we come back. Bai Ye hopes that Hei Tong can also enjoy some vacation. Sailu, I'll leave them in your care while they're touring the imperial capital. At this time, Bai Ye turned and said to Sailu. With Sailu protecting them, Bai Ye can feel more at ease. No problem, just leave it to me. Sailu picked up Xiaobi and promised, if we encounter bad guys, Xiaobi and I will definitely judge them in the name of justice. Bai Ye immediately flicked Sailu's forehead with his finger. I told you not to talk about justice and evil all the time. Oh. I understand. Sailu lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Afterwards, they took Yasha to recuperate. Naturally, I would look for the experimental personnel in the base. Bai Ye and Sailu also accompanied them. It turned out to be the poison of the extremely dangerous green cheese. It doesn't look too serious. I should take the antidote as soon as possible, but it will be very difficult to recover from the weakened body. The effect of the medicine is limited after all. If it is a common toxin, it can be offset by taking the medicine directly. The experimenters are already assessing Yasha's situation. She just didn't say it directly. In her heart, she was actually very surprised that Bai Ye didn't directly punish Yasha. If it were the previous manager, he would definitely do the same. After all, the experimenters were also involved in the punishment. No matter how difficult it is, as long as she can recover, I'll trouble you to heal her body from now on. Bai Ye said to the experimenters. As long as you think it's okay. The experimenter nodded. How about this, starting from today, come here every night for recuperation, and then if you need training or have a mission, slow it down to once a week. The experimenters made some temporary plans for Yasha. There is no need to plan this deliberately. She won't have to train or carry out missions until her body recovers to the point where she can fight normally. Bai Ye said bluntly. Okay, then let's do as you say. The experimenter nodded. At the same time, he felt more and more surprised, and couldn't help but say in a surprised tone, "It's really strange that someone like you would appear in a place like this. I am a little helpless. Normal people seem abnormal now." Bai Ye smiled helplessly. After everyone left, the experimenter looked at Bai Ye's departing back. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that this new manager probably didn't know much about the various matters of the assassination unit. She couldn't help but be a little curious. What would the other party think when he learned about the deeper dark side of the Imperial Assassination Force? "Captain Sayu, can you let me hold Xiaobi for a moment?" In the lounge, a girl asked Seilu. Of course. Seilu directly threw Xiaobi to the girl like a doll. The girl immediately took Xiaobi in a hurry and carefully. Actually, Xiaobi is an imperial weapon, and he won't hurt anyone without my order, so you don't have to be so careful. Sayu said with a smile. Although Cell is very cruel to his enemies, he also values his companions very much. He has no guard against his companions and even tells others things like the fact that Xiaobi is an imperial weapon, which involves his trump card. So it's an imperial weapon. I have indeed heard of biological imperial weapons. No wonder Xiaobi was so powerful back then. Guy Li suddenly exclaimed. He still has a vivid impression of the scene when Xiaobi grew to a giant and tore those dangerous species apart with his bare hands. All I can say is that it is worthy of being an imperial weapon. At this moment, He Tong seemed to want to take action, so he gave everyone instructions. He Tong, have you really decided to go to the Saiga cave? It's too dangerous there. Commander Bai Ye will also accompany He Tong, so it should be fine. That's right, and He Tong is also an imperial weapon user. Nothing except extremely dangerous species can threaten them. Obviously everyone is concerned about He Tong. However, He Tong did not say what he was going to do specifically. Don't worry, I will come back safely. He Tong said to everyone. Afterwards, Bai Ye and He Tong prepared to set off. Saiga Cave, located in the western border area of the empire. Bai Ye and He Tong set out from the imperial capital, which was too far away from the Saiga Cave. This journey would take at least several days on horseback, which was a waste of time, so Bai Ye directly applied to the empire for a flying mount. That is, a first-level dangerous species of bird. Dangerous species can actually be tamed. The empire has an agency specifically responsible for taming dangerous species, and Esteth has done this a lot. There is a record of extremely dangerous species being tamed, but as for super dangerous species, it is basically impossible. Super dangerous species, as the raw materials of many imperial tools, are not at the same level as special dangerous species. The one Bai Ye applied for was a Class 1 dangerous species that looked like a dragonfly, but was large enough to accommodate multiple people on its back, and its speed far exceeded that of common mounts such as horses. Are you sitting tight? We're ready to go. At this time, Bai Ye reminded He Tong. He Tong grabbed Bai Ye's sleeve with one hand and said, "This way you won't be afraid of falling." The other hand remained the same, with the bag of He Tong's snacks always with him. Bai Ye once again felt concerned about this. But before he could say anything, He Tong had already keenly noticed his gaze. Just like last time, he emphasized again with a silly look on his face, "I will definitely not share it with you. No, I'm just a little curious. Does He Tong like sweets so much? She should always have them with her." Bai Ye immediately explained. "I do like sweets the most, but these cookies actually contain medicinal ingredients. It feels quite convenient to mix sweets and medicines together." He Tong replied. "I see. But you guys are so dependent on drugs, it seems like you have to take them all the time." Bai Ye became more and more concerned about this medicine, and felt that it was not as simple as he thought. "Well, because it's the only way to maintain body functions, and if you don't take medication regularly, your body will be in pain," He Tong said calmly. Bai Ye fell silent immediately. From the description, it seems that this drug has serious addictiveness and withdrawal reactions. This side effect is not light, and there may be other side effects. "Feed me." At this moment, He Tong suddenly asked Bai Ye. Bai Ye was a little confused for a moment. "Because I can't hold the biscuits with my hands, I need you to feed me." Now He Tong was holding the biscuit bag in one hand and grabbing Bai Ye's sleeve with the other, so he really had no hands to use. At this moment, He Tong looked like a kitten waiting to be fed, and his face was very calm, or a little dazed to be more precise, and he didn't seem to feel embarrassed at all. Chapter 39. Although this is not a big deal in itself, the reason why He Tong can remain calm to this extent is simply because he is so innocent. "All right." Bai Ye took out a small biscuit from He Tong's snack bag. At this time, he could feel He Tong's eyes fixed on him, as if she was afraid that he would take the opportunity to steal her biscuit. "Don't worry, I won't steal your cookies." As he spoke, Bai Ye pinched the edge of the biscuit between his thumb and index finger, preparing to feed it to He Tong. He Tong opened his mouth slightly, waiting to be fed. Bai Ye was particularly careful and let go when the biscuit was about to touch He Tong's little mouth, allowing the biscuit to slide directly into He Tong's mouth. After all, he and He Tong had only just met, so he still had to be a little careful about the sense of distance. Looking at He Tong's cute look when eating biscuits, it really feels like feeding a pet. "More?" Bai Ye questioned. "Take 2 more." He Tong said. In fact, the dangerous aircraft they were riding had already entered the flight state, but it was flying very smoothly. The only risk was strong winds. However, Bai Ye is not worried about the risk of crashing at all. With double Kamui, he has various ways to avoid risks, and there is no problem in taking He Tong with him. However, an accident happened not long after. In fact, it was not really a surprise. Since there were dangerous species of birds, Bai Ye and He Tong were certainly not absolutely safe in the sky. Isn't it? A dangerous bird has appeared before their eyes. It looks very similar to an eagle, and its flying speed seems to be even faster than their level 1 dangerous species, especially its long and sharp beak and claws, which look very lethal. Sure enough, it's not a smooth journey. Bai Ye suddenly sighed. This is also a level 1 dangerous species. It's hard for me to fight it in the air, but I can ask Duiya to come out and use her dual guns to deal with it. As he spoke, He Tong prepared to use the 8 chambers in his hand. Duiya is one of the 8 houses and the only one among them who has long-range means. No need to bother. Bai Ye said lightly. The next moment, his left eye suddenly widened and became bloodshot, focusing on the neck of the dangerous creature. Although the dangerous creature was flying at high speed, Bai Ye relied on his insight to predict its flying speed and direction. After all, space distortion is not truly instantaneous. Even if the binocular Kamui greatly speeds up the speed of space distortion and space transmission, it cannot be truly instantaneous, so a certain amount of prediction is required. However, this prediction is not difficult for Mangekyō Sharingan. As the space twisted at a high speed, the dangerous species that was flying towards Bai Ye and the others had its neck suddenly broken. The principle is that the neck part was transferred into the Kamui space, and the dangerous species was separated from its body, and its body and head fell directly from a high altitude. Level 1 dangerous species generally don't have any special abilities, such as particularly strong vitality or regeneration ability, so they can basically be dealt with by using left eye Kamui's long-range attacks. Ding! Host hunted down a level 1 dangerous species and received a reward, 10 system points. What just happened? Hei Tong suddenly said in a surprised tone. She didn't even see Bai Ye take action, as if the dangerous creature suddenly died. Nothing, just think of it as one of my abilities. Bai Ye said casually. The secret of the double Kamui must not be revealed easily. When others are completely unaware of the information about the double Kamui, it can be said that he is invincible. At least, he can always be invincible. The only flaw of double Kamui besides the terrifying consumption is probably that the duration of hollow is not infinite. A single right eye Kamui can be hollow for 5 minutes at most, but with both eyes, it seems that he can be hollow for more than 5 minutes. He has never determined whether the upper limit is 10 minutes or something like that. He only knows that when he was leading us death to avoid the super dangerous species in the beginning, it must have been more than 5 minutes. But this is just a trivial flaw. As long as no one knows this information, he can actively close and then open hollow to refresh the duration. So if no one knows, it can be said to be infinite hollow. I see. Then it should be the power of a taigu, right? Is it your eyes? Although I have never heard of an eye-type taigu. Hei Tong's awareness was still very sharp. She had long felt that Commander Bai Ye's eyes were not simple. Her sister Chi Tong's blood-red eyes were natural, but Commander Bai Ye's blood-red eyes did not seem natural, and there were strange patterns in his eyes. After all, the symbol of his death blood-type imperial weapon essence of the devil is the mark on his chest, so it is not surprising that the strange pattern in Bai Ye's blood-colored eyes is considered to be the symbol of the imperial weapon. In response, Bai Ye neither answered nor denied it. Even using dangerous flying species as mounts, it still took several hours to reach the location of the Saiga cave. It was almost evening when they arrived at the place. After landing, Bai Ye and Hei Tong had to sneak on foot. It was not convenient to sneak with such a big and dangerous creature. Just wait for us here. At this time, Bai Ye gently patted the dangerous species on the head. Although the dangerous species could not understand what he said, the tamed dangerous species had naturally received special training and would not run around. The Saiga cave is in front of us. Let's go in before dark. At least we won't be attacked by dangerous species outside the cave. Hei Tong pointed at the limestone area ahead and spoke. In a cave that big, it makes no difference whether it is day or night, without lighting, you can't see anything. Bai Ye and Hei Tong naturally brought special lighting equipment with them this time. Afterwards, the two went deep into the Saiga cave. Before entering the entrance of the Saiga cave, they did not see a single person. This kind of place where super dangerous species might appear can almost be said to be a place of death. Generally, no one would come to such a dangerous place. We haven't encountered many dangerous species, because the stronger the dangerous species, the stronger their territorial awareness. No dangerous species dares to appear in the territory of a super dangerous species. Not long after entering the cave, it became pitch black. Bai Ye and Hei Tong then each took out a night pearl. This night pearl was quite special. It was made from the eyes of some extremely dangerous species. It was extremely bright and there was no need to worry about sudden power outages. The deeper you go into this bottomless cave, the more corpses you can see, most of which are dangerous species, and a few are human corpses. Hei Tong's hand never leaves the hilt of Bai Fang, ready to deal with any unexpected situations that may occur at any time. Chapter 40. These bones appear to be quite old, and there are many bones of large and dangerous species. It seems that there are indeed super dangerous species here, but we can't be sure whether it is hibernating or has moved to another habitat. Bai Ye analyzed in a low voice. It may be due to the size of the super dangerous species. Even though they have been deep in the Saiga cave for so long, the road ahead is still very open. You'll know when you go down to the deepest part. Hei Tong's attitude was firm, even though he knew that this action was very dangerous. But she must expand the power of her 8 houses as soon as possible, otherwise she will not be able to defeat her sister. As they went deeper, Bai Ye and Hei Tong's body temperature gradually decreased. Suddenly I feel a little cold. Hei Tong immediately noticed something. Low temperatures can also affect human body functions. For example, in a 100-meter race, athletes will perform worse than usual in a low-temperature environment. What's more, the low temperatures deep in the cave will be even more serious. However, black pupils are special and can offset the negative effects of low temperatures by taking drugs. What she wants to take now is that kind of pill, not the biscuits with a small amount of drug ingredients. Biscuits can only maintain body functions, while pills can forcibly improve abilities in a short period of time. Correspondingly, the side effects of the pills are more serious. Seeing Hei Tong taking out a white pill and preparing to take it, Bai Ye immediately took off his coat and put it directly on Hei Tong. Bai Ye's sudden action made Hei Tong stunned for a moment, and he hadn't even put the pill in his hand into his mouth. These drugs probably have serious side effects. If possible, I hope you try not to rely too much on them. Bai Ye explained his intentions. He planned to figure out the matter of these drugs after returning to the base. He really wanted to know what the Empire did to these assassination troops' children. The girl with black pupils opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She obediently took the pills back, put on the coat Bai Ye gave her, and whispered, "Thank you. This feeling is not a bad one. Now it's just a matter of low temperature, there's really no need to rush to take drugs, but she's used to taking drugs so she's too casual about it. But if she encountered an unsolvable crisis later, she would definitely take the pills without hesitation." The deepest part of the Saiga cave was deeper than Bai Ye had imagined. It took him an unknown amount of time to finally see the bottom. We haven't encountered any dangerous species along the way, and the more this happens, the more it proves that there are some incredible creatures in the deepest part. Thanks to the Mangekyō Sharingan, Bai Ye was the first to see the situation at the bottom. Sure enough, there is a super dangerous species underneath. Although Bai Ye had never seen a super dangerous species, this big guy was much larger than the super dangerous species he had seen before. It was roughly estimated to be at least 100 meters tall. This should be the Destiguru that Hei Tong mentioned before. Fortunately, this super dangerous species seems to be hibernating, lying on the ground motionless. Its appearance is very unique, very much like a dinosaur, and it has no skin or flesh on its body, only white bones, and even its eyes are 2 big black holes. If it weren't for the heavy and even breathing, this skeleton could easily be mistaken for a dead object. Super dangerous species Destiguru. I've seen it. It's hibernating. Let's go down carefully and don't wake it up. At this time, Bai Ye reminded Hei Tong in a low voice. Hei Tong nodded slightly. At the same time, she was very excited because she won the bet and her luck could be said to be quite good. This is a super dangerous species. Once a super dangerous species becomes a member of the 8 houses, her overall strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Bai Ye and Hei Tong went down to the bottom very cautiously, and the super dangerous species was right in front of them. This is indeed Destiguru, I am going to take action. Hei Tong deliberately lowered his voice and slowly pulled out the 8 chambers from the scabbard. Bai Ye was observing the situation from the side, so that if anything unexpected happened, he could react immediately. It is impossible for Haitong to kill this super dangerous species instantly with her own strength, so she decisively summoned the corpse puppet of Bai Fang. At least she had to make Destiguru seriously injured and on the verge of death before she could use the 8 rooms to deliver the final blow. Before the battle began, Haitong subconsciously wanted to take drugs so that she could exert her greatest strength. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately stopped her, as a condition for not taking the medicine. "Let me help you." Haitong looked at Bai Ye in shock. She didn't expect that the other party would not let her take the pills at this time. "Also, please lend me room 8 for the time being." Bai Ye directly extended his hand to Haitong. He can't do this favor for nothing, there must be some benefits. When he uses Haitong's 8 rooms to kill super dangerous species, he can obtain a large amount of system points as rewards, and Haitong can also enhance the power of the 8 rooms, which is the best of both worlds. This. Haitong struggled for a moment. Although according to common sense, an Imperial Tool user cannot easily lend his Imperial Tool to others, the other party is his superior and is someone he should absolutely obey. At this moment, Haitong suddenly thought of another thing. "Wait. You are already an Imperial Tool user, you can't use a second Imperial Tool at the same time." "It doesn't matter to me," Bai Ye said lightly. His double Kamui has never been an Imperial weapon, so it naturally does not violate the so-called iron rule of Imperial weapon. As he spoke, Bai Ye directly grasped the handle of Bai Fang with his hand and took Bai Fang from Haitong. The moment he touched the 8 chambers, he suddenly felt an obvious and indescribable discomfort. This was probably the Imperial weapon's rejection reaction. People who are not suitable for a certain Imperial device will not be able to exert its full power even if they use it by force. To be more precise, their power will be greatly reduced. Even worse, it would be like Esteth's blood-type Imperial weapon. Everyone except Esteth went crazy after trying it. Of course, that essence of the devil is an individual case, and normal Imperial weapons are not that exaggerated. In short, Bai Ye is unable to unleash the full power of the 8 houses. After all, he and Haitong have different personalities, so it is impossible for him to fit in perfectly with the 8th room like Haitong. But it doesn't matter to him. In his eyes, it's just a tool to carry the power of Kamui. The next moment, Bai Ye directly attached the power of Kamui to the Yafu sword, just like enchanting the weapon. This allows 8 rooms to exert the effect of Kamui, which is an absolute attack that ignores all physical defenses. Chapter 41. The principle is the same as Kamui Shuriken, and it is the same ability. It can be said that as long as Bai Ye wants, he can also add the power of Kamui to his black and white swords. Borrowing Haitong's 8 rooms is just to have the best of both worlds, so that he can gain system points, and the super dangerous species Destiguru will also become a member of the 8 rooms. Bai Ye held the Kamui 8 chambers and slashed directly at Destiguru, who was in hibernation. The 8 rooms with the power of Kamui easily broke through Destiguru's extremely hard bones with a devastating force. In front of the 8 rooms of Kamui, they were as fragile as thin paper. When hurt, Destiguru is suddenly awakened. But before it could get up, the huge skull head was chopped off by Bai Ye. Seeing this scene, Haitong was immediately surprised. She remembered that super dangerous species like Destiguru had outstanding lethality and defense capabilities. The energy waves they released could directly destroy the terrain, and their entire skeleton had no weak points. She knew very well that her 8 rooms was mainly used to summon corpse puppets, and the sharpness of the blade was not outstanding among the Imperial weapons. It was almost impossible to imagine that Commander Bai Ye could easily chop off the head of a super dangerous species. It is hard to imagine how Commander Bai Ye did it. Could it be that he is more compatible with the Imperial weapon 8 rooms than her, so he can exert a stronger power than her? Let's go together. While being surprised, Haitong gave orders to the corpse puppet beside him. Although Destiguru is not a dangerous species with strong vitality, it will not die easily by having its head chopped off. Since those corpse dolls were summoned before Bai Ye borrowed the 8 rooms, they will still obey Haitong's orders. However, the corpse puppet's attack had little effect on Destiguru and it was difficult to break his defense. Fortunately, Destiguru had just woken up from hibernation, his abilities were greatly weakened compared to normal times, and his head was chopped off by Bai Ye, so he had no strength to fight back for the time being. On the other hand, Bai Ye could cut off a part of Destiguru's body with just one blow. The first blow cut off his head, and the second blow went straight for his right arm. It turned out that Commander Bai Ye's attack was the most effective. Haitong reacted very quickly and immediately reminded Bai Ye, its only weakness is its heart. We can kill it by destroying its heart directly. She had naturally made adequate preparations before planning to hunt Destiguru, and had a clear understanding of Destiguru's known habits, abilities, weaknesses, and other aspects. Hearing this, Bai Ye immediately turned his knife around and stabbed it directly into Destiguru's heart. No matter how thick and hard the bones were, they could not stop the 8 rooms of Kamui. At this moment, he could feel that there was indeed a huge heart full of vitality inside. But the heart immediately lost its vitality. Ding! Host hunted down a super dangerous species and received a reward, 50 system points. As Bai Ye gained system points, it also meant that Destiguru died in the 8th room. The black spell of 8 chambers immediately began to be injected into Destiguru's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dead Destiguru was resurrected. Now Destiguru is no longer an enemy, but a member of the 8 houses. Bai Ye returned to Haitong's side and returned the 8th room to Haitong. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have paid a lot. Haitong immediately said with gratitude. It's just a small matter. Although Bai Ye looked unharmed and calm on the surface, his physical body and pupil power were actually greatly depleted. The consumption caused by Kamui's enchantment of this ability is extremely terrifying, which is much more exaggerated than the consumption of simple hollow or space transfer. Every time he swung his sword, his body and pupil power were consumed desperately. He was already exhausted after only 3 swings of the sword. Bai Ye suddenly thought that he had gone too far in trying to be cool, even though the Kamui enchantment he had just used was indeed the most effective method. Fortunately, I gained 50 system points, which is still a good deal. After all, the body and pupil power can recover automatically, but system points cannot be obtained automatically. Sir, why are your eyes bleeding? At this moment, Haitong suddenly reminded him. Really? Bai Ye immediately reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes, and sure enough, there was some blood on his hands. It was probably because it just came out when Haitong reminded him, and he didn't even notice it. Compared with the stinging sensation in my eyes and the loss of vision, this little bleeding is nothing. The pain in my eyes completely masks the feeling of bleeding. Fortunately, the stinging sensation and loss of vision will gradually disappear due to his regenerative ability. So using 2 imperial tools at the same time was too much of a burden for you, wasn't it? Haitong couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Bai Ye said with a faint smile. But he couldn't explain too much about the double Kamui. At this time, Haitong took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped away the blood remaining under Bai Ye's eyes. Sir, please don't be so stubborn from now on. Leave everything else to me. Haitong said. Okay. Bai Ye nodded slightly, and at the same time added points to the system through his mind. System points, 60. Ding. Host exchanged physique 40, deducted system points 40. Ding. Host exchanged energy 10, deducted system points 10. Ding. Host redeemed agility 10, deducted system points 10. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 130. By adding points, Bai Ye recovered a lot in all aspects. He suddenly thought that it would be necessary for him to keep some system points as a backup in the future. Adding points at the critical moment could achieve the miraculous effect of recovering blood instantly. At this time, Haitong was always concerned about the fact that Bai Ye was able to use the 8 rooms to easily kill the super dangerous species. She walked over and tried to cut Destiguru with a knife, but it turned out that the 8 chambers in her hand could not cause effective damage to Destiguru. It could only make a shallow cut on the surface of Destiguru's bones. Although he did not use his full strength, even if he did, it would be far from the amazing effect of Chief Bai Ye who could cut through iron like mud. This also further proves that if Bai Ye hadn't been there, Haitong would have had to pay a high price to hunt this super dangerous species alone, at least he would have had to take a lot of drugs. Captain Bai Ye, how did you manage to cut its bones so easily just now? Are you really more suitable to be the master of the 8th house than me? Haitong couldn't help but turn around and ask Bai Ye. Chapter 42. Bai Ye suddenly felt a little embarrassed and tried to fool around. No matter what, you are the true master of the 8th chamber, and even if you hand over the 8th chamber to me, it would be too much of a burden for me to use 2 imperial tools at the same time, wouldn't it? So don't think too much. Okay. Haitong nodded. In the current situation, if Bai Ye wanted to snatch Haitong's imperial weapon 8 chambers, Haitong would really agree without even thinking about it. But in fact, Bai Ye is not compatible with the 8th room. Even if he snatches it, he cannot bring out the full power of the 8th room. Besides, he himself is unwilling to do such a thing. The efficiency this time is quite fast. Shall we go back now? Bai Ye immediately changed the subject. But according to the time, it should be dark outside now. I think it would be better to return during the day tomorrow. Haitong said. Her concerns were not without reason. It was not suitable for action at night, especially when flying in the air. Although she has obtained a super dangerous corpse puppet that can be summoned, Destiguru cannot fight in the air. Actually, this place is quite suitable for spending the night, because there is still the residual aura of Destiguru in this cave, which will not dissipate in a short time. Except for super dangerous species, no one would dare to approach here. Even if a super dangerous species came, the noise made by its huge body would have woken them up long ago. That's fine, let's go back tomorrow. Bai Ye nodded. It was just the right time for him to rest for a night, and by tomorrow his physical body and pupil power would have basically recovered automatically. I'm going to bring my mount back to the cave now. It might be dangerous to leave it outside. Having said that, Bai Ye prepared to return to the ground. I'll go with you, too. Haitong thought Bai Ye was still weak, so he was worried and immediately followed. Destiguru then disappeared and was taken back by Haitong into the 8 rooms to be summoned out when needed. But speaking of it, mounts are also a small problem for them. Haitong can just find a first level or special level flying dangerous species and then kill it with the 8 rooms. But the mount they have now is borrowed from the Empire, so they cannot be irresponsible out of both moral and legal reasons. When returning to the ground from the depths of the cave, Bai Ye and Haitong were much faster. When we returned to the ground, it was already dark. There were no dangerous species seen nearby. However, when they found the mount and prepared to take it back to the Saiga cave, the dangerous mount suddenly became restless. This reaction was probably because it sensed the crisis. Bai Ye's expression condensed, and he immediately glanced around, and saw a dangerous figure not far away. Sure enough, a dangerous species has appeared. Judging from its size, it is probably a special dangerous species. Even in this dark, you can see clearly, sir. Haitong's tone was slightly surprised. But considering that this is an imperial weapon, it is normal for it to have night vision capabilities. Bai Ye was about to draw the black and white swords behind him, but he heard Haitong say, "Let me protect the commander this time, using the power of Destiguru." Okay, then leave it to Haitong. Bai Ye accepted it casually. By the way, you can also see how powerful the super dangerous species are. Room 8. He Tong immediately summoned Destiguru using 8 rooms. The ground began to shake violently. 2 giant skeleton hands broke out of the ground first, and then a huge body nearly 100 meters tall appeared. Although it looks like a dinosaur, Destiguru's hands have a similar structure to human hands and can be used flexibly like humans. Destiguru's right hand picked up Bai Ye, He Tong and the dangerous species mount. Even the first-level dangerous species mount was not as big as his palm. The super dangerous species not far away seemed to have been frightened by the aura of Destiguru, who was a super dangerous species, and turned around and wanted to run away. But now that Destiguru has been summoned, how could He Tong just stop like this? Destiguru, blow it to pieces. Under He Tong's command, Destiguru immediately raised his head to gather strength, and his mouth seemed to be madly absorbing the air currents between heaven and earth and transforming them into terrifying energy. Countless air currents were compressed at a high speed and continuously. When compressed to ultimate, a beam of extremely terrifying energy wave rushed towards the direction of the extremely dangerous species. Boom! As shown in the figure. In an instant, a large area of terrain ahead was annihilated by the energy wave. The original plains and hills turned into a canyon, abruptly changing the terrain. As for the extremely dangerous species, not even a trace of it was left after being baptized by the energy wave. As expected of a super dangerous species, its power is really strong. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Bai Ye suddenly sighed. If this extremely dangerous species is used as the material for an imperial weapon, it is obvious that an extremely powerful gun-type imperial weapon can be made. After Destiguru's display of power, no dangerous creature dared to approach here anymore. Even his own mount was frightened and prostrated itself on Destiguru's hand, shaking all over. This was obviously a reaction of extreme fear. After Destiguru put them back on the ground, He Tong took them back to the 8th room. Afterwards, they calmed the dangerous mount down and brought it back to the cave. They stopped halfway and did not return to the deepest part of the cave. Let's spend the night here. The temperature here is not too low. Bai Ye said immediately. The temperature at the deepest point is too low and not suitable for overnight stay. There happened to be some things needed for the night on the mount, so Bai Ye picked up a blanket and put it on the ground, then lay down and rested. However, there seems to be only one quilt, and this one has a black pupil belt. The main reason is that Bai Ye himself didn't think of bringing it, because with his physique that is more than 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, he is not afraid of the cold, so he just did it casually. Sir, don't you need a blanket? Seeing this, He Tong couldn't help but ask. I don't need it, just cover it. Bai Ye responded. Without He Tong's response, Bai Ye thought that He Tong was about to fall asleep. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. He immediately turned his head in confusion, and saw He Tong walking towards him with a quilt in his arms. You! As soon as Bai Ye opened his mouth, He Tong lay down directly on his blanket and covered him with the quilt he brought. It seemed a little small, and it was a bit difficult for 2 people to cover the quilt together, so He Tong moved closer. That way the sir won't get cold. He Tong's tone sounded very indifferent, but a faint blush had actually appeared on her cute face. She deliberately turned her back to Bai Ye so that he could not see her face. Chapter 43. Bai Ye was silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became a little subtle and awkward. In fact, he really didn't need a quilt, but he didn't expect He Tong to care about him so much. Maybe he felt that his body was still weak from the effects of using 2 imperial tools at the same time? What should I say? Thank you. Bai Ye thought about it and said this. However, he didn't hear He Tong's reply, so he thought that He Tong must have really fallen asleep this time. In fact, it is not. He Tong was just too shy to reply. After all, she was not completely ignorant and knew that her action was a bit bold. But Commander Bai Ye had done so much for her today, and she couldn't let him get cold while sleeping. Good night. Bai Ye didn't think too much, just said good night and went to sleep. After a long while, Haitong seemed to be waiting for Bai Ye to fall asleep before he whispered in Bai Ye's ear, "Good night." He had indeed fallen asleep, but the movement of Haitong woke him up again. But he just opened his eyes without any extra movements. A night passed and nothing happened. Early in the morning, Bai Ye and Haitong rode back to the imperial capital. As for breakfast, they made do with some dry food they brought with them. Before noon, Bai Ye and Haitong returned to the imperial capital. After returning the mount, Bai Ye asked Haitong, "Are we going back to the base now? Or are we going to walk around the streets first? The vacation will not end for another 2 days. I'd like to have lunch here if I can." Haitong answered without hesitation. Their assassination team usually eats in the cafeteria of the base, and only occasionally when they go out on missions do they eat in restaurants, pubs, and the like. In comparison, the food in the base cafeteria tasted much more mediocre. "Okay, you can look for a restaurant you like," Bai Ye said. After spending these days together, he realized that Haitong was a foodie. So we can roughly guess that Haitong is probably not very satisfied with the food at the base. Soon, Haitong selected a restaurant. There is no other reason, it's simply because the aroma of meat wafting from this restaurant is more fragrant. "Two guests, there are seats here." The hotel waiter came over to greet us immediately. Bai Ye handed the menu on the table to Haitong first, "Just order whatever you want to eat. This restaurant has a wide variety of dishes. In addition to dishes using various dangerous species as ingredients, there are also many relatively ordinary home-cooked dishes." Haitong ordered 10 meat dishes right away, and that might not even be enough for her. In contrast, Bai Ye only consists of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, a soup, and 2 bowls of white rice. "Excuse me, would you two like some wine? Or will plain water be enough?" the waiter asked them at this time. "Just plain water," Bai Ye said casually. 10 minutes later, the kitchen started serving the dishes. Just as Bai Ye and Haitong were having dinner, a young woman with a pretty face, blonde hair, golden eyes, a sexy body and somewhat revealing clothes passed by them. Afterwards, the blonde woman sat in a seat behind Haitong and ordered several bottles of wine. At first Bai Ye didn't care, but soon he noticed from the corner of his eye that the blonde woman was paying attention to him and Haitong. Bai Ye was sitting face to face with Haitong, and the blonde woman was sitting in a position where he could just barely see her out of the corner of his eye. His consciousness was too sharp. If it were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't care about the other person's seemingly normal behavior. Of course, it could also be that I'm just being too sensitive. Regardless, Bai Ye was a little wary of the blonde woman. But he didn't show any sign of it and continued to eat normally. As for Haitong, she didn't pay any attention to the woman who was overeating behind her. Most of her attention was on the meat delicacies on the table. However, it turned out that Bai Ye's awareness was correct. This blonde woman is actually a member of the killer organization Night Raid and her name is Leon. Leon. She had come to the capital to drink as usual, but happened to meet Bai Ye and Haitong who were also in the store. Especially Kuronet. Because of Akame, Leon recognized the black-haired girl as Akame's sister Kuronet at a glance. Then the young man sitting opposite Haitong must also be a member of the Empire's assassination force. Therefore, Leona couldn't help but pay more attention to Bai Ye and Haitong, and as a result, this action was noticed by Bai Ye. "Oh no, I think I've been discovered." At this time, Leona also vaguely realized that he might have been discovered by the other party, and he couldn't help but think to himself. Fortunately, she has not yet revealed her identity as a member of Night Raid, otherwise she would not be wandering around the streets of the imperial capital openly every day. Well, it doesn't matter, just finish the rest of the wine and leave. Leon thought to himself and continued drinking as if nothing had happened. After that, she no longer paid attention to Bai Ye and Haitong. After all, with her identity, it was not appropriate for her to act out in broad daylight and in such a crowded place. There are only disadvantages if you accidentally reveal your identity here. Not to mention fighting, Akame had stressed to them before that Kurohime was dangerous, and the other boy's strength was unknown, so Leon would definitely not act rashly. As expected, 10 meat dishes were not enough for Haitong, so she ordered 2 more. You should be full now, right? Bai Ye question. Well, let's go. After taking the last bite, Haitong stood up and prepared to leave. Bai Ye immediately discovered that although Haitong had eaten so much food, his stomach did not look very full. Moreover, Haitong has a very slim figure, which is totally inconsistent with her exaggerated appetite. Where does everything you eat go? This is a magical question that cannot be explained. Before you leave, at least get rid of the rice grains on your mouth. Bai Ye noticed that there was a grain of rice on Haitong's mouth, so he reminded him. Even though Haitong had just wiped his mouth, there was still a small grain of rice near his cheek. Where is it? Please help me take it off. The only thing that Haitong is never shy about is his eating manners. Not only was she not shy, she also asked Bai Ye to help her take it off with a straight face. Bai Ye immediately reached out and picked off the small grain of rice on Haitong's face, and just as he was about to throw it into the trash can. But Haitong stopped him. Wait. What's wrong? Bai Ye said with a little doubt. The next moment, Haitong grabbed Bai Ye's forearm, opened his mouth slightly and ate the rice grain at Bai Ye's fingertips. Don't waste food. Haitong said with a silly look on his face. Obviously Bai Ye didn't expect Haitong to suddenly do this, and his face suddenly showed a little surprise. There was still some warmth on his fingertips. Chapter 44. There is a secret base in Yamanaka, about 10 kilometers north of the imperial capital. It is the current headquarters of the assassination organization Night Raid. Currently, Night Raid has 7 members, namely, Main, Nichitan, Akame, Lubbock, Hill, Leon, and Brand. The picture is a bit blurry, just make do with it. Almost everyone is a Taigu user, except the leader Nagensita, who currently does not have a Taigu, because her previous Taigu, the pumpkin cannon, has been given to Main, and the Revolutionary Army has not given her a new Taigu yet. After paying the bill at the hotel, Leon returned to the Night Raid headquarters from the imperial capital because she wanted to come back and report on Kurowato as soon as possible. Leon, why are you back so early today? Seeing Leon coming back, Nichitan couldn't help but ask. Except for Hill and Main who were training outside, the rest of the Night Raid members were in the base. I wanted to stay in the capital for a while longer, but I met Haitong while eating at a restaurant. Leon's expression was rarely so serious, usually she was carefree. Black pupils. When Akagi, who was standing by, heard the name, his eyes flickered. Red eyes. Black pupil. Lubbock also sighed. Almost all of them knew that Haitong was the most difficult enemy in the Imperial Assassination Force. But considering the relationship between Red Eye and Black Eye, Lubbock couldn't discuss Black Eye casually. Akagi, what do you think about this? At this time, Nichitan asked Akame directly. I think something is wrong. As far as I know, the reinforcement team is never allowed to wander around the streets of the imperial capital unless they are on a mission. Are they planning something in the imperial capital? Akame expressed her thoughts. That being said, it is indeed worth paying attention to. They may be planning to conduct a night raid on us. We must be more careful when carrying out assassination missions in the future. Nichitan nodded slightly. Luckily, Akame joined us in the night raid. With this, we have a lot of information about the Imperial Assassination Forces. Leon said with a smile. Hey, don't say that. Lubbock immediately whispered a reminder to Leon. After all, Akame had just joined the night raid not long ago, and the Imperial Assassination Forces were the companions that Akame had been with for a longer time, especially since they had a best relationship with her younger sister. What does it matter? Didn't Akame already say that? Leon simply placed his hands on Akame's shoulders. That's right. I have already made up my mind. I will never show mercy even when facing He Tong. Chi Tong said with a determined look in her eyes, it is precisely because I love her so much that I want to redeem her as soon as possible. Kuronet had become the Empire's killing machine, and Akame could not think of any other way except to free her herself. Very good, we will not forget our original agreement, but I will definitely let you deal with He Tong personally. Nichiren also emphasized. Only matters concerning Kuroyan will be handled by Akoyan herself within the permitted scope. This was the only condition that Akame put forward when she joined the Revolutionary Army. As for whether Akito wants to save or kill Kuru, the Revolutionary Army has no objection. At present, rescue is almost impossible. Akahim tried to convince Kuroyori for several days but failed. Otherwise, if Kuroyori could join the Revolutionary Army, their chances of winning against the Empire would increase a lot. However, it is a good thing that Akito is determined to kill Hito with his own hands. At least the power of the Empire has been weakened. The rest of the Night Raid organization did not interfere with Akahima's determination. They all respected Akahima's decision. Oh, by the way, there was a young man who was traveling with He Tong at the time. He looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen that face before. At this time, Leon spoke again. She was afraid that she would be exposed too obviously, so she did not dare to look at He Tong and the young man any longer, so she did not have a very clear impression of that face. Do you remember his physical features? Nichiren asked. Let me think about it. After thinking for a while, Leon suddenly thought of the most prominent feature. His eyes are just like Akame, both are red, but in comparison, his eyes are scarlet, and there are strange patterns in his eyes. Then, Leon continued, I feel that the boy is not simple either. When I discovered the black pupil, I only looked at him twice more, and it seems that the boy noticed it. Hearing your description, Nichiren seemed to have thought of something, and immediately walked to the desk and took out a portrait from the drawer. Is it him? Yes, it's him. Leon nodded immediately. No wonder he looked familiar, it turned out to be this person. Their revolutionary army has quite a few spies in the imperial capital. After all, many members of the revolutionary army were originally civil and military officials of the empire, such as former General Nichiren and former soldier Brand. For the night raid that specializes in carrying out assassination missions in the imperial capital, the Imperial Capital Guard is one of the main obstacles, so Bai Ye, who was previously the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, will naturally be targeted. It is not surprising that his portrait would circulate within the Revolutionary Army. Well, he was the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard before. In the past 2 days, the Imperial Capital Guard suddenly changed people. I was a little curious about where he went, but it turned out that he went to the Imperial Assassination Force. Nichiren pondered. Bai Ye, I remember that he doesn't seem to be a corrupt official, right? At this time, Lubbock said. Yes, since he became the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, he has done a lot of good things, including the cause of death of the former Captain Uka. It can be said that he has helped us solve a lot of problems, and the people's reputation towards the Imperial Capital Guard has also improved rapidly. Nichiren said, he is one of the few officials in the Empire who has such a conscience. He was probably transferred to the Empire's assassination force by his superiors. I just don't know what position he holds in the assassination force. But given his style, it's a bit unusual that he hasn't been framed by the ministers and their lackeys yet. Brand said. At the beginning, he and his boss General Riva were arrested and imprisoned simply because they did not flatter or bribe the minister. General Riva was also charged with false crimes. Unable to endure the darkness of the Empire anymore, he escaped before being caught and joined the Revolutionary Army. On the other hand, what Bai Ye did was much more excessive than him. It's hard to say. He was transferred to the Imperial Assassination Unit. Maybe he was framed. Let's wait and see what the situation is. Nichiren then expressed her thoughts. If it's appropriate, we can also invite him to join the night raid. Chapter 45. At the same time, Bai Ye certainly didn't know what happened at the night raid headquarters, and he didn't even know Leona at all. After he and Haitong left the hotel, Leona did not follow him and Haitong, so he didn't pay much attention to the blonde woman just now. Walking on the streets of the imperial capital. Sir, you're really not going to do more training during the 3-day vacation? At this time, Haitong suddenly asked. What she seemed to mean was that she wanted to take advantage of this time to receive more training. What's wrong? Do you think the rest time is too long and you need to practice more? Bai Ye asked back. Yes. Haitong nodded and said, this way we will have stronger strength to deal with those guys from night raid. My sister alone is already very powerful. You don't have to be so serious. Proper rest is good for you. It's not a good thing to be tense every day. Bai Ye smiled and said, at least during these 3 days, you just need to relax and enjoy your vacation time. Yes, sir. Haitong would never refuse an order from his superior. Bai Ye's words also reminded her that when her companions learned that they could have 3 days off, they all looked very happy. So she realized that maybe she was just too tense. Are you going to look for Salo and the others? Or are you just going to wander around? At this time, Bai Ye asked Haitong for his opinion. He himself was casual about it. After all, he had worked in the Imperial Capital Guard before, and by that time he had already visited all over the Imperial Capital. Let's just wander around. Haitong chose the latter. At this moment, Haitong suddenly couldn't walk anymore. Probably because of the dim sum shop on the roadside. Want to eat? Bai Ye asked immediately. Even though he had just finished lunch, Haitong, as a foodie, was still attracted by the desserts. Then let's go in. I have an impression of this shop. The dim sum they make themselves is really good. Bai Ye walked into the store with black pupils. Hey? Isn't this Captain Bai Ye? It seems like I haven't seen you for a few days. As soon as the boss saw Bai Ye, he was delighted. Since Bai Ye used to patrol the streets every day, many bosses were familiar with him. The business in the store seems to be very good today. After all, your desserts are really delicious. Bai Ye also greeted the boss. It is our greatest honor to be praised by Captain Bai Ye. The boss was immediately flattered. Old man, why don't you ask Captain Bai Ye and the lady beside him what they need? At this time, the proprietress reminded the boss. She noticed the lady next to Captain Bai Ye, who was obviously greedy and her mouth was almost drooling. Captain Bai Ye and this lady, what do you need? When asking, the boss couldn't help but pay attention to the cute black-haired girl next to Captain Bai Ye. By the way, is this lady a new member of the security team? I don't think I've seen her before. No, actually I no longer work in the Imperial Capital Guard. I've changed my job and this is my current colleague. Bai Ye explained simply. Oh, I see. But then, what the boss wanted to say was that the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard had finally changed from that Uka to the upright Captain Bai Ye, but he didn't expect that Captain Bai Ye would resign from his post so soon. He felt very sorry and reluctant. But he still didn't say it out loud. If someone with bad intentions heard it and it got to the ears of the new captain, he would be in trouble. The boss immediately changed the subject. What would you like to order? These were all made this morning, so they are absolutely fresh. Bai Ye said to Haitong, you choose. Then I'll be welcome. Haitong ordered 3 servings of each of the delicious-looking desserts in one go. They want so much. Even if there are 4 of us, it would be hard to finish it. Seeing that Haitong ordered so many, the boss was shocked. From a normal person's perspective, 2 people simply can't eat so much. All these sweets and snacks had been prepared in the morning, so the boss just had to pack them up for Bai Ye and He Tong. Bai Ye and He Tong found a random seat and sat down. He Tong immediately started to enjoy it, but Bai Ye just watched. After all, he was still full. At the same time, he thought that He Tong would probably be more food protective, so he simply didn't eat it. Bai Ye suddenly felt that He Tong might not have enjoyed the lunch just now, as he seemed to have enough energy to eat these desserts. When they were halfway through eating, He Tong noticed that Bai Ye was still motionless. She couldn't help but raise her head and asked Bai Ye, "Sir, don't you want to eat?" She ordered 3 of each item, but one of them was actually for Bai Ye. She only needed 2. "No, just eat it." Bai Ye shook his head slightly. "Really? That's a pity, one of them was originally yours." He Tong said lightly. "No, I really can't eat this." Bai Ye was suddenly shocked. Even if he was fasting, he couldn't eat such a portion. At this time, He Tong seemed to have tasted a particularly delicious pastry, and then he picked up a piece with his fork. "I think this is delicious, would you like to try it, sir?" She took the fork she had used and put it directly to Bai Ye's mouth, as if she didn't care about sharing the fork at all. "This." Bai Ye originally wanted to say something, but when he thought about it, He Tong himself didn't care, so why should he be pretentious? He didn't say anything more and just opened his mouth and ate. "It's really delicious, soft and not greasy, and the sweetness is just right. I haven't tried this kind of pastry before. Thank you." After tasting, Bai Ye commented. "So you're going to share the good stuff with others, or are those cookies filled with drugs?" Bai Ye suddenly thought that He Tong might not want others to eat the cookies containing drug ingredients, so he always emphasized it. That's definitely one of the reasons. However, He Tong did not reveal another reason. She wasn't the type to share snacks with just anyone. At the same time, the boss and his wife on the other side saw this scene with their own eyes. "Old man, I thought that Lady Sai Lu was Lord Bai Ye's girlfriend. I didn't expect that. I was wrong." "I was wrong too. This cute girl is the one that Captain Bai Ye is really dating, right?" The boss and his wife couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. But it was still not quiet enough and was heard by Bai Ye and He Tong. The cute little face of He Tong suddenly turned slightly red, and he lowered his head and ate the cakes as if nothing had happened. Chapter 46. Bai Ye noticed He Tong's embarrassed look and he ate dessert noticeably slower, as if his appetite had decreased. I saw He Tong's face was slightly red, and he lowered his head and ate the dessert in small bites. Bai Ye thought He Tong must be very troubled, so he immediately helped He Tong clarify the misunderstanding. He explained to his boss and his wife, "No, she and I are colleagues, it's not what you think. Oh, it's us who were too presumptuous." The boss and the boss's wife also realized that they were too offensive. How could they say so much about Captain Bai Ye's private affairs? Hearing what Bai Ye said, He Tong's face suddenly turned dark. The shyness on her face just now disappeared completely. Seeing this, Bai Ye felt a little confused. Why did he feel that He Tong seemed a little angry? However, He Tong's appetite seemed to have returned, and he felt that everything should be fine. This was actually just He Tong trying to kill time. A large pile of snacks was completely eaten up by He Tong. "You should be full now, right?" Bai Ye questioned. "He Tong's appetite is really amazing." "I'm full." He Tong responded calmly. However, she did not seem to be uncomfortable due to overeating. Bai Ye couldn't help but suspect that He Tong might still be able to eat. Next, Bai Ye and He Tong continued shopping. It's just a simple look around, see the beautiful scenery, and see the various aspects of life. Many people seem to love the Sir. At this time, He Tong sighed. On the way here just now, I met many people who took the initiative to greet Chief Bai Ye, and their attitude was not that of fawning. Because I used to work in the Imperial Capital Guard. Don't you remember? Bai Ye said casually. But it's mainly because of the commander's character. He Tong said. After spending these days together, she has already gotten a general idea of what kind of person Chief Bai Ye is. It was not surprising to her that the commander was loved by the people when he was serving in the Imperial Capital Guard. Maybe, but I just did what I had to do, whether it was the Imperial Capital Guard or the assassination team. Bai Ye did not want to take credit for himself. In his opinion, he just does the job for money and then does whatever he wants according to his mood. There is nothing glorious or upright about it. But in our eyes, there probably won't be a more gentle commander than you. He Tong smiled slightly. Is it really that exaggerated? But Bai Ye thought about it and it seemed to be true. Today, Minister Ernest has absolute power over the entire empire. Even the core ministers are so cruel and dark, so how can the officials under him be any better? It is estimated that the entire court is almost corrupt from top to bottom. Bai Ye is a special case. Perhaps because of his death, the minister trusts him quite a bit. Otherwise, he would have been targeted by many corrupt officials as early as when he served as the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. This can be regarded as having the support of a stay behind the scenes. If the position of manager of the Imperial Assassination Forces was given to someone else, it would be very likely that the previous cruel system would continue to be used, or even become more brutal. So please don't leave without permission, sir. I'll be looking after you in the future. He Tong said from the bottom of his heart. She really didn't want to experience the feeling of losing her companions, whether they were punished or died in the mission. Bai Ye was the only manager who changed the system and even cared about their safety, which she found very rare. Bai Ye nodded and said, I won't quit easily, unless something unexpected happens. It's hard to say what will happen. After dinner, Bai Ye and He Tong returned to the base. The assassination force base is of course also located in the imperial capital. He Tong and Commander Bai Ye are back so soon. I thought it would take several days. The Saiga cave is quite far from the imperial capital. Maybe he changed to a dangerous mount. Although I don't know if He Tong has accomplished what he wanted to do, but it looks like he is not injured, so that's good. Facing everyone's concern, He Tong smiled and said, Actually, the commander and I came back at noon. We just walked around the street for a while. Oh, so you went out to play with the commander? We were originally worried that He Tong didn't get to enjoy his vacation time, but now it seems that this worry was unnecessary. While He Tong was chatting and laughing with others, Bai Ye left alone in silence. Seeing this, Salo followed. Master, what happened? Why do I feel like you seem to be worried? Salo asked. Nothing, I just want to investigate some things, such as the medications that He Tong and the others usually take. Bai Ye explained. That's good. I thought something unexpected happened to Master during his outing. Salo was immediately relieved, at least there was nothing wrong with his master's health. Afterwards, Bai Ye went directly to the laboratory, where there was a lot of information, which should contain what he wanted to know. Salo followed closely behind. There are still experimenters working in the laboratory. Bai Ye said directly, I want to see information about the medicine. The experimenters would naturally not disobey, because the information here is confidential only to outsiders and those children, and Bai Ye and Sai Lu definitely have the authority in this regard given their identities. After getting the information, Bai Ye opened it and his pupils suddenly shrank, and his brows furrowed slightly. Those drugs are not simple. According to the description in the information, the drugs used by the Empire's assassination forces will have serious negative effects on the brain, and their powerful abilities are entirely obtained at the cost of a significantly shortened lifespan. In addition, people will become very dependent on drugs. If they do not use drugs for a period of time, not only will their physical abilities decline, but they will also have painful withdrawal reactions. Putting poorly performing teams in solitary confinement and depriving them of medication for several days was one of the punishments used by the previous manager. The information also records a member of the assassination unit who was only in his teens. Due to excessive use of drugs, his body aged to the state of a 70 or 80-year-old. Because his physical weakness affected the mission, he was directly punished. Moreover, all members of the assassination force reinforcement team will be forcibly brainwashed on a regular basis. This is why He Tong and others will never have the idea of betraying the empire no matter what. Not to mention the many other outrageous systems, most of which were required by senior superiors, and the previous managers also worked under the regulations of their superiors. Bai Ye suddenly realized that his situation was still a bit dangerous. After all, nothing he had done since taking office was in compliance with the regulations of his superiors. How can this be possible? It's such a dangerous drug. Sai Lu next to her also looked at the information with Bai Ye, and she suddenly felt very confused. They were just tools to be used. If they were no longer useful, they were simply thrown away. There's nothing to be surprised about. At this time, an experimenter said in a nonchalant tone. Chapter 47. Yes, as their managers and superiors, you shouldn't be so surprised. After all, he is a newcomer. He probably just found out about these things. I'd like to kindly remind you that these are decided by the big shots above. If you don't follow them well, you'll get into trouble. Almost all the experimenters didn't care about the children's affairs. They only know to follow the rules set by their superiors. Those who have the intention of resisting have been cleared out long ago, and those who can still stay here are naturally obedient. You. Sai Lu was about to get angry, but Bai Ye raised his hand to stop him. Can I take these materials? Bai Ye asked the experimenter. Of course you can, but if anything unexpected happens, it will be your responsibility. The experimenter responded. As for what Bai Ye and Sai Lu would do with the information, they didn't care. They had no right to interfere because Bai Ye and Sai Lu's status was higher than theirs. No problem. After that, Bai Ye left with some important information. His other hand held Sylvia to prevent her from doing anything impulsive. When they got outside the laboratory, Bai Ye explained to Sai Lu, the focus now is to find a way to make He Tong and the others sober up and stop them from actively accepting the damage of the drugs and the destruction of the empire. If we had just casually attacked the experimenters, our positions would definitely be lost. With his current position, at least it is convenient for him to contact He Tong and others. It is also not feasible to forcibly sever ties with the Imperial assassination forces by force, because it is recorded in the data that the people in the reinforcement group have been brainwashed countless times. The chances of successfully removing them from the Imperial assassination force so suddenly are extremely slim. Bai Ye still remembers He Tong saying that Chi Tong had tried to persuade He Tong for a long time before he rebelled, but He Tong never agreed. Even He Tong's best sister Chi Tong couldn't be convinced, which was enough to show that the Imperial assassination force had brainwashed He Tong and others very thoroughly, so Bai Ye didn't expect that he could convince them easily. Yes. Sai Lu lowered his head slightly and listened respectfully to his master's teachings. In short, it is the most undesirable behavior to take direct action. Although what those experimenters said was unpleasant, the root cause is not those guys, but the so-called big shots above, or even this dark and corrupt empire. Bai Ye continued. Empire. These words suddenly reminded Salo that she had always regarded loyalty to the empire as absolute justice, because her parents were also imperial soldiers when they were alive. When she heard her master say that the empire was dark and corrupt, she subconsciously wanted to refute it, but she couldn't find any reason to refute it. The previous events are still vivid in my mind, the nobles who slaughtered outsiders, Captain Uka, and today's incident. Salo already regarded Kuroniko and the others as her companions. She cared about her companions very much and could not accept such inhumane practices of the Imperial assassination force. Could it be that, it's just that the big shots in the Empire's assassination forces are bad guys, and the Empire as a whole should. Salo wanted to convince Bai Ye to change his opinion of the Empire, but even he found it difficult to convince himself. She was already deeply shaken in her heart, and the struggle was obvious on her face. In this regard, Bai Ye did not rush to let Silu recognize the darkness of the Empire. Take your time. It's okay. I can accompany you to slowly see the full picture of this Empire. After all, he still hasn't fully understood the entire Empire. Salu's heart was immediately touched, and he nodded vigorously, yes. Next, let He Tong and the others understand this information first. Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly and he said in a deep voice. Bai Ye and Silu brought the information they got from the laboratory directly to the assassination team's usual lounge. I have something to show you, but I guess you probably already know some of the things. Bai Ye put the information directly on the table. He Tong was the first to take the information, and a few people came over. After quickly reading the contents of the document, He Tong's face changed slightly, but he didn't react much. Some things are unexpected, some things are expected. For example, they have already known about the side effects of drugs. After all, they are brainwashed rather than stupid, and can fully feel the various negative effects of drugs on their bodies. What surprised He Tong the most was the information about brainwashing. This is something they are truly completely unaware of. They only know that they need to take drug reinforcements regularly, and each time they take drug reinforcements they are in an unconscious state. They didn't know that it was not actually drug enhancement, but a brainwashing of them. The information was circulated one by one, and soon everyone had finished reading the contents. Brainwashing? What have we been brainwashed about? I don't know. Maybe they want us to be more loyal to the Empire. I think this is a bit unnecessary. Yes, we will never betray the Empire, so why do we have to brainwash us so frequently? Seeing everyone's reactions, it was indeed similar to what Bai Ye expected. They have been so thoroughly brainwashed that they would never think about the problem that it is brainwashing that makes them loyal to the Empire. Bai Ye didn't plan to mention the brainwashing issue for the time being. After all, even if he did, they wouldn't believe it after being brainwashed countless times. Don't you have any feelings about the drugs? Bai Ye questioned. No, there's nothing we can do about it. Our abilities aren't as good as the elite group, so we can only become stronger this way. Guy Li smiled calmly and said, if it weren't for these drugs, we would have been punished from the beginning. After all, we don't have enough ability to serve the Empire. The rest of the people had similar ideas to Guy Li, after all, they had all received the same brainwashing. Bai Ye wasn't surprised to get this answer. What about He Tong? Do you think the same as them? Bai Ye turned to He Tong and asked. He Tong nodded without hesitation and said, if we want to fight against the rebels, we must pay a certain price. Salo still found it hard to accept. Fighting against the rebels was one thing, but brainwashing, drugs, and punishment were another. Even if it is to fight against the rebels, there is no need to treat everyone so cruelly. I see. Bai Ye sighed slightly. They have been brainwashed to this extent, and it is really not possible to persuade them easily. We can only change them slowly. He Tong obviously didn't take the information to heart. Instead, she was worried about Bai Ye. Sir, I'll go with you to relax later. I feel like you're worrying too much about us and you're a little worried. Chapter 48. Yes, sir. Let Kurwato accompany you to relax. We are really fine. You don't have to worry about us so much. Guy Li also said. Not just He Tong and Guy Li, everyone didn't take the information matter to heart and simply thought that their superior was just worried about them. They never thought that Commander Bai Ye's behavior seriously violated the rules. Once the bigwigs above knew about it, they would definitely arrest Bai Ye and Silu on this charge. Okay, maybe I'm thinking too much. Bai Ye also ended the topic of information. No one in the assassination team was moved by the information. If he continued to emphasize the information, it would only backfire. It would be best to just let the information issue go. Wait for me a moment. Bai Ye said something to Haitong, then took the information and prepared to return to the laboratory. Sela followed again. Master, we can't persuade them at all. This is the power of brainwashing. Once they are brainwashed to this extent, no one can persuade them. We can only slowly look for opportunities to change them. Bai Ye said softly. Well, until then I will protect everyone. Saihu said with a serious expression. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Sailu returned the data to the laboratory. The experimenters didn't ask them what they did with the data. As agreed, Bai Ye and Haitong went out for a walk to relax, right on the streets of the imperial capital. Not long after they left, everyone in the assassination team started discussing. Do you think Haitong really has any feelings for Chief Bai Ye? I noticed that Haitong seems to be a little close to Chief Bai Ye. I guess that's right. Although Kurowato has a good relationship with us, it has never happened before that she would take the initiative to invite boys to go out and relax together. Indeed, Commander Bai Ye is so nice to us, it's not surprising that Haitong would have a good impression of him, and Haitong is already at that age. At this time, Guy Li also said, that's why I just thought of creating opportunities for Xiao Haitong. She mentioned the commander's name twice when we were chatting tonight. Hearing them talking excitedly about Bai Ye and Haitong, Sai Lu muttered to himself, Haitong likes master. For some reason, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. There is a girl who likes the master, and it is obviously something that she should be happy for the master, so why does she feel a little uncomfortable? Sela couldn't understand what was wrong with him at this moment. Maybe I'm a little tired. I should be fine after a good sleep. If Haitong was alone, the guards of the base would definitely not allow her to go out easily. She would have to have permission from her superiors. Accompanied by Bai Ye, he and Haitong were not stopped in any way. The imperial capital is brightly lit at night. Most of the shops on both sides of the street are closed, and there are far fewer pedestrians on the road than during the day. Only a few figures can be seen occasionally. In such a quiet environment, it is more suitable for Bai Ye and Haitong to relax. Sir, before you joined the Imperial Capital Guard, were you also a soldier in the Imperial Capital? At this time, Haitong asked some daily topics. No, my hometown is a small village on the southern border. I just came to the Imperial Capital not long ago because the village was destroyed by dangerous species. Bai Ye responded. I see. I can't quite remember what happened before I joined the assassination unit. I was too young at the time. I just remember wandering around with my sister. Haitong recalled. You must be missing your sister now, right? Well, I miss her so much that I want to kill her so that she can never leave me. Haitong said such extraordinary words with a smile, and the lovely smile seemed a little scary at this moment. Bai Ye felt slightly embarrassed. If he had known, he would not have mentioned anything about Qi Tong. However, at this moment, several figures suddenly passed by quickly on the roof not far in front of him. With Bai Ye's strong insight, he saw those figures at the first moment. But their faces could not be seen clearly because they were all wearing black robes that concealed their features. The only thing that could be seen was the tall man in armor, but his face was also invisible. Did you see that? That should be the Taigu user of Evil Ghost Haunted. They are the Night Raid, right? At this moment, Bai Ye whispered to Haitong. Yes, my sister is among them. Haitong's right hand was already on the hilt of 8 rooms, his face was indifferent. Sir, let's just catch the Night Raid tonight. Let's go and take a look first. Bai Ye did not agree to Haitong directly. Because his attitude towards the Night Raid was not hostile. When Bai Ye was the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, he knew something about the Night Raid. After all, the security of the imperial capital was managed by him. None of the targets of the night raid assassination were innocent. They were all guys like Akame who deserved to die. So he deliberately turned a blind eye to the night raid at that time and did not confront it head-on, otherwise he would have met it long ago. Next, Bai Ye and Haitong chased the black shadows that were moving quickly on the house. At the same time, those dark shadows had of course discovered that someone was chasing them. Leona glanced at the two figures following them from behind and was immediately surprised. Is that Bai Ye and Haitong? What bad luck, we just happened to run into them. Marin said solemnly, this route should be the safest one. It avoids all the security forces in the imperial capital at this time. Is it really just a coincidence? Or did they predict our plan in advance? In fact, it was indeed their bad luck tonight. If Bai Ye and Haitong had not suddenly come out for a walk, they would not have been discovered. It's difficult to carry out the assassination plan now. Let's assassinate the target another day. Do we need to get rid of those two guys right now? Brand was the most special. He directly used an armor-type imperial weapon that covered his entire body, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his appearance even if he didn't wear a black robe. You guys go back first. I want to bury Haitong. Chi Tong stopped immediately. We have been discovered, so the assassination plan tonight will definitely not be able to go on. She must quickly resolve the battle with Haitong, otherwise she will soon be surrounded by the imperial assassination forces and the army. How can we let you stay here alone? Since we have to fight, let's work together to kill them. Leon said immediately. Yes, they are at most 2 imperial weapon users. We have 6 people. Let's deal with them as soon as possible and then go back to formulate a new assassination plan. Mine has already taken out the imperial weapon pumpkin cannon and her tone seems very confident. But the boss said that Bai Ye is a talent worth fighting for. Remember not to kill him later. Brand reminded. At this time, the 6 people in the night raid had stopped, as if waiting for Bai Ye and Haitong to come to them. Bai Ye and Haitong immediately came in front of them. Bai Ye, who noticed something was wrong, took the initiative to hold Haitong's hand, ready to use hollow at any time. Haitong didn't expect Bai Ye to suddenly hold her hand, and she immediately said lightly, Sir, now is not the time to do this. However, Bai Ye had no intention of letting go and his attitude was very tough. What? When Haitong saw Haitong holding the hand of that boy, her defense was immediately broken. Chapter 49. Akatsuki is definitely a sister Khan. Unless he was a man she approved of, she didn't want to see Haitong being so intimate with another man. So at this moment, Haitong suddenly became uneasy. However, she still understood the situation and immediately suppressed her emotional fluctuations, turning back into a cold-blooded killer. He pulled out Murasame from the scabbard and decided to bury Kuroyan with his own hands tonight. At this time, you still dare to be affectionate in front of us. Main deliberately lowered the hood of her cloak, held the pumpkin cannon in her hand and aimed directly at Haitong. Suddenly, a shock wave formed by spiritual energy blasted out. Their main target of attack is Haitong, because they know that Haitong has been brainwashed by the Empire and it is impossible to convince him. Haitong wanted to dodge immediately, but his hand was still held by Bai Ye. Believe me. Bai Ye just said this lightly. It can also make Haitong feel at ease. In her mind, Commander Bai Ye is indeed a trustworthy person. Haitong nodded slightly. However, at the moment when the shock wave of the pumpkin cannon was about to hit her, she subconsciously raised the 8 chambers to block the shock wave. However, what was incredible was that she didn't feel any resistance at all. It was as if the shock wave went straight through her body without her feeling anything at all. Just as Haitong uttered a puzzled sound, a loud boom was heard behind him. She turned her head and saw that an abandoned wall behind her had collapsed. Fortunately, no innocent people were hurt. What's going on? The shock wave just now was clearly directed towards her. Could it be Commander Bai Ye's imperial ability? What? Seeing this, Mayan was also surprised. My attack actually went straight through the opponent's body. Be careful, their abilities are weird. However, Mayan immediately came to her senses and reminded her companions. Chi Tong and the others did not launch an attack rashly. You are Kuroniko's sister Akaniko, right? At this time, Bai Ye spoke to Chi Tong. Chi Tong nodded slightly, his expression stern as if facing a great enemy. When facing Bai Ye and He Tong, Chi Tong did not deliberately hide her face. Because the news of her betrayal of the Empire and joining the Revolutionary Army had already spread, her appearance was the first to be exposed during the night raid, and her portraits and bounty notices could be seen everywhere on the streets. Therefore, Bai Ye could see Chi Tong's appearance clearly, which was highly similar to the portrait on the bounty order. She has long flowing black hair, crimson eyes, and her facial features are somewhat similar to He Tong's, and are also very delicate. She was wearing a black skirt and a black cloak. She had a slender figure and looked taller than He Tong. You two sisters finally meet each other, but it looks like you're going to draw your swords against each other. Bai Ye has already noticed Chi Tong's murderous intention towards He Tong. He knew that He Tong wanted to kill Chi Tong with his own hands, but he didn't expect that Chi Tong would have the same attitude towards He Tong. The sisters who once depended on each other are now killing each other. There is no other choice but to free He Tong myself and end her suffering. Akito's tone was firm. I also want to kill my sister so that she can stay with me forever. He Tong chuckled. Stop talking. I won't let you kill He Tong, but if you insist on fighting, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Ye's tone gradually turned colder. He just maintains a neutral attitude towards the night raid and the Revolutionary Army, which does not mean that he can tolerate the other party hurting the people around him. Although this should be said to be a private matter between the sisters Akagi and Kuroe, he certainly could not just watch Kuroe being killed. Akagami, now is the time for us to. Leon on the side whispered to Akahima. Retreat. His ability is very strange. Don't take risks unless you are sure of a quick victory. Akahima said calmly and decisively. And because of the huge noise caused by the pumpkin cannon destroying the ruined wall just now, the Imperial Capital Guard had also been alarmed, and the figures attacking from a distance were probably the Imperial Assassination Forces and the army will probably gather here soon. In this situation, we must not fight to the end, otherwise something terrible will happen. Then let's go. Lubbock was the first to return along the original route. Akahim, Min, and others followed closely behind. Chi Tong glanced back at Bai Ye and He Tong behind him, they did not chase after him. Sure enough, not long after the 6 people from the night raid evacuated, the Imperial Capital Guard arrived. However, when they arrived, only Bai Ye and He Tong were left there. Captain Bai Ye? There was a noise similar to a battle here just now. Did you encounter a night raid? Although Bai Ye had left his post for a few days, the members of the Imperial Capital Guard still habitually called him Captain. Yes, but they have evacuated. You have made a wasted trip. Bai Ye nodded. No, this is what we should do. It won't be a problem. Captain Bai Ye is indeed worthy of his name. I guess the night raid was planning to assassinate another important figure tonight, but was stopped by Captain Bai Ye. Alas, with Captain Bai Ye's ability, it is really a waste of his talent to be in our Imperial Capital Guard. The members of the Imperial Capital Guard immediately thought that it was Bai Ye who repelled the night attack. As for He Tong, they didn't know her and just thought she was a weak girl from her appearance. They also don't know where Captain Bai Ye works now, they only know that he has been transferred to another position. Afterwards, members of the Imperial Capital Guard began to investigate and handle the scene. Few signs of fighting were found, and the only clear sign of fighting was the wall that was blown down. Now, they immediately admired Captain Bai Ye even more. Because they thought that Captain Bai Ye had scared off the night raid with just a few moves, and Captain Bai Ye looked unharmed. You know, night raid often involves at least 2 or 3 Imperial weapon users acting together. While the Imperial Capital Guard was handling the scene, He Tong was still thinking about what had just happened. Sir, do you want to stop me from killing my sister? At this time, He Tong asked. Maybe, but what is certain is that I will protect you, after all. Bai Ye responded. Hearing this, He Tong's eyes trembled slightly and she looked up at Bai Ye, as if this sentence moved her. I am your manager after all. Bai Ye said with a smile. The bright light in He Tong's eyes disappeared in an instant, and her little mouth puffed up slightly, as if she was in an unhappy mood. Let's not talk about my sister and I for now. Sir, how long are you going to hold my hand? As if in revenge, He Tong deliberately emphasized that his hand was still held by Bai Ye. Chapter 50. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Bai Ye immediately let go of He Tong's hand and smiled awkwardly. Why are you apologizing? I didn't say I hated this. He Tong said. What the hell is going on? Bai Ye was helpless. Let's continue our walk. At this time, He Tong walked forward with brisk steps. When Bai Ye caught up, He Tong suddenly asked, Sir, you were able to fight just now, right? Why did you seem to be trying to avoid fighting? All 6 of them are Imperial weapon users, right? The situation is not favorable for us. My body has not recovered yet, and you are not suitable to summon super dangerous species in the Imperial capital, so. Bai Ye immediately explained. His tone was very natural, and he didn't sound like he was talking nonsense at all. In fact, what he said was half true and half false. His body had been fine for a long time, and he was just fooling He Tong. After all, He Tong has been severely brainwashed by the Empire. If he shows that he is not hostile to the night raid, there is no telling what accidents may happen. For the sake of caution, he couldn't reveal too much to He Tong. Indeed, He Tong believed it completely. She always regarded Bai Ye's Mangekyō Sharingan as an imperial tool. The consequences of using 2 imperial tools at the same time are very serious, so Bai Ye's claim that his body has not yet recovered is highly credible. As for the super dangerous species, just as Bai Ye said, the population in the imperial capital is too dense, the super dangerous species are too large, and their attack range is very wide, which will affect a large number of innocent civilians. Although the 5 members of the 8 houses other than the super dangerous species are also very strong, it is still too risky to deal with 6 night raid imperial weapon users at the same time. It would definitely be the best scenario to let them evacuate on their own initiative. Once a fight breaks out, things will be different. Bai Ye continued to deceive, if it was just me, it would be fine, but I still have to worry about your safety. I don't want you to be hurt by them. Really? I see. He Tong nodded. It's not a bad feeling to be cared for like this. The 2 continued walking. However, there are still some things lingering in He Tong's mind. She suddenly sighed to herself. In fact, when my sister asked me to escape from the assassination team with her, I was very conflicted, but in the end I still felt I couldn't accept it. We must prove how strong we are and gain recognition from our superiors. We must fight for the Empire. If we don't do this, it will be too pitiful for our companions who died. I think that my elder sister not only betrayed the Empire, but also betrayed her dead companions. She chose her ambition instead of her younger sister. He Tong said a lot in one breath, all about his sister. Bai Ye listened quietly. He also wanted to know what He Tong was thinking. My sister's ambition is to save the people who are trapped in suffering, and try to change this empire, and even the whole world. In fact, this serious sister is my favorite sister. He Tong covered his head with his hands with a somewhat painful expression. I obviously like this kind of sister the most, but I still can't forgive her. My brain is already a mess. Every time I think deeply about this matter, my mind will be completely messed up. She was aware of the contradiction within herself, but she didn't know why. Her brain couldn't wrap its head around the question. This is obviously because you have been brainwashed too much. Bai Ye said seriously. It was mentioned in the materials that only the enhanced group received brainwashing, and the elite group received another training method. So when Akame realized the darkness of the empire, she chose to leave and join the revolutionary army. When Bonnie was to be punished because of her injury that could not be recovered, Bonnie chose to run away. Bonnie, who was also a member of the Elite Seven at the time, did not join the revolutionary army, but instead went far away to find Nahashu, the original captain of the Elite Seven. Hei Tong's extremely serious self-contradictory situation is 100% caused by brainwashing. I like this kind of sister the most, but I can't forgive her because she has been subconsciously told to never betray the empire. No, that's not it. People who have been successfully brainwashed basically don't believe that they have become like this because of brainwashing, and Hei Tong is no exception. Bai Ye also knew this, so he didn't dwell on this topic any further. Whether it's true or not, I won't let you continue to be tortured like this. Okay, don't think about it for now. We came out here to relax, but now we have even more worries. Bai Ye's tone suddenly softened. Hei Tong nodded slightly and immediately put those messy thoughts behind him. At least for now, let's relax with the boss. At this time, Akame and the other 6 had returned to the night raid base. Boss, we were discovered by Bai Ye and Hei Tong while we were in action. We have no choice but to put the assassination plan on hold. Leon explained the situation to Nichiren. We've been discovered by these 2. There's really nothing we can do about it. I hope no one gets hurt. Nichiren naturally had no intention of blaming them. By the way, how do you feel after interacting with Bai Ye? I felt like he had no interest in fighting us. He didn't hold us back when we were evacuating. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been able to come back so easily. Brand stroked his chin with one hand, thinking. At this time, he had removed the armed form of haunted by evil spirits and was a tall man with a strange crew cut. I feel a little irritated for some reason. It seems like he is looking down on us. Mine muttered. It's not that you underestimate us, but you just don't want to fight us, right? Hill said with a smile. I'm more concerned about that strange ability. Mine's imperial weapon pumpkin can't hit Kuroniko at all. This kind of strange ability should only be possessed by imperial weapons, but doesn't Kuroniko already have 8 chambers? Lubbock analyzed it. This means it should be Bai Ye's Taigu, and it can also allow Hei Tong to share his Taigu ability. Bai Ye, he looks like Hei Tong's boyfriend, don't you think Shi Tong is right? Only Leon's focus is different from others. At that time, she found Kai Tong's reaction very cute and interesting, so she deliberately asked Kai Tong. I won't approve of him until I know how he feels about Hei Tong. Akagi suddenly looked dazed and serious, and expressed his sister Kon feelings in a serious manner. Chapter 51. After hearing everyone's descriptions, Nichiren already had a rough idea in her mind. But she still wanted to confirm further, or was he hostile to you at that time? There was no hostility, but when I said I wanted to kill Hei Tong, he briefly had murderous intentions towards me. As the ace killer of Night Raid, Akahime can keenly perceive the hostility and murderous intentions of others. However, this ability was actually developed during her time in the Imperial Assassination Forces, when her superior, Gozaizi, was also able to see through the killing world of others. This ability is very useful when dealing with spies. Doesn't this mean that he has no hostility towards us? In this case, I think he is a talent worth winning over. Nichiren said, today's events can be said to be bad luck, or good luck. Your direct contact with him also saves you from observing him. It seems that the boss is planning to invite him to join our night raid. Leon said immediately. Yes, let's see when there is a chance. I want to talk to him in person. Nichiren nodded. Just like when she persuaded Akadu, she took the initiative to expose her whereabouts, and then Akadu was sent by the Imperial Assassination Force to assassinate her, so she had the opportunity to talk to Akadu in person. We have new companions again. Hilton said happily. Hill has long purple hair and purple eyes. Her entire body, including her cheongsam-style dress, is purple. She seems to have a special liking for the color purple. She is the only one wearing glasses in Night Raid. She is a confused and innocent girl with glasses, and looks quiet and pretty. He possesses the Imperial tool Cut All Things in Two, Soul Stirring, which is a scissors-type Imperial tool. Its ability is to cut everything in the world. At the same time, the hardness of this Imperial tool is also very high, and it can also be used for defense. Hill. But Ma Yun said, don't be too happy too soon. That guy may not necessarily accept it. He might be as stubborn as the Bud Admiral Army. This pink-haired girl with twin ponytails is the current user of the gun-type Imperial weapon Romantic Turret Pumpkin. She has a petite and cute figure, and her dress is also light pink. She has cute facial features and pink eyes, but her personality seems a bit arrogant. Mine. Since Nichida's right eye and right hand were crippled by his death when she defected, she was not suitable for using a gun-type Imperial weapon. As the original owner of the pumpkin cannon, she gave this Imperial weapon to Maine, who happened to be a shooting genius. But then again, Bai Ye should be a commander in the Imperial Assassination Force. Do you have any clues after contacting him? At this time, Nichiren suddenly asked. Chi Tong shook his head slightly. Since Bai Ye looked almost the same age as He Tong, she thought it was possible even if someone said that Bai Ye was a killer from the Imperial Assassination Force. I understand. Then notify the Revolutionary Army headquarters to send someone to investigate. Nichiren said. The base of the Imperial Assassination Force is heavily guarded. Is it okay to send someone to investigate directly? Akasa was worried. Don't worry. We in the Revolutionary Army have an Imperial weapon user who happens to be an expert in this area. Nichiren sounded confident. Imperial Assassination Force, Base Headquarters. The vacation time passed quickly, and it was time for the assassination team to stop playing. They have received extremely rigorous training, so they are not unable to control their playful nature. What follows is the day of receiving medication reinforcement. Every once in a while, the base would regularly conduct drug enhancement on all members of the assassination team. The so-called drug enhancement is actually just an excuse. What the experimenters really did to all the members of the assassination team was brainwashing. Ever since Bai Ye showed the information to He Tong and the others last time, He Tong and the others also knew the truth about drug enhancement. But they still had no intention of resisting and were willing to accept brainwashing again. The entire process of brainwashing is that the experimenters take all members of the assassination team to a special underground room, where everyone sits on a chair with their hands handcuffed and is injected with drugs that can put them into a sleeping state. Then you can start to give them hints about hypnosis, centering around the core idea of never betray the empire. However, an accident occurred during today's brainwashing. Bai Ye, are you trying to interfere with our work? Drug enhancement must be carried out regularly. This is an iron order issued by the superiors. You have no right to interfere. If your superiors knew about your actions, you should understand the consequences. When the staff was about to take all members of the assassination team away for brainwashing, they were stopped by Bai Ye. Drug enhancement? Shouldn't it be called brainwashing? Bai Ye's face darkened slightly and he said calmly. Hearing this, the staff was immediately shocked. You actually did this in front of them. He Tong, Guy Li and other members of the assassination team are still nearby, and their superiors will never allow them to know the truth about regular drug enhancement. Anyone who leaks the secret will be executed. Even their staff may be affected. However, Hei Tong and the others had actually known about the brainwashing for a long time, but they just didn't take it seriously. The worry on their faces now was because they were worried that the conflict between Chief Bai Ye and the staff would lead to some bad consequences. They have not yet realized how serious the consequences of Commander Bai Ye's actions are. Yet, but not only did I do it in front of them, I also showed them the information, so what do you want to do? Bai Ye's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Hearing this, the staff were stunned. Are you crazy? Don't you know what the consequences of doing this will be? What a reckless fellow! Why would you care about those tools? One of them snorted coldly, what do we want? Of course we report it to our superiors, and you will be punished immediately. The last incident with dangerous materials had already been bothering them. But they were not in the right, so the matter was left unresolved, but they still held a grudge. This time the other party actually took the initiative to reveal their handle to them, so they must retaliate severely. It was not until then that Hei Tong and others realized the seriousness of the problem. What does this mean? Commander Bai Ye is going to be punished. Hei Tong immediately asked with a somewhat urgent look. Of course, he has committed a serious crime and must be executed. However, I don't think it will be so easy to execute him directly. He will be severely tortured before that. The other party sneered sinisterly and said, not only that, Salo will definitely be considered an accomplice. However, at this moment, Bai Ye and Sai Lu did not show any fear on their faces, but were calm and indifferent. Even the expression on Salo's face gradually became crazy and distorted. Chapter 52. Is it such a serious matter? Commander Bai Ye will be punished by the Empire because of us. This, are you kidding me? Sir, if you explain it to them carefully, maybe there is still a chance. Upon learning that Commander Bai Ye and Commander Sai Lu were going to be punished, everyone in the assassination team panicked. They had been losing companions all the time, and now even the two officers who had been the best to them were leaving them. Hei Tong also showed a very sad expression on her face, but if this was the rule of the Empire, she could do nothing about it. If Hei Tong really wanted to change all this, she and Chi Tong would not have parted ways, and their former companions would not have been punished and died one by one. Chance? Wishful thinking. It's useless even if you beg for mercy in front of us now. The staff members laughed arrogantly. How could it be more satisfying to make Bai Ye and Sai Lu kowtow and beg for mercy than to watch these two guys being tortured? Master, can I kill them? At this moment, Sai Lu asked Bai Ye with a grim smile on his face. The staff's arrogant laughter came to an abrupt halt. They no longer had the arrogance they had just had, but instead looked at Salo with horror. What do you want to do? Do I even need to ask this? Of course, you evil people should be judged. The smile shifted to Salo's face, but Salo's smile was not an arrogant one, but a terrifying and ferocious one. How dare you? What you are doing is a serious crime. A capital crime. Some staff members were still shouting, obviously trying to intimidate Bai Ye and Sai Lu with the rules of the Imperial Assassination Force. Some staff members had already thought about escaping and turned around to slip away. Leave no one behind. Bai Ye responded indifferently. After getting the master's permission, Salo and Xiaobi immediately took action. These staff members are almost all ordinary people with little fighting power, but they also have special means to save their lives. That is to hide the medicine in the molars. Their medicine is more special than the one taken by the members of the assassination team, with stronger effects and greater side effects. I saw that the muscles of each staff member expanded rapidly, bursting their clothes, and they became like upgraded people. Kill you. Veins bulged on their faces, and they looked not only slurred but also somewhat unconscious. But ordinary people are ordinary people after all. Even if they use drugs to forcibly enhance their abilities, they still cannot make up for the huge gap in strength. Things have developed to this point, there is no way Bai Ye will show mercy. If he doesn't kill these people, his superiors will definitely cause trouble for him and Selu. By silencing these people, we can at least delay some time. There is no need to use the double Kamui technique. Just relying on the basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan and the black and white double swords, he can easily crush these guys. Just a moment later, as the last person's head was chopped off by Selu expressionlessly, all the staff present were killed by Bai Ye and Selu. And Selu asked Xiaobi to eat all the bodies of these staff members. All that was left was the bloodline everywhere on the ground and traces of battle. After seeing Bai Ye and Selu kill those staff members with their own eyes, He Tong, Gai Li, and others were all a little confused. "Sir, isn't your situation more dangerous now?" At this time, Gai Li asked first with a slightly trembling voice. "That's true, but so what?" Bai Ye said calmly, "Think it over carefully. I do this for you. You don't think that brainwashing has no effect on you, do you? After being brainwashed, you are no longer your original selves. Isn't that scary? Let's not talk about whether your belief that you will never betray the empire is caused by brainwashing. After all, you won't believe it if I tell you this now. You should gradually wake up after a while." Bai Ye has a guess, that is, there must be a reason why all members of the assassination team have to undergo brainwashing regularly. This brainwashing is not permanent but time-limited, and this should be the reason. Otherwise, there would be no need to carry out so much brainwashing. So as long as He Tong and the others are no longer brainwashed, the impact of brainwashing on them will probably gradually weaken. The commander suddenly told us this, and we don't know what to do. Yeah, there's no way we can resist those people like the commander just did. If we resist, we will only be executed, and we are supposed to obey the empire absolutely. The minds of the assassination team were suddenly in a mess. Can those guys just now represent the empire? Do you do whatever they tell you to do? Bai Ye said bluntly, "I am now the manager of the empire assassination force. I will directly re-establish those systems. You don't have to have any psychological burden. I will take care of anything that happens. And Xiaobi and I will help you get back on the path of justice." Saiyu picked up Xiaobi and said to everyone with a smile. The bright smile on Selu's face at this moment was in stark contrast to when he was fighting just now. Xiaobi seemed to have digested the corpses and was now in his normal form. "If you don't want to lose any more companions, just trust us. Although I can't represent the empire, I am at least more serious than those guys just now. After all, I am your manager." Bai Ye said with a smile. These words immediately moved everyone. After all, these words not only do not offend the aspects of their brainwashing, but are also very convincing. Bai Ye never asked them to betray the empire throughout the story. "I don't want to lose my companions anymore, and I don't want to lose my commander. I trust my commander." At this time, He Tong spoke first. The others nodded as well. The commander wanted to change the Imperial Death Corps from within, rather than betray the Imperial Death Corps outright, which was something they could completely accept. The staff members killed by Bai Ye and Sailu today were only a part of them. The rest of the staff members had no idea what was happening here. In short, it did not affect the normal operation of the entire base. The experimenters in charge of the brainwashing work were even more puzzled as to why the assassination team did not arrive at the underground room on time. As for the dead staff members, it was as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Except for Bai Ye, Sailu, and He Tong, no one knew what happened to them. After all, even the corpses were digested by Xiaobi, so it was easy to clean up the bloodline and traces of battle at the scene. Bai Ye directly informed the experimenters that an accident had occurred inside the base and several staff members had mysteriously disappeared, so this round of brainwashing was temporarily cancelled. While various things happened to the Imperial Assassination Force, spies sent by the Revolutionary Army had already sneaked into the Imperial capital and were hovering near the Imperial Assassination Force base, waiting for an opportunity to strike using the transformation ability of the Imperial tool Gaia Foundation. Chapter 53. The so-called superior of the Imperial Assassination Force is a high-ranking official in the palace named Caiju. His status is only slightly lower than that of Minister Ernest. To be precise, Caiju is the founder of the Imperial Assassination Force. What happened in the Imperial Assassination Force has not yet been reported to Caiju. Before Caiju could react, Bai Ye was the one who had the final say over the entire Empire's assassination force. This period of time was enough for him to do a lot of things. Today, Bai Ye and Sai Lu took the assassination team out for training as usual. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. Ding! Host hunted a level 3 dangerous species and received a reward, 3 system points. All members of the assassination team successfully completed their training goals, and Bai Ye also gained a lot of system points during the training. Although there were a few injured, everyone was in a relaxed and happy mood. Because now Commander Bai Ye has changed the system of the Imperial Assassination Force, the original punishment system has been completely abolished. They no longer have to worry about being punished for injuries, nor will they easily lose their companions again. The only ones they need to worry about are Commander Bai Ye and Commander Sai Lu. They know that what the two commanders are doing is against the orders of their superiors. When they were returning, in front of the base gate, Bai Ye saw a little black cat in the grass not far away. It looked like a stray cat and was injured. Seeing the injured stray cat, Bai Ye walked over. Master! Seeing his master walk towards the bushes, Sai Lu asked in confusion. Bai Ye squatted down and tried to reach out to touch the little black cat. After trying it twice, he found that the little black cat did not breathe at him. This basically means that this little black cat is very docile. Bai Ye boldly touched the little black cat's head with his hand, but even if the little black cat suddenly attacked him, he would be able to react immediately. Meow! The little black cat didn't seem to resist at all, instead it looked like it was enjoying it. It turns out to be a kitten, and it seems to be injured. Sai Lu also came over at this time. Well, his front leg is injured, and he looks a little listless. I guess he's been malnourished. Bai Ye has observed the little black cat's physical condition. What a cute kitten! Hei Tong and others also followed. It seems that Hei Tong also likes cute little animals. I want to take care of its wounds first, and then see if I can send it to a suitable family for adoption. As he spoke, Bai Ye grabbed the little black cat by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up and held it in his arms. The little black cat was very well behaved throughout. It didn't scratch him with its claws, nor did it breathe on him. It even rubbed its head against him. What a sweet little kitty, it's a pity we can't have a pet. Guy Li suddenly exclaimed. For the Imperial Assassination Force, it is no longer a question of whether or not one can keep pets, but rather a question of complete control over their freedom. As for raising pets, that's actually easy. Once I completely take over the Imperial Assassination Force, I can relax the restrictions on you. Bai Ye said. Total takeover. Guy Li and others suddenly felt that Chief Bai Ye probably had some way to discuss this with the bigwigs above. However, Bai Ye's idea was not like that. Just like that, the little black cat was carried into the base by Bai Ye. Originally, the base did not allow any animals except those used for experiments to enter, but since it was Bai Ye who brought the little black cat into the base, the guard did not say anything. In reality, this injured stray cat is what Chelsea turned into. The imperial weapon she possesses, the Gaia Foundation, allows her to transform into anything she wants through her thoughts. He transformed himself into a wounded stray cat in order to make it easier for him to move around the base of the Imperial Assassination Force. Chelsea's original intention was to find an opportunity to sneak into the base, but she didn't expect what just happened to happen. When Bai Ye walked towards her just now, she actually wanted to run away. But considering that her front leg was injured, it would seem a bit fake for her to be able to run so fast. In order not to waste all her efforts, she pretended to be very obedient and observed the situation. If the situation really wasn't right, it wouldn't be too late for her to abandon her plan and run away. What surprised Chelsea a little was that the target named Bai Ye was quite kind and actually wanted to take her into the base to treat her wounds. Of course, this target does not refer to an assassination target, but a surveillance target. The task assigned to Chelsea by the Revolutionary Army was to monitor Bai Ye and see whether Bai Ye was suitable for them to win over. In any case, Bai Ye's actions just now were exactly what she wanted, and she was originally trying to find a way to sneak into the base. Although this was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, spy work was inherently dangerous, and she had never failed before. She is still very confident in her abilities and the abilities of her imperial tools. At this time, Bai Ye brought the little black cat that Chelsea had transformed into the lounge. He asked the experimenter for some medicines that could be used to treat animal wounds, such as disinfectants. Then he started to treat Chelsea's wound. Saru, Kuroniko, and others were also watching. The power of the imperial weapon Gaia Foundation is indeed very strong. Until now, Bai Ye has not discovered that this little black cat is actually transformed from a human. As long as Chelsea doesn't do anything strange that is not in line with cat habits, basically no one can see through her. Meow. When the disinfectant was applied, Chelsea pretended to be in pain and struggled a little, making her disguise seem even more perfect. The advantages of Gaia Foundation are obvious, but its disadvantages are also obvious, that is, its ability in frontal combat is very weak, and it is only suitable for tasks such as reconnaissance, lurking, and assassination. It was not until he was treating the wound that Bai Ye vaguely sensed something was wrong. Because the wound on the little black cat's leg was created by Chelsea using the makeup ability of the imperial weapon. Although it was so realistic that it was almost indistinguishable from a real wound, there was no abnormality visible to the naked eye. But Bai Ye's eyes were not ordinary ones, but the Mangekyō Sharingan with extremely strong insight. He still caught this very tiny abnormality. Chelsea's only mistake was that she had no information about the Mangekyō Sharingan. Not to mention the Revolutionary Army, no one in this world knows that Bai Ye's eyes are Mangekyō Sharingan. As a result, Chelsea was completely unaware that her disguise had been exposed. However, Bai Ye did not react on the surface, but continued to patiently help the little black cat treat its wounds. At this time, Bai Ye had already become suspicious. This little black cat was probably transformed from a human being, and it might have the ability of some kind of imperial weapon. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre imperial tools, and it is not surprising that some of them have the ability to transform. He was not in a hurry to expose the little black cat now, he just wanted to see what the little black cat was going to do next. Chapter 54. Bai Ye felt that the biggest possibility was that this little kitten was transformed from a spy sent by the Revolutionary Army. After all, the biggest enemy of the Imperial Assassination Corps is the Revolutionary Army, or almost the only enemy. The Imperial Assassination Corps was originally created specifically to target the Revolutionary Army. Although the possibility of foreign spies cannot be completely ruled out, this possibility is too small and foreign ethnic groups have little to do with them. After Bai Ye treated the little black cat's wound, she simply bandaged it and tied a bow. Although he could already see that there was something wrong with the little black cat, he was willing to continue acting with this guy. As if nothing had happened, Bai Ye behaved normally and went to look for food to feed the little black cat. There are still some snacks in the base. Let's feed it some biscuits first. Bai Ye said at this time. There is no such special cat food in this world. Even if you want it, you have to buy the ingredients and make it yourself. And this guy is not a cat but a human. From this perspective, cat food is not as good as biscuits. However, those cookies were bought by Hei Tong, and some of them did not have any medicinal ingredients added. So Bai Ye had to ask Hei Tong first, Hei Tong, can you share some of your cookies with the kitten? If it's just a little bit, that's fine. She would only give in if it involved her own snacks, that is, the other party was Bai Ye, and Hei Tong also had a thing for cute little animals. Of course not too much. It can't eat much. Then, Bai Ye took some small cookies and a small bowl to put them in. Looking at Bai Ye's actions, Chelsea thought that this guy was quite considerate. If it was thrown directly on the ground for her to eat, she would have to endure the dirt on the ground. It's much better with this small bowl. Next, Chelsea also behaved very naturally. She tasted it first and then started eating. Hei Tong, Guy Li and others watched the little black cat eating like curious babies. For those of them who have never had a pet, it is very rare for them to see such a scene. Chelsea felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. I thought to myself, these guys are really so ignorant that they even stare at a kitten eating. But that's true. In her impression, these guys in the Imperial Assassination Force have no freedom at all. They have been trained by the Empire to be a group of pure killing machines. Chelsea was quite familiar with the Imperial Assassination Forces. The assassination organization she previously belonged to, Oberg, had a head-on confrontation with the Imperial Assassination Forces. In the end, the elite group of the assassination unit lost many members, and Oberg was completely destroyed except for Chelsea. In particular, the leader Malad Oberg was killed by Akame, who was once a member of the assassination unit. Ma Yade was also a major figure who made Akame turn her position to the Revolutionary Army. Meow. After eating the biscuits given by Bai Ye, the little black cat did not ask Bai Ye for more food, but lay down with his hands in his pockets to rest. Looks like you're full. As he spoke, Salo also wanted to touch the little black cat. Chelsea continued to be a good cat. At the same time, she was a little concerned about the little one in front of her. He looked like a harmless puppy, but she always felt that this little guy was not simple. There are also biological type imperial weapons among the imperial weapons. Maybe this little guy is one of them. Chelsea is on high alert against Bit. Next, I need to deworm it and give it a bath. It seems that there are herbs for deworming in the laboratory. I will take it to take a bath first and then deworm it. At this time, Bai Ye suddenly said. Bath? Pest control was no big deal, but bathing was something that made Chelsea feel a little embarrassed. Although her current body is that of a little female cat, if she is taken to take a bath by the other party, she will probably be touched all over by him. Even the cat's body made her embarrassed. No matter what, she is still human at heart. But things have come to this point, and Chelsea has no choice but to give up the mission. As a killer, she will complete the mission at any cost. Even if they are very important teammates, she has to learn to give them up when necessary. This necessary sacrifice is worth it. This is her belief. Therefore, in the original work, although Chelsea knew that Akame was the main murderer who destroyed Oberg, in the face of the common interests of being a member of the Revolutionary Army, she did not show any hostility towards Akame. Instead, she treated Akame very well. At least their sacrifice resulted in the severe weakening of the Empire's assassination forces and the joining of Akame. She thought these sacrifices were worth it. For now, Chelsea thought she just had to grit her teeth and endure it. Anyway, I am in the body of a cat now, so it's not too hard for me to accept it. However, at this time Bai Ye actually didn't know whether the little black cat was male or female. He didn't think so much about it. He just thought that from an acting perspective, this was the normal way to treat stray cats. However, when Bai Ye was about to take the little black cat to take a bath, an uninvited guest came from the Imperial Assassination Force. Sir, General Death is here. At this time, a boy came over to inform Bai Ye. Okay, I'll go out and meet her then. Bai Ye nodded slightly. He no longer felt surprised by Death's sudden arrival. When Bai Ye was about to meet Death, he did not put down the little black cat in his arms, in case this guy attacked Hei Tong and the others. It was safer to keep an eye on it himself. General Esteth? Is she the woman who claims to be the strongest in the empire? Of course, Chelsea, who was held by Bai Ye at this time, knew Esteth. Currently, Esteth was regarded as the most dangerous enemy by the Revolutionary Army and the biggest obstacle for the Revolutionary Army to overthrow Minister Ernest. Although it was unexpected to meet Esteth on this mission, Chelsea did not feel panicked. Even when facing Esteth, she was confident that she would not be exposed. Esteth's imperial weapon only had the ability to kill and would not restrain her Gaia foundation, which she knew clearly. Bai Ye had just walked out of the lounge and met Esteth at the corner of the corridor. "You've already come in. I was thinking of going out to greet you." Bai Ye stopped immediately. The beautiful woman in front of him, wearing a military uniform and a military cap and with a proud figure, is none other than the strongest in the empire today, Esteth. Bai Ye. Esteth was about to say something when he saw the little black cat held in Bai Ye's arms. He seemed a little surprised. "So you like this kind of little thing?" Chapter 55. I forgot to post the picture, so here is Chelsea's. What Esteth meant was that he didn't expect Bai Ye to like such a weak thing. On the other hand, she had no interest in these so-called cute little animals. She felt that it was not satisfying enough to kill such a weak thing with just a backhand. "Well, I like small animals like cats and dogs." Bai Ye nodded in acknowledgement. "I see. It seems like you prefer cute little things. What a cute side of you," Ace immediately said with a smile. Bai Ye suddenly felt that she was being teased. Could it be that Esteth thought she was like a little girl? "No, I just..." Bai Ye was about to correct Esteth's misunderstanding but was interrupted by Esteth. "It's okay, no need to explain. I won't tell anyone else this lovely secret. This is a secret between the two of us." This cute side of him in Esteth's eyes did not disgust her, but instead made her desire to dominate Bai Ye even stronger. At this time, Chelsea was laughing secretly in Bai Ye's arms. Now it was no longer a secret between the two of them, and was instantly known by her, the third party. Esteth didn't give Bai Ye any chance to explain and immediately moved on to the next topic. "Bai Ye, I've heard about your previous efforts to repel the night raid. You did a great job." Esteth praised generously. "There are also rumors that you, like me, let those guys from the night raid go in order to enjoy more exciting battles in the future." This. Bai Ye suddenly felt that this rumor was a bit outrageous. But if he really took action at that time, with the pervert level of the double Kamui's first kill, it would have been no problem for him to inflict heavy losses on the night raid, and he could even escape unscathed. But there is absolutely no need for that. He has no grudge against night raid, so why bother to fight against it? As expected, you and I are very compatible. When the time is right, you can come and work for me. At this time, Esteth spoke bluntly. When is the right time? Bai Ye's pupils suddenly shrank and he asked. Esteth's words made him completely forget about the misunderstanding that Esteth had just made about him. After I pacify the foreign tribes in the north, the time will be ripe. Esteth would not deliberately hide these things from Bai Ye. The northern ethnic groups are currently the biggest threat besides the Revolutionary Army. Some people estimate that it will take the empire at least a year to pacify the northern ethnic groups. I will let them see my true strength. The so-called 1 year is a joke. I won't even need half a year, no, I won't even need half a month, and I will flatten the north. By then, with my military exploits, you will have a certain reputation and achievements. Minister Ernest will definitely not object. Otherwise, I have the means to force him to agree. When mentioning the northern ethnic groups, the dangerous smile on Esteth's face revealed absolute confidence, which was the confidence brought to her by her absolute strength. In her eyes, the 400,000 strong army of the northern foreign ethnic group seemed like a group of insignificant ants. I see. Bai Ye nodded slightly. He didn't show anything on the surface, but actually he wasn't very happy about it. After all, he still has a lot of things to deal with. Things on the Imperial Assassination Forces side have developed to this point, he can't just suddenly leave halfway. What has been begun must be finished, at least we should settle the things here first. Of course, Bai Ye did not help the assassination team for no reason. He gradually came up with his own plan, which was to establish an organization of his own first. Susanoo and the people in the Imperial Assassination Force are just the right people. Once he completely took over the Imperial Assassination Force, the establishment of the organization would be a natural outcome. Whether it's the Empire, Asteth, the Revolutionary Army, or Night Raid, why should we be inferior to others? However, Bai Ye didn't say anything to Asteth, but simply responded. Before Asteth pacifies the northern ethnic groups, Bai Ye doesn't need to rush to tell Asteth about these things. Once it is said, it will surely cause dissatisfaction from Asteth, and he may even turn against him. With this woman's amazing desire for control, she could really do something like this. Of course, I won't let you rank alongside the 3 beast warriors. You will be the deputy commander at that time, and no one can order you around except me, not even Minister Ernest. At this time, Asteth added another sentence. Hearing this, Chelsea thought she should speed up the task. At the very least, before Asteth pacifies the northern ethnic minorities, they need to confirm whether Bai Ye is suitable for winning over their revolutionary army. Okay. Bai Ye continued to nod. But, you don't look very happy. Is it because the salary is not high enough? Asteth thought about it. No, that's not the case. Haven't I always been like this? Bai Ye smiled awkwardly. He just didn't smile, which was not often on his face. Asteth didn't dwell on this matter anymore, but gently pinched Bai Ye's cheeks with both hands. So you should smile more, you look very beautiful when you smile. You are the first one to say that I have a nice smile. Bai Ye couldn't help but say. Maybe it's because I'm more straightforward. Asteth said bluntly. She has a very straightforward personality and dares to say almost anything unless it is something she does not understand. Indeed, it is quite obvious. Bai Ye agreed. Then, Asteth let go of Bai Ye's face. I have plenty of time today, so I'll stay here and see your work. Can you show me around here first? Okay. Bai Ye didn't expect that Asteth was still planning to stay. He thought Asteth would come over and tell him something and then leave, just like last time. But I still need to give this little guy a bath, how about you sit down for a while? Bai Ye said to Asteth. So, I am less important to you than this little thing. Asteth's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. No, it's mainly because I just came back from training with the assassination team outside, and I also need to take a bath and help clean its body. Bai Ye explained calmly. I didn't expect Asteth to be dissatisfied with this kind of thing, fortunately he reacted quickly. At this moment, the kitten that Chelsea turned into almost got angry, but she forced herself to suppress this abnormal reaction that might arouse suspicion. Just now it was Bai Ye who was troubled by Asteth, and now it is Chelsea's turn to be troubled. She almost forgot about taking a bath. Chapter 56. Forget it, go wash it, I'll look around first. After saying that, Asteth walked into the nearest room by himself. This happens to be the lounge for the assassination team. Seilu, Kuroyori and the others are inside. When he saw so many people, Asteth didn't look surprised. You are the members of the assassination team, right? Yes, General Asteth. Guy Li said respectfully. The others also showed respectful expressions. Although it was the first time they met General Asteth, they had seen General Asteth portrait a long time ago, so they recognized him. General Asteth, where is Commander Bai Ye? At this time, He Tong asked. He took a cat to take a bath. Asteth responded. Oh. He Tong felt relieved. She was just worried that General Usse death was looking for trouble with Chief Bai Ye because of what happened last time. The mysterious disappearance of those staff members last time would be exposed sooner or later. What are you worried about? What do you think I will do to Bai Ye? Usse death keenly noticed something unusual about He Tong, and the relieved look on his face made her a little concerned. However, her suspicion was not about the missing staff member. Not to mention that she didn't know about the incident at all. Even if she knew, she wouldn't take it to heart at all. No. He Tong immediately adjusted his mood and shook his head as if nothing had happened. Really? Usse death raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his aura obviously completely suppressed He Tong. First of all, as a general of the empire, she is absolutely suppressed in front of He Tong. He Tong, who has been brainwashed by the empire's assassination troops for so long, would never contradict her leader no matter what. General Usse death, what brings you here this time? Salo habitually stood at attention and saluted whenever he met his superior. It's nothing serious. I came to see Bai Ye and check on his work situation. Usse death said in a calm tone. It seems that General Usse death has a very good relationship with Master. He always comes to see Master specially. Salo immediately spoke out his true thoughts innocently. That's right. However, Usse death admitted without any reservation, he saved me once before, so I still owe him a favor. Hearing that Commander Bai Ye had a good relationship with General Usse death, He Tong suddenly became concerned. And from what Commander Sai Lu had described, General Usse death would always take time out of his busy schedule to visit Commander Bai Ye. It sounds like their relationship is not just good, it can even be said that they are very close. It would be understandable if there was something important, but it was very suspicious that General Usse death simply came to see Commander Bai Ye. Master actually saved General Usse death. Saleto was immediately surprised. The rest of the assassination team was also surprised. It seems that Commander Bai Ye is more powerful than they thought. This General Usse death is the strongest in the empire. He Tong didn't react much. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes last time how Commander Bai Ye easily killed a super dangerous species. Even if it is a super dangerous species that is hibernating and in poor condition, it is enough to show the absolute strength of Commander Bai Ye. If it were her turn, it would definitely not be so easy. Usse death did not give any explanation and did not care what they guessed. Although at that time it was because she had not yet obtained the imperial weapon Essence of Demon, otherwise how could a small special grade dangerous creature do anything to her? But she never made excuses for her failure. There was no doubt that she was saved by Bai Ye at that time. So after a while I will let him become my deputy general, and that way the favor will be almost paid off. Usse death said. Of course, she didn't want Bai Ye to stop at the position of deputy general. Her next plan was to push Bai Ye to the position of general. This is the ultimate goal of Usse death Bai Ye development plan. In Usse death's opinion, promoting Bai Ye to deputy general was undoubtedly a gift to Bai Ye. This is indeed true from a normal person's perspective. You know, which god can jump multiple levels in a short period of time and be promoted to deputy general like Bai Ye? Even Usse death, the strongest in the empire, had spent many years climbing up step by step. When she first arrived in the imperial capital, she participated in many competitions and won all the way until she was successfully enlisted in the army. It's just that Bai Ye has his own plans, and becoming Usse death's deputy general is not conducive to his plans. I see, General Usse death is great. Salo immediately felt happy for his master's bright future. Apparently in her eyes this was a good thing. But He Tong and Guy Li had different reactions. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Commander Bai Ye will soon no longer be the manager of their imperial assassination force? He Tong's expression was also obviously shaken. She couldn't help but ask Usse death, so Chief Bai Ye will no longer be our manager in the future? Of course. If you can't bear to leave him, you can always come to my place to see him. Usse death said casually. She didn't know the strict rules of the Imperial Assassination Force, otherwise she wouldn't have said such a thing. All right. Hei Tong looked a little depressed. Previously, she had hoped that Bai Ye could continue to be their superior, but it turned out that he was about to be transferred from his position after only a few days. And who knows if the next manager will be like the previous one. No, it can be said with more certainty that it is very likely to be the same as the previous manager. After all, not everyone has the courage like Chief Bai Ye and dares to disobey the instructions of the superiors. But in front of General Usse death, Hei Tong couldn't say anything. At the same time, Bai Ye on the other side had already taken the little black cat to the bathroom. He was going to give the little black cat a bath, and he would talk about himself later. As for what Bai Ye just said to Usse death, it was actually just borrowed words. How could he take a bath with someone when he knew that the little black cat was transformed from that person? Just when Bai Ye put the warm water in the basin and was about to put the little black cat into it, it suddenly occurred to him that he should first confirm whether it was a male or female cat. As a result, he lifted up the little black cat and looked at it. At this moment, Chelsea had lost all hope in life. She kept telling herself that these sacrifices were necessary and worthwhile in order to complete the mission. That's why the little black cat in front of Bai Ye didn't show the slightest bit of shyness. It's actually a little female cat. Bai Ye was suddenly shocked. Doesn't this mean that this little black cat is most likely a transformed woman? Chapter 57. Of course, we cannot completely rule out the possibility that a man turned into a female cat. This kind of thing is not difficult for imperial tools. Bai Ye thought to herself that she should just treat this guy as a man, or just not think about it. However, when bathing the little black cat, Bai Ye still subconsciously avoided some special parts. At this time, Chelsea forced herself to suppress her inner shame and allowed Bai Ye to ravage her body. To her surprise, Bai Ye's movements were gentle and efficient. It's still a bit shameful, but at least it's not torturous. Hey! What concerned Chelsea was that the other parties seemed to be deliberately avoiding touching certain parts of her body, either by quickly brushing across them or simply skipping over them. Could it be that he has already discovered it? But Chelsea immediately denied this possibility. She felt that this should be impossible. As long as she didn't reveal the truth, the Imperial Weapon Gaia Foundation had never failed. And she didn't see any abnormal reaction on the other person's face. While Chelsea was thinking about this, Bai Ye had almost finished washing her clothes. Bai Ye carried Chelsea out, then poured out the dirty water in the basin and replaced it with a basin of clean warm water, then put Chelsea back into the basin. He gently scratched the little black cat's chin with his hand and said softly, "Okay, now you can wash it yourself." Hearing this, Chelsea immediately felt that this guy was quite gentle. It was rare to have such a person in such a dark empire, especially in the imperial capital. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary citizen, but Bai Ye, who could serve as a manager in the Imperial Assassination Force and was favored by General Usse death, must be a strong man. In the current environment of the empire, almost everyone with power will be tainted with various sins. Even the Revolutionary Army is no exception. Taking life is a sin, no matter what the reason, they have been killing. In this sin-filled empire, the other party could still treat a stray cat so gently, which was undoubtedly precious in Chelsea's opinion. No wonder the Revolutionary Army only asked her to monitor this person instead of assassinating him. However, Chelsea couldn't make a conclusion about Bai Ye so quickly, she needed to observe him for some more time. Now Chelsea felt that it was not her identity that was exposed just now, and it was probably just a manifestation of this guy's gentleness. Chelsea was bathing herself in the tub, thinking that she should just play the role of a pet cat for now. After the little black cat finished washing, Bai Ye used a towel to wipe its body. He put the little black cat in the room outside the bathroom, closed the door, and prepared to take a bath himself. He was not worried about the little black cat running around. If he heard the sound of the door opening, he would react immediately and would not give this guy the chance to do anything wrong. Of course, Chelsea couldn't reveal her identity at this time. She had to lurk here and observe Bai Ye slowly. If nothing unexpected happens, she will remain as a little black cat until the end of the observation. So Chelsea just lay down on Bai Ye's bed and rested, and took a look at what was going on in Bai Ye's bedroom. The whole room was simple and monotonous, very clean, with almost no unnecessary things, which was different from the burly man she had imagined. When she was working in a government office somewhere, the governor was really sloppy and reeked of alcohol all day long. Because the governor was too cruel and dark, she later accidentally discovered the imperial weapon Gaia Foundation in the governor's treasure house. She used the imperial weapon to assassinate the governor and then joined the revolutionary army. 10 minutes later, Bai Ye came out of the bathroom. The clothes he changed into were exactly the uniforms of the imperial assassination force. They were all black and very elastic, making them convenient for combat and assassination operations. Meow. Seeing Bai Ye coming out, the little black cat immediately stood up and jumped off the bed, slowly walking towards Bai Ye. It was as if it had already recognized Bai Ye as its master. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately sighed in his heart, this guy acted so realistically. If he hadn't had the Mangekyō Sharingan to detect the slightest abnormality in the wound at that time, a normal person would never have thought that this little black cat was actually a human. Afterwards, Bai Ye picked up the little black cat and returned to the lounge. You can see his death is still here. You're back. It looks like you've finished washing. Esteth saw Bai Ye changed into new clothes. Well, clean it up as well. Bai Ye put the clean little black cat on the ground. I still find it a little hard to understand why you care so much about such a small thing. Esteth said lightly. Although in her opinion this was Bai Ye's cute side, it was another matter that she couldn't understand such things. This kind of thing doesn't need any reason, and there's nothing to understand. Bai Ye felt a little helpless. He couldn't explain this kind of thing to Esteth. Master, why don't you give it a name? Just like Xiaobi. At this time, Sai Lu suddenly asked Bai Ye. Yeah, then give it a name. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Since the guy who turned into the little black cat acted so realistically, he should act more realistically too. Just call him Xiao He. As Bai Ye is not very good at naming, I can't think of any particularly good name. It happens to be a little black cat, so just call it Xiao He. Although it feels a bit direct, it sounds pretty good. Salo said. Salo was still tactful, but Esteth teased directly, Bai Ye, it seems that you are not very good at naming. As for Chelsea, she was secretly happy in her heart. Although this was meaningless information, it was still interesting. It's a bit. Bai Ye is undeniably authentic. Now, can you show me around here? Esteth said. Of course, I'm happy to help. Bai Ye nodded immediately. It just so happened that he also wanted to ask Esteth something. Seeing Bai Ye picked up the little black cat again, Esteth couldn't help but ask, do you still want to bring it with you at this time? How much do you like this little thing? No, it's just that it's injured and hasn't recovered yet. I have to keep a close eye on it. Bai Ye explained in a very natural tone. In fact, this was just an excuse he made up. But this statement is half true and half false. It is indeed not good not to keep a close eye on this little guy. Obviously, Bai Ye did not intend to let Esteth know the true identity of this little black cat. Oh? This guy is quite thoughtful. He actually cares about me so much. Hearing what Bai Ye said, Chelsea was a little surprised. Chapter 58. In this way, Bai Ye held the little black cat while taking Esteth to visit the base of the Imperial Assassination Force. As expected of you, Master. You are so calm even when walking with General Esteth. Watching Bai Ye and Esteth leave together, Salo smiled with admiration. But Hei Tong and other members of the assassination team were not in as good a mood as Sai Lu. After all, Commander Bai Ye would soon leave them. I finally met such a good leader, but I am going to lose him so soon. He Tong's mood was especially complicated among everyone. It seemed that Bai Ye was no longer ordinary important in her mind. By the way, I have something I want to ask you. Walking with Esteth, Bai Ye suddenly asked. It just so happens that Esteth is free today, so he can try to ask about things happening inside the empire. What is it? Esteth's tone was as if it was whatever you asked. I'm a little curious. Are there any other factions in the palace besides Minister Ernest's faction? Bai Ye asked directly. He still didn't know whether it was Minister Ernest's faction that had the final say in the palace, or whether there were other factions that were fighting against them. However, according to the current dark situation in the imperial capital, it can be seen that Minister Ernest's faction is definitely very powerful. If you insist, there is also a so-called conscience faction. This is what the rebels call them. Esteth answered casually, they are protected by the Bud Admiral Army, including the former minister. Otherwise, they would have been liquidated by Minister Ernest long ago. But you don't have to worry. That stubborn old man Bud abides by his ancestors' teachings and won't interfere in internal affairs. He just uses his authority to protect those officials. Although I can't guarantee that he will intervene because he can no longer tolerate it, I will be able to deal with him when the time comes. It just so happens that I have been wanting to fight him for a long time. After listening to what Esteth said, Bai Ye had some idea in his mind. Of course he had heard of the reputation of Bud's Admiral Army. He was the supreme commander of the entire imperial army and belonged to a family of generals who had been loyal to the empire for generations. He was also known as the strongest in the empire together with Esteth. The Bud Admiral Army shelters some officials of the conscientious faction. Although they have little ability to resist Minister Ernest and are on the passive defensive, at least the entire empire is not left with only Minister Ernest's faction. Well, it seems that you, Esteth, are on the minister's side. Bai Ye said. I guess so, because that guy is in my best interest and allows me to enjoy the battle to my heart's content. Esteth nodded slightly. The empire is now in a situation of internal and external troubles. In addition to the rebels, it seems that there are also foreign ethnic groups in the south, northwest, and northeast who are eyeing the empire's territory. Bai Ye wanted to find out the general situation of the world at the same time. Well, occasionally there are pirates wreaking havoc in the southern coastal areas. Esteth said, but I will suppress those foreign races. Although that stubborn old man Bud doesn't get along with us, there is no problem leaving the imperial capital to him. I see, that's all. Bai Ye had already asked what he wanted to ask. At least there are officials with conscience in the palace, instead of all of them being completely corrupt. As for the content of his conversation with Esteth, it doesn't matter whether the little black cat hears it or not. The Revolutionary Army must have known about this a long time ago. After touring the entire base with Esteth, there was actually not much to see as the base was not very big. Bai Ye and Esteth were mostly chatting along the way. After chatting for a while, Esteth prepared to leave. Then I'll leave first. I'll come back to see you after I've pacified the northern tribes. Don't forget what I said today. Esteth said, I think those people in your assassination team are reluctant to let you go. Remember to say goodbye to them in advance. Bai Ye didn't say much. Then Esteth left. When Bai Ye returned to the lounge, he noticed at first glance that everyone's expressions were a little strange, except for Sai Lu. Sir, has General Esteth left yet? At this time, Guy asked tentatively. Well, she's gone back. What's wrong? Bai Ye asked with some confusion. Could it be that, as Esteth said, everyone felt reluctant to let him go as soon as they heard that he was about to become Esteth's deputy general? I heard that the commander is about to transfer to General Esteth. Is this true? Hearing that Esteth had left, He Tong immediately asked. It's probably true, but it's not finalized yet. Bai Ye's statement was rather general. At this time, when he had not completely taken over the Imperial Assassination Force, he did not want to reveal his plan in advance. But it turns out that it would be more promising for you to go to General Usse death, sir. After all, our Imperial Assassination Corps is not up to par. Yes, General Usse death is also doing this for the good of his superiors. We can't be too willful. I wonder if Commander Sai Lu will also transfer with Commander Bai Ye. It would be great if Commander Sai Lu could stay. Although everyone was reluctant about what happened to Chief Bai Ye, they could understand it. Moreover, they themselves had no right to interfere in Chief Bai Ye's affairs. It was also because Chief Bai Ye had been too lenient with them, otherwise they would not have dared to interfere in Chief's affairs. He Tong remained silent for a moment. Although it was said that it had not been finalized yet, she felt that the superior would not refuse such a good thing. If you stay with them, you will be more likely to be targeted and retaliated by your superiors. She also felt that she shouldn't be so willful. But soon, He Tong changed his mind in a moment of excitement. Sure enough, I still want to be more willful. He Tong took the initiative to grab Bai Ye's hand and pulled Bai Ye out the door. He even took Bai Ye directly to his room so that no one could hear their conversation. However, the little black cat that Chelsea turned into was still held in Bai Ye's other hand. Sir, why are you leaving so soon? Didn't you promise to always look after us? At this time, He Tong locked the door and asked with a sad face, or before General Usse death pacifies the northern foreign tribes, we should go and destroy the night raid. In this way, we can be recognized by the Empire and maybe have a chance to join General Usse death army with you. Chelsea suddenly found it quite interesting, as if there was going to be something good to watch. She felt that this little sister would not be so mean to Bai Ye. Chapter 59. Bai Ye sighed slightly. Why are you thinking so much now? Didn't I say it hasn't been finalized yet? I have to think about this matter carefully too. Hearing this, He Tong's pretty face was stunned for a moment. Chief Bai Ye is actually considering this matter? In other words, is this kind of thing something that needs to be considered? Being able to become the deputy general beside General Usse death is something that many people dream of but cannot desire. And it can also directly get rid of those troublesome things caused by the higher UPS of the Imperial Assassination Force. It seems that General Usse death would not be so strict with Commander Bai Ye, and their relationship even seems a little ambiguous. She thought from Bai Ye's perspective. This was a great thing no matter how you looked at it, right? So He Tong just complained a little bit just now, and did not say that he did not want Commander Bai Ye to transfer to General Usse death. Her idea was to put an end to the night raid as soon as possible in the short time left before Commander Bai Ye left. This way, their assassination team would have outstanding military merits and perhaps have bargaining chips to negotiate with the Empire. Although the hope is slim, we should always try our best. Therefore, He Tong couldn't help but ask, this is obviously a good thing, right? Why does the commander need to consider it? It's not for you guys. Bai Ye said, how can I let you go so easily? If I really go to Usse death, what will you do? I don't feel comfortable letting Sai Liu manage you all by yourself. If you must say, there is nothing wrong with this statement. He transformed the Imperial Assassination Corps into a new organization, which was much better than the original inhumane Imperial Assassination Corps. And he really couldn't trust Sai Liu, as his mind was full of distorted ideas of justice and he hadn't completely changed. The people in the Imperial Assassination Force have already been brainwashed enough. If they are led astray by Sai Liu. Sir. Hearing this, He Tong's heart was immediately touched. At this time, Chelsea silently wrote down Bai Ye's personality in a small notebook. A certain degree of kindness, gentleness, and loyalty, this is the label she temporarily gave to Bai Ye. Chelsea suddenly understood why these people in the assassination team were so reluctant to let go of Bai Ye. Before, these people were trained by the Empire in a dehumanizing way, but Bai Ye seemed to care about these people very much. But she was a little curious, isn't this guy worried about his situation? This training method, which runs counter to the original intentions of the empire, will definitely bring a lot of trouble and even danger to this guy, right? I understand now. I was wrong about the commander. Hei Tong has calmed down. But that is the order of General's death. If you don't follow her order, there will probably be bad consequences. She couldn't help but worry about Commander Bai Ye. Probably. I'll decide based on the circumstances. Bai Ye said. Well, then regarding the night raid, we still have to eliminate them as soon as possible. Hei Tong had already made this plan. She felt that Commander Bai Ye would not disobey General's death orders in the end. They should be the ones fighting for something instead of holding Commander Bai Ye back. Don't worry about the night raid for now. There's no need to think so hard about making a contribution. Bai Ye immediately persuaded, you should train well when you should train, and rest normally when you should rest, that's all. If the current Imperial Assassination Force were to engage in battle with the night raid, the best outcome would be mutual destruction, and the worst outcome would be the annihilation of the Imperial Assassination Force, and the latter is more likely. No matter which result it is not what Bai Ye wants to see. But Hei Tong wanted to say something, but heard Bai Ye say, just listen to me this time. Don't you always obey your superior's orders? Yes, sir, I was very rude just now. Hei Tong suddenly realized that what he had just said and done had gone too far. She shouldn't have said these things in front of her superiors. If her previous superiors had been as strict, she would have been punished long ago. Anyway, don't think too much. I will find a way. Bai Ye said. Hei Tong smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Although Hei Tong's worries have not been completely resolved, it is much better than before. This matter has passed for the time being. In fact, Hei Tong and the others had just returned from training today, so as per usual, Bai Ye would give them some vacation time. With the help of this vacation time, the assassination team can stroll around the streets of the imperial capital and learn more about the current situation in the imperial capital. Without regular brainwashing maintenance, the degree of brainwashing in the assassination team will gradually weaken, and understanding the current situation in the imperial capital will help speed up the weakening of brainwashing. Bai Ye's idea is undoubtedly feasible. In the original work, Akatsuki witnessed too much darkness in the empire with her own eyes, which gradually shook her heart and led her to join the revolutionary army. Walking on the street with the assassination team, Bai Ye also bought some ingredients for making nutritious porridge. I don't know what happened to that family last time. Their child had no money for medical treatment, so I gave them some money. They should have gotten the medicine by now, why don't we go check it out later? I met a few young ladies from other places last time and gave them some accommodation expenses. I hope they have found suitable jobs. Everyone recalled some of the things that happened during their last vacation. They did not react much to the many poor civilians seen everywhere on the streets. They just felt sorry for them and would help them a little when they could. Because the imperial assassination forces instilled in them the idea that the suffering of the people was caused by the rebels who caused turmoil in the empire, so the poor people they often saw in daily life would only make them more determined to fight against the rebels. After hearing what they said, Bai Ye suddenly thought that their fantasy about the empire was too rosy. When he was the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, there were many cases of outsiders being cheated, abused, or even killed. Crime can happen in any corner of the imperial capital. He was the most busy at that time, having to deal with various things every day. During his tenure, public security in the imperial capital improved significantly. During the period after I resigned from the Imperial Capital Guard, I don't know how the new captain is doing. It is very likely that he is still the same as the previous usse. Afterwards, Bai Ye followed the assassination team to the family that had no money to treat their child. At this time, Chelsea was quite surprised that these people in the assassination team actually cared about those poor families. Are these children not bad by nature, or has Bai Ye brought changes to them? Chapter 60. Suburbs of the imperial capital. A dilapidated thatched hut. This is where the poor family lives. Compared with the bustling streets of the imperial capital, this thatched hut seems too shabby. Moreover, in the imperial capital, there are many families who cannot even afford medicine. Including Bai Ye and Selu, the entire empire's assassination force has about 20 people. It was such a small thatched hut that they couldn't all squeeze in. It seems like those kind young people last time. A short old woman, so thin that she was almost skin and bones, was sitting at the door. Even the stool she was sitting on was not solid, and it made a creaking sound as if it was about to fall apart. Old lady, didn't your grandson fall ill last time? How is he now? He should have recovered almost completely, right? Guy asked the old woman in a rather optimistic tone. But the old woman's expression was obviously not right. She hesitated for a while and said slowly, "Thank you very much for what you did last time, but the medicine I bought with that money was fake. I was beaten when I wanted to ask for an explanation. Now there is really no other way but to let Xiao Tao endure it. How could this happen? I actually sold you fake medicine." Guy Li suddenly felt unbelievable. The pharmacy openly sells fake drugs, and people who go to seek justice get beaten up. This happens in a place like the imperial capital. Is there no one doing this? The others also found it hard to believe. This is actually not surprising. The imperial capital is far from being as beautiful as you think. Bai Ye said calmly, "I worked in the imperial capital guard before, so I know this better than you." Everyone fell into a brief silence after hearing this, and then they immediately thought of the rebels. It must be the rebels who are responsible. If they hadn't caused such chaos in the empire, this wouldn't have happened. Yes, so we should fight against those rebels and stabilize the empire. We need to accomplish some real achievements. Hunting dangerous species every day won't earn us recognition from the empire. Hearing what they said, the old woman was immediately confused. This has nothing to do with the rebels or the revolutionary army, right? I heard from the old man that the pharmacy is mainly because of a big shot behind it, so it dares to act so recklessly. That big shot is an official in the imperial capital. Just at this moment, a hunchbacked old man walked out of the thatched hut. Multiple wounds were clearly visible on his body, and they were simply bandaged in a crude way. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, otherwise I would probably not be able to get out of bed and walk now. You should all be young people who have just joined the army from other places, right? The current situation in the imperial capital has nothing to do with the revolutionary army. When the previous minister was in power, the situation was much better than it is now, ahem. The old man put his hands behind his waist and coughed as he said, "I hope the revolutionary army can overthrow all those bigwigs who are so high and mighty and don't care about the lives of the people. That way, we can at least survive. You don't know how many people have starved to death this year." This. Guy Li and others were suddenly speechless. There was some struggle on their faces, and their original thinking of the rebels are all evil was a little shaken, but only a little shaken. At this time, Bai Ye on the side said nothing. He knew very well that it was not enough to convince them with just words. He also needed to let them see some things with their own eyes to gradually weaken the effect of brainwashing. "Where is that pharmacy? We will help you get justice." At this time, He Tong asked directly. While seeking justice, she also wanted to find out what exactly happened. "Why don't you just forget it? This won't do you any good, and it may even harm you," the old woman said with a worried look on her face. "It's okay, just tell us. After all, I used to be the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. I can't just turn a blind eye to things like this." Bai Ye spoke. "That's right, you can leave it to us without any worries. Sai Lu, former vice-captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, is here. At this time, Salo was holding Zyobi, with a righteous and sunny look on his face. The previous captain? Are you the captain Bai Ye? The old man reacted immediately. Although he had never met Captain Bai Ye before, Captain Bai Ye's reputation had long spread in the imperial capital, and everyone knew that this captain was very upright. It's a pity that this captain came so suddenly and left so quickly. Now the Imperial Capital Guard has almost returned to its original state. Now Captain Bai Ye and Vice-Captain Sai Lu appeared in front of him and even said they would help them, which made him feel incredible. Exactly. Bai Ye nodded. I understand. I, an old man, really can't bear this. I will take you there now. The old man's face suddenly became much more energetic. It was absolutely impossible to say that he had no resentment. Upon learning that the other party was Captain Bai Ye, the old woman stopped trying to dissuade him. Because if they can't get the medicine, their grandson will probably not survive today. Accompanying the old man to a pharmacy. Why are there so many people here suddenly? Isn't this the old man from last time? It seems like he is bringing people to seek revenge on us. He's quite courageous. An old man is still so reckless. This time, we might as well chop off his hands and feet to prevent him from causing trouble again. Don't be careless. I feel that the clothes those people are wearing are not ordinary, especially the young man in the front. I feel like I have seen him somewhere. What's there to be afraid of? That gentleman is just discussing something with the store manager upstairs. With that gentleman here, no one can stop him. The arrival of Bai Ye and others aroused the vigilance of the pharmacy clerk. But obviously they didn't recognize Bai Ye. I heard that you sold fake medicine and beat up this old man. Return the money and pay a substantial amount of compensation. Guy directly stated his purpose. Haha! Are you kidding me, little BD? A certain clerk suddenly laughed arrogantly. In the blink of an eye, many big men suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded Bai Ye and others. They seemed to be the private thugs of this pharmacy. The movements looked very skillful, and it was obvious that he often did dirty things like forced buying and selling, and even sold fake drugs. At this time, Salo could no longer suppress the desire to execute justice in his heart, and his facial expression gradually became ferocious. These guys came at the right time. It will be useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Beat them to death. The clerk shouted. However, at this moment, the so-called big shot also came down from the second floor. He noticed the huge scene below and immediately frowned and asked, "What happened? Why is there so much noise?" "Lord Cole, there are just some people who are causing trouble and we will deal with them immediately." Facing Lord Cole, the clerk's attitude suddenly became fawning. But when Cole saw the faces of Bai Ye and Salo clearly, he was stunned and his glasses almost fell off in shock. He slapped the clerk in the face with his backhand, and there was a loud and crisp pop sound. "What the FK are you talking about?" Chapter 61. The clerk covered his numb and painful face and looked at Lord Cole in disbelief. He didn't say anything wrong? Why is Lord Cole so furious? The clerk had no idea how he had angered Lord Cole. Did I do something wrong?" The clerk was completely confused and asked in bewildered surprise. The other shop assistants and the personal thugs were also frightened. They were shocked and dared not act rashly. "Open your eyes wide and watch me. The two over there are Captain Bai Ye and Vice-Captain Sai Lu, former members of the Imperial Capital Guard." This bunch of idiots made Cole so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and his extreme anger was scary to watch. Although, whether before or now, Bai Ye and Sai Lu's official positions are not higher than his. But the person behind Bai Ye is terrifying. The news that Bai Ye was the talent recommended to Minister Ernest by General Usse death had already spread in the palace. This news is most likely true. As for how much General Usse death values Bai Ye, it is unclear. But no matter what, Cole will not be so tired of living as to offend Bai Ye. The reason is that Bai Ye and Sai Lu have done a lot of cruel things before. As long as these two ruthless people take over the dirty things to deal with, they must solve them no matter the cost. Among them, there were many officials of similar status as him who were implicated. Some officials with very strong connections behind them were able to escape, but the rest were either arrested or killed directly. Moreover, Bai Ye offended so many people during that period of time, but he has not been harmed until now. This is enough to show that Bai Ye should not be easily provoked. In fact, the fundamental reason is that Minister Ernest doesn't care about anyone's life or death at all, no matter if it is a civilian or a low-level official who has surrendered to him. Even when his own son was killed in the original book, he didn't care. In addition, with the relationship with his death, he naturally would not do anything to Bai Ye. Vice Captain Sai Lu, Captain Bai Ye. The clerk then realized the reason for Master Cole's rage. No wonder he felt like he had seen that person somewhere just now. The clerk's face turned pale immediately, thinking that he was doomed. Although he didn't quite understand why Lord Cole was so afraid of a former captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. But Lord Cole was already so furious, it was meaningless to understand or not. It was too late for him to regret now. I can only pray that Lord Cole won't kill him in a rage. At this time, Cole didn't have the time to deal with this idiot. He immediately apologized to Bai Ye and Sai Lu in a humble tone. Captain Bai Ye, Vice Captain Sai Lu, I'm really sorry that these fools have offended you. I will teach them a lesson later. The old man hiding behind Bai Ye was suddenly shocked. He knew that Bai Ye was the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, but he didn't expect that even Lord Cole could only speak in a nice manner in front of Captain Bai Ye. As the noise here grew louder, it attracted many passers-by to watch the show. It's actually Captain Bai Ye. No wonder Lord Cole is so awed by him. So he is Captain Bai Ye. Previously, due to Cole's authority, no one dared to report the case to the Imperial Capital Guard. Today, these evil people finally got their comeuppance. I don't know who invited Captain Bai Ye. Was it that old man? I remember he was beaten when he came to seek justice a few days ago. I didn't expect that he actually knew Captain Bai Ye. I heard a rumor that Captain Bai Ye is General Esteth's male lover, but I don't know if it's true or not. Really? The one I heard was lover, but no matter which one it is, it can explain why Cole is so afraid of Captain Bai Ye. Everyone was far away, so they could speak in a low voice without worrying about being heard. As it turned out, Cole's decisive smile was the wisest choice. Otherwise, any one of the 20-odd assassination team members present could kill all the thugs around, not to mention Cole and the shop assistants who had no strength. There's no need to talk about all this nonsense. I just hope this matter can be resolved clearly. Bai Ye said in a cold tone. Hearing this, Kay was stunned for a moment. He had no idea what Bai Ye was referring to. But he could probably guess it. After all, this pharmacy often does that kind of thing. The reason why he protected this pharmacy was because this pharmacy would share the spoils with him. Cole immediately glared at the clerk next to him, indicating that he should explain to him what was going on. The clerk quickly leaned over to Cole's ear and whispered, "We sold fake medicine to that old man over there before. When he found out that it was fake medicine and came to ask for an explanation, we beat him up again. We originally thought he was just an old man who we could do whatever we wanted, but we never thought he would call that Bai Ye." Cole glared at the clerk fiercely again. He didn't care whether he had provoked Bai Ye unintentionally or not, he only knew that these idiots had caused him a lot of trouble. After this matter has calmed down, he will definitely punish these people severely one by one, otherwise it will be difficult to relieve his anger. The clerk looked flustered, his voice trembling slightly. Anyway, they are here to ask for compensation. As long as the original amount of money for the medicine is returned and a certain amount of compensation is given, it should be fine. Cole's expression eased a little, and he immediately said to Bai Ye, "Absolutely no problem, we will return all the money for the medicine, and the compensation for the injury will not be less. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Next, under Cole's order, the manager of the drugstore returned the full amount of money that had been stolen from the old man and gave him a lot of compensation. Not only that, he also gave the old man the real medicine he needed as compensation and apologized to the old man in person. Although this would be embarrassing, it is much better than losing your life directly. The old man also chose to forgive. He didn't want to, and didn't dare, fall out with the pharmacy, otherwise his family might suffer retaliation in the future. Things seemed to end here. Susanoo suddenly felt it was a pity that he couldn't kill these evil people with his own hands. Ziobi, you must want to eat them, but no, you can't do that without master's permission. Salo comforted Ziobi gently. Hearing Salo say such horrifying words in such a gentle tone, the people in the pharmacy shuddered and felt deeply frightened. However, Bai Ye would not really let these guys go just like that. He only needed to put pressure on the Imperial Capital Guard, and the Imperial Capital Guard would naturally deal with these guys according to the law. Not only Bai Ye, He Tong and the others were unwilling to give up. Because He Tong and the others came here not only to help the old man get justice, they also wanted to know what the root cause of this incident was. Is it rebel unrest? Or is it a problem within the empire itself? Chapter 62. So, you guys do this a lot, right? He Tong looked at Cole with a cold gaze, as if he was looking at a scum. And you allowed them to do this? What He Tong asked was also what Guy Li and others wanted to ask. If Cole is the root cause of this incident, then it really has nothing to do with the rebels. Little girl, I don't understand what you are saying. Call P said with a wry smile. No matter what, he couldn't just admit it. Although everyone knew it, when he really said it, the nature of the matter was completely different. Still playing dumb. He Tong directly drew out the long sword Hakifu from his waist and placed it on Cole's neck. It seemed that if Cole dared to say any more nonsense, he would be stabbed in the throat. Cole was immediately frightened and his whole body trembled violently. He didn't expect that the other party would really hit him. Looking at He Tong's cold eyes full of murderous intent, Cole felt that the other party really dared to cut his neck. Bai Ye, who was standing by, didn't react at all, as if he acquiesced to He Tong's free will to deal with Cole. With his life hanging by a thread, Cole had no choice but to admit it. Yes, I indulged them. I have confessed the truth. In the face of death, Cole no longer cared about so many things. If he was really that tough, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Although Cole had confessed the truth, he was still afraid that the other party would chop him down in the next second, so he was very panicked. As a result, the next moment, He Tong directly put the 8-room back into the scabbard. She had gotten the answer she wanted, or rather, she had only wanted an answer. She also didn't want to cause trouble for Chief Bai Ye. As a member of the Imperial Assassination Corps, she killed someone, and that person was an official, so Commander Bai Ye would surely be implicated. Now, the rest of the Imperial Assassination Force also heard what Cole said. It seems that this is not a problem of the rebels, but a problem of officials within the Empire. After they left the drugstore, the old man thanked them several times. After that, he went home with the money and medicine and rushed to treat his grandson. They also followed the old man and confirmed that it was real medicine before leaving with peace of mind. When this incident was over, something was not right with the members of the Imperial Assassination Force. Bai Ye could guess that they were having a hard time accepting what happened to Cole just now. Commander Bai Ye is right. The Imperial capital is not as beautiful as we thought. But it's actually not that bad. As long as it can curb some officials with bad intentions, it should be okay. That's right. Unfortunately, these things are not our business. We can only deal with the rebels and try to create a stable environment for the people in this way. After leaving the thatched hut, the members of the assassination team began to express their feelings and discuss. Although their ideas have not been fundamentally shaken, they have begun to loosen, which is a good trend. Didn't you help a few little girls last time? Go check on them again. Bai Ye continued to guide them. But Bai Ye did have a bad feeling. In a place like the imperial capital, any woman from outside the area, whether she is a girl or a woman, can easily encounter the kind of hellish things that are difficult to describe in words. Not many even survived in the end. Because of his previous job, he knew a lot about this kind of thing. Well, I'm suddenly a little worried. Hei Tong nodded slightly. What just happened has shattered their fantasy about the imperial capital. Chelsea lay leisurely in Bai Ye's arms the whole time, and she felt more and more that these guys in the Empire's assassination force were seriously brainwashed. This was indeed something that those cruel and insane high-ranking officials of the Empire could do. But she also discovered one thing, that is, Bai Ye might be trying to change the people in the assassination team. If they can really change the people in the assassination unit, it will be a good thing for their revolutionary army. Chelsea found Bai Ye more and more interesting. He could be said to be the most unique of all the imperial officials she had ever met. This mission was more interesting than she had imagined, and it seemed that the next few days would not be too boring. The assassination team followed their memory and came to the place where they helped the 4 little girls last time. Although we don't know the exact whereabouts of the 4 little girls, we can ask the shop owners on the street. The shop owners were very enthusiastic when they saw Captain Bai Ye. 4 little girls from out of town, there are many who fit this description, don't you have a more specific description? Ah, I still remember you. I saw you helping those 4 girls last time. Later they stayed at a nearby inn. These days they often come to our place for dinner. But today they seem to have found a job and became secretaries for a nobleman. That noble is a big problem. It is said that they specially recruit girls from other places, and they never see those girls again. Do you think that a secretary job is suitable for a child? I asked the shop owners one by one and collected enough useful information. This information is enough to make everyone feel uneasy. According to some shop owners, the noble had a big problem. They immediately went to the nobleman's mansion to find out what was going on. Although he was stopped by the gate guard, Bai Ye was able to enter the mansion smoothly as soon as he revealed his previous identity in the Imperial Capital Guard. Is anyone here? Tisk. I was just thinking of trying a new way of playing. When the noble young master Jabagay heard the footsteps outside, he had to stop what he was doing. But he thought they were acquaintances. When he saw several strangers appearing outside the hall, he frowned and said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you disturb my interest?" On the other hand, Hei Tong and others were shocked when they saw the scene in the hall. Hei Tong's expression became heavy, some girls covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look, and the other boys' faces couldn't help but become angry. Because the 4 girls they had helped before were now naked and tied up by several guards. There were a few black dogs being pulled nearby, and they seemed eager to pounce on the 4 girls, but their extremely excited looks probably did not mean they wanted to bite anyone. And Jabagay was only wearing a pair of shorts, which was very indecent. Hei Tong and others realized what was about to happen. Bai Ye sighed slightly in his heart. His ominous premonition came true, but fortunately the tragedy had not officially happened yet. They arrived at the right time. At this time, Hei Tong pulled out the 8 chambers with a frosty face, and there was murderous intent in his cold eyes. "Sir, can I kill him?" Chapter 63. When the noble young master Jabagay heard that Hei Tong, a girl who appeared out of nowhere, threatened to kill him, he felt confused and angry at the same time. "Little sister, your idea is very dangerous, but your appearance is indeed top-notch." Jabagay still hadn't put on his clothes, but picked up a sword next to him. He guessed that these guys in front of him were some boys and girls with a strong sense of justice who were playing a game of justice. Although the opponent was equipped with equipment and looked intimidating, he was still a minister after all, and there were many guards present. "Oh, after taking a closer look, you little sisters are all pretty good. Jabagay touched his chin with one hand and looked at girls like Haitong and Sai Lu with lustful eyes. At this point, he couldn't help but have evil thoughts about Haitong, Sai Lu, and others. Haitong's face suddenly turned cold and he felt extremely disgusted with Jabagay. Although Salo didn't quite understand these things, the other party's eyes made her feel inexplicably disgusted. Master, I want to dig out his eyes and feed them to Ziobi. Salo said immediately. Kill them all. Bai Ye nodded lightly, and at the same time approved Haitong and Sai Liu's actions. Haitong didn't hesitate at all, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and with one knife he cut off Jabagay's right arm that was holding the weapon. The ministerial tool users are obviously not as good as the imperial tool users, especially when it comes to someone like Haitong who is outstanding among the imperial tool users. Not only that, Saletu followed closely behind and smashed the blade of his great sword directly into Jabagay's head, smashing his face instantly and his 2 eyeballs flew out. Ziobi pounced over and ate the 2 eyeballs like a real dog. Saliu's hideous and distorted face was the most horrifying scene Jabagay had ever seen in his life, and it was also the last scene of his life. The rest of the Imperial Assassination Squad also took action, as they were already angry at the noble's actions. Faced with the assassination team, the guards had no ability to fight back. In a short while, all the guards, including the highly aggressive black dogs, were killed. The 4 little girls who were the victims seemed to have been frightened out of their wits, and they sat on the ground with dull eyes. Bai Ye noticed that their clothes had been torn long ago, so he gave his coat to one of the girls and said to the others, "Give them 3 more pieces of clothes, because their original clothes are gone." The rest immediately followed suit. With clothes covering their bodies and realizing that the other party was there to save them and would not hurt them, their mental state immediately improved. Is it Sister Saiu? Among them, a blonde girl recognized Sai Lu first, because Sai Lu was the older sister who was very enthusiastic and helped them a lot last time. They also had impressions of the other people around Sailu. Saiu nodded and replied, "I'm sorry we're late." The blonde girl looked like she was crying with joy. "It's not too late at all. Thank you so much." After a long time, the emotions of the 4 girls gradually calmed down. Although psychological trauma is difficult to recover from, at least no irreversible tragedy has really occurred. We have thought it through. Let's go back to the countryside. At least we won't encounter such terrible things. The imperial capital is completely different from what we originally thought. It feels like there is no point in staying here any longer. I'm also afraid that something like this will happen again. I miss Mom and Dad, too. After calming down, the 4 girls made their decision. They originally wanted to make a name for themselves in the imperial capital, bring development to their hometown, or at the very least, send some money back home every month. As a result, they encountered such a terrible thing just after arriving, which has brought them serious psychological trauma and they have lost hope in the imperial capital. That's fine. You can use the money to buy some new clothes and hire some bodyguards. You can also take the rest of the money back to your family. Bai Ye casually gave them a bag of coins. This was just a small amount of money for him, but it was a large sum for the 4 girls. They thanked Bai Ye, Sai Lu and others many times, and then carefully took the coins and left. They quickly went to a nearby clothing store to buy new clothes, and then returned Bai Ye and the others' clothes before saying goodbye to Bai Ye and the others completely. Of course Bai Ye and others also had to leave. But before leaving, Bai Ye glanced at the servant tool on the ground and said, "Put that servant tool away. You can try to see who is suitable for it when the time comes. Since you are planning to establish your own organization, it is necessary to expand the strength of the personnel within the organization. Whether it is the emperor's equipment or the minister's equipment, they are all worth collecting. For example, the revolutionary army has been trying every means to collect or even seize imperial weapons in order to strengthen its own power while weakening the empire. Today's holiday should have been a happy and enjoyable one. But what happened one after another made everyone in the assassination team feel a little bad. The more this happens, the faster the brainwashing effect will weaken. For Bai Ye, this is naturally a good thing. Return to the assassination force base. Bai Ye started making nutritious porridge for the little black cat. While he was making nutritious porridge in the kitchen compartment, he of course left the little black cat in the bedroom. Chelsea has become accustomed to lying on Bai Ye's bed to rest. She can only vaguely see Bai Ye's back through the kitchen glass, and can also hear the sound of a kitchen knife cutting vegetables. However, Chelsea didn't know that Bai Ye was making nutritious porridge for her, and thought that Bai Ye was just making dinner normally. After all, people in this world have no idea about nutritious porridge. Even if she saw Bai Ye buying all kinds of ingredients on the street today, she would not realize this kind of thing. After a long time, Bai Ye came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of nutritious porridge. He put the nutritious porridge on the table, then picked up the little black cat on the bed and placed it in front of the nutritious porridge on the table. Chelsea looked at the bowl of nutritious porridge in front of her and was immediately confused. This guy specially made this bowl of porridge for me. Chelsea was filled with amazement. Not to mention it smells pretty good, it really shows a lot of care. Chelsea suddenly felt that Bai Ye's personality had nothing to do with the Imperial Assassination Force. Although, those kids in the Imperial Assassination Corps don't seem to be bad people by nature. At this time, Chelsea licked it with her cat tongue to taste it and found that even from a human perspective, the porridge tasted very good. She took the initiative to rub Bai Ye's palm with her head, as if to express her satisfaction. Chapter 64. Bai Ye suddenly felt that the little black cat's acting skills were amazing. If this little guy hadn't transformed from a human, he would have been a perfect pet cat. It is good-looking, docile, quiet, and a very good cat. But unfortunately, this little guy was transformed from a human after all. Soon, the little black cat finished the bowl of nutritious porridge. Bai Ye cleaned up the dishes and then went to have dinner. When it was time to go to bed late at night, the little black cat was also in the bedroom. But Chelsea obviously didn't want to sleep on the floor. Just like yesterday, she waited until Bai Ye fell asleep and then secretly jumped onto the bed and got under the quilt. In fact, Bai Ye was not asleep. When he heard the slight noise, he knew that the little black cat had crawled into the bed again. In order to sleep more peacefully tonight, he deliberately turned over and put one hand on the little black cat. This way, if the little black cat did anything strange, he could react more quickly. Her body was suddenly covered by a big hand, which frightened Chelsea so much that she almost exploded. Then she realized that Bai Ye didn't wake up and didn't make any further moves, so Chelsea felt relieved. However, having Bai Ye cover her body with his hands and sleeping in this position made her feel weird and inexplicably embarrassed. During the short 2-day vacation, the members of the Imperial Assassination Squad experienced one mind-blowing thing after another in the Imperial capital. If it were just one or two things, they would be fine. But I experienced so much in such a short period of time, and I saw it all with my own eyes. They couldn't help but have doubts in their hearts. Is the Empire really as great as they originally thought? Is it really okay to absolutely obey such an empire? This matter still bothered them until it was time to go out for training. Captain Bai Ye, are we still going to hunt dangerous species today? Guy tried to divert his attention by asking about training. Well, although we are always hunting dangerous species, the difficulty of each training will increase gradually. Bai Ye nodded. Okay. Although Guy Li and others would not have any objections, they always felt that something was missing. The previous managers had them kill people in almost every training session, and they rarely had to fight with dangerous species. After all, the ultimate goal of every training session is to fight against the rebels in the night raid, and tempering oneself through killing should be the most effective. On the other hand, Commander Bai Ye has not included killing as part of training until now, which makes them feel a little strange. Ding! Host hunted a level 4 dangerous species and received a reward, 1 system point. Ding! Host hunted a level 3 dangerous species and received a reward, 3 system points. Ding! The host has accumulated 200 system points reaching the hidden condition, and the system mall LV1 has been upgraded to LV2. During training, a new system prompt suddenly popped up in Bai Ye's mind. System mall? This thing can really be upgraded. Bai Ye wasn't too surprised to hear that the system mall had been upgraded to LV2. Because at the beginning he noticed that the system mall in the personal panel had a suffix LV1, which means that it is likely to be upgradable. However, he had never been clear about the specific upgrade method before. Now he finally understood that it was necessary to accumulate enough system points. Bai Ye couldn't wait to open the system mall through his mind, wanting to see if there were any new products unlocked in the upgraded system mall. When you open the first page of the system mall, you will still see the same products as at LV1, with nothing else except the 3 attributes. But you can also scroll down and see what products are available in LV2's mall. System Mall LV2. Note, the following products are all system customized modified versions. Product, Fire Cloud Robe. Details, the iconic clothing of the Akatsuki organization, which has much stronger defensive capabilities than ordinary clothes, but has little practical use, so the price is relatively low. Price, System Points *1. Product, White Mask Set. Details, the set includes White Mask and Uchiha Fan, the prices increase one by one. The first item sold is the White Mask, which has the effect of plus 10 all attributes, and the Uchiha Fan must be bound to it for use. Price, System Points *10, starting price. Product, Pupil Power. Details, as the name suggests, it directly enhances pupil power. When pupil power reaches a certain level, the Mangekyō Sharingan can be advanced to the Eternal Mangekyō. Price, System Points *1. Product, Red Knight Blade Set. Details, the set includes Tiger Skin Mask and Red Knight Blade, Tachi, the prices increase one by one. The first item sold is the Tiger Skin Mask, which has the effect of plus 10 all attributes, and the Red Knight Blade must be bound to it for use. Price, System Points *10, starting price. These products in LV2 Mall still gave Bai Ye a lot of surprises. The first product, the Fire Cloud Robe, immediately brought inspiration to Bai Ye. He just happened to be planning to found a new organization, so he might as well call it Akatsuki. The original intention of establishing the first-generation Akatsuki organization was to end the chaotic war in Rain Shinobi Village and achieve peace, so his goal is to end the chaotic war in the Empire. Not to mention the pupil power, there is even a chance to obtain the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but the requirements are definitely very high. As for the White Mask set and Red Knight Blade set, the cost-effectiveness is extremely high. Not to mention that he only needs 10 system points to buy a mask that enhances all attributes by 10 points. He just needs a powerful and handy weapon. Either the Uchiha Fan or the Red Knight Blade is very suitable. After this training, Bai Ye began to plan for the next step. He planned to kill Caiju, the founder of the Imperial Assassination Force. As long as Caiju died, he would be able to completely control the Imperial Assassination Force. But at the same time, Caiju had actually already regarded Bai Ye as a thorn in his side. Because all the things Bai Ye did in the Imperial Assassination Force had been heard by Caiju, such as ending brainwashing, granting leave, abolishing the punishment system. Bai Ye did too many things that disobeyed Caiju. It can even be said that he almost overturned all the rules set by Caiju. No matter which big shot it was, no one would be able to tolerate this. Although Bai Ye didn't know about this situation, he was mentally prepared for it, and it didn't prevent him from planning his next move. After a few days of observation, Chelsea had gotten to know Bai Ye better and felt it was about time for her to go back and report on the surveillance situation. When Bai Ye and others finished their training and were on their way back to the base, Chelsea slipped away when they were not paying attention. In fact, Bai Ye could have chased her, but he deliberately didn't. He had already realized that the little black cat was only here to check on them, otherwise it would have attacked them long ago. It would also be beneficial to let the Revolutionary Army realize that the current Imperial Assassination Force is undergoing changes, so that they will not kill each other as soon as they meet in the future. At this time, Bai Ye exchanged the white mask in the system wall. Ding! Host exchanged white mask 1, deducted system points 10. Chapter 65. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. A long and luxurious dining table was filled with a rich variety of delicious food. Minister Ernest, as usual, overeats all day long and eats almost all the time. What was different from the past was that today there was someone sitting opposite Minister Ernest. Although that man did not enjoy the food on the table, the fact that he could sit with Minister Ernest already showed that he had a high status. This person is Caiju, a high-ranking official in the palace whose status is second only to Minister Ernest. Compared to Minister Ernest, Caiju looked much more normal, tall and thin, wearing a pair of very small glasses, with the slicked back hair, and always holding a strange book in his hand. This book is actually the Imperial Tool World Complete Book Lang Lang, which contains maps of countries around the world, especially the most detailed ones within the Empire's territory. The maps record in detail various resource information such as minerals, vegetation, geology, etc. The end of the book even predicts large-scale disasters that may occur in the future. It can be said to be a magical tool for governing the country. Caiju and Ernest Minister. Caiju, is there something wrong? Otherwise you wouldn't come to me suddenly. As soon as he saw Caiju, Minister Ernest knew that something must have happened again. Yes, to put it bluntly, it's about Bai Ye. You assigned him to the Imperial Assassination Force, but he caused me a lot of trouble. Caiju's face looked a little gloomy. He told all the good things Bai Ye had done. After all, Bai Ye was arranged by Minister Ernest, and he was also related to General Usse death, so before deciding to take action against Bai Ye, Caiju had to discuss it with Minister Ernest first. Minister Ernest nodded and said with a little surprise, "This guy is so restless." When he was in the Imperial Capital Guard, Bai Ye dared to do anything. However, the people Bai Ye had offended before were all small-time figures who were not very impressive in the eyes of Minister Ernest, so he never took it too seriously. But this time it involves Caiju, and the nature of the matter is completely different. As for the reason, it is purely because Caiju can bring huge benefits to Minister Ernest, just like Usse's death. Caiju's mind and the Imperial Weapon World Encyclopedia, Lang Lang, are very important to the Empire. After all, Minister Ernest hardly manages the country himself, and many things are left to Caiju. His mind was filled with pleasure and his own interests, and the thing he did most was to eliminate those who opposed him in the court. If those officials just said something wrong by accident, they might be dragged out and beheaded by Minister Ernest's order. As a result, fewer and fewer officials with conscience dare to speak out. Even if they keep silent, they can only survive under the protection of the authority of the Bud Admiral Army, unless they abandon their dignity and conscience and completely obey the current minister. Minister Ernest basically doesn't care about things that have nothing to do with his own interests. He just asks those corrupt officials to remember to report to him afterwards. The Empire has become so dark now, and it can be said that Minister Ernest is the greatest source of all evil in the Empire. Although Caiju was secretly managing many things, he and Minister Ernest were of the same kind, so naturally. I remember that guy was introduced by General Usse's death. What is Usse's death attitude towards him? Caiju crossed his arms, smiled sinisterly, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you care enough about his life or death?" Probably not. I know Usse's death's character. She never cares about anyone's life or death, because those who are killed are weak. Minister Ernest said casually. He had long known Asdeth's deep-rooted philosophy of survival of the fittest, and had never seen Asdeth sad because of the death of his subordinates. And it is not the first time that Asdeth has done such a thing. The previous 3 beast warriors were also talents that Asdeth had his eyes on, and among them, General Leva had offended him before. Even though he just didn't get bribed, anyone who made him unhappy would be targeted by him. Now the 3 beast warriors including General Leva have become Asdeth subordinates. It doesn't seem that Asdeth attaches much importance to them, but they are strong enough to be used. That's good. I hope that General Asdeth doesn't come to trouble me once that kid dies. Caiju immediately relaxed a lot. Almost everyone in the court is unaware of how dangerous General Asdeth is. She doesn't care what high-ranking official you are. As long as you dare to offend her, she will kill you. After all, General Asdeth is the strongest in the empire, and no one can do anything to her except the Bud Admiral army. Asdeth is currently fighting against the northern tribes, so she probably won't be back for a while, but don't worry, I'll let her know when the time comes. Minister Ernest said confidently. Asdeth is a natural war maniac and a born killer. Fighting and killing are always her first priority. Facts have proved that Minister Ernest really knows Asdeth well. In the later part of the original work, Asdeth developed his own special move Ice Storm Admiral Army, which formed a blizzard that could affect the entire empire. It was difficult for ordinary people to survive the blizzard, and only the strong could survive. In this regard, Asdeth's idea is not only to deal with groups of enemy troops, but also to select the strong in the harsh environment. As for the life and death of the weak, she doesn't care at all, and even the families of her subordinates are only slightly concerned. It is no exaggeration to say that Asdeth is a natural disaster that has already acquired self-awareness. Her mood would only be disturbed if she met the person she loved at first sight. So Minister Ernest is not worried about Asdeth. As long as he can provide Asdeth with a satisfactory war environment, Asdeth will be fine. That's it. While General Asdeth is still fighting against the northern tribes, I will quickly deal with that guy to avoid any more trouble. After saying that, Caiju got up and left. Meanwhile, Chelsea has returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters in the south of the Empire. She is not yet a member of Night Raid, but is still working for the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Chelsea had long since transformed from a little black cat back into a normal human form. She was now a beautiful girl with long orange-pink hair, a slender figure, and was wearing a British-style uniform and black boots with bows tied around them. With orange-red eyes, headphones on, and a lollipop in his mouth, he has very distinctive personal characteristics. Another picture of Chelsea. Chapter 66. I'm finally back. After returning to the Revolutionary Army headquarters after a few days, Chelsea suddenly felt a little more relaxed. However, during the few days she infiltrated the Imperial Assassination Force, she did not have any time to worry. Instead, her surveillance target took good care of her. Thanks to the fact that I turned into a little black cat casually. If I turned into something else, I guess it wouldn't have such a miraculous effect. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located in the south of the Empire. The entire base covers a large area and is not very hidden. This is because the Revolutionary Army has a certain confidence, that is, they also possess a lot of imperial tools, and are not afraid of the Empire knowing the specific location of their base. They have also reached an alliance with the foreign ethnic groups in the west and the north. The Empire has to deal with the threats from those foreign ethnic groups and has no time to take care of the Revolutionary Army headquarters here. Although the price was the cession of imperial territory, otherwise how could the other ethnic groups cooperate with them so easily? At present, the Revolutionary Army can be said to have plenty of time to prepare for the overthrow of the Empire. Chelsea, you are finally back, how is it? Seeing Chelsea coming back, someone immediately asked her about the situation. Not bad, I have a pretty good idea of the target now. Chelsea responded. Tell me about it. I remember that guy was the commander of the Imperial Assassination Force. Is he really as upright as Nichiren said? The other party continued to ask. The Revolutionary Army had a very bad impression of the Imperial Assassination Force. To put it bluntly, they were just a bunch of heartless commanders and killing machines. Although there is an exception, Akame is the only exception. Especially since Bai Ye is a more special officer level figure, they don't quite believe that Bai Ye can really become their companion. That's true. He is different from all the imperial officials I have met before. He gives me a feeling that he is more conscientious than the conscientious ones. Chelsea commented. He is even more conscientious than the conscientious faction. How is it possible for him to be the commander of the Imperial Assassination Force? The other party suddenly found it unbelievable. I know it's hard for you to believe, but this is what I saw with my own eyes. Chelsea spread her hands helplessly. Afterwards, Chelsea told the main leaders of the Revolutionary Army about what she had experienced in the Imperial Assassination Force during those days. But of course she also deliberately deleted some things, such as Bai Ye helping her take a bath, which are things that are difficult to talk about. As expected, those people from Night Raid have good judgment. Just like what Nichiren said, Bai Ye is indeed a person worth winning over. After Chelsea provided this information, the main leaders of the Revolutionary Army officially regarded Bai Ye as a person worth winning over. And what you said about Bai Ye trying to convert those children in the Imperial Assassination Force, is this true? Several key leaders are very concerned about this matter. After all, the Imperial Assassination Force is one of their main opponents. If Bai Ye can really change those children. The most optimistic scenario is that after successfully winning over Bai Ye, the Empire's assassination forces will also turn enemies into friends under Bai Ye's leadership, so that their advantages can be further greatly expanded. I can't be completely sure, I can only say it's a high probability. Chelsea said, and he did a lot of things that went against his superiors, such as stopping brainwashing, reducing the dosage, and even taking those children to play in the imperial capital. He must have done these things with intent at such a great risk. Hearing this, several major leaders nodded. Let's not worry about whether he can successfully change the Imperial Assassination Force. His current situation is quite dangerous. This is the right time for us to win him over. That's right. Also, Chelsea, you should go and support the Night Raid. By the way, please inform Nichida about this matter and ask her to win over Bai Ye, just like you did with Akame. But, if you haven't gotten over the Auberge incident yet, Chelsea, we can let someone else take your place. Oberg is the organization that Chelsea belonged to before. Like Night Raid, it is a killer organization under the Revolutionary Army. At that time, Chelsea was away on a mission for just a few days. When she returned, she found that Oberg had been completely wiped out by the Imperial assassination troops. The leaders were a little worried that Chelsea had not yet gotten over this incident. It is not easy to recover from the sacrifice of even one companion, let alone the simultaneous demise of all companions. I'm fine. They all completed their missions with honor. At least they didn't leave any regrets. However, Chelsea was still able to speak with a very natural expression. Really? That's fine. The leaders no longer worried. As she left the meeting room, when no one could see, a fleeting trace of sadness appeared on Chelsea's face. The cute and adorable Tycho, the eccentric but reliable leader Murad, Gilbita, Cassandra, so many of her former companions, all died suddenly. How could Chelsea really not care? She just forced herself to forget about everyone and found excuses to numb herself. She has experienced the feeling of losing a companion countless times. Even if she cries bitterly, what can she do? The lost companions will never come back, and drowning in grief will only waste time. So, Chelsea immediately put aside these things that affected her mood. She wanted to divert her attention with other things, and suddenly she subconsciously thought of Bai Ye. I ran away so suddenly. I guess that guy must be a little sad. Next time if I have a chance, I will thank him. After all, he took care of me for so many days. Chelsea put her hands behind her back and walked away briskly. She thought about giving Bai Ye a big surprise the next time they met. That guy would never have thought that the stray little black cat was transformed from a beautiful girl like her. Chelsea successfully changed her mood and looked forward to meeting Bai Ye next time with joy. However, she now had to rush to the night attack base and inform night attack of the leader's attitudes towards Bai Ye. Influenced by Bai Ye, Chelsea joined the night raid in advance. However, Bai Ye, the protagonist of this incident, had no idea about this. He is trying out the white mask he just exchanged for. This is a white mask with a Rinnegan pattern and 3 tomo-shaped holes, 2 of which are just big enough to reveal Bai Ye's eyes. The functions of this white mask are, firstly, it can increase all attributes including pupil power by 10 points when worn, and secondly, it is highly bound to the Uchiha fan. Both belong to the white mask set. You must have the white mask first before you can purchase the latter. White Mask. Chapter 67. Host Bai Ye. Age, 18. Strength, 50, plus 10. Agility, 50, plus 10. Constitution, 130, plus 10. Eye power, plus 10. System points, 54. Existing product, White Mask. System Mall LV2. Bai Ye opened the system panel with a thought and found that all attributes had indeed increased by 10 points. It is equivalent to using only 10 system points to buy a mask worth 40 system points, which is naturally a huge profit. Although you must wear it for all 10 points of attributes to take effect, it's not a big deal. Wearing a mask during battle does not hinder the battle. The most important thing is that the white mask and the Uchiha fan are a bound set. Only with the white mask can you purchase and use the Uchiha fan. Ding! Host exchanged Tiger Skin Mask 1, deducted system points 10. At this time, Bai Ye also exchanged the Tiger Skin Mask in the Red Knight Blade set. He wanted to see the ability of the bound sword weapon Red Knight Blade. Then he opened the system mall. Product, White Mask Set. Details, the starting item White Mask has been purchased, and the next item is Uchiha Fan, Magic Modified Version. The basic panel is stronger than the general Imperial weapon, the effect is to absorb damage and convert it into wind attribute energy to bounce it back. Price, System Points *50. Product, Red Knight Blade Set. Details, the starting item Tiger Skin Mask has been purchased, and the next item is Red Knight Blade, Magic Modified Version. The basic panel is stronger than the general Imperial weapon, and the effect is to greatly enhance the user's ability at night. Price, System Points *50. Now you can see the details of the Uchiha Fan and the Red Knight Blade. Bai Ye knew why it was called the modified version when he saw the details. But it is also normal. There is no chakra and no ninjutsu in this world. If it is not modified, the Uchiha Fan cannot be used. In the case of magic modification, the rebound ability is retained. The main magical modification of Red Knight Blade is naturally its ability, which can become significantly stronger at night. Moreover, the price of 50 system points is also very good. Although he can't afford it now, one thing is one thing, and this price is indeed not too expensive. Let's take these 2 weapons as our goals first. We still need 56 system points. Bai Ye thought about it and decided to get the 56 system points that day. At this time, the Imperial Assassination Force led by Bai Ye had returned to the base. He only experienced the white mask in the room. Naturally, he would not wear the white mask at all times when he did not need to fight. Master, where is Xiao He? Why haven't I seen him? At this time, Sai Lu, who found that the little black cat was missing, immediately asked Bai Ye. He suddenly disappeared halfway through the journey. I guess he won't come back. Bai Ye said with a slightly helpless tone. Well, maybe Xiaohei prefers the outside world. Sai Lu said with some regret, will master be sad? That's not all bad. Didn't we originally plan to give it to a suitable family once it heals its wounds? Bai Ye said with a smile. To be honest, he knew from the beginning that the little black cat was transformed from a human, so there was nothing to be sad about. Sai Lu nodded and said, that's right, it would be best if master is not sad. By the way, I'm going to be away for a while. I'll be back at the latest in the evening. I'll leave the base to you for now. At this time, Bai Ye said. Okay, I will definitely not let master down. Salo responded energetically. Just don't give them weird ideas. Bai Ye emphasized this specially. No, master, please rest assured. Salo assured. Bai Ye still believed in Sai Lu's assurance. Sai Lu just had a twisted mind and was naive enough to be easily led astray, but he was still a very well-behaved child. Go back to the room. Bai Ye directly used his right eye Kamui to transfer himself into the Kamui space, a dark, boundless and unique space that belonged to him and was completely isolated from the real world. Only he can use the power of double Kamui to travel freely by himself or with others. There is nothing else in the Kamui space except one huge grey pillar after another. Bai Ye thought that maybe he could renovate the Kamui space in the future, but he didn't want to think about it now. He opened another space portal, which led to a forest infested with extremely dangerous species. He had been to that place before, so he could pinpoint that location from Kamui space. If it was a place he had never been to, then he would have to rely on luck and would not be able to teleport accurately. At the moment of teleporting himself, Bai Ye put on a white mask. Since you are hunting dangerous species, the 10 points of all attributes cannot be wasted. However, what happened was that Hill and Mine were conducting training on hunting dangerous species in this area. When landing, Bai Ye immediately observed the surrounding situation. I immediately saw a dangerous creature right behind me. The dangerous creature seemed to be frightened by Bai Ye's sudden appearance. It stared at Bai Ye but did not attack him. Bai Ye was the first to react. He drew out the 2 swords from his back and stabbed the dangerous creature's eyes like throwing darts. The dangerous species immediately let out a scream. As Bai Ye pulled the 2 swords out of the dangerous species' eye sockets, the dangerous species' eyes became bloody holes. Then he jumped up on the head of the dangerous creature and instantly chopped off the huge head with a rotating sword technique. Ding! Host hunted down a level 1 dangerous species and received a reward, 10 system points. At the same time, Hill and Mane, who were not far away, heard the screams of the dangerous species. From the noise, is there someone over there also hunting dangerous species? Mane immediately became alert and her expression became serious. This place is not far from their night attack base, and generally no one would hunt dangerous species here, so it is possible that the enemy suddenly came to their door. Although Hill was a natural idiot who was often confused, she was not confused at all during battle. At this moment, her face was serious and cautious. She looked in the direction where the voice came from and said in a deep voice, should we go back and inform everyone first, or go over to check the situation? Let's go over and check out the situation first. We are familiar with the terrain here, and we can use it to escape even if the situation gets bad. Ma Yin made a decision. On the other side, Bai Ye was exchanging goods, and his current system points were 54 points. Ding! Host exchanged Uchiha Fan 1, deducted system points 50. Chapter 68. After the redemption is successful, the Uchiha Fan will appear in the existing products column of the system panel. Bai Ye only needs to think about it and the Uchiha Fan will appear in his hand. A huge gourd-shaped round fan was immediately held in his hand, with 2 pairs of 3 Magadama red patterns on both sides, and a chain connected to the handle. Bai Ye suddenly felt that the fan in his hand was very heavy, but his current strength attribute had reached a certain level, so there was no pressure to use the Uchiha Fan normally. The Uchiha Fan has been obtained, but Bai Ye has no plans to go back now. He must at least exchange for the Red Knight blade. Bai Ye then continued to look for dangerous species to hunt. Through the Mangekyō Sharingan, Bai Ye easily captured a particularly dangerous species not far away with his naked eyes. The direction where the extremely dangerous species was located happened to be the direction where Mane and Hill were. When Bai Ye went to hunt the extremely dangerous species, Mane and Hill, who were quietly leaning over here, were getting closer and closer to him. By the way, I can use this to test the power of the Uchiha fan. Looking at the dangerous rhino-shaped species in front of him, Bai Ye tightened the Uchiha fan in his hand. After the rhinoceros-shaped dangerous species discovered him, it immediately rushed towards him. With such a huge body, the collision was very ferocious, causing the ground to shake violently. Such a huge noise once again alarmed Mane and Hill, who were sneaking, and also gave them the specific direction. They had already sneaked nearby, and immediately saw the man fighting the dangerous creature. At this time, Mane and Hill were peeking from the tree. Due to the perspective, they could only see the person's profile. Nothing could be seen except a white mask with a strange pattern on it. He was also carrying a round fan that I had never seen before, so it was probably not an ordinary weapon. But they could recognize that the man's clothes were exactly the style of the Imperial Assassination Force. Knowing that the other party is from the Imperial Assassination Force is enough information. Mane and Hilton looked solemn. The Imperial Assassination Team had actually found their way here. But don't the Empire's assassination forces usually act in groups of several people? Why is there only this mysterious man wearing a white mask? Or is this guy's teammates still behind? In this situation where they were unclear about the enemy's troop strength, neither Hill nor Mane dared to act rashly. It just so happens that the mysterious masked man is facing the threat of an extremely dangerous species, so they can wait for the opportunity to act. Seeing that the dangerous rhino-shaped creature was about to collide with the mysterious masked man, the mysterious masked man did not dodge at all and still stood there without moving. Is this guy crazy? Standing there waiting to be hit. Ma Yin was suddenly surprised. Hill also found it difficult to understand, but when she saw the man take out the round fan on his back and make a defensive posture, she roughly understood what might be going on. The dangerous rhino-shaped species rushed towards Bai Ye with its horn, which was larger than an adult's body, but was blocked by Bai Ye's Uchiha fan. All damage, including the impact force, was instantly absorbed by the Uchiha fan, and Bai Ye didn't even take a step back. Then, all damage absorbed by the Uchiha fan is converted into wind energy. Uchiha rebounds. Bai Ye silently chanted in his heart, and waved the Uchiha fan with his backhand, and the violent energy of the wind attribute immediately swept towards the rhino-shaped dangerous species. This is a storm strong enough to crush boulders. There was a large area of rocks, trees, and everything in the area ahead of Bai Ye was destroyed by the storm, and the dangerous rhino species was naturally not spared. This horrific storm instantly broke the armor on the rhinoceros-shaped dangerous species, and a lot of flesh and blood was also scraped off its body. However, it is still a little short of being able to instantly kill the dangerous rhinoceros-shaped species. After all, the Uchiha fan absorbs and transforms the opponent's attack, thereby achieving rebound, which means that the power of wind attribute energy depends on the power of the opponent's attack. It's like a dangerous rhinoceros species hitting you, but it won't kill you in one hit. Bai Ye counterattacked and swung the Uchiha fan like a sledgehammer. Even without considering the rebound ability, the basic panel of the Uchiha fan is stronger than that of ordinary imperial weapons. After its armor was broken and it was severely damaged, the rhinoceros-shaped dangerous species became even more vulnerable, and its huge head was directly swung away. As the body of the rhino-shaped dangerous species stopped moving, Bai Ye gained system points. Ding! Host hunted down a super dangerous species and received a reward, 20 system points. Seeing what just happened, Hill and Mane were shocked. Although they didn't know what the power of the round fan was, their first reaction was that it must be some kind of imperial weapon. Although there are only 48 imperial instruments in total, no one knows all of them, let alone having seen them. Even if you look through all the ancient books in the empire, they are still incomplete and seriously missing. Just think about it and you will know that emperors of all dynasties would definitely not allow people who compiled ancient books to record too detailed information about imperial equipment. Once the ancient books fell into the hands of the enemy, wouldn't that be shooting themselves in the foot? So in the eyes of Hill and Mane, the round fan in the hand of the mysterious masked man is very likely one of the 48 imperial instruments. According to the information we have collected so far, this person is most likely both a user of imperial weapons and a member of the Empire's assassination force. Hill and Mane both feel that the situation is not good. Especially since this person was outside the Imperial Assassination Force members they already knew, it meant that the Imperial Assassination Force had gained another Imperial tool user at some point in time. The enemy is constantly changing, and the threat they face in night attacks is even greater. At this moment, Hill and Mane found that the other party had started to deal with the body of the dangerous species, with their backs facing them. Now is the time to get rid of him. Mane decisively raised the pumpkin cannon and prepared to launch an energy wave. At this time, the opponent's weakness is the biggest. This is an enemy that we will have to face sooner or later, so we must not let go of the opportunity to eliminate him. Wait. He seems to have discovered us. But at this time, Hill reminded Mane. The mysterious masked man turned his head to the right and looked coldly in their direction with the corner of his right eye, as if giving them a warning. This peripheral vision just happened to meet Hill's gaze. In fact, Bai Ye had already discovered them just now. When being spied on, unless the other party was completely out of sight or could become invisible, nothing could escape his Mangekyō Sharingan. It's just that he didn't plan to do anything to them unless they intended to attack him. Just as Hill's eyes met Bai Ye's, she also noticed Bai Ye's bloodshot eyes. Such strange yet familiar blood pupils reminded Hilton of the boy named Bai Ye. Mane, maybe he is not our enemy. Chapter 69. Were we discovered? Mane suddenly found it hard to believe that the other party's awareness was so sharp. Her hand, which was about to pull the trigger of the pumpkin cannon, hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, because of this hesitation, the energy wave of the pumpkin cannon was not launched, otherwise Bai Ye would definitely use the ability of the Uchiha fan to bounce it back. By the way, how do you know he is not our enemy? When she was halfway through asking this question, Mine noticed that the right eye of the mysterious masked man looked a little familiar. That scarlet eye and the special pattern in it are so recognizable. Those are Bai Ye's eyes. Even though he's wearing a mask, I think it's probably him. Hill explained. Bai Ye's image at this time was very different from their previous impression. Not only did he wear a white mask, but he also replaced his previous double swords with an Uchiha fan. If it weren't for Bai Ye's unique eyes, they wouldn't have been able to recognize who this mysterious masked man was. Ma Yin nodded and said, I noticed that too. What is this guy doing here? And he's dressed so strangely. Maybe he's hunting dangerous species like us. I'll go down and say hello to him. As he said that, Hill was ready to jump off the tree. Wait. We don't even know what he's here for. Isn't this a bit rash? Mine quickly reminded. No, didn't Akame say before that he has no hostility towards us? Hill said, and I heard that the spy sent by the Revolutionary Army headquarters has returned safely and will bring us good news. Doesn't this mean that Bai Ye is likely to become our companion? All right. Mane had no choice but to say. She also put down the pumpkin cannon in her hand because she realized that even if Bai Ye discovered them, he had no intention of attacking them. Hill was the first to jump down from the tree. She looked like a silly girl with glasses, but she was actually very agile. She landed very smoothly, and then slowly walked towards Bai Ye, with the imperial weapon all things severed in two, ecstasy on her back. After hesitating for a while, Mane followed Hill. Excuse me, you are Bai Ye, right? Hill also confirmed the other party's identity. It seems you recognized me. Are you training here too? Bai Ye said in a fairly friendly tone. Hill nodded slightly, yes, so you are also training here. I guess so. I met you guys by chance. Bai Ye said casually. If someone who didn't know the situation passed by here, they would probably think they were old friends meeting each other. It was nothing like a meeting between two rival organizations, the Imperial Assassination Force and the Night Raid. You're really not here to attack us. At this time, Main, who was originally behind Hill, stood up and questioned. Of course not. Once I finish hunting the dangerous species, I will naturally leave. You don't have to worry about me. Bai Ye said bluntly. He also didn't expect to run into members of Night Raid here. Hearing the other party say this, Marin felt that maybe she was overthinking it. The other party was probably just hunting dangerous species here and accidentally approached their night attack base. I see. Please do as you please. But by the way, why are you wearing that weird outfit? At this time, Ma Yin couldn't help but complain about the mask on Bai Ye's face. Why would he wear a mask? Doesn't it make him look like he's about to launch a night raid on them? It's just a personal hobby. Bai Ye was too lazy to explain, nor did he plan to take off the white mask. If you take it off, you won't be able to use the Uchiha fan. It's good to wear it like this, and it also adds bonuses to all attributes. Using the Uchiha fan would not cause any damage to him, at least not as much as the damage caused by the double Kamui eye technique. At most it requires some strength and consumes more physical energy. Main found this hobby difficult to understand. Although it looks quite intimidating, I have to admit that this thing is very oppressive. If she hadn't recognized the other person as Bai Ye, the sense of mystery created by the white mask would have made her very nervous just now. If it's convenient for you, could you talk to us? At this time, Hill spoke to Bai Ye sincerely. Ma Yin suddenly realized something and asked Xier in a low voice, Xier, you are not going to tell him those things directly, are you? Hill nodded slightly. It's so hard to get a chance to meet him alone. Wouldn't it be a shame to let go of such a good opportunity? Besides fighting, I also want to do something to help everyone. The Imperial Assassination Forces often act in groups of multiple people, so it is difficult for them to find an opportunity to meet Bai Ye alone. If you want to persuade Bai Ye to join the Revolutionary Army and join the Night Raid, you must meet him alone. After all, the other members of the Imperial Assassination Force seemed to be very hostile to their Night Raid and were only suitable to talk to Bai Ye alone. Another important reason is that Hill is too confused about everything other than fighting. I really want to help everyone, but I often end up making things worse. Once I even accidentally threw Main into the washing machine as if she were some clothing. She has always wanted to find her own value. Although being a killer in Night Raid has given her value, she certainly wants to do more if possible. That's true, but he is a member of the Imperial Assassination Force after all. We'd better be careful. Main didn't stop Hill. I'll be careful. Hill smiled and nodded. Of course you can, but you have to wait until I hunt a few more dangerous species. It won't take long though, so it's fine if you are willing to wait. At this time Bai Ye said very directly. He had no idea what the other party was going to say to him, he only knew that it was definitely not as important as his Red Knight Blade, so he put obtaining enough system points to exchange for the Red Knight Blade as the top priority. That's no problem. I'm willing to wait for you. Hill accepted it with almost no hesitation. Although Ma Yin was dissatisfied with Bai Ye's attitude, she actually asked them to wait. But after all, Hill had already agreed, so she had nothing more to say. Next, Bai Ye continued to look for dangerous species to hunt. Hill and Main followed him. Aren't your eyes an imperial tool? Can you handle using two imperial tools at the same time? At this time, Ma Yin suddenly thought of a question and asked Bai Ye. I'm sorry. Bai Ye thought about it and decided not to explain much. After all, it involved the matter of the two Kamui. What? This attitude? Ma Yin's dissatisfaction suddenly piled up. Okay, it's really not a good idea to ask such a private question. Hill persuaded. Then, Bai Ye said to Hill and mine in a serious tone, let me make it clear first. Don't compete with me to hunt dangerous species later. Chapter 70. Bai Ye was just short of saying let me enjoy the experience alone. But if he said it out loud, maybe Hill and Marin would really understand it. Because this concept exists in the world of Akame ga Kill, for example, one of the three beast warriors under a death is always shouting experience points. Tisk, we're not willing to help you yet. Mayan snorted immediately. Okay. Hill agreed with a smile on his face without any complaint. When following behind Bai Ye, Hill took the initiative to say, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. My name is Hill. Bai Ye indeed didn't know the names of the other two people. He was able to tell that these two people were members of the night raid because he was impressed by the pumpkin cannon in Main's hand. The last time he encountered a night raid, he didn't even see Hill and Main's appearance clearly. After all, everyone in the night raid except Akame covered their appearance with hoods. But he would not remember incorrectly the pumpkin cannon in Main's hand. Last time, Main fired a cannon at him and Hai Tong. Bai Ye felt that there was something strange about Hill's initiative to approach him and give his name. Could it be that he wants to win me over? Bai Ye guessed so. Although you probably all already know my identity, I'll still introduce myself. My name is Bai Ye. In response to Hill's friendly attitude, Bai Ye also responded in a friendly manner. On the other hand, Ma Yin seemed reluctant to introduce herself to Bai Ye and was hesitant to speak. Bai Ye didn't care about it. Instead, he felt that Ma Yin's attitude was quite normal. Ding! Host hunted down a level 1 dangerous species and received a reward, 10 system points. Ding! Host hunted a level 2 dangerous species and received a reward, 5 system points. Since the creatures he would encounter next were all level 1 and level 2 dangerous species, Bai Ye didn't need to use the rebound ability of the Uchiha fan and could just swing it to death. By killing a few dangerous species, Bai Ye had accumulated enough system points he needed, and even had some left over. System points, 64. Ding! Host exchanged Red Knight Blade 1, deducted system points 50. The exchanged blade of Red Knight will be stored in the commodity column provided by the system and will not appear directly in Bai Ye's hands. There is no need for him to use it now. Okay, I'm done. At this time, Bai Ye said to Hill. Well, let's talk about it here, then. Hill said. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Last time in the Imperial capital, you didn't seem to have any hostility towards us, right? Hill didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. After all, your assassination targets are all corrupt officials who deserve to be tortured to death. Naturally, I will not regard you as my enemy. Bai Ye said bluntly. Anyway, there is no one else here, so he can freely express his true thoughts. So that's what you think. Although Nichidan had said long ago that Bai Ye should be a rare upright official of the Empire, Hill still felt a little surprised when he heard Bai Ye personally express his views on their night raid. Hill then continued, in this case, you should also be able to understand our ambition to overthrow the tyranny of the Empire and bring happiness to the people. I understand. Bai Ye nodded. Hearing this, Hill smiled happily. It seemed that there was a good hope of winning him over successfully. We'd love for you to join us if you can. Hill immediately extended an olive branch. Bai Ye originally wanted to reject it mercilessly, but when he saw Hill's innocent and expectant smile, he felt a little reluctant. He responded more tactfully, I'm sorry, I have my own things to do and can't join you. Really? Well. The smile on Hill's face suddenly froze a little. Although Ma Yin was a little surprised that Bai Ye refused so decisively, she thought it was not surprising. Marin said calmly, "Hill, forget it. Betraying the empire requires a lot of courage and will bring a lot of trouble." When Akame left the Imperial Assassination Force and joined the Revolutionary Army, it caused huge trouble. Bai Ye did not intend to explain too much. After all, the plan to establish the Akatsuki organization was still in the works. "Well, I hope you won't rush to refuse. I'm not very good at expressing myself. It would definitely be much better if we let our boss talk to you. She will explain everything to you in detail. Hill wants to keep fighting. It's not impossible, but I'll be honest, I probably won't accept it in the end." Bai Ye said directly. If it is true as Hill said, that the leader of the night raid can provide him with a lot of information, then he thinks it is still good. "Yeah, it's not too late to refuse then." Hill nodded. "It's up to you," Ma Yin said in a cold tone. After learning that the other party had no intention of joining them, she became even more reluctant to introduce herself to the other party, and her attitude became even colder. 3 days later, at the same time and place, we will wait for you here. Hill agreed on a time with Bai Ye. She estimated the time it would take for the person who delivered the message to arrive at the night raid base from the Revolutionary Army headquarters, as well as the time they would need to prepare. Naturally, one could not be too hasty in winning over an important person. Hill blamed himself for being rejected by Bai Ye just now. She felt that she was too impatient and had rashly tried to win over the other party without explaining many things to him. If it were Nichitan, she would definitely do much better than her, so she blamed herself. "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Bai Ye is ready to leave. "No, nothing else." Hill nodded. "Goodbye, then." After saying that, Bai Ye turned and left. When he disappeared from the sight of Main and Hill, he transferred himself into the Kamui space, and the next moment he transferred back to the base of the Imperial Assassination Force. But when Bai Ye returned to the base, the first thing he saw was Sai Lu, He Tong, and others confronting some people of unknown origin. At this time, Bai Ye had not taken off the white mask on his face, and the Uchiha fan was still on his back. His sudden appearance startled those people whose origins were unknown. Even the members of the assassination team did not recognize at first that the mysterious masked man was actually Bai Ye. "Who are you?" Those people of unknown origin immediately questioned Bai Ye vigilantly. The leader among them was a man wearing an eagle beak mask and a strange, remote-controlled device on his right forearm. This man was most likely an imperial weapon user. There are more than 3 people who are suspected to be users of imperial weapons. Chapter 71. Just when Bai Ye left the base to hunt dangerous species, a group of uninvited guests came to the assassination force base. They were sent by Caiju to carry out Caiju's orders. Caiju certainly knew that in addition to Bai Ye, there were 2 other imperial tool users in the Imperial Assassination Force, Seilu, the owner of the 100-armed giant, and He Tong, the owner of the 8 rooms. Therefore, among the people he sent there were also 3 imperial implement users. Although it is highly unlikely that He Tong, who has been brainwashed many times, will resist, it is still better to be on the safe side. Of course, these people did not come directly to fight with Bai Ye. They would only take action when violence was necessary. However, when they arrived at the assassination force base, Bai Ye happened to be out. "Where is Bai Ye? Where is he?" The man wearing the eagle beak mask walked in front and asked Zero in front of him in an imposing manner. "My master has gone out for something. What do you want from him?" Although the other party's attitude was very bad, Seilu did not show any dissatisfaction. It was obvious from this situation that someone from above was coming. "We are here to arrest him. This is the order from Lord Caiju. I hope you will cooperate and not put up any meaningless resistance." The man with the eagle beak mask said coldly, "But in addition to Bai Ye, you have to go with us too." Bai Ye is the biggest thorn in Lord Caiju's side, and Sai Lu is the hidden danger second only to Bai Ye. Of course, we cannot allow Susanoo to continue to stay in the Imperial Assassination Force. However, considering that Celia was the only one who was compatible with the Imperial Weapon 100 Armed Giant for such a long time, and that Celia was a very rare talent, and that Celia was not the main culprit, Caiju did not plan to get rid of Celia. Instead, he planned to brainwash Seleucus like he did to the assassination troops before, making Seleucus absolutely obedient to the Empire, so that no mistakes would happen again. Are you going to arrest the master? Seilu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What she worried about finally happened. Her master's previous actions indeed caused dissatisfaction among her superiors. Both she and the master would be punished. Yeah, that kid likes to meddle in other people's business. What he did seriously offended Lord Caiju. Even if he kills all his clans, it won't be too much. The man in the eagle beak mask said, that kid is hopeless, but if you are willing to be obedient, Master Caiju will still spare your life. Susanoo fell silent. She was in a struggle, between the Empire on one side and her master on the other. She didn't want to betray the Empire, but she also didn't want her master to be killed, which put her in a dilemma. What should I do? Let's wait here for him to come back. Also, call out the other members of the assassination team. We have something to inform them. The masked man spoke in a commanding tone. Seilu immediately went to inform others and took this opportunity to calm down. She had roughly figured it out. The things she and her master did were not evil in themselves. It was the so-called Mr. Caiju who was tainted with evil. Although Caiju is a high-ranking official in the Empire, she must never succumb to evil. This is what her father, who had long since died in the line of duty, had told her, and she has always kept it in mind. Even at the risk of betraying the Empire. After all, the master is more important. After finding everyone, Seilu explained the situation in detail. When they learned that both Commander Bai Ye and Commander Sai Lu would be punished, and even Commander Bai Ye would be executed, everyone found it hard to accept it for a while. Moreover, they themselves seemed to be facing considerable trouble. The people sent by Lord Caiju asked them to go out, definitely not to chat with them. They estimated that they would also be punished to some extent. After all, before the arrival of Commander Bai Ye, the Imperial Assassination Force had always been so harsh. Everyone's face looked heavy as they came to the front of those people. Have all the members of the assassination team arrived? The masked man asked. Yes, everyone is here. Hei Tong responded expressionlessly. Although he appears calm on the surface, his heart is actually in turmoil. Not only are their companions in a bad situation, but Commander Bai Ye in particular is about to be executed. Although she had anticipated this day, she still couldn't remain calm when it actually happened. Tisk tisk, you're the only ones left. You're such a bunch of rubbish. The masked man said in a mocking tone. Even though they were being directly ridiculed and insulted, no one in the assassination team dared to complain, and they even tried hard not to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. Hei Tong lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Looking at these guys, I dared not say a word. In short, your short period of good times is over. Your recent performance has disappointed Lord Caiju, so you need to accept punishment. The masked man said coldly, there is a girl named Yasha, right? According to the rules of the Imperial Assassination Force, she should have been punished. Naturally, she cannot be spared. The punishment will be carried out as usual tonight. Then the rest of you will be put in solitary confinement for 3 days. You will not be provided with any medicine during the confinement period. But before you put him in solitary confinement, you need to kill Bai Ye with your own hands, and each of you should cut him to death with a single cut. Otherwise, your punishment will become even more severe. When he said the last sentence, the masked man's eyes became fierce and sharp. Although we can't see the expression under the mask, we can guess that it must be very hideous and crazy. He seemed to enjoy the despair of others. There is no more desperate punishment than letting these guys torture their best and closest superiors with their own hands. Hearing this, Yasha in the middle turned pale. She still couldn't escape the fate of being punished. She, who had been full of hope for life again, fell into despair again. This feeling was even more desperate than if she had been punished directly at the beginning. Moreover, she was required to torture Chief Bai Ye to death with her own hands, which she could not accept. Hei Tong and others were no exception. Even if they were killed or cut into pieces, they would accept their fate. But they simply couldn't do it by themselves to torture Officer Bai Ye to death. But they didn't know what to do. After all, in front of the people sent by Lord Caiju, they had no choice at all. Either obey or die. They didn't want to hurt Commander Bai Ye, but they didn't want to die either. They hadn't received the Empire's approval yet. If they were executed like this, their former companions would have died in vain. Looking at the reactions of these guys, the masked man felt very happy, even excited. He enjoyed this desperate atmosphere the most. At this moment, Hei Tong was the first and only one who dared to stand up and resist. He said with a cold face, "I cannot accept the idea of Lingqi for Chief Bai Ye." Chapter 72. That's right, we can't do this. Me too. Whether it's a punishment or a disciplinary action, this is the only thing. Hei Tong, who was the first to stand up and resist, immediately encouraged everyone else, and they all started to protest as well. The masked man was somewhat surprised by the resistance of Hei Tong and others. It seems that these guys have been spoiled by Bai Ye and have grown wings. I guess another reason is that they did not receive brainwashing on time last time, so the brainwashing effect has weakened. Facing Hei Tong's resistance, the masked man became even more aggressive and said with a fierce smile, "Don't accept? Fine, then you can prepare to be severely tortured. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut." In this imperial era, there were many inhumane tortures. Even so, Hei Tong was unwilling to bow his head. However, they only dared to protest with words, but did not dare to resist directly with actions. Because resisting with actions is equivalent to betraying the empire. Even if the brainwashing effect is weakened, it is still difficult for them to betray the empire subconsciously. At this time, Sai Lu resisted the urge to expel the evil, because her master had repeatedly warned her not to act impulsively, and now was the worst situation for her to act impulsively. She hugged Xiaobi tightly, as if she was worried that Xiaobi would suddenly act impulsively, or as if it was a subconscious action to restrain her emotions. "Go ahead, take them away." At this time, the masked man gave orders directly to the soldiers accompanying him. Seeing that the soldiers were approaching, Hei Tong and the others were still struggling with whether to resist or not. At this moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared between the two sides. He wore a mysterious white mask on his face and carried a huge and strange round fan on his back. The mysterious masked man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shocking everyone present. "Who are you?" Faced with the questioning, Bai Ye looked at those people of unknown origin, who were wearing armor commonly seen by imperial soldiers. He immediately guessed that these were most likely soldiers sent by their superiors. Coupled with the aggressive appearance of these soldiers, it was obvious that they had ill intentions. "If you are here to look for Bai Ye, then the person you are looking for is me," Bai Ye said lightly. "So you are Bai Ye? Come with us obediently, you have been ordered to be arrested by Lord Caiju." The man wearing the eagle beak mask said immediately. However, Bai Ye ignored him and turned to ask Sai Lu and the others, "What happened here just now? Let me understand the situation first." "Master." When he found out that it was his master who came back, Sai Lu was immediately surprised. Fortunately, she just controlled her impulsive emotions and waited for her master to come back. "Sir." A smile finally appeared on Hei Tong's face, but her smile immediately turned into sadness. After all, she was facing a very serious matter. Sai Lu immediately told Bai Ye what had just happened, summarizing it briefly in a few words. After learning the general situation, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold. If these guys were just targeting him, then he wouldn't have anything to say. But Bai Ye couldn't tolerate that they didn't even let Salo and He Tong go. If he had originally just been thinking about resisting normally, now he just wanted to kill these guys. At this time, Bai Ye pulled the chain at the end of the Uchiha fan and took out the Uchiha fan from his back. Seeing Bai Ye ready to fight, the masked man fixed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to rebel?" Bai Ye was too lazy to answer such meaningless nonsense. His life was threatened. If he didn't resist, would he be waiting to die? You must think carefully about the price of rebellion. Everyone around you will be implicated by you. The masked man was still threatening Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye didn't buy it at all and he took the initiative to kill him. He also reminded Salo, "Salo, I'll leave the task of protecting them to you." He did not ask He Tong and the others to help in the war, because he considered that He Tong and the others were not yet able to make up their minds to betray the empire. Although in his opinion, this was not a betrayal of the empire, but just a normal act of self-preservation. When faced with an abnormal or even mentally ill high-ranking official of the empire, does one have to obey him absolutely in order not to be considered a betrayal? Yes. Salo immediately protected He Tong and the others behind him. But she was very worried about her master. After all, her master had to face so many enemies alone, and there must be some imperial weapon users among these enemies. Seeing Bai Ye rushing over, the masked man snorted coldly and immediately pressed the button that looked like a remote control tied to his right forearm. The moment the button was pressed, many shells suddenly attacked Bai Ye from all directions. This is obviously the ability of an imperial weapon. Although we don't know what kind of imperial weapon it is obviously a trap-type imperial weapon, and it can create traps out of thin air. But in front of Bai Ye, this kind of imperial weapon is obviously meaningless. With the insight that the Mangekyō Sharingan gave him, even traps that suddenly appeared out of nowhere could not catch him off guard. Since the dense shells were coming from all directions, the Uchiha fan could not block all the shells at once. Bai Ye first used the Uchiha fan to block the first few shells in front of him, and the power of those shells was immediately absorbed by the Uchiha fan. The masked man has a grim smile on his face. You can block the bullets in front of you, but what if they come from behind? However, he soon stopped laughing, as he saw the shells flying from the other three directions went straight through Bai Ye's body without hurting him at all. Even the shells that passed through Bai Ye's body from behind flew towards them. The masked man suddenly panicked and hurriedly pressed a button on the remote control on his arm, which made the shells that were about to hit them disappear. Uchiha bounces back. While the masked man's attention was distracted, Bai Ye suddenly fanned the Uchiha fan in his hand, returning all the wind energy converted from the shells to the masked man. However, the power is still a bit small. After all, it only absorbed a few shells. It only blew away the weaker common soldiers, who crashed into the wall one by one, leaving many dents on the wall. The strong impact caused many soldiers to pass out, and the rest were unable to move. There were only 6 people left who could barely keep their balance, including the masked man. They were obviously the users of the imperial tools and the ministerial tools. The masked man has a trap-type imperial weapon, and the others have also revealed their own imperial weapons and subordinate weapons. What kind of imperial tool is that guy using? The masked man stared at Bai Ye in shock. Facing the 6 imperial envoys and minister envoys in front of him, Bai Ye had no fear on his face and his eyes were calm. You guys should come together to save time. Chapter 73. Playing Tricks. Feeling despised, the masked man immediately became angry and humiliated. No matter what imperial tool the other side uses, they have 3 imperial tool users and 3 ministerial tool users. Normally the gap between the emperor's tool users would not be too big. It would be a joke if the 3 Emperor's tool users and the 3 Ministers' tool users could not defeat an Emperor's tool user. Unless he is the strongest imperial weapon user in the Empire like General Death, whose strength is intermittent. In the original work, Nichiren mentioned that in order to defeat Death, at least 10 imperial weapon users including Akame and more than 50,000 elite soldiers are needed. But in fact, the combat power finally used far exceeded this data. Except for Akame, who used the secret technique of the imperial weapon Murasame to greatly enhance her combat power by possessing the cursed poison, the rest of the imperial weapon users of the Revolutionary Army did not even have the ability to fight against Death, let alone the so-called elite soldiers. No matter how many tens of thousands of them came, it would be useless. After repeatedly consuming Death, Akame finally used the fatal curse of Murasame to force Death to turn himself into ice dust and die, which made her worthy of the title of the strongest. Obviously, the masked man and his men thought Bai Ye was an ordinary imperial tool user. After all, there is only one General Death. What would happen if any other imperial tool user was as strong as General Death? This kid is too arrogant. He actually wants to fight 6 of us at the same time. Another burly man who was using a hammer-shaped imperial weapon said. I originally heard that this guy was a handsome boy, but unfortunately he was wearing a mask. I love to cherish handsome boys the most. A slightly fat woman was holding an unknown imperial weapon in her hand, which was shaped like a horn. I take it you're planning on feeding him to the dangerous species. The burly man immediately complained. I can't help it. After all, I can't bear to let my babies go hungry, even though I already fed them once before I came here. The fat woman said in a soft and charming voice. Stop talking nonsense, cut the tendons of that kid's hands and feet first, so that he can't resist at all. At this time, the masked man said in a cold voice. The other 2 imperial weapon users also became completely serious. They attacked Bai Ye at the same time in tacit understanding. Captain Sai Lu, we should go help Captain Bai Ye. Seeing that Commander Bai Ye decided to fight back, He Tong seemed to have made up his mind. Anyway, things have developed to this point. Once Commander Bai Ye fails, they will inevitably be implicated and executed. She might as well fight to the death. I can't die yet, at least not before I kill my sister with my own hands. He Tong, do you really want to do this? Guy asked He Tong in a low voice. Not only Guy Li, but all the members of the assassination team except He Tong have not thought it through completely. Otherwise, are we just going to watch Commander Bai Ye being outnumbered and killed? After that, we will surely die too. Maybe this is betraying the Empire, but if we all die, won't everything be meaningless? He Tong expressed his thoughts. She was able to make up her mind faster than the others because she had different feelings towards Commander Bai Ye. That's true. As expected, He Tong is calmer and smarter than us, unlike me whose brain is all messed up. It's all about death anyway, so I might as well just go for it. At least during this time with Chief Bai Ye, I've never been happier. Under He Tong's encouragement and Commander Bai Ye's decisive resistance, everyone's hearts were shaken even more. If you have thought it through, then let's fight. Salo said excitedly, Master has said before that such evil people cannot represent the Empire. We are enforcing justice, not betraying the Empire. It is better to say that we are eradicating the dirty termites for the Empire. Salo's words immediately woke everyone up. Although these words were not particularly convincing, what they needed was a reason that could convince themselves so that they would not have to bear the huge psychological pressure of subconsciously not betraying the Empire. Seeing that the assassination team was about to intervene, the masked man suddenly cried out in his heart, "Oh no! Try to end this quickly." He was not suitable for close combat as he was using a trap-type imperial weapon, so he was commanding from the rear while harassing Bai Ye with the trap-type imperial weapon. The burly man holding the hammer-shaped imperial weapon was the first to rush to Bai Ye and smashed Bai Ye with the hammer. Bai Ye immediately raised the Uchiha fan to block the attack. Success! The burly man sneered, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Because the ability of this hammer-shaped imperial weapon is its extremely strong penetrating power. No matter how hard the opponent's armor is, it has 100% penetrating power and can completely ignore the armor. Even if it is blocked by weapons, it cannot stop the penetrating effect. At the same time, the destructive power is also very strong. If the imperial weapon is not hard enough, it may be smashed to pieces by a single hammer. However, the next moment, Bai Ye did not break into pieces as the sturdy man imagined, but instead looked unharmed. At the moment when the burly man felt incredible, Bai Ye's mouth corners slightly raised. Uchiha rebounds. As he roared in his heart, a terrifying storm swept towards the other party. This storm is much more violent than before, and it is far more powerful than the traps created by those shells. Even if it is damage from a lethal imperial weapon, no matter how powerful it is, the Uchiha fan can absorb it perfectly, which completely restrains the penetrating ability of the hammer-type imperial weapon. The only flaw that can be considered a flaw is that the Uchiha fan cannot protect against attacks coming from multiple directions at the same time. Gah! The sturdy man's clothes were immediately torn apart by the storm, and many parts of his body were covered in blood, with even the bones exposed in some places. He rolled backwards repeatedly, and only managed to stabilize his body by using his hammer-shaped imperial weapon to push against the ground. This blow has already cost him a heavy price, and if he gets hit twice more he'll probably be dead. At this moment, many dangerous flying creatures suddenly appeared in the sky. At the call of the fat woman through the horn-shaped imperial weapon, those flying dangerous species swooped down towards Bai Ye at the same time. Not only were they extremely fast, some of them also launched attacks such as feathers, bone spurs, and energy waves, almost delivering fatal blows to Bai Ye from all directions without any blind spots. At the same time, there are traps generated out of thin air everywhere that pose a threat to Bai Ye. Ziobi. Seeing that Bai Ye was facing a very critical situation, Sai Lu quickly ordered Xiao Bai to protect his master. The giant Ziobi suddenly stood in front of Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye had actually teleported himself away instantly. He teleported in front of the burly man and swung the Uchiha fan in his backhand to complete the finishing blow. Chapter 74. These people, including the burly man, had no idea that Bai Ye had the ability to teleport. Still injured, he had no time to react and could only watch in despair and fear as the huge fan was swung towards him. The next moment, his perspective began to rotate at high speed. The head spun in the air for who knows how many times before rolling to the ground. At this time, the sturdy man was not completely dead yet. He realized what had happened when he saw his headless body next to him. He was extremely desperate and could only face death. After a while, he completely lost consciousness, with a look of deathly intent on his eyes. Ding! Host killed an Emperor tool user and received a reward, 40 system points. Bai Ye immediately received corresponding points reward. He suddenly thought that the system points obtained by killing the user of the Imperial weapon were quite a lot. Aren't these guys just here to give him points? 3 Imperial tool users and 3 Ministerial tool users can earn at least more than 100 system points. Hateful. Seeing his companion being killed, the masked man suddenly felt something was wrong. They seriously underestimated Bai Ye's strength, mainly because his ability to appear and disappear at will was too extraordinary. And they couldn't hit Bai Ye no matter what they did, so what was the point of fighting? They had never heard of or seen such an outrageous imperial weapon. Isn't this completely invincible? When the masked man was deeply shocked, Hei Tong had already drawn his sword and slashed at him. Fortunately, his own physical skills were not bad either, so he immediately dodged and fought back with the short blade equipped on his other arm. Little sister, I'll give you one last chance. The punishment you should have received can be written off. Seeing that the situation was not good, the masked man had an idea and immediately lured the assassination team to assist them. But before he could finish his words, He Tong slashed at him again. It was obvious that He Tong didn't want to waste time talking to this guy and was determined to follow Commander Bai Ye. Room 8. 2 sword strikes failed to kill the opponent, so He Tong decisively summoned the 8-room doll. She deliberately did not summon the super dangerous species Destiguru, because there were many companions here, and the base was located in the imperial capital, and Destiguru's ability could easily injure nearby civilians. However, the other 5 human puppets were enough to give the masked man a hard time. Zyobi, go berserk! At this time, Seleucus shouted and decisively used the secret technique of the imperial weapon 100-armed giant. Although Zyobi will have to stay in bed for several months after using this secret technique, Salo thinks it is totally worth it in order to share the pressure with his master. I saw that Zyobi's body became even bigger on the basis of his original gigantic size, and the muscles all over his body became abnormally developed, and Zyobi's face became particularly ferocious. Rage. During the duration of frenzy, Zyobi's abilities doubled across the board. The various attacks from dangerous flying species had no effect on it, and the numerous wounds on its body healed quickly. It jumped easily to a height of several dozen meters, grabbed 2 dangerous flying species with both hands, pulled them down and slammed them to the ground, then smashed them into meat patties with a few heavy punches. Ah! My lovely baby! The fat woman's face was suddenly filled with grief and she screamed heart-wrenchingly. But she didn't dare to go forward, otherwise she would be the next one to be smashed into a meat pie by Zyobi. However, at this moment, the fat woman suddenly felt a chill on her back. You're not a good killer if you don't pay attention to your back. As a cold voice came, the fat woman felt a gust of wind before she could turn around. This was the wind created by Bai Ye swinging the Uchiha fan. Immediately afterwards, the fat woman's body was separated, her head flew out and embedded in the wall 10 meters away, and her body rolled twice. Ding! Host killed an Emperor tool user and received a reward, 40 system points. It's no wonder that Bai Ye felt that the rewarded system points were a bit too little. For example, this fat woman was too weak. Each imperial weapon is strong, but the upper limit is determined by the ability of the imperial weapon itself. For example, Death can continuously develop new abilities of the essence of the devil, and his own physical skills are also top-notch. In contrast, this fat woman's physical skills are obviously very poor, and she relies solely on this imperial weapon that seems to be able to tame dangerous flying species. 2 of the 3 imperial tool users died in succession, and the remaining one was clearly at a disadvantage. The 3 ministerial tool users panicked upon seeing this. With only 3 ministers and messengers, who had lost their will to fight, they were naturally vulnerable in front of the imperial assassination force, which was highly elite in every respect. In the blink of an eye, these 3 ministers were destroyed. In order to grab the kill, Bai Ye directly used the space-distorting ability of his left eye Kamui to focus on the masked man's neck. The masked man was defeated step by step under the multifaceted attack of the 8-room dolls, and it was probably only a matter of time before he was killed by He Tong. His trap ability also has little effect on Kurowato because there is a corpse doll named Nadara who is specifically responsible for protecting Kurowato. The masked man, who was already struggling to deal with the 8-room doll, naturally didn't notice that the space around his neck was twisting rapidly. His neck was instantly broken by the distorted space, and his head fell to the ground with a bang. What is going on? The masked man's last thought showed that he didn't even know how he died. Ding! Host killed an Emperor tool user and received a reward, 45 system points. As the system prompt sounded, it meant that Bai Ye had successfully grabbed the head. Seeing his opponent suddenly die inexplicably, He Tong was a little confused. She turned her head again and found that all the enemies present seemed to have been eliminated. The scene on Zyobi's side was the most spectacular, with the ground full of miserable deaths of flying dangerous species, all of them being slaughtered by the violent Zyobi. And no one seemed to be injured. However, what He Tong was most concerned about was the situation of Commander Bai Ye. When she looked at Bai Ye was walking towards her. It's all right now. Bai Ye walked up to Haitong and gently brushed off some dust on Haitong's body. As for the act of stealing the head just now, he didn't mention a word. Of course, even if it was mentioned, Haitong probably wouldn't care. After all, there is no real experience value. Haitong smiled slightly. But her expression immediately became serious, and her serious look seemed a little silly and cute. She reached out and pulled down Bai Ye's pants. Her movements were so fast that Bai Ye almost couldn't react. But as expected, his reaction speed was better, and he immediately held Haitong's hands. What do you want to do? I want to make sure the officer is not injured. Haitong said seriously. Isn't it obvious that you're not hurt? Bai Ye replied. Even his clothes were not torn at all. There was a time when a companion failed to discover a hidden injury on his body in time. He looked fine when he came back, but then suddenly. So I am worried that this situation will happen again. Haitong explained in detail. Feeling Haitong's concern, Bai Ye immediately smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Very good. Haitong was overjoyed and couldn't help but hug Bai Ye. This time, Bai Ye did not dodge or counterattack. Chapter 75. Being hugged by Haitong like this, Bai Ye could immediately feel the soft body and smell the faint fragrance coming from Haitong. In fact, this is just the lingering fragrance of various flower petals on the body when taking a bath. But it smells really good, not like an unnatural perfume. Although Haitong's action was subconscious, her mind was clear. He was well aware of how bold his action was, especially since it was in front of everyone. However, she was not shy at all. After all, her personality allowed her to express her feelings more straightforwardly. She also knew what kind of feelings she had for Commander Bai Ye. But, she definitely can't express her love too directly, so just take it slow, and she quite enjoys this feeling. Haitong felt that under the current circumstances, Commander Bai Ye should be able to sense her feelings, right? However, the reality was not as good as Haitong imagined. Bai Ye didn't think much about it. He was a steady person and was also very steady in this regard. Even when his death was so obvious before, he didn't feel comfortable with it, let alone the more obscure one like Haitong. He thought that Haitong had just been stimulated, so his emotions were out of control for a moment, and he would naturally calm down after a while. Honestly, I want to apologize. I didn't expect to make you so worried. Bai Ye also said something apologetically and gently touched Haitong's head with his hand. Haitong didn't notice anything wrong and thought that the commander had understood her feelings. But the reality is. At the same time, the assassination team, who had just finished checking the enemy's bodies, turned around and saw this scene between Haitong and Commander Bai Ye. Some people blushed, some were surprised that Haitong was so bold, and some silently cheered for Haitong in their hearts. But overall, no one seemed too surprised. After all, they had already noticed Haitong's unusual feelings for Officer Bai Ye. Little Haitong is amazing. She can be so straightforward with Chief Bai Ye. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to hug Chief Bai Ye directly. After all, Commander Bai Ye is so gentle, he won't be angry even if I hug him. That has to be a cute little black pupil. If it were a grown man like us, you can see how Chief Bai Ye would react. Everyone couldn't help but talk quietly. Such a cheerful atmosphere, as if nothing had happened just now, seemed very inconsistent compared to the corpses scattered all over the ground. Only Susanoo beside him was a little different. She looked at the scene in front of her and felt inexplicably uncomfortable again, just like last time, and the feeling of discomfort was even more severe than last time. She held Xiaobi, whose rage had ended, and asked in a low voice as if talking to herself, "Xiaobi, what happened to me? Could it be that I have some strange disease?" However, Xiaobi had become very weak and had no strength to respond to Susanoo. But even if it wanted to respond, it couldn't speak. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more Sailui cared. If it happened once it would be fine, but if it happened again and again she couldn't ignore it anymore. Sailou decided to find out the specific reason from the source. As for the source, she was still clear. The last time and this time were obviously because of Master and Hei Tong. Master, Hei Tong, why do I suddenly feel uncomfortable? It's like a stuffy feeling in my chest. I'm a little scared. I'm afraid I have some strange disease. Sai Lu asked Bai Ye and Hei Tong directly in a very straightforward manner. She is extremely naive, which is the main reason why she is easily led astray. Hearing what Sai Lu said, Hei Tong's pretty face was obviously stunned. Bai Ye also followed Sai Lu's confusion. Don't scare yourself, but it's best to take some time to get it checked out, it shouldn't be anything serious. Hei Tong's expression suddenly looked a little strange at the conversation between Commander Bai Ye and Commander Sai Lu, which was so difficult to evaluate. She had already guessed it. It was obvious that Chief Sai Lu liked Chief Bai Ye, so this was the case. In addition, she has always noticed that Commander Bai Ye and Commander Sai Lu get along very closely, which makes her more certain of her guess. However, it is obvious that Commander Sailou is not clear about his own feelings. Could it be that Commander Sailou doesn't even know what like means? This is simply a bit unfair. This kind of very simple girl may be more popular with boys. Hei Tong hesitated for a moment, struggling over whether or not to tell Commander Sailou the truth. If Commander Sai Lu knew the truth, he would definitely compete with her for Commander Bai Ye, which would not be of any benefit to her. At this point, Hei Tong has subconsciously regarded Sailou as a competitor. How could she help her competitor defeat her? So she really didn't want to tell the truth to Commander Sailou. I'm sorry, Commander Sailou, although I'm sorry, I really can't help you. Of course, Hei Tong couldn't say it directly, as that would be too suspicious, so she could only apologize to Commander Sailou in her heart. Then, Hei Tong suddenly realized that he had been holding Commander Bai Ye for a while. This was not a good idea, so she let go of Bai Ye. After a while, Sailou suddenly said in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Hey? My uncomfortable feeling seems to have disappeared. That's probably just a psychological effect, but to be on the safe side, it's better to go get it checked later." Bai Ye said. Hei Tong deliberately kept his mouth tightly shut, feeling more and more guilty inside. Commander Sailou was so innocent that she really wanted to tell the truth, but she had to restrain herself. Afterwards, the matter came to a temporary and unclear end. In the end, Bai Ye and Sai Lu didn't figure out anything, but Hei Tong knew everything. "Commander Bai Ye, what should we do now? Lord Caiju will be furious when he finds out that we killed them." Now, back to the topic. Guy Li and others were very worried about this matter, and many of them were even mentally prepared to be executed by the Empire. At this time, are you still calling that guy Master Caiju? Bai Ye said bluntly, you have all seen the darkness of the Empire today, and it is the corrupt officials headed by Ernest and Caiju who caused this situation. If we continue to obey them, it will only harm the Empire. So we should separate ourselves from them and establish a new organization with our own code of conduct. Rather than just obeying them or even letting them do whatever they want. Bai Ye felt that it was almost time. Everyone in the assassination team dared to take action against the people sent by Caiju, which meant that the time was ripe. But if we do that, we're just betraying. Guy and the others had not finished their words yet. Bai Ye interrupted him, wrong. We are going to change the dark and chaotic situation of the Empire from within and make the Empire develop in a good direction. Far from being a betrayal, it can be said to be the most loyal expression to the Empire. The organization I will establish is called Xiao, which means dawn. It will end the darkness and war in the Empire and bring light and hope to the Empire. Will you follow me? Chapter 76. I do. Me too. As long as the commander doesn't mind that I'm not that strong. Commander Bai Ye is right. Loyalty is not just about submission. After carefully thinking about what Chief Bai Ye said, Guy Li and others finally got out of the dead end. The main reason is that they have witnessed the dark side of the empire with their own eyes. Once or twice, they can barely explain it as accidental, but they have witnessed it too many times. And it has nothing to do with the rebels, but rather the brutal persecution of the lower classes by the officials of the empire. Compared to those corrupt and violent officials, they would certainly prefer to follow Chief Bai Ye. Changing the empire from within is fundamentally different from those revolutionary armies, which want to directly overthrow the empire. What they find difficult to accept is the overthrow of the empire. Then it's decided. What about He Tong? What's your wish? At this time, Bai Ye turned and asked He Tong. He Tong smiled slightly, of course I am willing, as long as I can be with Chief Bai Ye. Hearing He Tong speak so directly, many people exclaimed. He Tong is so good that it's not even their turn to make a scene. Okay, collect the imperial tools and ministerial tools from those guys, and then see who can match them. Bai Ye said to everyone. When he killed the 3 imperial device users, he deliberately avoided causing damage to those imperial devices. Even in a mortal feud like the one between the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army, they would intentionally avoid damaging the Imperial weapons during the battle, because they were extremely useful and valuable. Not to mention the Imperial tools, even the tools used by the 3 ministers just now were carefully protected by Guy Li and the others. Having more Imperial and Ministerial envoys would definitely be of great help to the Akatsuki organization that is about to be established. Good. They have decided to follow Bai Ye to establish a new organization, and naturally understand the importance of replenishing the Imperial equipment envoys and Minister equipment envoys to them. Pack up your things later. We can't stay in this base any longer. We should find a secluded place outside the Imperial capital to build a new base and completely get out of the control of Caiju. Bai Ye continued. He already had a rough plan in mind, which was to use the nest of the super dangerous species Destiguru as the base of the Akatsuki organization, that is, the Saiga Cave. This place is pretty good. It is a dangerous place known to almost everyone, but no one knows that Destiguru has been killed by him. Now the Saga Cave has become the safest place, except that there may be dangerous species appearing near the cave occasionally. But as long as they are not super dangerous species, they pose no threat to them. Okay, but there's one more question. What should we do with our medicine? Guy Li and others immediately thought of this problem. After all, without medication to maintain their function, their abilities would decline seriously and would be very painful. That's easy. Just take the experimenters with you. They work for a salary after all. Just give them a higher salary than before. Bai Ye said lightly. What gave him a headache was the drugs themselves. All members of the assassination team had been injecting and taking drugs for a long time, and the side effects were irreversible. The withdrawal reactions were also severe to the point where they were unbearable, which meant that they could not quit these drugs at all. His original approach was to slowly reduce their medication dosage, which would have some impact on their abilities, meaning they would be weaker than before, but at least the side effects were much lighter than before. Otherwise, according to the experimenters' speculation, if the original drug dosage continues, all members of the assassination team will die of premature aging within 5 years. Now, Bai Ye basically just lets them use things containing trace amounts of drug ingredients like He Tong to maintain their condition, just enough to barely avoid withdrawal reactions. As for the battle, Bai Ye would definitely not let them take the white pills with extremely high drug content as before. They simply dealt with the bodies of the people sent by Caiju, as if nothing had happened. They have no intention of showing off in public, and will wait until the Akatsuki organization is established and settled down. When Bai Ye offered generous salaries to the experimenters, almost all of them were willing to follow him. The main reason is that they don't have any good choices. Of course, Bai Ye did not force or threaten them. It's just because, once Bai Ye takes Haitong and others away from the Imperial Assassination Force, the Imperial Assassination Force will automatically disband, and they will be directly unemployed at that time. It will not be easy to find such a good job in the Imperial capital again. What's more, Bai Ye offered them a higher salary than before. As for the issue of money, Bai Ye would never be short of money. Having hunted so many dangerous species, he had already become rich. In fact, there are still a few experimenters who are not so willing, because they are more afraid of death. Just think about how great the risk is to leave the Imperial Assassination Force with Bai Ye. But they were more afraid of being silenced by Bai Ye. They already knew all these things and felt that if they refused, they would definitely be silenced by Bai Ye. In fact, Bai Ye had no intention of silencing anyone, but they insisted on thinking so. After all, this was the usual practice in an environment like the Empire, and being silenced was the norm if one was not careful. Let's all try these Imperial tools and servant tools together. Whoever has the highest degree of compatibility with a particular Imperial tool or servant tool will be given it to use. At this time, Haitong placed the 3 Imperial instruments and 3 ministerial instruments on the table. Afterwards, the rest of the people tried out these Imperial tools and ministerial tools one after another. Kuroniko and Saryuwu, who already possess Imperial tools, don't need to even try. But in the end, only one girl was chosen who had a high degree of compatibility with the horn-shaped Imperial weapon. The fit of the best trial users of the other 2 Imperial tools was average, and could only be said to be barely usable. Although it cannot fully display the power of the Imperial weapon, it is still much stronger than the average servant, so it is sufficient. Chenju doesn't have too many requirements for its users. We just give it to whoever finds it most suitable. The preparations are almost done. The next step is to head directly to the Saiga cave and use it as our new base. At this time, Bai Ye said to everyone. Although the Saiga cave is a bit far from the Imperial capital, the horn-shaped Imperial weapon can summon flying dangerous species, so the time they spend on the journey from the Imperial capital to the Saiga cave is greatly shortened. Since the news of the death of the masked man and his men had not yet spread, the Imperial guards naturally would not stop Bai Ye and his men when they left. At this time, Bai Ye was ready to exchange the fire cloud robe that symbolized the Akatsuki organization in the system mall. The organization is named Akatsuki, so the fire cloud robe is definitely indispensable. Chapter 77. Night Attack on the Base. When Bai Ye returned to the Imperial capital, Hill and Mayan also returned to the base. We just met Bai Ye when we were hunting dangerous species. As soon as she returned to the base, Mayan told Bai Ye about what happened to her. Aren't you all training nearby? How come you can meet Bai Ye nearby? Nichitan was immediately surprised and asked, could it be that our base was discovered by him? Did he tell you anything? Nichitan, left, and Hill, right. No, he probably didn't know our base was here. He seemed to be hunting dangerous species at the time and seemed to have run into us by accident. Marin said. He didn't say anything to us, and he didn't fight us. At this time, Hill also replied, I told him directly that I wanted to win him over, but it was all my fault that I was too impatient and my ability to express myself was poor, so he rejected me. A look of self-blame suddenly appeared on her face. It's not Hill's fault. It's that guy who doesn't appreciate it. Main said immediately. It seems that the boy named Bai Ye really doesn't know how to enjoy life. He even rejected our gentle and pretty little Hill. Leon teased. Don't make it sound like Hill confessed to that guy. Ma Yin said with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Hill didn't react at all, seeming to be rather slow in this regard. It's normal that you didn't agree to it easily. Didn't you put in a lot of effort for Akame before? Lubbock said. Lubbock. Strictly speaking, they paid a lot of price to win over Akame, such as the annihilation of all members of the killer organization Oberg except Chelsea. If it weren't for the efforts of Oberg, especially their leader Maillard, they would not have been able to win over Akito so easily. It was Maillard who took Akito to see the countless dark sides of the empire. Are you talking about Maillard? Chi Tong suddenly remembered the woman from before. Although she is a very strange woman, if it weren't for Maillard, she wouldn't know that she had been doing the wrong things in the Imperial Assassination Force. But she also killed Maillard with her own hands. She had not yet awakened at that time, otherwise she would not have killed Maillard, who could be regarded as her benefactor. No, no. I'm just giving you an example. Lubbock immediately realized that he had screwed up and said quickly. What a mess. Leon punched Lubbock directly, making him scream. Of course, this was just Lubbock's acting, and it didn't actually hurt that much. It's okay. It was obviously my fault. You don't have to be so considerate of my feelings. Akame said. In short, what was Bai Ye's attitude at the time? Did he refuse decisively, or did he have room for consideration? At this time, Nichiren brought the topic back to the main topic. Although it's a more tactful rejection, it's still a decisive one. Hill responded. By the way, Hill agreed with that guy to meet again in 3 days, and he agreed. Ma Yin comforted Xie, so, Xie, you don't need to blame yourself. It's better to say that you have brought us a greater opportunity, right? A smile appeared on Hill's face again. But in her eyes, it was because everyone was too gentle that they never blamed her. Later, after learning some more details from Hill and Main, Nichiren had a general understanding. Then we will wait for him together at the place that Hill and Bai Ye agreed upon. By the way, the person sent by the Revolutionary Army headquarters will be here soon. Not only will she bring us detailed information about Bai Ye, but she will also join our night raid and become a new member of our night raid. Nichiren informed everyone. Oh, we have new companions so soon. Leon said happily. It is naturally a happy thing to have new companions join us. Really? Is it a boy or a girl? It would be nice if it's a pretty girl. Lubbock was visibly excited. You guys, all you do is think about pretty girls all day long. Main immediately rolled her eyes at Lubbock. You will know when he arrives. Nichiren kept the secret. It would be better if it was men. Otherwise, only 2 men for our night raid is a bit too few. At this moment, Brand suddenly opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth that were still shining. That healthy smile, coupled with these words, could easily lead to misunderstanding. Brand. No, 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 let's go with a girl. Lubbock strongly disagrees. So, does Akame-chan want her new companion to be a boy or a girl? At this time, Leon approached Akame and asked. It doesn't matter. Whether it's a boy or a girl, we are all partners with the same aspirations. Akahiko said expressionlessly. Oh, should I say it's as expected of Akame? Leon smiled helplessly. Chi Tong was so serious that she couldn't tease him even if she wanted to. Akito tilted his head slightly, almost with a question mark appearing above his head, as if he didn't understand what Leona wanted to say. Akagi-chan, you're obviously old enough to want to fall in love, right? Haven't you met a boy who makes your heart beat faster yet? Leon simply asked directly. No, now is not the time to be thinking about that kind of thing. Chi Tong shook his head decisively. She wouldn't think about such things until she had accomplished her mission. And in her eyes, Hei Tong is always the most important person to her. I knew you would say something like this, but actually there is no conflict between falling in love and completing the mission. If you really meet a boy you like very much one day, the mission will not stop you. Leon patted Akame's shoulder and said with a smile. Maybe. Akame didn't take Leon's words seriously. While everyone at the night raid was laughing and chatting, Chelsea was about to arrive at the night raid base on a dangerous stallion. The creature she was riding was a particularly dangerous species that had been tamed by the Revolutionary Army, called the Flying Manta Ray, another translation, Sky Manta Ray. Its appearance is almost exactly the same as that of the manta ray that lives in the ocean, the only difference is that it is n times larger, can carry multiple people at the same time, and can fly in the sky. The flying speed of the super dangerous species is naturally very fast, so Chelsea doesn't need to spend much time to reach her destination. She was holding a lollipop in her hand and putting it in her mouth with a smile on her face. She was quite looking forward to her new companion. And that naive and kind guy will most likely become her companion. At this moment, the face of Bai Ye appeared in Chelsea's mind. Chapter 78. At this moment, Chelsea has already met up with everyone from Night Raid. From today on, this person will be our new companion for Night Raid. Her name is Chelsea. I hope you can get along well with her. Nichiren introduces Chelsea to the others. Obviously Nichiren knew Chelsea, but the other members of Night Raid did not. Chelsea was smiling and seemed easy to get along with. Even when facing her former mortal enemy Akatsuki, she did not show any hatred. It seems that this newcomer won't be difficult to get along with. Mine had a pretty good first impression of Chelsea. But it won't be long before she changes her mind. Oh! What a beautiful girl! Looking at Chelsea's appearance, Lubbock exclaimed in surprise. How do you feel? Is Lubbock ready to make a move? Leon teased quietly beside Lubbock. No, I already have someone I like. Lubbock responded quietly. You already have a girl you like? Hearing this, Leon immediately asked curiously, who is it? This is a secret. I can't tell you. Lubbock declined to answer. Just tell me secretly, I won't tell anyone else. Leon nudged Lubbock with her elbow. Akatsuki? Mine? Seal? The girls in our Night Raid are indeed very cute. The only thing Leon didn't mention was the boss, because Nichida is indeed more masculine in both appearance and behavior style. Moreover, she has been with Lubbock for such a long time. Although Lubbock is a little lustful at ordinary times, he is always very serious when facing Nichiren. No. It was obvious that Lubbock didn't trust Leon very much. If Leon slips up and the girl he really has a crush on finds out, he will be extremely embarrassed. Okay, it seems like it's a secret crush, so keep going. Leon had already determined that Lubbock was probably in a state of secret love, so he was too embarrassed to say who he liked. The others didn't pay attention to the whispers between Lubbock and Leon. Because Chelsea has already started reporting information about Bai Ye to Nichiren. Just like before at the Revolutionary Army base, Chelsea told everything that happened to her at the Assassination Corps base, except for some things that could not be said. In that case, Bai Ye is more suitable than I originally thought. Nichiren said with a little surprise. According to Chelsea's description, Bai Ye is more conscientious than she imagined. We can also see a clue about the changes to the Empire's assassination forces. During the period when he was in charge of the assassination forces did not have any direct conflict with our Night Raid or even the entire Revolutionary Army. In fact, they did not show any hostility towards us during the two encounters. Nichiren speculated, he must have done it on purpose, otherwise the Empire's assassination forces would normally target us at any time. Although that guy's attitude was not good, he certainly didn't hurt us. This is the only thing that Marin cannot deny. But when Hill tried to win him over today, he refused. Nichiren thought, I don't know if he is worried about something. I can only ask him clearly when we meet next time. Have you been rejected by him? Chelsea was a little surprised. Based on her understanding of Bai Ye, she would not refuse unless he really had some concerns. However, she could think of some things that Bai Ye might be concerned about. Those are the people in the assassination team. Given Bai Ye's character, he will definitely pay more attention to them. If Bai Ye really abandoned those people and ran to the Revolutionary Army, those people would definitely be severely punished by the Empire. Yes, but he didn't tell us why. Hill said. I roughly know the reason. I guess he can't let go of those people in the assassination team. Chelsea expressed her guess. If that's the case, then we should think carefully about the reason and how to convince him when the time comes. Nichiren said, thanks to the agreement between Hill and Bai Ye, we will have a chance to have a good talk with him in 3 days. 3 days later. Hearing this, Chelsea nodded slowly, the corners of her lips slightly raised, as if she had thought of a very interesting prank. What's wrong, Chelsea? You look happy. Nichiren noticed the change in Chelsea's expression and asked curiously. Chelsea smiled and said, nothing, I just thought I could give that guy a surprise and I'm looking forward to his reaction. At the same time, Bai Ye and others were on their way to the Saiga cave. These flying dangerous species are all summoned by the horn-shaped imperial weapon, which is called the Sky Horn. The ability of the imperial weapon is to raise and tame flying dangerous species. Flying dangerous species below the super dangerous species can be tamed directly, but it is ineffective against land dangerous species. However, this imperial weapon also has an upper limit. For example, the number of special grade dangerous species that can be tamed is no more than 10. When the number of 10 is reached, one of them must be abandoned in order to release the quota for this special grade dangerous species. The secret skill is sacrifice, which costs one's own life. At most, it can directly bind to 2 super dangerous flying species. Each time a super dangerous species is driven, one's life will be slowly consumed. The girl who was most suitable for this imperial weapon summoned the dangerous species left by its original owner, the fat woman before. There was only 1 special grade dangerous species and 4 first grade dangerous species left, and the rest were killed by Xiaobi. At this time, Bai Ye was exchanging items in the system mall. System points, 139. Ding! Host exchanged Fire Cloud Robe 24, deducted system points 24. Ding! Host redeemed Physique 55, deducted system points 55. Ding! Host exchanged Energy 20, deducted system points 20. Ding! Host redeemed Agility 20, deducted system points 20. Ding! Host exchanged Eye Power 20, deducted system points 20. In addition to exchanging for the Fire Cloud Robe, Bai Ye also allocated attributes to the existing system points. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Physique, 185. Eye Power, plus 20. Soon after, Bai Ye and others arrived at the Saiga cave one after another, carried by the flying dangerous species. After preliminarily determining the location for building the base at a medium depth in the cave, Bai Ye took out all the Fire Cloud robes in the system inventory and distributed them to everyone. These are the uniforms of our Akatsuki organization from now on. Try them on and see if they fit you well. Chapter 79. Bai Ye bought these Fire Cloud robes according to his approximate memory of everyone. After all, he didn't know everyone's specific body size. So they need to try them on first, and if they don't fit, they can return them and exchange them. The system is quite user-friendly in this regard, and if it doesn't fit, you can just change it. There are a total of 24 Fire Cloud robes, including Bai Ye's own and Sai Liu's. Bai Ye's memory is very strong, and the Fire Cloud robe can be customized according to the impression of each person in his mind, so these Fire Cloud robes are almost all suitable. If there are only 1 or 2 pieces that are slightly larger or smaller, just return them to the system and exchange them for ones that fit. It feels much more stylish than the clothes I wore in the assassination unit before. Could it be that Commander Bai Ye designed it himself? That's not surprising. Commander Bai Ye must have good taste. Now the Akatsuki organization can be said to be officially established. We must not let down Chief Bai Ye and carry out the original intention of the organization to the end. Everyone seemed to be quite satisfied with the Fire Cloud robe. You don't have to call me sir anymore. We are no longer in the Imperial Assassination Corps. You can just call me by my name. Bai Ye immediately said to them. But none of them could bring themselves to shout it out, as they felt that calling Bai Ye's name directly was a bit too offensive. No. At this time, He Tong said bluntly, I am still more accustomed to calling you sir, and you are now the leader of Akatsuki, so there is no problem in continuing to call you sir, right? That's fine. Bai Ye felt a little helpless. Now that the location has been chosen, it's time to build the base. Bai Ye's plan was to recruit a bunch of workers from nearby cities or towns and offer them suitable wages. Doing this in the name of an imperial official would be enough to avoid most of the trouble. As for the location of the base, there is no need to worry about whether it will be exposed. Just blindfold the workers on the way and untie them when they reach the depths of the cave. This way they only knew they were in a cave, but had no idea which cave they were in. Until now, Bai Ye still has memories of the empire map in his mind. He clearly remembered which cities and towns were near the Saga Cave, so he just had to find those places according to his memory. Of course, this nearby is not really nearby. It is impossible for humans to live near a place like the Saiga Cave. Even the nearest city is still a long way away. Let's go to Mesra village first. Bai Ye brought Saliu, Kuroyan, and the girl who used the imperial weapon Skyhorn with him. The rest of you can stay in the cave, or get familiar with the environment around the cave. Mesra village is a village. Given their current situation, they would definitely give priority to recruiting workers in places like villages. Riding on the extremely dangerous aircraft, Bai Ye and his companions soon arrived near Masla village. When they landed, they immediately attracted the attention of many villagers. That's a super dangerous species. Go report to the village chief. A super dangerous species has appeared. Wait, there seems to be someone on that dangerous creature. There really is someone. But he's dressed a little strangely, could he be from a different ethnic group? Most people were very nervous. If they were really a foreign race, and a particularly dangerous species, their village would be in danger. Afterwards, the chief of Masla village, an elderly man with a white beard, arrived at the entrance of the village under the protection of many fully armed militiamen. At this time, Bai Ye and the others had already gotten off the super dangerous species, and the super dangerous species was resting nearby. Even so, the villagers were frightened and stayed away from it, not daring to get close. Excuse me, who are you? The village chief asked seriously to the mysterious people in front of him who were wearing the same clothes. We are officials from the imperial capital, but we cannot reveal our true identities. This is my certificate from when I worked for the Imperial Capital Guard. Bai Ye directly showed his previous identity card. It just so happened that this old village chief had visited the Imperial Capital many years ago and had seen the unique badge of the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. This is indeed the Imperial Capital Guard, and it's the captain's badge. The old village chief immediately believed what Bai Ye said. Since he is the former captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, his current official position is probably higher than before. But what puzzled him was why the other party suddenly came to their poor village. Except when collecting taxes, the imperial capital doesn't care about them at all. We need to build a fortress in a strategic location, so we need to recruit a large number of workers urgently. The salary is 100 gold coins per person, and it will be settled before the completion of the project. Bai Ye directly stated his purpose and did not mention anything about the Akatsuki organization. 100 gold coins. The old village chief was shocked. The other villagers around were also shocked when they heard this. These are gold coins, not silver or copper coins. The value of 100 gold coins is very high. Let me put it this way. An ordinary family in their village could not save up 100 gold coins even if they worked hard for half their lives and lived frugally every day, so 100 gold coins was an astronomical figure for them. Sir, please tell us directly how many workers you need. We will definitely provide workers that will satisfy you. The old village chief said hurriedly. As if he was afraid that the other party would suddenly go back on his word. The finances of their village were already on the brink of collapse, so they naturally couldn't let go of such a great opportunity. In the beginning, let's have 100 people. We will gradually increase the number of people later. Each of the 100 people in the beginning will be paid 100 gold coins, and the wages of the subsequent workers will be calculated based on the hours worked. Bai Ye said calmly. Okay, we can provide you with 100 excellent workers right away. The old village chief immediately hurried back to the village. He walked so fast that he seemed to have become 10 years younger in an instant. The crutches in his hands became a burden. He also ordered others to bring Bai Ye and the others into the village and treat them well. Once you enter the village, you can see that the surrounding buildings are basically very old, but the population is still quite large. Bai Ye could guess from the reaction of the old village chief just now that this village was very poor and therefore in urgent need of money. It just so happens that he can provide a huge amount of funds to the village. Bai Ye didn't give them money for nothing, it's just that these people were used to being oppressed and exploited by the empire, so they made him look very generous. In fact, in his opinion, the remuneration he provides is slightly higher than the normal price, mainly because there is no exploitation by middlemen and the workers can get the wages they deserve. Afterwards, Bai Ye and the other three were taken to a room, where a number of village specialty snacks were placed on the table. As soon as He Tong saw it, he became greedy and started eating it immediately. After a while, the old village chief came back and brought 3 boys and girls. These 3 are the best young fighters in our village and they are very capable at work. The old village chief then said to the 3 children, Tatsumai, Sao, and Iaz, show your abilities to this adult. Tatsumai Trio. Chapter 80. There are 2 boys and 1 girl. The boy with brown hair and a stupid hair is named Tatsumai. The black-haired boy with a white cloth tied on his head is named Iaz. The last one is a cute girl with long, smooth black hair named Sao. The 3 of them are not only the best young warriors in Masra village, but also childhood sweethearts who grew up together. I understand, Grandpa Village Chief. Tatsumai was obviously a swordsman. He rushed forward with a long sword in hand and slashed at the air. His speed and power were obviously not something that ordinary people could possess. Considering Tatsumai's young age, Bai Ye felt that this person's qualifications were still very good. Soon after, Sao and Iaz also planned to follow Tatsumai's example. But then Bai Ye said, don't bother. I don't have any requirements for the workers. They just need to be healthy and have some basic knowledge of construction. He felt that his request was no different from what he asked of the people in this kind of village. In the imperial era, especially in such a poor little village, almost everyone knew a little bit about everything. Of course there is no problem with this. The remaining workers are already prepared. The old village chief said immediately. There wouldn't be too many people in their village who met this requirement, they could easily get 100 of them. However, in order to show their attitude and make these bigwigs have a better first impression of them, they gave priority to a group of villagers with better physical fitness. So even Tatsumai, Sao, and Iaz were pulled over by the old village chief. Their true strength is enough to defeat the first-level dangerous species. It may be more difficult for them to face the special-level dangerous species, but in this remote small village, their ability is already the best. Originally they planned to go to the imperial capital to join the army in 2 days with the hopes of the whole village, determined to make a career, and then they would be able to solve the difficulties faced by their village. Although suddenly having to work for officials from the imperial capital might disrupt their plans, it would be just the right amount of emergency relief for their village and could alleviate their financial problems for a while. Moreover, the other party is an official from the imperial capital. From what the village chief said, his official position is not low. If they perform well, they may be promoted to the army in advance, which will make it easier for them to get promoted. We will definitely work hard. Tatsumai has a sunny and energetic look on his face, and seems to be full of expectations for his future. He was so naive that he had no idea of the true appearance of the imperial capital. Tatsumai is really motivated. We can't fall behind. Iaz said with a smile. Seu also smiled slightly, but this time her eyes were attracted by the cute girl with black hair and black eyes. I saw the girl eating the snacks on the table in small bites. Xiao suddenly became concerned. The other person looked to be about her age, as did the adults next to them. It was unexpected that they were so young and yet had already made a name for themselves in the imperial capital. If she, Tatsumi, and Iaz could be like each other, they would surely bring hope to the village. At the same time, Hei Tong also noticed Xiao's gaze. After a while, seeing that Xiao hadn't looked away, Hei Tong took all the snacks on the table and brought them to his seat. With a silly look on his face and a serious tone, he said, "These are all mine." But she immediately felt that this was not right. After all, these snacks originally belonged to someone else, so she changed her words and said, "But I can share some with you." Xiao was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting the other party to say these words. He was very different from the majestic imperial official she had imagined. "No, no, no, I'm not thinking about those snacks. I'm thinking about how young and awesome you all are." After coming to her senses, Xiao quickly explained. "With your qualifications, you would be quite good in the imperial capital, although the imperial capital is not a very beautiful place." Bai Ye said to them. "Really?" Hearing this, Tatsumi became even more excited. Bai Ye's words gave him more confidence. He was full of anticipation for his subsequent trip to the imperial capital, and felt that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to achieve something in the imperial capital. In fact, if Tatsumi had not been cheated of all his money by Leon in the original work at the beginning, and if he had successfully joined the army, he would most likely have been noticed by the Bud Admiral army and personally trained. Because compared to his current strength, Tatsumi's strongest point is his growth potential, which has been recognized by the Bud Admiral army. Of course, when Tatsumi learns the truth about the deaths of Sao and Iaz one day, he may still join the night raid and embark on the path of overthrowing the empire. Soon, 100 workers arrived and gathered at the entrance of the village. "Since the newly built fortress is a top secret, you will all be blindfolded from now on until you reach the work site." At this time, Bai Ye said to everyone, "So when you sit on the dangerous species later, remember to hold on firmly. This means we will be sitting on the back of the dangerous creature later. It should be a very far place. I heard that flying dangerous creatures are the fastest means of travel. To be honest, I'm a little scared. I've never ridden a dangerous animal before." Some people are obviously afraid of the dangerous species, while others feel it is novel and want to experience the feeling of riding a dangerous species. "Don't worry, all our dangerous species have been tamed and will never harm you," Bai Ye immediately said to everyone. Afterwards, all the workers, including Tatsumi's trio, were blindfolded, helped to sit firmly on the back of the dangerous creature, and then they could return to the Saiga cave. The flight didn't take long. When the workers reached the depths of the Saiga cave, Bai Ye allowed them to take off the black cloth covering their eyes. They opened their eyes and looked around clearly, knowing only that this should be a cave somewhere. But they didn't think too much about it. They came here to work and make money, so why would they think about something meaningless and dangerous? Right from the start, everyone was very motivated. People in this world who have truly trained have strong physical fitness and are naturally very efficient at work. We'll start by building a small base. It won't take many days for these hard-working and strong people to complete it, and then we can expand it slowly later. Just ask someone to supervise the workers to work, and Bai Ye doesn't need to worry about anything else. Bai Ye still had something else to do, which was to meet with the leader of the night raid. Of course, he had not forgotten his agreement with Hill. Chapter 81. On the day when Bai Ye took Hei Tong and others to leave the Imperial Assassination Force, Cai Ju noticed something strange, because according to reason, the people he sent should have returned. He immediately sent people to investigate and found that the entire base of the Empire's assassination force was empty. Not to mention people, even the corpse was not found. Including the emperor's utensils and the minister's utensils were all gone. However, Caijuk didn't believe that the person he sent would disappear mysteriously. After an in-depth investigation of the records of entering and leaving the city gate, it was found that Bai Ye had left with the assassination team and had never returned, and had even taken the experimenters away. It is almost certain that his men were killed and the imperial weapon was taken away. Damn it! Caiju was so furious that he crushed the teacup in his hand. The subordinates next to him didn't dare to say a word, for fear of being implicated. It took a long time for Caiju to calm down. Without my permission, no one can spread this matter, otherwise. Caiju threatened everyone present. If this matter were to get out, he would become a laughing stock in the court. He was the one who founded the Imperial Assassination Corps, but now nothing is left of the entire Assassination Corps. He didn't want anyone to know about such a shameful thing before he killed that kid Bai Ye to save his face. Caiju still has assassins he can use, and the first and most important thing is to find Bai Ye's whereabouts. The appointed day arrived. Bai Ye prepared to go to the forest again. He didn't tell Seilu, Kuroniko, and the others where he was going so as not to worry them. Through the Kamui space, Bai Ye transferred himself to the mountain forest again. All members of the night raid team had already been waiting for him at the agreed location. At this time, Bai Ye could already see some familiar figures not far ahead. Among them, the ones he could recognize were Akito, Mine and Hill, and he had never seen the faces of the others. However, judging from the tall and strong young man with a crew cut, he should be the user of the armor-type imperial weapon. He's here. At this time, Leona also saw Bai Ye and immediately spoke. When Hilton saw Bai Ye coming, a hint of joy appeared on his face. As expected, he came to the appointment and didn't stand us up. Lubbock said, clasping his hands behind his head. If he dares to stand uphill, I will never let him off easily. Marin snorted. Are all of you waiting for me here? When he came in front of him, Bai Ye was a little surprised. He originally thought that at most Hill, Main and a night raid leader would come to discuss things with him, but he didn't expect that the entire night raid would be dispatched directly. Yes, so you should be grateful. Others don't get such good treatment. Marin crossed her arms over her chest and spoke in a less than polite tone. Of course. With your status and ability, we should entertain you in this way. Nichitan had a different attitude and spoke to Bai Ye very friendly. My name is Nichitan, I'm the captain of Night Raid, Akame is the acting captain, and there are 6 other team members. Nichitan first gave Bai Ye a brief introduction. Najizata. Bai Ye's attention was immediately attracted by the other party's name. Isn't this the name of the former general of the empire? Esteth also mentioned it to him. Looking at Nayenda in front of him, with her right eye covered with an eye patch and her right hand replaced with a mechanical arm, she must have been disabled by Esteth. Are you the former imperial general? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. That's right, but I'm a member of the Revolutionary Army now. Nichitan nodded and said, from what I know, you came to the imperial capital with Esteth, and I am also her former colleague. Yeah, I heard her mention you. Bai Ye responded casually. Oh? She actually told you about this? How did she tell you? This immediately aroused Nichitan's curiosity. In her impression, Esteth is not the kind of person who likes to chat with people around him. That is to say, there are generals in the empire who are about the same age as her, and then you were mentioned, but that was a long time ago, and you were not yet. Bai Ye said. I see. That guy can say nice things, too. Nichitan said with a slight sigh. Speaking of which, besides you and the acting captain, didn't you say there were 6 other people? Why do I see only 5 people here? Bai Ye suddenly noticed a problem. There's another one named Chelsea. She's not with us, but you'll be able to see her later. Let's talk while we walk. Nichitan said. Afterwards, all members of the night raid brought Bai Ye to a wooden house, which seemed to be a temporary base of the night raid. Outside the wooden house, there is a large stone table that can accommodate several people. Let's just sit here and have a good chat. Nichiren motioned for Bai Ye to take a seat. At this moment, a little black cat suddenly appeared in the wooden house and slowly walked towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye's pupils trembled slightly. Isn't this the little guy he named Xiao He last time? However, he had already guessed that this guy was a member of the Revolutionary Army, so he was not too surprised to see him again. It seems that this guy is the last one mentioned by Nichiren, so he appears here. Why is there a kitten here? Instead, it was Maine who was surprised. So cute! Hill also exclaimed immediately. Apparently, they didn't quite understand Chelsea's imperial power, and didn't realize that this little black cat might be Chelsea transformed. There shouldn't be any stray cats around here. There are dangerous species everywhere. How did this little guy survive? Lubbock said in a questioning tone. I guess he has been hiding in this room. Come to think of it, we haven't been here for quite a while. Brand guessed. Chi Tong said nothing, just stared at the little black cat blankly, with a trace of saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth, as if he was greedy. Only Nichiren thought at the first moment that the little black cat must be Chelsea. She knew very well Chelsea's abilities, but she didn't know what Chelsea meant by this. Suddenly at this moment, the little black cat pounced directly at Bai Ye. Chelsea's sudden further action made Nichiren even more confused. She couldn't understand what Chelsea was going to do. When it jumped into the air, the little black cat suddenly turned into a beautiful girl. This beautiful girl is naturally Chelsea. Meow. Chelsea still pounced on Bai Ye in the same cat posture as before. If this trend continues, the pressure will soon fall directly on Bai Ye. Chelsea meow. Chapter 82. At this time, Bai Ye calmly dodged to the side. For a surprise attack of this level, he didn't even need to use hollow. Chelsea's attack was in vain, but she was not so skilled as to fall down, and she landed smoothly like a cat. Chelsea immediately stood up and said to Bai Ye with a resentful look in her eyes, Really, why do you want to avoid it? Why can't I avoid? Bai Ye asked back. Although Chelsea had spent a few days with him in the form of a little black cat, he was still wary of Chelsea. Especially since this is the territory of the night attack, it is better to be cautious. You did such an excessive thing to someone before, but now you don't want to take responsibility. Chelsea suddenly said in a sad tone. What? You actually did something to Chelsea? Hearing this, Mayen exclaimed. Oh my! In just a few days, something interesting happened. Leon's interest was piqued. Damn, I'm so envious. Lubbock couldn't help but say. Nichiren said nothing because she knew Chelsea's character well and could probably tell that she was playing a prank. Moreover, Chelsea had told her before that she would give Bai Ye a surprise, and the so-called surprise was probably some kind of prank. Something excessive. Bai Ye's face was slightly stunned, and he didn't realize what Chelsea was referring to at first. Then he realized that it was probably about giving the other person a bath. Not only did he touch her naked, he also touched her while she was sleeping, and now he's acting like nothing happened. What a heartless man! Chelsea became more and more sad, and spoke as if it were true. All the members of the night raid except Nichita believed it. Bai Ye could feel Ma Yin staring at him with disdain and contempt. Leon looked like he was watching a show. Lubbock's face was full of envy and jealousy. Akame, Hill, Brand, and Nichiren didn't react. You were still in the form of a little black cat at that time, and how would I know that you were the one who transformed into that little black cat? Bai Ye said helplessly. Although he saw through that the little black cat was transformed from a human, he could not confirm whether it was a boy or a girl, or even a beautiful girl. His outfit is very distinctive, but the headphones seem a bit out of place with the style of this world. To be honest, Bai Ye was a little surprised. It turns out that there are such things as headphones in this world. I have to say that the technological development in this world is very strange. If it were presented using a technology tree, I don't know how chaotic it would be. But now you know that I am actually a member of the Revolutionary Army. To be more precise, I am now a member of the Night Raid. Chelsea smiled and said, "Let's get acquainted again. My name is Chelsea, but if you still want to continue calling me Xiao Hei, that's fine too. Goodbye, don't mention that name anymore. I'll just call you Chelsea." Bai Ye said slightly embarrassedly. "By the way, aren't you surprised at all? The little black cat from before was actually transformed from a beautiful girl like me," Chelsea said in a charming tone. "I really didn't expect this," Bai Ye admitted. Chelsea smiled meaningfully and stared at Bai Ye's face for a long time. She felt that Bai Ye's reaction was a little too bland, and she always felt a little unwilling. Okay, let's get back to business. I won't bother you anymore." Chelsea ended the brief little farce. Then she sat down next to Bai Ye. After everyone was seated, Nichiren officially began talking to Bai Ye. "Hill should have told you before that our intention is to win you over to join the Revolutionary Army," Nichiren said seriously. "We have seen a lot of your actions. You are completely different from those corrupt officials. You are a very upright person of conscience. However, the people of conscience have no say in the court. If this continues, the empire will only get worse. Therefore, we believe that such an empire must be overthrown. There's really nothing wrong with what you said, but I heard that you have cooperated with other ethnic groups, right?" Bai Ye said slowly. "It has long been no secret within the empire that the Revolutionary Army has allied with other ethnic groups. At the same time, he thinks this is a very serious problem. The war between the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army was a civil war, but the alliance between the Revolutionary Army and other ethnic groups was equivalent to involving foreign races in the civil war. If the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army are both defeated and the foreign ethnic groups take advantage of the situation, wouldn't it turn out to be the same situation as Li Ziqin in the late Ming dynasty? The historical status of the Qing dynasty is indeed undeniable, but the civilians who were massacred in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties were also truly innocent and suffered tragically. If there is a possibility that this situation will develop, Bai Ye will definitely not support the Revolutionary Army. Yes, we have an alliance with the Western aliens, and we also have good relations with the Northern and Southern aliens. Now the strongest death in the Empire is caught in a war with the Northern aliens, so the situation is more favorable for us." Nichiren nodded. "Did you sign any terms when you united with the foreign race?" Bai Ye asked further. "Well, once we successfully overthrow the Empire, we will return some of the territory to the Western foreign races. Part of the western part of the Empire originally belonged to them," Nichiren said truthfully. Bai Ye fell silent after hearing this. "Let's put it this way, even if those territories originally belonged to Western foreign ethnic groups. To give a very simple example, in the early Han dynasty, the Hexi corridor was controlled by the Huns. Later, during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the Hexi corridor was taken over by Wei Qing and Huo Qubing. Decades or even hundreds of years later, some people said that the Hexi corridor should be returned to the Huns. How many people could accept this? Especially when Bai Ye learned about the map of the empire, the sense of immersion was so strong, because the map of the empire was almost the same as the country he had been to before he traveled through time, and he could directly regard the empire as an ancient dynasty. There is nothing wrong with treating the Western ethnic minorities as the Huns. Moreover, once the empire is really overthrown by the Revolutionary Army, it will be difficult to say how much territory the foreign ethnic groups covet. Bai Ye may have such an idea because of his stereotype of ancient foreign races. The most classic one is the 5 barbarians invading Daxia, in which the Han people were almost exterminated. Bai Ye's idea is very simple and direct. The civil war in the empire is a civil war, and it will never be the turn of foreign races to intervene. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Although this statement is a bit extreme, it also makes sense. It turned out that Bai Ye's worries were correct. In the original novel, if the 400,000 strong army of the northern ethnic group had not been crushed by his death, the fate of the people in the northern part of the empire would have been the same as that of Asthetha's people. In addition, Western foreign nations took advantage of the chaotic situation when the imperial army was fighting the revolutionary army to invade the imperial territory. Taking the situation of territorial invasion in ancient times as an example, massacres were commonplace. The most ironic thing is that even after the empire was overthrown, the northern ethnic groups formed an alliance with the western ethnic groups. First of all, the key point is that the foreign ethnic groups in the north and the west were defeated by the army led by Asthetha during her lifetime. It was she who prevented the foreign ethnic groups from invading the empire. So the question is, the new empire established by the revolutionary army loves peace and has even ceded a lot of territory to other ethnic groups. It will surely not invade other ethnic groups again. So what is the purpose of the alliance between the northern and western ethnic groups? Isn't this very intriguing? Chapter 83. There are empire maps that readers want. It can't be an alliance game, right? This is not a game of house. This shows that the northern and western ethnic groups formed an alliance in all likelihood for the purpose of invading the empire, because the new empire was still very powerful and still controlled many imperial tools. If the foreign ethnic groups in the north and the west had not been destroyed by his death long ago, could they have been so content to watch the revolutionary army establish a new empire? You have to know that in the Asthetha period, foreign ethnic groups were conquered by Asthetha only because they actively invaded. It is impossible for foreign ethnic groups to remain peaceful forever. After all, referring to the ancient Central Plains, the land where the empire is located is indeed very fertile, and everyone is eyeing this land. Asthetha died at the hands of the revolutionary army that established the new empire. It was somewhat ironic that his previous actions of suppressing foreign races had brought peace to the new empire. I see. I'm sorry I can't join you because I have already established my own organization. Bai Ye only mentioned one of the main reasons. Another major reason was that he found it difficult to accept the revolutionary army's alliance with foreign ethnic groups to attack his own country. Has a new organization been established? Nichiren was immediately surprised. It's a pity, but we can still cooperate. She felt that the organization established by Bai Ye must be intended to fight against the empire. That's probably impossible, because our philosophy is to change the empire from within. Bai Ye expressed his thoughts in a slightly tactful way. He did not directly say that he did not agree with their ideas, but he was only slightly tactful. I see. Actually, we have thought about changing the empire from within, but later we found that this method is simply not feasible. Minister Ernest's power in the court is too strong, and any sign of change will be directly extinguished. At present, those conscientious factions can only survive under the protection of the Bud Admiral Army, and basically can't do anything. Nichiren sighed slightly and said, moreover, the most important thing is that revolution can win over more people's hearts. If we want to change the empire from within, it will be difficult to get along with the people. The reason their revolutionary army has grown to its current size is because it has won the hearts of the people. The people with limited vision have long been resentful of the empire and have a limited view of things. They will not consider things so comprehensively. Looking at various peasant uprisings in ancient times, almost all of them would encounter various problems due to the limitations of the peasants. Most of them would not think so much and just want to overthrow this brutal empire. It would be difficult to win the support of the people if one wanted to change the empire from within, rather than declaring to overthrow it directly. Of course, there will still be a lot of popular support, just like the reformists in the late Qing dynasty, but the power of this part of the people is not enough for people like Nichiren to defeat Minister Ernest. In fact, in the original book, what the revolutionary army did was essentially to overthrow the Ernest regime. The officials of the new empire were still the officials of the old empire, but the dishonest ones were eliminated. In comparison, this is not fundamentally different from changing the empire from within. It's just that the success rates of the two routes are different. Based on the situation in the original book, it is almost impossible to change the empire from within, so the only option is to take the revolutionary route. So I won't force you to be like me, but it's hard for me to cooperate with you. However, when it comes to overthrowing the earnest regime, I may be the same as you. Bai Ye can also understand the difficulties of the revolutionary army. That's fine. Our main goal is to defeat Minister Ernest. We can cooperate in this regard. Nichiren said. But let me be frank with you. I don't want you to overthrow the entire empire. Bai Ye said bluntly, to be precise, they don't want you and the imperial army to create a chaotic situation, so as to prevent foreign races from taking advantage of the situation and invading. So you are worried about those foreign races. But without the power of those foreign races, it will be difficult for our revolutionary army to defeat the empire. Nichiren could still understand what Bai Ye cared about. After all, she was well aware that foreign races had frequently invaded the empire since ancient times. But she had no choice. If the revolutionary army wanted to win, it had to rely on the power of other ethnic groups. So just leave it to me. I am confident that I can overthrow the earnest regime. There is no need for you to flirt with foreigners. Bai Ye said in a deep voice. Although the strength of the Akatsuki organization is still relatively weak at present, the upper limit of his personal strength is extremely high. And there is also Esteth. Esteth had told him at the beginning that as long as he could defeat Esteth, he could do whatever he wanted. Then why not let Esteth submit to the Akatsuki organization? In this way, the trump card of the oneist regime, Esteth, will be gone, and the rest of the crooked things will collapse directly. If Bai Ye didn't have the confidence to defeat Esteth one-on-one, then his Mangekyō double Kamui would have been wasted. I've thought you were weird for a long time. You're really conceited and naive. At this time, Mayan on the side couldn't help but speak. She herself is a mixed race of Western ethnic groups in the empire. She suffered a lot of bullying because of this identity when she was young, so she is also sensitive to topics related to ethnic groups. She would naturally feel uncomfortable about Bai Ye talking about other nationalities in this way. In addition, Bai Ye just said something that she thought was particularly arrogant, which made her even more unhappy. If one person can overthrow Ernest's regime, what is the point of their huge revolutionary army? Main. Hill looked worried and quickly tried to dissuade Main. But Mine was not so easily persuaded. She continued, let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the strongest Esteth in the empire. Can you beat her? I'm sure, and how can you know if you don't try? Bai Ye said calmly. He can understand the other party's dissatisfaction, so he won't get angry. Egotist, if only it were as easy as you say. Ma Yun said with disdain in her eyes. Okay, Mine, stop talking. At this time, Nichiren interrupted the dispute between Main and Bai Ye and said, you know Esteth, so you should know how strong that woman is. According to my estimation, it will take at least 10 imperial weapon users and 50,000 elite soldiers to defeat her. Can your organization provide so many people? Mayan snorted and turned her face away, looking like a child ignoring you when she is angry. I can handle this matter by myself, but you definitely don't believe me now, so there's nothing more to say. Anyway, I've already made my philosophy clear. Bai Ye ended the topic directly to avoid unnecessary arguments. Nichiren said calmly, whether it is true or not, if you can really defeat Esteth, then we are willing to obey you. Chapter 84. Although Nichiren felt that the possibility of the other party defeating Esteth was very small, since the other party was so confident, it could not be ruled out that the other party was really sure of it. What Nichiren wants most is to defeat Minister Ernest. As long as this could be achieved, she would accept either changing the empire from within or taking the revolutionary route. Can. Bai Ye nodded slightly. He also didn't want to make things too awkward with the night raid. After all, once the earnest regime was overthrown, a lot of people would be needed to replace the officials in the earnest regime. Many of the members of the Night Raid and the Revolutionary Army were originally civil servants and military generals of the Empire. This group of people was the most suitable candidates. Bai Ye and Nichiren had already talked to this point, and Main had nothing more to say, but she still disliked Bai Ye. Seeing that Main was still upset, Hilton wanted to comfort Main, so he touched Main's head with his hand. "Don't touch my head, I'm not a child anymore," Marin said with some dissatisfaction. Hill immediately removed his hand in panic. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't like this." "No. You don't have to apologize. I'm just not used to this." Now it was Main's turn to coax Hill. "Although you and I have different ideas, we can still cooperate. Currently, we are all fighting against the earnest regime." At this time, Leona, who was sitting on the other side of Bai Ye, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Besides, we have so many cute girls on our night raid, don't you have any ideas? This is a great opportunity." "Forget it." Bai Ye felt a little speechless. Just based on what he said just now, it is estimated that most people in night raid are disgusted. The fact that they can talk and laugh with him like this is probably due to their personality. "Bai Ye, your name is Bai Ye, right?" Suddenly, Chi Tong also spoke to Bai Ye. Bai Ye responded with a hint of doubt. "I want to talk to you about Hei Tong. You have been with her in the Imperial Assassination Force for such a long time, so you should be able to see her situation." Akame said bluntly, "Kurowato believes that completing the Empire's mission and fighting for her partners is the meaning of her life. With her mindset, she can only keep fighting and suffer from the harm of drugs. So I want to save her and get her out of this misery. This is what I can do for her as a sister. I hope you won't stop me and Hei Tong from fighting to the death." Hei Tong should think so too. It was rare for Chi Tong to say so many words in one breath, and it was obvious that he cared very much about Hei Tong's affairs. Bai Ye, on the other hand, looked confused. "What are you talking about? Now that Hei Tong is no longer in the Imperial Assassination Force, there is no need for you to fight her to the death." "What? Hei Tong is no longer in the Imperial Assassination Force?" Chi Tong was immediately surprised. At the beginning, she had been persuading Hei Tong for many days in a row, and she was Hei Tong's closest sister, but she failed to convince Hei Tong to leave the assassination team with her. But this young man named Bai Ye succeeded? She was shocked and at the same time found it hard to accept. "Yes, all the members of the assassination force, including Hei Tong, left the Imperial Assassination Force with me. It should be said that the Imperial Assassination Force no longer exists." Bai Ye explained it briefly. "How did you do it? You actually made Hei Tong willing to go with you?" Akagi was particularly concerned about this and wanted to find out why. "I terminated the regular brainwashing they were supposed to receive, weakened the brainwashing effect of the Empire on them, and changed the Empire's philosophy from within. This did not violate their mentality of not betraying the Empire. That's about it," Bai Ye said casually. "This is not something that should be kept secret." "Is that so?" Akasa could understand it now. But she immediately had a new question. "By the way, what is your relationship with Hei Tong? Are you her lover?" Chi Tong stared at Bai Ye, caring about this issue very much. As expected of Akame, "You really care about Kurome." Leon immediately sighed. "We've all heard that Hei Tong is almost impossible to convince. To be honest, you're really amazing. You actually took Hei Tong and everyone in the assassination team away." Nichiren couldn't help but praise. This news is definitely good for them. The entire Imperial Assassination Force has been changed by Bai Ye. From being their enemy, they could now be considered their allies. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." What Bai Ye's organization and their revolutionary army have in common is that they both want to overthrow the earnest regime. At the very least, the other party will not hinder them from eliminating Minister Ernest. No, Haitong and I don't have that kind of relationship. Bai Ye denied Chi Tong's speculation. Since it was definitely not that kind of relationship, it was natural for him to deny it. I see. Thank you for clarifying my confusion. Chi Tong felt relieved immediately. She continued, also, when can I meet Haitong? I'll ask her when I get back, and I'll give you an answer then. Bai Ye replied. Okay. Akame nodded, looking forward to the day when she would meet Kurohime again. So, the kids from the assassination team are all in your organization. It seems like you really care about them, said Chelsea beside him. I certainly can't just abandon them. Bai Ye Ying Dao. There's nothing else to do for now. If you're in a hurry, go back first. At this time, Nichiren said, if you are not in a hurry, since you are here, why not stay for lunch? I won't bother you with this. Although Bai Ye was not in a hurry, he didn't want to trouble the other party. Why are you so polite? Don't you want to taste the beautiful girl's cooking skills? But Akame cooked it herself. Leon said. Yes, the food cooked by Akame is delicious. Brand immediately gave a thumbs up. Bai Ye had no doubt about this. Because when Akame was in the assassination unit, she was the one who cooked for the elite group. Faced with such a kind invitation, Bai Ye thought about it and agreed, okay. Main didn't say anything about this. After all, Nichiren had already talked it out with Bai Ye. Their common target was Minister Ernest, so she couldn't say anything. Afterwards, they prepared to eat at the stone table, while Akagi cooked in the wooden house. As for the food ingredients, they are everywhere, that is, those dangerous species that can be found everywhere. While Kaitong and Hill went hunting together, Chelsea, who was sitting next to Bai Ye, was not idle either. It's a pity that you didn't join the night raid, but at least we are no longer enemies. Let's use this as a formal greeting gift. At this moment, Chelsea took out a lollipop that had not yet been unpacked and handed it to Bai Ye. Bai Ye was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect Chelsea to give him a lollipop. Seeing this, Chelsea took the opportunity to tease, what's wrong? Or do you want the lollipop in my mouth? Chapter 85. As she spoke, Chelsea also took out the lollipop in her mouth and handed it to Bai Ye without any embarrassment. It seemed that even if Bai Ye really chose the lollipop that Chelsea had eaten, Chelsea would not be shy at all. That's all right. Bai Ye knew that Chelsea was teasing him, so he would not let her succeed. He reached out and took the well-wrapped lollipop from Chelsea's other hand, and said calmly, thank you. Chelsea, you have a really good relationship with Bai Ye. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but say. Of course. I have received a lot of care from him before. Chelsea was naturally referring to the time when she turned into a little black cat and was taken care of by Bai Ye in the assassination team. Hearing this, Nichiren thought that it was a good thing that they had someone who had a good relationship with Bai Ye on their night raid side. Not long after, Akame and Hill returned after hunting down the dangerous species. As users of imperial weapons, it was not difficult for them to hunt even the most dangerous species. Akagi and Hill were each dragging dangerous food ingredients that were several times larger than their bodies. The ingredients were ready, and Akagi immediately went into the cabin to cook. Hill didn't go in to help because she was confused about almost everything she did in her daily life. If she was asked to cook, she would blow up the kitchen. In fact, before Akame was in charge of the food for the night raid, Hill had been in charge, and the result was very. Never doubt her level of confusion. Hill was also very clear about her situation, so she didn't dare to do anything rashly for fear of causing trouble for her companions. Kurohiko likes to eat delicious food and is a foodie. As her older sister, Akahiko is very good at cooking. They really get along well. Bai Ye suddenly sighed. The two sisters got along so well, they shouldn't have killed each other. Fortunately, he should have successfully prevented this tragedy from happening. Judging from Akame's reaction before, he probably doesn't want to fight to the death with Heiyu. Actually, Akame is also a foodie. She volunteered to be in charge of the meals so that she could eat secretly without a clear excuse. Leon corrected. Yet, Bai Ye was not surprised. After all, they are two sisters, so it's not surprising. At this time, Chi Tong brought out large plates of meat dishes one after another. They were all mainly meat dishes, with only a small amount of vegetarian dishes mixed in. It can be seen that Akagi really likes eating meat. When it started, Bai Ye was relatively polite and only took some dishes symbolically. But at this moment, Chelsea picked up a piece of meat, blew it gently to cool it down, and then handed it to Bai Ye's mouth. Ah! This! Such a sudden move made Bai Ye a little surprised. Don't be shy. You've taken care of me like this before, so of course I have to repay you. Chelsea said with a smile. Bai Ye suddenly remembered that he had indeed fed Chelsea in the form of a little black cat with a spoon, but it only happened once or twice. Bai Ye took a bite and said, "Okay, I'll pick it up myself next time." That won't do. How can one bite be enough? However, Chelsea did not intend to stop there and continued to pick up food and feed it to Bai Ye happily. With such obvious teasing, Bai Ye naturally didn't want to be manipulated so easily. But before he could say anything, Mine, who was sitting next to Chelsea, seemed to have been unable to bear it any longer and said, "When you are showing off your affection, at least consider other people's feelings." "Oh? I'm so sorry, I didn't notice a certain shorty." Chelsea spoke in an apologetic tone, but said something that made Marn very angry. "Who are you calling a dwarf?" Mayan suddenly became angry. "Isn't it? But don't be angry, small ones are cute too," Chelsea said with a happy look on her face. Hateful. Mayan was so angry that her face turned red. But she was suppressed by Chelsea and had no way to resist. At this moment, Bai Ye felt more and more that Chelsea's character was really sinister. That's so abominable. I really hope that two cute girls will quarrel over my affairs. As Lubbock ate, he was so envious that his back teeth were almost broken. "Lubbock, come with me and exercise later, and you won't be bothered by this kind of thing." Brand's somewhat gay tone is really easy to be misunderstood. "No, no, forget it." Lubbock immediately broke out in a sweat, looking as if he was trying to avoid it. Akame's craftsmanship is still so great. Yet, I never get tired of it no matter how many times I eat it. At this time, Leon and Hill changed the subject, seemingly trying to prevent a conflict between Maine and Chelsea. However, after the quarrel between Marn and Chelsea, Chelsea did not continue doing what she had just done. "By the way, Akame, I want to confirm something first." Bai Ye asked Chi Tong, "Do you still think the same about Hai Tong as before?" As long as Kai Tong still has the intention to kill Hai Tong, he must carefully consider whether or not to mention Kai Tong's request to Hai Tong. It's different now. She no longer works for the earnest regime. She has been liberated. This is exactly what I want most. Akame replied. That's fine, but she may still have some prejudice against you, and you should understand why. Bai Ye reminded. Chi Tong quickly realized what Bai Ye said and nodded slightly. I understand. She knew that even in this situation, Hai Tong was likely still hating her. Because in Hai Tong's mind, he was still very resistant to betraying the empire, but Bai Ye's idea of changing the empire from within perfectly avoided this point. It did not affect Hai Tong's belief that she was an enemy who betrayed the empire. That's nothing, and besides, your cooking is delicious. Bai Ye said, Hai Tong must want to taste your cooking again. It would be the best thing if the sisters could reconcile. Hai Tong has never denied the fact that he still likes his sister the most. Well, thanks for the compliment. A rare slight smile appeared on Akahiko's face. If there was a chance, of course she would. Lunch is over. It's about time for Bai Ye to go back. Then I'll go back first. Before leaving, Bai Ye said. Be careful on the road. Nichidan said. Remember to come here often to play meow when you have time. Chelsea also waved to Bai Ye. Bai Ye nodded and then turned and left. When his figure disappeared at the end of the forest, he transferred himself into the Kamui space. In Kamui space, Bai Ye opened the lollipop that Chelsea gave him. It tastes really good. Chapter 86. Return to the current base of the Akatsuki organization, which is the Saiga Cave. The prototype of a small base has been built, and the speed is quite fast. Sir, where did you go? Bai Ye had just returned to the base and asked directly when he saw his black pupils. I went to talk to Night Raid about some things. Bai Ye said truthfully. Night Raid. Hei Tong's pretty face suddenly changed slightly, and she asked in a somewhat complaining tone, why didn't you tell me before you left? She still had a hostile attitude towards Night Raid. She must have been very worried about Commander Bai Ye going alone to meet those guys from Night Raid. Well, actually, their attitude is quite friendly. Besides, I also talked to your sister about some things. Bai Ye tried to change the subject. In fact, he went there alone for convenience. If Hei Tong knew that Hei Tong wanted to go with him, it would not be suitable for him to transfer directly through the Kamui space. Kamui space is a very important secret of his eyes. No matter the hollow of the right eye or the space distortion of the left eye, they are all closely related to Kamui space. For example, the principle of hollow is to transfer one's body parts to the Kamui space, but his body has not disappeared in the eyes of others, creating the illusion of visual transparency. In fact, his entity is in the Kamui space, which is why he can neither be touched nor attack others when maintaining hollow. Bai Ye didn't want to easily expose the existence of Kamui space to anyone. Sister? What did she say? Bai Ye changed the topic very effectively, and Hei Tong was attracted as soon as he heard about his sister. Bai Ye immediately continued the topic. I have already told Chi Tong about our current situation. She expressed her desire to meet with you. My reply was to ask for your opinion first. I can't wait to see my sister again and kill her. The cute face of Hei Tong suddenly turned cold, revealing a dark expression. But Akame has said that he doesn't want to fight you anymore because you've changed. Bai Ye said immediately. But my sister hasn't changed. She is still in the rebel camp. She betrayed the Empire and us. Hei Tong still feels aggrieved about this. Bai Ye felt a little troubled by Hei Tong's stubborn thinking. How should I put it? At least for now, we are not hostile to Night Raid and the others. We can have friendly exchanges. Your sister is for the happiness of the people, and so are we. Aren't you in agreement with your sister on this point? As for the dispute over whether to overthrow the Empire and cede territory, that will be a matter for later. By then he will be able to overthrow the Ernest regime. Will he still be afraid of the Revolutionary Army? Hei Tong's brain suddenly became confused after hearing this and she covered her forehead with her hand which was slightly aching. This was the adverse effect of the previous brainwashing. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately reached out and rubbed Hei Tong's temples, which should relieve some of the pain. The stinging sensation was only temporary, and Hei Tong's pain subsided after a while, but she still took the opportunity to bury her face in Bai Ye's arms. Although she usually doesn't show it, she still wants to act spoiled if she has the chance. Is your head still hurting? Seeing that the black pupil did not leave his chest for a long time, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. A little bit, it will be fine in a little while. Hei Tong said willfully. However, Bai Ye had no idea that Hei Tong was already fine. Regarding my sister, if I can convince her to come back, I don't want to fight her anymore. Otherwise, if I can't. At this time, Hei Tong suddenly spoke again. I see. Bai Ye didn't say anything more. The relationship between red eyes and black eyes is indeed not so easy to resolve. It is already so difficult to convince He Tong, how easy will it be to convince Chi Tong? The two sisters were unable to convince each other, which led to this life and death situation. It is estimated that the relationship between Akagi and Kuroe will have a chance to ease only after Kuroe's brainwashing effect is further weakened. Otherwise, if they meet in person now, who knows what accidents might happen. Also, next time if there is anything dangerous, I hope the commander can tell me. At this time, He Tong's tone was a little delicate. If something happens to you, what should I do? Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel distressed. Well, I thought to myself that I would not hide this kind of thing from He Tong next time. Even if I took He Tong on a dangerous vehicle, it would only be an hour or so slower at most. And if it really doesn't work, he can also cover He Tong's eyes so that his Kamui space will not be exposed. After a while, He Tong finally took 2 steps back and left Bai Ye's arms. While the workers were building the base, Bai Ye was not idle either. He often goes out to hunt dangerous species and gain system points. Soon, the Akatsuki organization's base was initially completed, and the next step was to expand it gradually. At the same time, Bai Ye planned to investigate the situation of the Conscience faction. He knew the court officials too little to know which officials were the Conscience faction. The best way to investigate the Conscience faction is to ask the Night Raid, as the Revolutionary Army has a lot of intelligence. At the same time, he can also fulfill Akame's request and use the intelligence to exchange for a chance to meet Kuroe, thus cancelling out the favor between the two parties. I have something else to discuss with Night Raid. This time, Bai Ye told He Tong in advance. Even before Bai Ye finished speaking, He Tong said decisively, I want to go with you. Of course you can, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything when you meet Chi Tong. If you can promise me, I will take you there. Bai Ye put forward a condition. I promise you. Although he was somewhat reluctant, He Tong still agreed in order to go with Bai Ye. If you don't do what you said, I won't take you next time. Bai Ye also emphasized. I definitely do what I say. He Tong made a promise. Afterwards, Bai Ye took He Tong on a dangerous flying vehicle to the forest and arrived at the wooden house they were in last time. Although the Night Raid members are not usually in the cabin, Nichiren told him last time that as long as he pressed a certain mechanism in the cabin, they would be able to sense it. Of course Bai Ye still remembered the mechanism that Nichiren had told him at that time. There was a small brick behind a mural that could be pressed in. He tried it and found that it worked. The Night Raid team should have sensed it by now. Well, they should be here soon. At this time, Bai Ye reminded He Tong. He Tong nodded calmly. The feelings in my heart are so complicated that they are hard to describe. I am going to meet my sister again soon. Chapter 87. On the front line of the battlefield, in the fortress city of the northern foreign race. Originally, the northern tribes, led by Numasika, a brave warrior from the north and a prince of the northern tribes, concentrated their elite troops in the fortress city and used it as a base to intensify their war of aggression against the empire. The arrogance of the northern ethnic groups was at its peak. The brave warrior Numasika from the north was valiant and good at fighting. He won every battle against the corrupt and poorly trained imperial army, causing the empire to lose a large amount of territory. He was brave and resourceful, loved by the foreign peoples in the north, and regarded as a powerful threat by the empire. Therefore, the empire formed a northern expeditionary force to counter the invasion, and Asts led the army. Asts and his 3 beast warriors defeated the 400,000 strong army of the northern foreign race with lightning speed. The so-called brave men of the north were also slaughtered. They were not the strongest opponents of the empire at all. As expected of Lord Asts, the dignity of these barbaric foreigners has been trampled to pieces by the general. Ha ha ha, the brave warrior of the north is nothing but a dead dog in front of the general. Almost instantly suppressed the 400,000 strong army of the northern foreign race. Only a general could do that. As Ace completely defeated the northern foreign army, the soldiers around him began to flatter him. What they said sounded like villain behavior. The imperial army itself was not a good thing, but the northern alien army was even less of a good thing. You have to know that the northern ethnic groups are the invading ones, and the army led by Ace is against the invasion. General, there are still hundreds of thousands of people alive in the entire fortress city, including soldiers and civilians. Do you want to take them captive and bring them back? At this time, a subordinate came to report the situation to Ace. No, they are just a bunch of wasteful wastes of food. Just bury them all alive. Let's leave this matter to the three beast warriors. At this time, Ace was sitting on a throne, with his long legs crossed and his face supported by the back of his right hand, looking like a king. He spoke these chilling words in a cold tone. Even the soldiers were shocked by the cruelty of General Ace. Hundreds of thousands of people were buried alive. Of course, they were only frightened for a moment. It is impossible for them to have any sympathy for the enemy, let alone disobey General Ace. First of all, the Empire's current situation makes it difficult to bear the huge burden brought by hundreds of thousands of prisoners. Not to mention how much food will be consumed by so many prisoners, it is also a huge hidden danger that they may rebel at any time. And Ace also obeyed the orders from the imperial capital, but she felt there was no need to explain so much to her subordinates. Secondly, she really doesn't care about the lives of the weak. It has nothing to do with the hatred of being exterminated by the northern foreign tribes. Ace has always been so ruthless to any enemy. Under Ace's orders, the three beast warriors began to take charge of this matter. They first asked a group of men to dig huge pits, and then they could bury the soldiers and civilians of the northern alien races alive. The prestige of the three beast warriors in the army is second only to Ace. They are all ruthless men selected by Ace himself. When selecting the three beast warriors, various infernal trainings killed many people, and in the end only these three people stood out. Moreover, each of them is a user of imperial tools and is extremely powerful. Master Ace, the burial work will probably take a few more days to complete. At this time, Leva, one of the three beast warriors, a middle-aged man with grey hair, knelt on one knee in front of Ace. He is the former imperial general and Brand's former superior. After experiencing some changes, he became a member of the three beast warriors under Ace. Next to Riva, the other two of the three beast warriors were also kneeling, namely Niu and Datas. Niu, who is short, delicate-looking and dresses like a girl, is actually a man. Datas is a tall and strong man wearing a strange eye patch and carrying a huge double-edged axe on his back, which is his imperial weapon, two great axes Belwalk. It's hard to find a picture of the three beast warriors in the same frame, so just take a look at this one. Well, let's take it easy for the next few days. By then, the imperial capital will probably send us an order, whether it's to pursue the victory and exterminate all the foreign tribes in the north, or for other reasons. Ace said lightly. At present, it is a foregone conclusion that the remaining northern ethnic minorities in the fortress city will be killed and buried, including not only the military but also a large number of civilians. Of course, there is an important premise that this fortress city was built after the northern ethnic groups invaded the territory within the empire, so this was a war that took place within the empire. Those civilians who were about to be killed were all those who had followed the invading foreign army from the north and immigrated here. This is the strategy that Numasika, the brave hero of the north, came up with. He occupied the empire's territory while immigrating at the same time. This way of invasion would be more efficient. To put it bluntly, it was a form of colonial invasion. The troops and civilians who followed the brave of the north into the empire's territory would eventually become victims of the war's failure. This strategy itself was implemented for the purpose of invading the empire. One thing is one thing, Ace was indeed extremely cruel, but rather than saying that Ace killed innocent people under the instructions of the imperial capital, it would be more accurate to say that the so-called brave of the north personally killed the people who supported him. It seems that Lord Ace seems to be a little worried recently. Has something troubling happened? At this time, Leva asked more carefully. He noticed that Lord Ace had been acting a little abnormal recently, and would be distracted and thinking about something from time to time. If it were in the past, Lord Ace would definitely not be like this. There is indeed something that bothers me. I don't know why, but I've been thinking about that guy more and more recently. As Leva mentioned this matter, Bai Ye's face suddenly appeared in Ace's mind involuntarily. Who is this person? How could Lord Ace be so concerned? Niu was immediately surprised. That's the Bai Ye I mentioned to you before. Ace said without any taboo. There's something I don't know if I should say. Riva seemed to have figured out the reason, but hesitated whether to say it out loud because he felt it would offend Lord Ace. Just say it, I won't mind. Ace is not so incapable of this. Okay. Leva nodded and said, I think Master Ace is probably in love. Hey! Niu and Data next to them looked at Leva in disbelief. Although one of them is a battle maniac and the other is a hobby pervert and they don't know much about love, they always feel that Lord Ace's personality is completely incompatible with the word love. Chapter 88. Lord Ace has a very S-like personality, but no matter how you think about it, he has nothing to do with love. Niu and Datas both felt that Lord Ace might at most recruit some male favorites to ravage him, although they had never seen Lord Ace do so, and it was obvious that he had no interest in it at all. They felt that it was impossible for Lord Ace to fall in love like a little woman. Or it is simply impossible to imagine Lord Ace falling in love like a little woman. I am just guessing. If I have offended you, I hope you will forgive me, Master Ace. Leva said cautiously. In love. Ace fell into a brief silence. I've heard of love before, it's the feeling of love between a man and a woman. That's right, Master Ace may have romantic feelings for Master Bai Ye, so he thinks of him frequently. This is a common phenomenon for men and women in love. Leva explained. I see. That does explain it. I don't feel this way with other men, but I feel different with him. Ace thought seriously. She seemed to have been awakened by Leva's words, and her originally cold and beautiful face suddenly showed an unprecedented blush. But it doesn't seem like she's shy, it feels like she's in love. Seeing Lord Ace's expression, Niu and Datas were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This was not the expression that Lord Ace would make in their perception at all. Leva was so shocked that his eyes widened. Now he was even more certain that Lord Ace was definitely in love. Although the three beastmen have never seen Lord Bai Ye, the man who can be favored by Lord Ace and even regarded as a love partner must be an excellent man. Occasionally, Lord Ace would mention to them some things about Lord Bai Ye, such as Lord Bai Ye was about to become Lord Ace's deputy general, which they already knew. Ace suddenly woke up and understood the reason why he had such an inexplicable uncomfortable feeling before, which must be because of love. I never thought that I, who has only known how to fight, would suddenly feel like falling in love. Ace immediately sighed. Maybe it's because Master Ace has never met such an outstanding man before Master Bai Ye. Leva guessed. Ace thought about it and said, indeed, he is excellent and suits my taste in every aspect. It is a happy thing that Master Ace has met his true love. Leva said immediately. What about you? You don't seem to be in love at all. Ace asked casually when he had nothing to do. I am already an old man, it is not appropriate for my age. Leva said calmly. In fact, he is 40 years old this year, but in his eyes, he is also an old man. At this age, he has no interest in that kind of thing. As for me, I prefer dissecting small animals and collecting women's faces to falling in love. Niu showed an innocent and cute smile on her face, but she said something extraordinary. These are his pervert hobbies. Your quirk is still so unique. Leva exclaimed. Me too, I just want to gain more experience points. The smile on Datas's face was much more ferocious than that on Niu's. 2. Ace said nothing more. She couldn't wait to go back to find Bai Ye. But for now, the war on the front line is more important. While killing the northern ethnic minorities in the fortress cities, we must also be on guard against continued invasions from the northern ethnic minorities outside the empire. In the original novel, Ace suddenly came to his senses during this period. After returning to the imperial capital from the northern front, he told the young emperor and minister Ernest that he wanted to fall in love. At the same time, everyone in the night raid base has learned of Bai Ye's arrival. Bai Ye is here. He probably has something important to talk to us about. Nichiren said, just like last time, let's go together. Not long after, all members of the night raid team came to the wooden house again, which was their temporary base. But this time there was someone they didn't expect. Black Pupil. When Chi Tong saw the figure beside Bai Ye that she was worried about day and night, her face suddenly looked a little surprised. Elder sister. At this time, He Tong showed a faint smile on his face, seemingly without any hostility. However, if she had not promised Bai Ye in advance that she would not act rashly, she would probably have drawn her sword by now. I didn't expect you to bring Kuroyan here on your own initiative. I thought you would let Akoyan go to your place to meet Kuroyan. Nichiren was also surprised. The main reason is that I have something I want to ask you, so I brought He Tong with me. Bai Ye explained. What is it? Nichiren asked. I want to know who the conscientious faction of the empire is. Bai Ye didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. We have a specific list here, so we might as well just give it to you directly. Nichiren said, although I cannot guarantee that all the officials of conscience are included, the main officials are basically included. Okay, thank you for your help. Bai Ye nodded. Nichiren went straight back to the base to get the list. At this moment, Chi Tong suddenly asked Bai Ye, can I be alone with He Tong for a while? Of course you can, but you can't mess around. Bai Ye agreed. No. Akagi then walked up to He Tong and said, He Tong, let's go. He Tong nodded slightly and followed her sister. After a while, Chi Tong and He Tong came to a place where there was no one around. The two of them sat together on a huge rock. It had been a long time since they sat together and chatted like this. He Tong, I heard from Bai Ye that you have already left the Empire Assassination Force. I tried to persuade you for a long time but you didn't listen to me. Akame spoke first. Because my sister joined the rebels, I don't want to betray everyone like my sister did. He Tong's tone was very gentle, but what he said was not so gentle. Although I like the way my sister works hard to achieve her lofty ambitions, I still have to kill her. I hope she can stay by my side forever. Hearing this, Chi Tong remained calm, as if she had already expected it. After all, Bai Ye had reminded her before. As expected, He Tong is still the same, but you didn't draw your sword and chop me this time. Is it because of that boy named Bai Ye?